I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired with yesterday. Fada, fada. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up, climbing and climbing. I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain.
हेलो हेलो हेलो, कैसे हो मेरे प्यारे प्यारे भाइयों एंड भाइयों के बहनों। हम वापस से आ चुके हैं अपना वही पसंदीदा गेम वैलोरेंट की वॉच पार्टी, VCT वॉच पार्टी के साथ। जी हाँ, और आज है प्लेऑफ्स डे 2। आज भी बूम वर्सेस जो जेनजी का मैच होने वाला, पहला स्टार्ट हो चुका है, 2-3 राउंड हो चुके हैं, बट हम आ चुके हैं फटाफट से। अभी हम मैच की ओर बढ़ते हैं, बट मैच की ओर बढ़ने से पहले आप लोग बताइए कैसे हो आप सब, कैसा गया आप सभी का दिन। अगर अच्छा नहीं गया तो ये रंगीन रुका चुका है आप सभी का दोपहर, शाम और रात, 3 चीजों रंगीन बनाने। वेलकम ईच एंड एवरीवन टू अ ब्रांड न्यू लाइव स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है मेरे जान के टोटोस, बताओ बताओ आप लोग बताओ। एंड आज मैं वही बोल रहा था कि आज बहुत तड़कता भड़कता मैच है, क्योंकि बूम जो अनडिफिटेड रही है वो खेलेगी जेनजी, इनफॉर्म जेनजी के सामने, तो समझ रहे हो हैवी मैचअप होने वाला। तो देखते हैं, आइए।
It's full rifles across the board. Yeah, there's 2 bulldogs and a guardian, but you can certainly get some damage coming on out now.
जेनजी ने पहला 2 राउंड जीत लिया है।
So in with the full vise. DOS9 attempts at trying to push them
ओ
up,
बोनस राउंड भी जीत रहे हैं।
Shock and on the site. Famous though, looking for some frags. He managed to find one, then to trail off.
Yeah, but do they call it right now? There's still a little bit of alert coming through from Munchkin. Eventually, he'll run through the sensor, and this one will be tripped up and heard. But I think Boom, just judging by position, they know that they can't go for this one. They're going to have to opt for the save.
Yeah, trying to keep themselves back to back, shoulder to shoulder.
बोनस भी जीत गए, लेट्स गो।
This has been a quick hit coming out from Genji so far.
Yeah, just great. No holds barred, getting in towards the site. Really awkward shots actually coming through from
भाई
DOS9.
मैं तो चाहता हूँ जेनजी जीते भाई। अबे नहीं अबे, लेकिन जो भी जाएगा इसका दोनों ही हार्ड टीम है, दोनों ही PRX के अगेंस्ट खेलेगी, दिक्कत तो है।
You can deliver on this defensive side more so than the attacking side.
And also for everyone who's been keeping eyes on Boom, right? DOS9 is such a pivotal player for the team, but he's had some up and down performances, so definitely needing him to be stepping up a lot more today as well. I mean, the entire scoreline so far, it's Genji splashing some cold water onto Boom's flawless streak.
Yeah, and I mean, when you think of Boom and so far what they've delivered in this first stage as well, dominating in the pistols, the first kills, the clutches, right? We need to sort of see that come out because right now, well, they're not getting the first kills in this map, then they didn't get the pistol round. Gen.G are kind of
पूरा हाथ गरम है Gen.G का just because वो लोग कल भी खेले थे तो ना पूरा synergy बैठा हुआ है.
Different scenario that we see ourselves in for this rematch compared to round number 1, to the first installment of it, right? Gen.G, we're playing with Suggest there, trying to figure some things out, and Boom capitalized on a lot of the weaknesses. This time though, Gen.G, different idea, and they find the opening yet again. Famous not able to find anything.
And that's just an incredible lurk from Foxy9 as well. Now with the utility in hand.
Gen.G का map pick है, तो I'm expecting कि Gen.G dominate करे. Yes, cause second map pick Ascent पे तो Boom छोड़ेगी नहीं उनको.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Shiro gonna get tested over towards this A site. Noted, not gonna be able to do much here. You would think Berserks needs to assist.
Decent stall with the stun so far. But still, that's a lot of information, and Gen.G raring to go.
And Berserks only has the Bucky too, Shiro with the Deagle. So there's not a lot that they're going to be able to do here.
Yeah, repositioning, in fact, Komodo. Look at where they are, all the way towards B Tower. Meanwhile, it's just Shiro here with the Sheriff.
Yeah, he needs a little bit of Yeehaw action, that is for sure. Still got the salvos online, but they have crept up in towards Tower, and they've removed him. This is some great patience and pathing from Gen.G surrounding this A site now, where you think it would pretty much be done for Boom. They might even save a couple of these guns towards the next round that they carried from the previous in Berserks. I mean, you can just see what damage you might be able to do here.
Definitely a new sheriff in town, to say the least. But we'll see if the buckshot will provide any value in terms of exit frags. Gen.G for now just happy to rack up these rounds. I mean, the performance they carried over from yesterday against Talon, that was almost a 13-0, almost.
Yeah, for sure. The first map, jitters and worries for
लेगा क्या? एक को लेगा क्या? मेरे को लग रहा है.
Finalized. It was all good. Berserks looking for some damage. Foxy9 with the death, by the way, will be picking up the annihilation. And Karen with the kill. They're from the shadows too. So you've got some good pieces coming into the next round.
That's just incredible.
Next round Foxy9 का ult भी है.
Ash as well.
तो next round भी इनका हो सकता है अगर एक पिक उठ गया. नहीं नहीं Karen नहीं.
So far so good. Another exit frag found by DOS9, and Boom will happily collect onto that as they look for their first round win on this defensive half.
Yeah, this is where you start to get into some problem territory for Boom Esports if they're not able to get this next gun round coming over, right? You also have to contend with some ultimates, and if I'm looking at Gen.G right now, you know, you're going to have some set little strategies that you can come out with a From the Shadows and with an Annihilation. If you're going for some sort of a B pop as well, you could definitely say that, or even an A pop where they're leaning at the moment. You could throw a little bit of a spanner in the works for Caron. Where is he repositioning to potentially?
Not to mention, you also got to consider for Foxy9 with the lurk that he was pulling up before, but this time he's with the team.
क्या Gen.G फिर से मार दिया? अब तो ये ult है.
Into the corner.
क्या बोलते हो?
Not quite able to pull out utility in hand. Foxy9 checks it with a spam. Caron up towards the top of heaven.
भाई ये तो पूरा heavily shut down कर रहे बे Boom को. कोई बोलेगा ये लोग undefeated है Boom अभी तक?
Come out with something here.
I don't see it.
I don't see it either, really. A gun barrel poking on out. Good for the first, maybe good for the second, but the round quack.
You might even need to TP out of this position, but he does line him up. Looks for the quad, but Ash
अगर ये आ जाता ना तो खत्म था
सीन. Imagined that one to come on through. I mean, they need a saving grace at the moment. Boom, another round where they do not get the opening frag. Famous is just
अभी आएगा timeout आ रहा है. Timeout आ रहा है.
You've already got this Viper wall. You have to be expecting that they can creep on out. I mean, we think about Vipers on this map. We think about lurks, right?
भाई मैं ना एक चीज edit कर रहा था.
Anyone to path up towards the ramp almost free of charge. You had to potentially blindside a little bit earlier on. They just left it too little too late. You did have the From the Shadows as well there from Caron just to get closer towards spawn, but seeing that no one was home, gets full tower control as well. This is just really looking good for Gen.G at the moment on this 5-0 mark, and Boom will be calling their first timeout here.
A much needed breather. I mean, another thing to consider is the fact that this is, you know, one of the first few times we've seen Boom run such a composition. NC Slasher usually onto the initiator role, this time having to play a Deadlock, an agent which he's not foreign to, but it's a very rare appearance. I believe this is his third time ever playing the Deadlock.
Yeah, I mean, I think towards
ऐसा रिस्क क्यों लेते हैं भाई ये इतने इम्पोर्टेंट मैचेस में? यहाँ पे बूम जीतेगा तो डायरेक्ट फाइनल्स में जाएगा. इतना इम्पोर्टेंट मैचेस में क्यों लेते हैं भाई? पता है.
Right, NC Slasher on the Deadlock for what was then Australia on the Breach. Apart from that, the other 4 agents are the same. So it's not like this is a complete surprise for the likes of Gen G here. They can kind of adopt a lot of the same game plan coming in towards this one if they do remember it, for a map that they probably didn't expect to come in towards the pool, but maybe they did, right? Because if you're thinking about Gen G's Lotus, you're thinking, yeah, we probably want to do respect that ban. So there is a world in which the Gen G cohort expected Split to not be banned.
Hence the pick, hence the strat so far. But off the timeout right now, just a bit of a pause button so far for Gen G.
Got to be the hero, Boss 9 here with the Vandal. See what the potential sheriffs of the teammates are going to be able to find on out. Bit of a spotto in mid for Berserks, but really Gen G playing on the patience variety. Spread around the map, waiting to see if there's any aggression from Boom, any little timing components that they can try and capitalize upon.
Possibly get closer to some ultimates as well. NC Slasher maybe holding on to the graph net up towards this A-ramp position.
Timing is going to be pretty pivotal for Boom here. How much can they bleed off the clock, try and funnel Gen G in towards this A site where the Deadlock utility is sitting, but NC Slasher, he's going to be caught in no man's land, and Famous is even rotating to the B site. This is the wrong call for Boom, and NC Slasher is caught sleeping.
That's right, he was playing the one and done. Just Berserks on the site now. Might have the rotations coming over, but again, it's all of these upgraded pistols. DOS9, is he going to be able to come up huge? So far, it's Texture ripping a new one against Boom. Boss 9 onto the top of tower, thinks to swing off the smokes, and it's just too easy for Texture to pick it up. Shiro left. And he's just hoping for exits now.
Yeah, can't go through.
और भाई सिद्धांत भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है? खाली हो गए जल्दी, आज अब मस्त बैठ के मैच देख सकते हैं। अरे बढ़िया है यार ये तो। नाइस नाइस नाइस। भाई 6-0 हो गया है भाई।
Don't give away an ulti point, though. You kind of incentivized to try and challenge for one yourself, right? Get closer towards this Armageddon because you really need something for Boom. As Ash is going hunting and is going to catch him. So that's the 6th on the attacking round. That's the half essentially tied on up for Gen G. And they've got cash to splash, of course. They are not worried at the moment.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting flashbacks to yesterday's games, Komodo. 6-0. That's just unbelievable. Ash even pushing through his own salvos. Still, though, we're waiting to see the effect of the timeout that was just called. This was a bit of a save round.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for Boom at the moment, but they take that timeout in what you would expect to be as a result for this round, right? You've got your full gun round coming up. You've got your operator for Famous, where he's somewhat, you know, leading with this gun in our region. When that gun gets in his hands, they certainly look for some damage. You can say the same for Texture if he even wants to try and toy with the idea of that later on, but it's garage control at the moment for Gen G. And they want to just go into this beast.
Straight in with the overdrive, but instantly dealt with by Shiro. So not too bad so far. You've got some utility sent out as well.
You got the full rotations, though, for Boom towards this B site. Not really known by Gen G, of course, but if they started to pivot a little bit early towards the A site, they would have complete reign to get over there. Instead, stalling on out. That's a huge reveal onto Berserk. He's lucky to still be alive for the moment.
Able to tuck himself inside mail, so far so good. The drone didn't spot anything on.
इस बार तो जेन फॉर्म में है पूरा। हाँ, फॉर्म में तो है। ये वाला राउंड अगर जीत गई तो 8-0.
This is where you can play with the rotations of Boom. This is where you can start to make them put all the eggs in a different basket towards the A site, which is kind of what they're doing, because look what's being brought out at the moment. Berserk's in the cocoon. The pit of mid is going to be down, and DOS9 is now the kind of only player towards this B site. You need Shiro with those salvos to assist.
It's got to be well timed. DOS9 at least has 2 smokes to work off of, so sets up the first one. A bit of a survival smoke on the site itself. Shiro comes in with some assistance, but still DOS9 for the swing.
DOS9 का kill main था.
NC Slasher though arriving just on cue. Oh, he's got from the top. Picks him up with the annihilation. That's going to be the first round picked up by Boom.
Oh, but it gets a little bit close there, doesn't it? Imagine a world in which DOS9 with the Sugar Zero smoke coming out there is the one that we like.
Oh, भाई ये round निकल गया. चलो कोई ना 6-1.
Good for one, right? The progressions, the ducking and diving that smoke can really afford you. only able to find the one, which just shows that Gen G are quite attentive already in towards this map. Like, look at the quick little turn to come out from Caron, but it's the NC Slasher push out through the tower that really catches them off guard and delivers the goods with the ult there as well. You really can't be holding on to a lot of these components as Boom. You have to kind of be investing every single time with the ults, with the abilities. And in a new round like this, I mean, we talk about the credits that Gen G had already built up, right? We can't say the same for Boom. They get out an operator, but Berserks is down to a Bulldog.
At least this time, though, the op still posted up towards A ramp. Famous trying to hit his mark. The lurk still undetected so far.
Yeah, but it's expected, and that is rough for Famous. He only gets a
Upshot miss kiya.
towards Munchkin. And as there is a high-low setup towards this B side, it's not going to eventuate into much because Foxy9 is just doing what Foxy9 does best on the Senti role, playing lurk, playing with rotations and information game. You need to see Boom almost cut some corners and go for some information, right? DOS9 with From the Shadows, toyed with the idea of getting that towards the A site when they hear anything coming.
I concur. Just the numbers not favoring Boom so far on the site, but a decent trade. Berserk's then looking for a couple more to even out the odds. Sneaks himself into the corner though, but that's where he gets pinched. It's the grab net, it's the push. Foxy9 to lap it all up.
Good timing, good combos. 30 seconds to go. The plant not yet established as Caron starts to get that to the site.
Salvo surely. And there they go, but it does take a bit of time. Spike still planted nonetheless. Texture hiding in the corner for an off angle. It's something that Boom might not expect. DOS9 up towards the top of heaven. Oh, and the relay ball, perfect square on the spot, but Shiro! Stuns are a cosmetic, and time continues to tick away. 2v3. Picking up the first, that's a good one. And if you can swing off into elbow as well, but Caron just marking it down. Threats neutralized, and Gen G continue forward.
Just no space given to Boom for that retake at the end there whatsoever, really, isn't it? Time is just a ticking. Shiro can't get anything off that drone, really. Yeah, he manages to find the one kill, but it's the fact that they just waited for the drone to come on out as well. As I was talking about, right, it's going to be that dry information. You've got to cut some corners for Boom. It's what they do at the ramp. They peek out individually. They get a trade out there, but the 3 versus 2 into the 2 versus 2, it's just a little bit too easy then for Gen G to be able to close it. They've got a really great read on this attacking side so far. Not seeing any massive value from Famous here with any first kills, with that operator that just misses its mark.
That's definitely something that stings.
For sure.
Got 3 stack on the A side this time, but guess what? Gen G, they're no longer towards this A position.
You got a hero stinger out for Berserks. I mean, funnily enough, we've seen some good percentages come out with just this weapon formation of what they're coming into it, right? A hero stinger and then the pistols. It's funny enough though. But this round again, Gen G recognizing the economy, knowing that they don't need to waltz into any little traps. You've still got Ash holding out on that drone as well if they want to try and gather some further information a bit later, but instead, it's going to be Famous. Dimensional Drift on a round such as this one, 50 seconds to go, trying to gather the information, and Gen G, they're still just playing on this patient game, waiting for Munchkin to lurk on out. Finally, there's an opening for Boom, but what can you capitalize upon? Refreshing smokes at this B site, moving pieces towards that location as well. It's the right call at the moment.
Oh, but look at middle Komodo. Certainly, if you can cycle through those smokes, but Shiro's got to stay alive. He has the salvos, and they are so crucial for the team. Currently toying with death inside of the smoke. He's getting tagged. Texture doesn't quite know, though, and he's looking for the swing into the site. DOS9 then puts up another survival smoke up around the pillar. Frenzy at hand, and here comes the stuns. Time running out for Gen G. Texture has to go, but that's when he gets gunned down by the Stinger. Berserks absolutely
cheeky खेल दिए, cheeky खेल दिए.
What did I say? The conversion rate with
I think 10-2 होगा first half.
I don't know what is happening
मेरे
lately
को लग
this
रहा
year with
8-4
the
हो
results
सकता.
that kind of buy is presenting. But hey, I mean, it's a thrifty round to come through for the likes of Boom. They get the opener, and then time is just being bled a little bit too much. Gen G, you know, they have opted to play a lot of default in these sort of rounds, but this time a little bit too slow.
Like 7 bullets था इस पे.
And it's DOS9.
7 bullets से मार दिया.
They're just refreshing smokes towards the main. Time and time again, they've got a paranoia. They can combo that with the Snake's Bite too. It can buy a lot of good needed time for Boom, but what they don't have this round is the affordance of space. They've lost mid, they've lost B tower. And Texture doesn't necessarily need to hang around. The idea that the spike is leaning towards this A site is just going to kind of bring out a little bit of this utility from Boom to make sure that there's nothing in main, that they just have to have a focal point on tower, on mid, and on A.
Especially A, because this is a spot where it's just NC Slasher plays around the elbow, and that's where Karen will happily pick it up. Spike then delivered over.
And you've already set up this deadlock utility towards the screens too, the wall, the sensor, and now a pit. You might even think this round is untenable for Boom. They might actually have to consider a save soon. Texture in the back wings as well. He can have a pretty late flank.
Yeah, not unless either DOS9 or Famous could pull some miracle out of the hat.
They're just going to take too long to get towards the ramp though, silently.
And you got to consider the fact that Texture is still flanking as well. All towards ramp, Foxy9 first to receive, and he has Grevnet holding on to it. And the salvos on timing, look at this.
And now
Boom,
you've got the Grevnet.
There's no way they can make it out of this ramp position. Double kill picked up, Karen for the third. Just Berserk's left. And he's praying, hoping to find anything possible, but it's a triple P coming out from the Gen G squad.
Yeah, just the sheer presence that Texture getting up towards tower.
8-4 हो गया then तो decent है, but Gen को थोड़ी और lead लेनी पड़ेगी. 8-4 easily winnable है Boom के लिए. हाँ, 8-4 winnable तो है, लेकिन फिर वही बात आ जाती है कि पिस्टल्स कौन जीत रहा है. पिस्टल्स अगर Gen G जीत गई फिर तो है easy.
You're thinking about putting the deadlock wall and the sensors towards screen. You're combining that with a Viper's Pit. This is why I'm saying you might even have to just consider a save, because you're into the next round with not a lot to play with for Boom.
भाई heavy.
It's also a round where you're nearing the end of the first half. Boom though, looking to get antsy, looking to find some
वो damage का है ना?
they haven't been able to do so successfully so far. Snake bite just to stall towards middle, but here comes Foxy9, and he has Annihilation.
See what Berserks and Famous are going to be able to do, because Famous's Gate Crash is eventually going to come on out. It's NC Slasher for the opening kill. They did convert last time when he found that kill towards the A site, but this is where we see Gen G in the 4 versus 5. Look to see if there's any oversteps. DOS9's tagged to half HP, and you've got the 3 stack for the Boom members starting to regain information over towards A, so they should get an idea that it's going to be mid and towards B.
Moving further across. Still lurking as well though, Karen, keeping some of the Boom players invested.
And destroying that sensor gives them the idea as well, right? That this is where it starts to transition towards. Annihilation goes out.
Got some decent information outside of A as well though, but oh, that's just a perfect snipe on towards another player. And Ash with the push as well. Karen, here he comes. But of course, just complete execution against DOS9. The weapon is not quite favoring Boom this time. They might have some positioning off towards tower as well as Garage, NC Slasher, Hero Vandal. Maybe looking to pick a couple up more, but then the Poison Cloud comes through.
You got the Gravnet too, by the way, and a stun for Shiro, but no salvos online.
Still trying. They've got some time to work off of. Munchkin trapped by the net, but he's still undetected, just completely mows them down. Famous then to creep up from Garage, just the Sheriff. Every shot's gonna have to count, but unfortunately he fans the hammer. They don't quite hit.
Ash,
it's gonna be Karen, who's a little bit more accurate than that.
For sure.
Dexter bhai, welcome to the stream. क्या हाल है? कैसे हो Dexter bhai? Welcome, welcome.
Worried, right? They do not have some great successive results in a clean scoreline. A lot of
New phone ले लिया. क्या बात है? कौन सा लिए?
Big smacking as well with a 13-2 loss, but you can't really take too much stock in that because they just don't play this map, right? The only practice they are getting on this map is on the scrims, and from that you can try and copy and paste what some other teams do with a composition that is similar.
बहुत possible लग रहा, but you never know.
It's not really working at the moment. Last round of the half now, and you have to try and find this one as Boom for the 9-3 curse.
Gotta add though, Gen G are just doing such a phenomenal job at keeping Boom on their toes so far as well. We haven't really seen NC Slasher play this B position so far. So now that he's here, maybe able to do something different.
Munchkin with the operator though. Keep an eye on the little wing of A if Famous is able to find that good kill for an open up. As Gen G once more looking to pressure mid, looking to bait out utilities.
Oh भाई Munchkin, no way, ये Munchkin ने निकाल दिया.
Watch out for the operator. It's just a day.
But he had a phantom, Komodo.
It's a day where Famous is just not finding openers. I mean, how important has he been? How pivotal has he been in all of these games?
It's such an important
no way.
This can't be happening, but it is, and Munchkin able to pull the rotation.
अब रोज
onto A
स्ट्रीम
this time.
देखूंगा
games they've played through
सही
this
है यार
stage, he
सही
has
है
had
नाइस
the highest first kills
बहुत प्रॉब्लम होता
in
था
those
उस फोन
games,
पे
bar
अच्छा
one, which was
Realme P3
against
Ultra
Gen G. He
ओ
tied with
नाइस यार
11
नाइस
for Munchkin. The difference? He had
Nice,
the most first
nice.
deaths. He had 14.
Fair enough, but right now you really got to be wondering,
बहुत सही है
questioning what
बहुत
those
सही है
stats look like
अरे
right
अरे
now
अरे
because it's not too
अरे
good. And meanwhile, you have the flash
चलो
combo
10-2
with
हो
Texture
रहा
sliding in. Barrier mash now up at hand, and Boom have a lot of obstacles.
BGMA पे ले लेना कभी कभार इस नूब को भी डेक्स्टर भाई अपन तो BGMA और खेल भी नहीं रहे
You just think in this 5 versus 3 that
I don't
Boom
think
are
कभी
broken.
और like in recent times में खेलेंगे क्योंकि
Surely can't
VCT
slow
हो
Boom
रहा है
again, but oh, it's just
तो
so perfect. They can't even
अभी
really make their way
मैं
out. They try for it. It's a shotgun annihilation.
मतलब खेल ही नहीं रहा हूँ अब तो हो गया महीने हो गए
Ash survives and Karen putting the nail
बट
in the
आपको और
coffin
खेलना है
as
तो
well. He
रेवेंजर
ends
ये
the
लोग
first
हर दिन
half
खेलते हैं आप उन
10-2.
लोगों के साथ
Yeah,
खेल सकते हो
absolute domination to come out
रेवेंजर
from
वेनम
Gen
भाई
G
ये लोग
in
खेलते हैं
this one.
तो
I mean,
आप
from opening
उनके साथ
kills,
खेलोगे
even
तो
when
खेल
they're
सकते
losing
हो
them and trying to still re-establish a conversion rate, right? It's just looking flawless.
मैं
Flawless
वैलोरेंट
skills,
और
utilities
ज़्यादा
that they're
दूसरे
coming
स्टोरी
out
मोड
with
गेम्स
and
पे
just
फोकस कर
not
रहा हूँ
overcooking as well, right? When you've got, you know, for example, this round, when you've got an Armageddon available, well, just put it in the screens, which is going to be 1 of 3 retake positions where Boom are going to come from. It just makes
सही
it
में
really
10-2 हो गया
difficult
लॉल
for
हाँ
Boom
ना
in a lot of
10-2 हो
those
गया अब
scenarios
बस
going
पिस्टल्स
between
जीतेगी
Chosen,
जेनजी तो
right?
पहला
Well,
मैप
rounds, I
पिक
mean,
सिक्योर
look, Quack, 10 versus 2 half. One of the rounds Boom got was a thrifty, remember. It does not give a lot of confidence right now that this was the right call for the veto, unless we see a complete different team come out on the second half.
Who knows? It's certainly a really tough scoreline to come back from.
Whose debut performance was more shocking?
That's a good question.
See, what's the
DOS9.
connotation? Shocking good or shocking bad? Like, this is what you don't get from text, right?
Fair
DOS9
enough.
मेरे को तो
That's one
DOS9
of those
बहुत
ways.
अच्छा
You can
खेला था
really
DOS9
interpret this differently, but let's say for good.
For good?
Who would it be? So far, we've got one for Karen, one for DOS9. What about you?
Karen's was so long ago.
It's last year.
Yeah, that's so long ago.
Long in esports years.
Yeah, of course. I don't know, DOS9's pretty good, but I mean, recency bias, that being split
So-
here.
Well, he's kind of above board,
Above
I
par.
think. Yeah.
पर
for
कभी भी
Guilty,
नहीं
it
खेलोगे क्या अब
hasn't
कभी
been
भी कब
putting up
होगा
those
वो
big
पता
numbers
नहीं
that we're
मेरे
used to.
को
Look at
कभी
that.
भी
DOS9
मतलब
up like 9 and
खेलेंगे
11.
लेकिन
Pistol
कब
round.
खेलेंगे उसका
That's
कोई
right, Boom
श्योरिटी
up
नहीं
at
है
the
भाई
top for Pacific with the first score.
मे बी इन जुलाई मे बी टुमारो मे बी
Alrighty.
जून
Map starts now for Boom.
नेवर नो
This is the difference I was wondering about.
Because
You
ऐसा
have
कोई plan
Fox
नहीं
around
रहता
on
ना
the
मेरा।
deadlock, but he's positioned towards middle. Boom was
टूर्नामेंट
playing
कहाँ
that
हो रहा है
ball.
ये टूर्नामेंट ये तो साउथ कोरिया में हो रहा है नहीं नहीं हाँ साउथ कोरिया
Gen G were just completely capitalizing
नहीं
on, right?
हाँ हाँ साउथ
Spreading
कोरिया
out through
साउथ
mid, and you just got a lot more
कोरिया
options.
पे हो रहा है ये इंटरनेशनल जो ऑल ओवर ये अपना पैसिफिक रीजन है यहाँ से टीम क्वालिफाई करके फिर इंटरनेशनल पे जाएगी ये पैसिफिक भी इंटरनेशनल ही है इंटरनेशनल मतलब फिर वो अमेरिकन रीजन यूरोप रीजन चाइना रीजन के प्लेयर्स फिर साथ में फिर खेलेंगे क्वालिफाइड टीम्स जैसे पबजी का पीएमजीसी होता है ना तो वैलोरेंट का ये वीसीटी है लाइक द बिगेस्ट टूर्नामेंट ऑफ
Has the
वैलोरेंट
flash as well. Smoke's ready to put up, more space for himself as well. Blocks off ramp, blocks off the choke points. Boom, then trying to push up through from tower.
You're going to have that wall that can get back up as well for Munchkin. Finds the opening kill. You are locked to stay into this A site.
It's exactly what the Yoru can do, but Texture tucked underneath in hell. Not quite spotted so far. The Viper screen definitely helping him so far, but still, it's gonna be the trades coming through as Boom
Texture मर गया
sets
ना
up Karen's
हाँ
position.
टेक्सचर वहां से निकालता ना तो हो
Munchkin with
सकता
Snake's
था
bite. It could ensnare one player.
It's a 2-on-4. Well, he does just toss it out into elbow. Looks for some space as he hops on over, but the right click's not within range, and it's gonna be Boom to pick the pistol right back up.
Alrighty, on the board with a bit of a clean pistol, albeit taking a lot of time around the A side before things do get started. And of course, this here being, Boom Esports, I'd call it one of their biggest games, right? The previous biggest one that they had would have been that Ascension
DRX?
final to get here first against their then Simpressa Gaming. Now, Nongshim Red Force, and they lost that one, remember? Big OT in the last game.
Last year also.
Milliseconds, essentially. This is the one to get on the international stage. get back for a couple of the players from the early inception of Valorant.
Which means so darn much. Taking things a little bit slower this time.
Opening kill goes the way of Berserks onto Texture. Trying to get a little bit something happening towards the A side of things, but not able to when you've got no shields against a Marshall, of course. You want to just see Boom 100% these kind of rounds.
Trying to create some gaps.
But I like what Gen G are doing.
Wow.
Starting to rotate towards the A side as well. Munchkin is going to get out of this one.
Oh, he's got the sheriff picked up too.
Yeah, see if he can
It's a bit of
make
sound.
it spicy.
And that baits Berserks into peeking.
और एक निकल जाता ना मजा आ जाता.
Good for the first. Then the trades, of course, but also for Karen to arrive on cue. The clone goes out and he just lets it pass. But along with the clone is a gate crash. It's faked. And then the swing. NC Slasher for the exchange. But you also have players on both extremities. Foxy9 trying to lurk through. He's taking quite some time though, and Shiro then turns his crosshair back around. But that's the Bulldog now picked up. Gravnet seized, and he just goes in for the quick peeks, almost into the clutch. But DOS9 to save Boom up to the fourth.
That should not have been needed though. You're against the little pistols and you go for the dry peaks back in towards the A main.
अरे यार भाई सोचो ना उसका स्पाइक नहीं था, स्पाइक प्लांट करने देता और घूम के आके मारता या कुछ भी आके रिपोजिशन करता तो कितना मस्त नहीं होता. और राउंड निकल जाता है हारा हुआ राउंड. देखो ना ये मारा यहाँ से उसके स्पाइक था ही नहीं. उसको ग्रेवनेट से हटाता, वो स्पाइक लेता, प्लांट करता, तब तक तो कितना इजी रिपोजिशन होता.
It's going to be a party mix of a buy to still just hold on to enough cashola for the next round. So this will be a proper bonus round.
Right, proper if they do pick it up, but for now, just trying to suss out the defensive setups from Gen G.
It's going to look a little bit quicker here from Boom, you might expect, as the drone goes into mid from Gen G.
Yeah, but we've seen these positions played by Gen G before. Texture further up defensive. Karen in with the flashes as well, and he does fend them off. 2 kills found. Texture for the third, and maybe the fourth as well, as Karen dinks up onto NC Slasher. The salvos just pushing them off again and again. Berserks, though, able to calm things down. Texture then to hold the angle, but look at that spray. Berserks down to 89 HP as well. Not too bad, but it's 1v4.
Damage. Looking to maybe polish off Texture. If you could find Foxy9 here as well. I mean, you've still got to contend with Ash, but you can't even get far past the first one. That's 11 on the board now for Gen G. I mean, how much space have they given themselves with this 10-2 half? You need the flawless run to come through from Boom, and you need it to not look fake, like the one we saw in America this morning.
Side anchoring करता है भाई, sexy करता है.
It still came close. But for now, that all remains to be seen, because 7 rounds in a row. Oh, Texture. Yeah, you're good, you're good.
But he's not screaming help, help, help this time. He's having a fun one.
And he's not finding aces. That's quite important for the Gen G fans. But right now, just Boom looking for a quick round. They, again, need to make it clean.
And no pressure in towards mid as well. You can just wait on the timing for the wall. Eventually goes down, so you'll get some information that there's someone hanging around bottom of mid.
Which then pulls Ash into position up by Vents.
Could be cheeky right now if Boom look to put their numbers towards this B side, if they're able to weather through the deadlock util.
And if you're Boom, you know that Karen and Texture are still roughly around the A site, looking for a different point of entry. They see those salvos going over.
Yeah, with the Gravnet too, so you know that there is a deadlock playing in B tower. Generally, there would be a sensor hanging around as well.
A lot of utility baited out.
Oh, this could be big for Foxy9. Oh, they heard
just
it.
with
All
the
right.
angle.
Got to the angle of that one.
Got to swing all together, and that's a decent trade. Then possibly space into B site. Munchkin, though, to hold it down. Decent track, but still Shiro evens out the score.
Yeah, but 30 seconds to go and get this plant and Texture. Not expected to already be back at the tower. You've got no smokes to go there as Boom Esports and Berserks. I mean, he's got his runners on. He's trying to get over here as quick as possible. And what does he have to bring to this party? It's a gun. There's no utility that Berserks can run with here.
Yeah, no smokes either. The smokes would have helped so much. That's exactly why these high mobility agents, these duelists, they're going to be able to wreak so much havoc. Here comes Texture, slides on through, and with the stun as well. That's just been quickly dealt with. Boom,
Match
out of the
point.
water, and Gen G up to map point.
Yeah, another scenario for Boom where they're just not able to gain any advantage at the beginning of these rounds as well, right? Not able to just find some space, some territory, some gun duels.
कोई बोलेगा ये
well.
बूम अभी तक undefeated रही है.
Getting in towards the mix are only in the trade variety, right?
बोलेगा
Like,
कोई.
all of the ones in the kill feed are always trades until the end, where Texture and Co just layer some utility and overwhelm them. It's looking pretty flawless from Gen G, all things considered, on this map of Split, and now they've got 8 rounds of cushioning to try and close this one.
8 rounds is
a lot,
hell of a lot. Yeah.
BGMI डे बाय डे क्यों डेक्स्टर भाई क्या सीन क्या हो गया डे बाय डे ऐसा क्या हो गया फिर से अभी तो कुछ नहीं है वैलोरेंट मोबाइल आएगा तो और कितना नीचे जाएगा आप देखना
And Famous dead as well, coming out of the TP, expected and read by Munchkin. This is where things just go from bad to worse for Boom. NC Slasher looking the wrong way.
In the back of the skull. Berserks, though, able to stutter step back into another kill. The second one found now. Spike still down on the B site, so it's going to be a tough journey to pick that up.
And eventually they're going to get found out from a flank as well, because Carons are coming.
Taking his time. In a stealth game, stealth mission, but he gets spotted out. The barrel quickly noted.
Yeah, but the spike. Is there a world in which DOS9 can get the orb at A main? Was that gathered earlier? I didn't actually see, because if he can grab it, he can from the shadows to get the spike. Okay, at least they're lucky that that is going to be here, but Ash has slipped through. They don't know how close he's going to be. Here we go, spike to be retrieved. Salvo's online, but Ash with the timing.
No earthly idea. Ash,
clueless.
Slipped the net into elbow. Not spotting out his opponents either, though.
Oh, the information that Ash can just give to Munchkin now.
Munchkin is going to have to be quite aware. The heads-up duels, so important, so paramount for this round, where Gen G could just end it all. Ash, he's pushed all the way back up into heaven.
Where are they? Where are they? It's an Omen and a Viper. They've got no utility to deny this one.
Put up the wanted posters because they are nowhere to be found until a shot was made known. Ash turns it into 2v1, Berserks to fight it back, but still needing to pick up the kills or at least buy time. 4 HP, he goes for the swing, Munchkin gets the kill, but the spike will go off. A Red Bull clutch for Boom.
Oh boy, they will hold on. They will absolutely hold on. They complete disconnection from the site when you think that Ash is going to get all the information that they're not around, that they can start to get here and get that diffuse happening. I mean, I'm highlighting it for a reason, right? You're playing an Omen, you're playing a Viper. You don't have a lot of this actual spike denial. You have to put your bodies on the line in that scenario, but the time is just ticking way too much from Gen G. You can put up the one-ways and you can refresh them as DOS9. They've really dug deep, the controllers of Boom in that one, to bring through a Red Bull clutch to keep them alive. And we do welcome in 10 clutches now on the tally for Berserks. I believe there's a couple of other players as well in this lobby that are also run away.
Right? First year in Pacific, and you're hitting these milestone marks. It's quite a welcome sight, but you still got a ways to go if you want to push this in OT.
We generally know that the sensor is on that tiled wall. Will they expect how close Foxy9 is with the grab net?
Not quite. Sensor will go off, and there's the grab net. Famous down.
Got him again.
Crunched. But still the trades. Bogey spotted now for Texture, though.
How do you contend with an operator on this line when you've got no assistance? The NCs you don't. NC Slasher. You need to gain favor somehow.
सभी का वॉचिंग डाउन हो गया है, कब आएगा मोबाइल पे? मोबाइल पे आएगा, अभी तो चाइना पे बीटा टेस्टिंग हो रहा है, वैसा हो रहा है, जल्दी आ जाएगा, इसी साल आ जाएगा। मेरे को लग रहा है ये VCT पीसी का मतलब वैलोरेंट पीसी का सीजन खत्म होगा और वो वाला अनाउंस करेंगे। चैंपियंस के फाइनल वाले स्टेज पे मेरे को लग रहा है वो अनाउंस करेंगे कि वी आर अनाउंसिंग वैलोरेंट मोबाइल एडिशन, ऐसा। मेरे को ऐसा
Annihilation was
फीलिंग
just
आ रही है
used and missed.
बिकॉज अभी तो
Now the
इतना
plant goes
फुल
down.
जोश में बीटा टेस्टिंग वो सब हो रहा है,
Close.
अपने इंडियन क्रिएटर जाके वहाँ पे खेल कर आए हैं।
You can almost hear
तो
pin drop.
अभी तो मतलब कुछ नहीं है, अभी देखो कैसे धीरे धीरे शिफ्ट होगा।
Oh, but the upshot whiffs right over the
अब
shoulder. And here comes
जैसे
Munchkin in for the burst.
वैलोरेंट पीसी ने
Just
सीएस को
0
खाया,
left. Can he extend
सीएस का
Boom's
क्रेज
life
को
on this
पूरा
map?
कमा दिया एंड
Smoked off,
वैलोरेंट ऊपर उठा,
caged in.
वैसे ही मोबाइल में भी बीजीएमआई को
He's
कमाएगा और
attempting
खुद
blind,
उठेगा।
wild sprays. They're
Confirm.
not bound. 1 second for the Salvas to come back up. As a last-ditch effort, he sends it over onto the spike. But as the smoke dissipates, is it enough time? Gen G, they're sticking it.
I think we've got it.
They're looking for it all the way over.
Boom, we've got
And
it.
Boom! Managed to save the spike for it to explode. The Red Bull clutches. Boom pushes off to another round.
Oh man, but another one of these rounds that gets down to the wire. I mean, Boom are not winning these ones with holding on anything for the next round. It's Famous dead yet again. It's disadvantage after disadvantage that Boom have to try and come back with. I mean, they're giving these tools over towards Gen G, and I don't know how Shiro has managed to.
वैसे भी इतना क्रेज और रहा है नहीं,
one where Salvos aren't even online. They're tapping on the spike.
क्योंकि
There's a dark cover to obfuscate vision.
वो गेम
But they don't go together
प्लेयर्स
as a
के लिए
unit,
कुछ
and
नहीं
they
कर रहा है ना,
afford
वो
Shiro
गेम बस है।
a way to win the
अब जैसे
round.
वैलोरेंट का रायट प्लेयर्स क्रिएटर्स लोगों के लिए कितना कुछ कर रहा है भाई,
Eventually they'll hear the
वो
hit
गेम
out. No, that's
कुछ
someone's
नहीं कर रहा है, बस
close.
गिने चुने 3-4 क्रिएटर जो बड़े बड़े हैं उनके लिए ही कर रहा है,
That is pressure as well.
बाकी कोई भी क्रिएटर के लिए नहीं कर रहा है या कोई भी
Yeah,
प्लेयर्स के
Boom
लिए कुछ नहीं कर रहा है,
feel like
वो
that
बस
would be a
अपना पैसा कमाना
this
चाहते
sort
हैं।
of scenario.
हर आए दिन दूसरा स्किन ले आएंगे, हर आए दिन दूसरा इवेंट जहाँ पे पैसा खर्च करो, वो ऐसा है।
It is
जब
the first
मेंटालिटी
round.
ही ऐसा हो जाएगा कि भाई तुमको बस गेम
Sonic Sensors tripped and NC
पैसे के
Slasher
लिए
full spring.
वो करना है, तब तो भाई क्या ही पॉइंट है, मतलब गेम का फन रह ही नहीं जाएगा। अब लोग बीजीएमआई जो बचे कुचे लोग हैं वो बीजीएमआई इसलिए ऑप्ट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि फोन में और कोई दूसरा गेम नहीं है जो बीजीएमआई को अभी कम्पीट कर सके।
Nervous Komodo
एक वो फ्री फायर था,
has
वो
the
बैन हो गया,
overdrive.
ठीक है, कॉड मोबाइल चलाने, क्योंकि लोगों को कॉड मोबाइल का घंटा पता नहीं था कुछ, तब कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी के बारे में पता नहीं था, सडन लॉन्च था, चला नहीं। अब वैलोरेंट 5 साल से ऑलरेडी पीसी में है, लोग देख रहे हैं, मोबाइल वाले बस खेल नहीं पा रहे लेकिन देख रहे हैं, तो उनको पता है, आइडिया है। अब वो आएगा मोबाइल में तो बस गेम खत्म, खल्लास।
Well, that's 3 out of 8 so far.
पबजी बैन के बाद भी पता था कि बीजीएमआई नहीं चलेगा, बाद हाँ वही तो, मतलब मेन दिक्कत वही है ना कि भाई गेम कभी पबजी के बाद जो बीजीएमआई बना, पता नहीं उनके में स्टाफ कैसे थे क्या थे, बट दे नेवर टुक लाइक वो जो बोलते हैं ना वैसे कि हमें गेम को और आगे लेकर जाना है, दे नेवर टुक दिस सिचुएशन सीरियसली। इट्स लाइक वो जो बोलते हैं ना पास्ट के पॉपुलैरिटी पे हम जी रहे हैं, अभी अपना कुछ क्रेडिट है नहीं, बस पास्ट में हमने जो अचीवमेंट्स कर लिए उसके वैसे वाला सीन है, बस जो नाम है पास्ट का उसमें जी रहे हैं। और ऊपर से भाई लोग बच्चे से तो बड़े तो होंगे ही इतने सालों में, अब वो भी समझ रहे हैं खुद, जो खेल रहा है जो उस चीज में है वो समझ रहे हैं। बीजीएमआई को इतने हंसते में निकाला और फिर प्लेयर्स को ध्यान नहीं दिया, इतने हंसते में निकाला मतलब भाई 12-7 हो गया, अब तो सीरियसली ले लो। नाइस,
finding anything opening here, but Caron would for one traded on out.
Almost with the transfer as well. Foxy9 then off of the zip lines, but DOS9 quick on the draw. Texture spotted out as well.
वो इसको तीनों का मिल गया, तीनों का मिल गया इसको इनको।
He's taking his time. Gen G, they can tap the pause button needed.
And this is hard now with a pick going on down. You do have a drone actually for Ash, and you do have Texture with the fast lane too, so this could get spicy into a retake.
Drone going out.
And thus, it begins. The drone in, scouted out. They know exactly where Berserk's is. Texture, what is that blind spray? All of a sudden, just in towards spawn? DOS9 though, decent position up by the cubby. Smokes up as well. Special delivery sent over, but DOS9 quick on the trigger, takes down Texture, berserks them in with a spray transfer as well. Munchkin manages to slip past, but the time once again working against him. Swaps on over onto DOS9 with a shrouded step.
Please,
and that is
बचा
going
वो.
to pretty much be the round as Boom survives yet again.
Yeah, handshake at the ends there from both of the Vipers wanting to survive, but I mean the prospect of that round going Gen G's way kind of gets a little bit
Arise EEEG आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई. चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा. एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग या थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग. क्या हाल है भाई? BGMI be like only copy skin दो, copy paste in BGMI and earn money, nothing to do with hackers, creators and anything. वही भाई exactly. You understood my point. भाई पूरा वही ना, क्रिएटर्स के लिए आप कुछ कर रहे हो. हाँ मतलब अब क्राफ्टन इंडिया है, वो तो इंडियन ऑडियंस के लिए कुछ करेगी ना भाई. अब तुम लोग अलग से अगर अपने डेवलपर बनाए हो, जैसे अब रायट गेम्स का इंडिया का कोई सीन है ही नहीं, वो बाहर से कोरिया से ऑपरेट करती है, लेकिन फिर भी वो इंडियन रीजन के लिए कितना सोचती है. हर एक रीजन के लिए, सिर्फ इंडिया के लिए नहीं. समझ रहे हो? तो भाई जब रायट बीइंग अ फॉरेन डेवलपर है, पब्लिशर, वो आप सोच सकती है. क्राफ्टन इंडिया तो भाई सिचुएटेड इन इंडिया है ना, वहाँ पे इंडियन स्टाफ्स हैं, इंडियन मेंबर्स है, दे कैन प्लान आउट एंड ऐसा. ना क्रिएटर्स के लिए कुछ ना भाई, मतलब गेम में तुम ना कुछ अपडेट, बस वो इवेंट स्किन्स, पैसा, बस पैसा डालो, तुम अंधा पैसा डालो. तुम्हें भाई वो अगर भाई पैसा डालना ही होता गेम में, भाई तुम्हारा गेम है क्या पैसा डालने के लिए? भाई बाहर इतने अच्छे अच्छे गेम है, उसमें हम पैसा डालेंगे. इन रिटर्न क्या मिल रहा है? जो हम लाख लाख रुपए पैसा डाल रहे हैं, इन रिटर्न क्या मिल रहा है? कुछ नहीं, जीरो. नाइस वन टेक्सचर. अरे स्लैशर को वहाँ पे पिक मिल गया मशीन का. अरे नाइस वन बे. गन्स मिल गए. वैलोरेंट में स्किन कम अंडर 2K, BGMI में 20K के नीचे स्किन है ही नहीं. एक्सूट तो भूल जा, मैक्स करने में 2 लाख. अरे भाई पैसे का मैटर भी नहीं है. देखो समटाइम्स ठीक है, लाइक वो बैटलफील्ड बैटल रॉयल गेम है, उनका अपना पैसे का वो सीन है. मतलब अरे भाई दोनों अपना अपना खींच लिए, दोनों अपने अपने खींच दिए. चलो हाँ. सो देखो ऐसा है कि पैसा अब एक गेम डिसाइड करती है कि हमारा बेस स्टार्टिंग होना चाहिए 2000. कोई बोलेगा हम 5000 से ये कैटेगरी देंगे, 10,000 में ये कैटेगरी का देंगे. ठीक है, वो गेम पब्लिशर्स पे डिपेंड करता है. ठीक है, वो तो वो मैं समझता हूँ, पैसे का दिक्कत नहीं है. अबे लेकिन तुम बात है कि अब तुम वैलोरेंट को देखो, वो एक स्किन लाती है, 3 हफ्ते चलती है. ठीक है, एक अच्छी स्किन, उसके बाद एक मतलब कॉमन स्किन देगी या इतना VFX वाला स्किन नहीं देगी, वो 3 हफ्ते. तो कितना हुआ, 6 हफ्ते हो गए, मतलब 1.5 मंथ्स. तो उसके बाद और एक अच्छा स्किन लाएगी, नहीं तो कुछ एक इवेंट ले आएगी जहाँ पे वैसे टाइप का कुछ एक करेगी. समझ रहे हो? आइदर ऐसा होगा कि एक बंडल में फैंटम का अच्छा स्किन ला रही है, फिर कॉमन स्किन, फिर एक बंडल में वैंडल का अच्छा स्किन ला रही है. तो इट टेक्स लाइक बहुत टाइम मिल जाता है वैलोरेंट को. समझ रहे हो? राइट को कि भाई हाँ हम नया स्किन प्लान करें. एंड जैसे आईफोन करता, साल में एक ही फोन निकालता है. समझ रहे हो? अब वहां पे BGMI भाई हर दूसरे हफ्ते उनका एक स्किन निकलता है विद VFX वाला, लाइक जो किल फीड में चमके वैसे वाला. तो इट्स लाइक भाई ओप्पो वीवो टाइप, हर हफ्ते उनका एक नया फोन निकलता, हर महीने नया फोन निकलता वैसा. तो भाई ऑडियंस को समझे कैसा कि भाई हम कौन सा फोन ले, या मतलब कौन सा स्किन ले. हर आए दिन दूसरा स्किन निकलता है, कोई स्किन की वैल्यू ही नहीं रह जाती है. अब मान के चलो जैसे अभी फॉर एग्जांपल ये जो अभी बोल्ट स्किन आई है वैलोरेंट में, अभी चल रही है बोल्ट स्किन, खत्म हो गई है, मैं बस बता रहा हूँ, बोल्ट स्किन चल रही है. अब वो बोल्ट स्किन के साथ साथ इसी हफ्ते एक दूसरा VFX वाला अच्छी स्किन लेके आ जाते, तो वोल्ट स्किन की कोई वैल्यू रहती या इस स्किन की कोई वैल्यू रहती? अभी इसलिए मिनिमल आए हैं, एक कॉमन बेस विदाउट वीएफएक्स वाला एक स्किन ले आए हैं। वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई, वैलोर रायट को ना अच्छे तरीके से आता है कि भाई गेम को हम कैसे प्लान आउट करें, गेम के हर एक छोटे छोटे चीज, लाइक मैप रोटेशन से लेकर सब कुछ। ठीक है, तुम्हारा गेम स्टाइल अलग है, तुम्हारा मैप्स में ऐसे रोटेशन तुम नहीं करवा सकते, बट भाई ये स्किन्स वाला क्या इवेंट हर हर मतलब अभी तो इवेंट पूरा 12 महीने चलता है। पहले क्या होता था, 2 महीने चलते थे, वो उनका एनिवर्सरी का एक इवेंट होता था पबजी में, बस खत्म था। अभी 12 महीने इवेंट चलते हैं भाई, 6 इवेंट आते हैं, हर एक इवेंट 2-2 महीना चलता है। क्या सीन है भाई, ये क्या है भाई? मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ ना, बीजीएमआई इज बेसिकली नाउ ओप्पो वीवो कंपनी, और वैलोरेंट इज भाई बोल सकते हो वो एप्पल आईफोन। साल में एक बार निकलता है, पूरा क्रेज रहता है वैसा। और ये ओप्पो वीवो के फोन के वैल्यूज इसीलिए नहीं है क्योंकि भाई ये हर महीने हर दूसरे हफ्ते इनके एक फोन निकलते हैं, तो ऑडियंस खुद नहीं उनके नंबर में कंफ्यूज हो जाती है। 22F, 23F, 40F, 60F, 90F, किसी में 120 मेगापिक्सल, किसी में ये, किसी में वो। अरे एंड बीजीएमआई हैज मोस्ट ऑफ द कार्डर्स। अरे वो तो पूरा सेकेंडरी चीज होता है, प्राइमरी पॉइंट पे एक डेवलपर, एक जो ऑर्गेनाइजर, वो लोग क्राफ्टन है, वो ऑर्गेनाइजर वो क्या कर रही है, लाइक they can change it but they aren't because they are getting the money. समझ रहे हो, they are getting the money। वो देख रहे हैं भाई हम दूसरे दिन स्किन ला रहे हैं एंड बंदे खर्च कर रहे हैं, तो why to stop, बेचो बहन। इसीलिए बोलते हैं ना, इंडिया पे लोग चूतिया बहुत जल्दी बनते हैं। जब तक चूतिया बन रहे हैं, क्राफ्टन भी लाइक बनाते रहो इनको। जिस दिन बंद करेंगे उस दिन एक अच्छा स्किन ले आएंगे या पुराने पबजी का एक स्किन उठा के ले आएंगे ताकि लोग फिर से इंटरेस्ट आ जाए। क्राफ्टन का पूरा मार्केटिंग मेंटालिटी ये है भाई, मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई। ये मेरे को किसी से कुछ लेना देना नहीं, मेरे को ना रायट पैसा दे रही है क्राफ्टन के अगेंस्ट बोलने का, ना क्राफ्टन पैसा नहीं दिया बोल के मैं उनके अगेंस्ट बोल रहा हूँ, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है भाई। मैं भाई 10 साल उससे ज्यादा से मैं गेमिंग फील्ड में हूँ, मेरे को पता है, मैं देखा हूँ एक एक चीज, पूरा नोटिस करता हूँ भाई। जैसे ही लोगों का स्किन से मन उठ जाता है या ऐसा लगता है कि भाई अब तो सैचुरेट हो गया है, वैसा ही उसने क्या किया, वो वाला मोड ले आया जो फेराओ वाला, जहाँ पे पबजी का लास्ट था, इंडिया बैन के पहले पबजी का वो लास्ट था, वो वाला ले आया। वैसे ही अभी फिर से कभी सैचुरेट होगा, फिर से वो पुराना नॉस्टैल्जिक वाइब देने के लिए फिर से कुछ ले आएंगे। जैसे वो आपका क्या पुराना मिल्टा या मिलिट्री पावर नहीं, वो मिल्टा पावर, वो ले आए ना पुराना वाला। फिर वो कौन से साल का प्लेयर हो वो दिखाने के लिए वो सब, तो वो वैसा टाइप का फिर से कुछ ले आएंगे जिससे भाई फिर से लोगों का आ जाएगा अपना अटेंशन। हाँ भाई कुछ ले आए, समझ रहे हो, दे आर जस्ट प्लेइंग विद द माइंड्स, क्योंकि उनको पता है हमारा ऑडियंस, मैक्सिमम ऑडियंस 16 एज के अराउंड, एवरेज 16 एज है। और 16 साल के बच्चे की क्या समझ है भाई, उसको कुछ नहीं है। वो तो 2 साल पहले गेमिंग शुरू किया है दूसरों लोगों को देख के यूट्यूब पे, उसको क्या ही पता है भाई कि गेम पहले कैसा था अभी कैसा है, कुछ नहीं पता भाई। हमने देखा है ना, बहुत लोग तो अभी बीजीएमआई आने के बाद बीजीएमआई स्टार्ट किए खेलना भाई, जो या लाइक पबजी को सिर्फ लास्ट ईयर खेले होंगे भाई। जब से पबजी आया 2018 से, अगर तुम पबजी खेलते हैं ना तो तुम्हें अभी बीजीएमआई लंड लगता है भाई, लंड, पूरा लंड लगता है, कुछ नहीं है भाई। रायट का कोई भी गेम उठा के देख लो, लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स देख लो भाई, उसके हर एक गेम में ना एक अलग टाइप का चीजें चलती है भाई। ऐसा नहीं जैसे वो मार्केटिंग स्ट्रेटेजी वैलो के लिए रखती है, तो वैसे सेम स्ट्रेटेजी वो अपने लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स वाले गेम के लिए रखती है, दूसरे गेम्स के लिए रखती है, उनका पूरा अलग चलता है भाई। एंड जी भाई आईफोन से तो मत ही कंपेयर करो, हर साल नया फोन विद सेम फीचर, सेम डिजाइन एंड सेम प्राइस टैग। सेम फीचर्स तो नहीं होते, सेम डिजाइन, हाँ डिजाइन सेम हो सकता है, बिकॉज डिजाइन में आप क्या ही चेंज करेंगे। मतलब बीइंग अ डिजाइनर मेरे को पता है कि लाइक भाई यू कांट चेंज द बेसिक्स ऑफ अ फोन ना, या कोई भी अगर कार के आप 4 चक्के के अलावा कार बना नहीं सकते। 3 चक्के का कार बना सकते हो क्या? आई एम ऑटोमोबाइल डिजाइनर, मेरे को पता है 3 चक्के का कार बना सकते हो क्या? नहीं बना सकते ना। तो अब कुछ चीजें बेसिक्स वो रहेंगे, यू कांट चेंज इट, ठीक है। और जो सेम फीचर्स तो होते ही नहीं है इन द डिवाइस, बहुत सारे चेंजेस होते हैं आईफोन के, हर फोन के, एंड्रॉइड्स के भी होते हैं, सैमसंग के भी होते हैं, गूगल के भी होते हैं। नॉर्मल ह्यूमन आई में वो दिखते नहीं, बिकॉज वो प्रोसेसर्स में होते हैं, स्क्रीन में होता है, छोटे छोटे चीज होते हैं, ब्राइटनेस में होता है, निट्स, कैमरा पिक्सल्स में होते हैं, तो वो ह्यूमन आई पे विजिबल नहीं होता, तो इसलिए सेम फोन लगता है लोगों को। तो बिकॉज हमें पता है भाई, एज अ डिजाइनर हमें पता है कि अंदर कितने काम करने पड़ती है। अगर मान के चलो ये वाला मेरे को कर्व से पूरा ऐसे करना है, फ्लैटन करना है, ये ऐसे कर्व है, इसको फ्लैटन करना है, तो उसके लिए क्या क्या देखने पड़ते हैं बहुत। इसमें ही भाई ऐसा है कि डिजाइन चेंजेस हो जाएंगे, मेहनत लगती है, समझ रहे हो। ऐसा नहीं कि भाई हम बस ऐसे करके ऐसे इधर मार दिए ये ऐसे स्क्वायर हो गया, ऐसा नहीं होता है ना। वेनम भाई वेलकम वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम। थंबनेल देखो कौन सा लगाए हो गोटी, पता है मेरे को वेनम भाई, वो आपके जो आप प्लेऑफ्स लिख के दियो वो वाला बहुत ही, वो प्लेऑफ्स वाला जो वो वाला ना फॉन्ट बहुत ही वाहियात लगा, तो मैं बोला यही लगा दो, छोड़ो क्या ही बोले हो। बहुत मतलब अनप्रोफेशनल दिख रहा था वो दूसरा वाला। बाय द वे वेलकम वेलकम गोटी टू द स्ट्रीम, क्या हाल है, कैसे हो आप, कैसी जा रही है संडे। भाई बहुत बहुत वो कर दिए मतलब गेम को कुछ बचा ही नहीं है गेम में, अब खोखला है गेम, ऐसा बोल सकते हो बीजीएमआई के।
dedicated to picking Genji apart on that particular map. But as you mentioned, we are going into Ascent, and this guy now is playing, and he's saying, oh, I wasn't there last time. I am here now. So how is that going to look like, especially for Boom? I'm wondering if they might need to lean into Famous' comforts a little bit, bring out Famousin once again, because this is, again, a qualification match into Masters Toronto. Do Genji just get that short road in?
I mean, they definitely could. They're one map away. I mean, when you speak about Famous, and does he want comfort? Does he not? I mean, I think there is an argument for prioritizing, you know, a player's comfort. But equally, last time we saw him on Ascent on the Yoru, it looked much better. You're able to op a lot more easily, and I think it's not as tricky of a map as Split is, I would say. So I think you should have a slightly easier time there if they don't want to change the comp. Do you think there's a world where they bring the Phoenix back out?
I don't think so. I think it's probably going to be Yoru. I would imagine there's a reason that they've swapped to that. But my concern really relies on exactly what we saw on that split attacking side, is that they struggled to break the chokes. And they're going to have a similar issue with this comp that they're running if they're going to run the same comp that they did last time, in that they don't have some kind of double dive going on here as much. If they can't get out of those chokes here on Ascent, and the
एकदम गोटी हो तभी मैंने ये भेजा, लेकिन नहीं। अरे तो आप फॉन्ट कुछ चेंज कर देते ना, और वो सेम फॉन्ट, मतलब अब देखो सबसे बेसिक फॉन्ट्स होते हैं वो, ये आपको भी पता है। अब अगर देख रहे हो कि अगर वो बेसिक फॉन्ट, मतलब वो अगर बेसिक वर्ड लिख के बस लाइक वैसा दिख रहा है ना कि कुछ ज्यादा एफर्ट लगा ही नहीं है, वो बस टाइप करके छोड़ दिए। अगर आप देख रहे हो कि वो बहुत अजीब दिख रहा है या कॉमन सा दिख रहा है, तो आप फॉन्ट थोड़ा चेंज कर दो, अलग फॉन्ट डाल दो, जिससे हाँ मतलब वो थोड़ा सा हटके दिखे तो हम उसको यूज कर सके। तो भाई वेनम भाई, इसमें आप एडिटर हो, मैं आपको ये थोड़ी बताऊंगा अब ये सब चीजें। कुछ नहीं, बीजीएस फाइनल्स देख रहा, फिर आईपीएल मैचेस बस रात को बीजीएम में। अच्छा आईपीएल है ना आज, आरसीबी का मैच है ना, हेवी मैच है आज तो।
If indeed this is the last map heading into the first team qualifying into Masters Toronto, as we pass it on over to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
The desk is absolutely right. Very familiar sights from both teams, but if you're thinking about this age-old composition, it's the one where you had Texture absolutely popping off back in Masters Shanghai. Sure, it might have been a year ago, but if you're thinking about how these two players look up against each other, Texture versus Famous, oh, I think that kind of already paints a bit of a story.
Yeah, especially from what we saw in map number 1 too, right? Just a bit of a duel out in mid though for the very beginning of this one, and it's just another open.
स्टार्ट हो गया क्या?
Gen G, they can fall back if they want to, but as the time ticks away, everyone will start to do that. So,
तो प्लेयर्स भी बेसिक है, इतना कुछ क्रिएटिविटी करने की जरूरत ही है ही नहीं होती। हर्ष वगैरह को देखो, प्लेयर्स लिखते ही नहीं वो लोग, क्योंकि वो रायट के तरफ से क्रिएटर्स हैं। वो अगर वो नहीं भी किए वॉच पार्टी तो भी चलता है। हम हर्ष जैसा बड़े क्रिएटर है क्या? बातें कर रहे देखो। MI वर्सेस LSG, अच्छा वो दोपहर वाला मैच भी है क्या? अरे MI का कौन दिखता है?
Oh, it's Gen G, Munchkin dooming them in the back of their skulls, and then Texture to deal some further damage. Just Shiro left alive. 1v3, 6 rounds into each chamber of this Sheriff, but he fortunately walks into the open crosshairs of Charon.
Another scenario where the pistol cannot be gathered by Boom. Rough scenes, not watching their back, not expecting Gen G to just retake some space. Of course, this map was, you know, played by these two teams for opening week #1, but Suggest was on the roster. And Boom Esports came out with a bit of a different agent composition of their own, right? Famous on that Phoenix. This one, not feeling like it's going to be as easy as getting to a choke point and exploding as that one was.
Nearly the entire arsenal bought up as well. Texture onto the Marshall. At least you got some alt orbs picked up.
Well, that molly would absolutely wreck you in trying to get out into it, but they do get in front of it at least.
Able to do some damage on towards old Foxy 9 as well, but look at
क्या कर रहा है?
just wrecking up every single one of them. Looks for the ace as well. Swings up.
Whoa!
We have an ace in round #2. Ash, the rookie picked up from the academy squad just to rack up every single kill against Boom.
What the hell was that last kill to come out from him? He's just gone demon mode. The Bulldog, I mean, you're roaring out with that one, and Boom is on the other side, right? The shots, they are just absolutely gorgeous. 8 HP, and he comes out with that. That is... Well, that's awesome. That's amazing. I think you need to take a timeout as Boom on the back of that one, but no, they're going to have guns present in this new rounds, and this is where we need to see them actually start things off and not go, you know, 6-0 down.
Wait.
But speaking of, who goes down? It's Smokes on the attacking side.
भाई स्मोक्स ही चले गया उनका तो।
You can't have that, Komodo. Oh, and look at them now. Famous though, still deep in towards Pizza, looking for a possible pick, but Karen.
गॉडल कल तक टॉप पर थी यहाँ ना, गॉडल आज VXT ऊपर से जीत गई पहला मैच चिकन ना, तो वो अब टॉप पर है। बोनस भी ले लिए बे लोग।
Very well done for Gen G. They are certainly navigating, I mean, this whole qualification game to a T. Not any difference to what they were doing over on Split, carrying over good wins.
RGB कल का लास्ट के 2 मैचेस और ये 3 मैचेस इतना खराब खेली।
In the locations that they are sitting in, and they're not really.
RGB टॉप पे थी, अगर RG वाला हारेगी तो भाई बहुत बुरा लगेगा। VXT तो जीत सकती है भाई। VXT फुल फॉर्म में है, VXT जीतेगी मेरे को लग रहा है। Even Castus.
Berserks though with the trades.
The right gun in this sort of scenario too, when there's not full shields present for Boom. Outlaw can do some brilliant damage, and by timing as well, I think you've missed the mark there. It's Texture. Now he's the one that's on for the ace. Little timing. He could have found DOS9. He still may very well.
Right, able to find first at least. Flashes off onto Texture. They know exactly where he is. Still a bit of a threat. Texture able to dance back and forth. DOS9 out of ammo, but Berserks then to stabilize.
Yeah, but what can you do here? It's a 2 versus 2 scenario for sure, but Berserks is low.
Oh, and surely you don't expect Foxy 9
it's
either.
All timing. It's all timing.
Not quite spotted just yet. Oh, but until that helmet peeks on over. That's 1 kill found. And then for Ash to peek off of it as well as DOS9.
सोमराज मोस्ट अंडररेटेड आईजीएल भाई, मेरे को ना सोमराज एज एन आईजीएल बहुत पसंद आता है भाई। तो अगर सोमराज का ना वो वाला पॉइंट ना कोई नहीं देखता, आज तक बात नहीं होता, तुमको याद है गॉडलाइक एक बार इंटरनेशनल खेलने गई थी जब वो क्लच गॉड जी गॉड वाला स्क्वाड था, क्लच गॉड जी गॉड जॉनथन और शायद नियो था उस टाइम पे, नियो या शैडो, आई गेस नियो था। वो वाली स्क्वाड गई थी एक बार इंटरनेशनल्स खेलने, सोल के बाद वाला। उधर वो लोग साम्राज्य को लेकर गए थे एज अ 5th प्लेयर। भाई पूरे 18 ना कितने मैचेस में साम्राज्य को 18 मैचेस थे, 17 मैचेस तक साम्राज्य को नहीं खिलाए और वो बहुत खराब खेल रहे थे। एक भी मैच में कुछ ढंग के पॉइंट्स नहीं, वैसा क्लच गॉड आईजीलिंग कर रहा था ऐसा कुछ। वो आखिरी मैच साम्राज्य को खिलाया और साम्राज्य आईजीलिंग कर रहा था। उसी मैच ने गॉडल ने चिकन निकाला, वही मैच। और नोवा वो वाला बहुत था 1v1, जॉनथन और पैराबॉय का 1v1 था ना वो लास्ट जोन में, ऐसा कुछ। वो वाला मेरे को अभी भी याद है भाई। उस दिन से मेरे को पता चल गया था कि भाई है दम तो है। इंटरनेशनल लीग पे पहले ही मैच पूरा लीग नहीं खिला के लास्ट मैच खिलाया और उसी मैच में वो लोग सेंटर ऑफ द सर्कल में आके बिठा दिया उनको, पूरी टीम को। तो भाई मतलब मेरा वन ऑफ द फेवरेट आईजीएल्स में से साम्राज आता है भाई। लाइक वो है ना कि भाड़ में जा जानता भाई, दुनिया अपना भाई लड़के मरे, हम अपना काम करेंगे, वैसा सीन है उसके साथ। ना किसी वो टॉक्सिसिटी या जो बैंटर में घुसना, ना कुछ बोलना, वैसा। और जब सैवेज बनना है तब सैवेज भी बनना। बीएमपीएस में वो लोग जो सोल जीती थी, बीएमपीएस बोल रहा हूँ, बीजीएमएस, बीजीएमएस में जो सोल जीती थी 2024 वाला, उसमें साम्राज्य की टीम सेकंड आई थी ना, थोड़ा सा केले साम्राज्य की टीम ने जीती। वो वाला मेरे को थोड़ा सा खराब लगा था, बट सोल जीती थी बोल के मैं कुछ और इतना खराब नहीं लगा, वैसा सीन। अभी से 4-0 5-0 हो गया। इंडियन ऑडियंस सिर्फ गॉडल, सोल और आरएनटीएक्स में बैठे हैं बस। आरएनटीएक्स में भी कहाँ बैठे हैं वो, रेवेनेंट को तो लंड कुछ भाव नहीं देते थे, जस्ट बिकॉज स्काउट की टीम आई बोलकर आरएनटीएक्स कर रहे हैं। वरना आप खुद बताओ, जितना नाम एक्सपार्क के जुड़ने से बाद हुई है आरएनटीएक्स लोग करते हैं, उतना उसके पहले था क्या? कोई रेवेनेंट मुंह से भी सुनते थे? जितना इज्जत रेकनिंग का था पूरे आईजीसी में, मतलब इज्जत करते थे, प्रेजेंस लोगों को पता था, बट जितना नाम लेते थे रेकनिंग का उतना ही नाम लेते थे रेवेनेंट का, इतू सा। जस्ट बिकॉज अभी स्काउट का नाम जुड़ चुका है, इसलिए अभी वो एक हीट टॉपिक बन के ऊपर उठा है। अब अगर रेकनिंग ये बीजीआईएस जीती तो अब रेकनिंग का भी एक सर्टन लेवल पे रेस्पेक्ट बढ़ जाएगा। रेकनिंग बहुत अंडररेटेड टीम है भाई, हमेशा अच्छे प्लेयर्स लेती है लेकिन जीत नहीं पाती है। आप चाहे वो वैलोरेंट में देख लो, चाहे वो बीजीएमआई में देख लो, वीसीएसए में भी आप देखें कैसे पहले इतना अच्छा खेल रही थी रेकनिंग। जब मैं वॉच पार्टी कर रहा था, आप तो थे तब, स्टार्टिंग में कितना मस्त खेल रही थी, 13-0 हराई थी एक टीम को वैसा। उसके बाद जैसे ही ग्रुप स्टेज खत्म होते होते आया, वैसे वो हारते गए। अब अभी बीजीएमआई टीम के साथ भी वैसे हुआ, पूरा डे 1 में डोमिनेशन, डे 2 के हाफ तक डोमिनेशन। अब जैसे ही टूर्नामेंट खत्म होते होते आ रहा है, वो भी हकते नीचे जा रहे हैं। वैसे ही हो रहा था वैलोरेंट में भी। वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई, गेम पूरा वन साइडेड हो गया है भाई। अब पता है ऐसा है कि इंडियन टीम्स ना बाहर ये गेम पे, पीसी गेम पे डोमिनेट नहीं कर रही है, इसलिए लोग ना ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट दिखा के, मतलब यहाँ पे इतना बैंटर वाला सीन है नहीं। इंडिया का बैंटर तो क्या है, यहाँ पे लोगों को बैंटर ही नहीं पता, पूरा डायरेक्ट टॉक्सिक होते हैं। जैसे यहाँ पे भी सीनेरे में घुसने लग जाएंगे ना, तो लोग यहाँ पे भी वो करने लग जाएंगे, सोल गॉडल वैसे करने लग जाएंगे। लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली दिस इज नॉट देयर होम गेम, यहाँ पे वो लैंड नहीं कुछ उखाड़ सकते। मतलब इंडियन की बात कर रहा हूँ।
Aim not found.
इंडियन प्लेयर्स की बात कर रहा हूँ, बस वो ये कर सकते हैं। भाई रियलिटी है भाई, अब जो कर सकते हैं वो कर रहे हैं ऑलरेडी, वो ये नहीं करेंगे। और पीसी गेमर्स वही होते हैं जिनमें थोड़ा दिमाग होता है, इसलिए भाई। और क्यों डिफरेंस आप समझो ना, अब कोई भी माँ बाप अपने 10 साल के बच्चे को पीसी लेके देंगे नहीं, वो तो अपना फोन पकड़ा देंगे, ले खेल ले 2 घंटे शांति से चुप हो जाएगा, हम अपने शांति से सो पाएंगे। तो वो जो अपना फोन दे देते हैं उसमें वो 10 साल के बच्चे घुस जाते हैं, वैसा तो बहुत हेवीली डिफरेंस हो जाता है।
Counter Hunter's Fury of all things. It's a combo we've all seen before, but down onto the
बहुत
rotations now.
अलग अलग है ना मार्केट, एंड वही बेस्ट पार्ट है पीसी गेम्स के।
What do you do?
वो जो इमेच्योर टॉक्सिक ऑडियंस है ना, वो नहीं आते इस तरफ।
27 HP.
You play it slow and you hope
कुछ तो रहेंगे, 1% 2% विल ऑलवेज बी देयर, बट वो जो मेजॉरिटी रहती है, जैसे बीजीएमआई में मेजॉरिटी अभी तो वही रह गए हैं, immature toxic audience, वो नहीं रहेंगे।
And they've got the choke of B held by Texture's operator with Foxy9 ready to swing when that happens. I mean, you are in the absolute perfect positions as Gen G in this scenario.
Gotta look for some kind of a combo. You've got NC Slasher with the Teo utility.
To be honest,
possibly to flush Texture.
भाई तो 7-0 हो रहा है।
Boom is saving. There's no way they're getting back in towards this round. They are saving this weaponry to have something available for the next round.
That was a full minute. We're just podcasting through this entire mid to late round.
I'm more hoping
भाई तो 7-0 हो गई, तो बूम का मैप पिक क्या 2-0 हारेंगे क्या बूम?
To talk.
Oh, look at the player counts though. Not too much in discussions. Shiro as the IGL, hopefully trying to cook something up.
I did see Berserk's getting pretty active.
Not too bad.
In the comms before, so.
For now, just still trying to stay alive, Komodo. But for now, I mean, that was a round off of the timeout from before. That entire plan was cooked up, and it was so quickly countered by Gen G and Ash on this Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, none of the utility at the entry side of things that is destroyed, right? The molly, yeah, it's baited out by Famous, but it is the fact that it is the Hunter's Furies that go in, and you can't use any of your utility as well to get into the site, because there's also a null command that Munchkin's dropped in on you. So it is the perfect counter that Gen G have available to just
7-0
getting in towards the site. Like, the way that Gen G is playing this defensive side is impeccable.
I want to point out, Foxy9 was just dancing around that beam as well. Next round up, and it's pop flash Texture to push.
And he's hungry, maybe a little bit too hungry. So finally, folks, we get an opening kill Boom's way with no trade to be seen.
Maybe the hungry beasts a little bit hungrier this time. The stealth drone avoided for now until the scan goes over. 0 point right back though.
How much do you favor Munchkin on an operator too? It's down to the timing though, as Ash puts up.
Yeah, off the fragment into the off angle.
He's
Famous again. It might not be the first death in this round, but he's still not able to come online. He's getting disabled every step of the way. The op now in Munchkin's hands just fires off a warning shot.
They're not even in the site. They're just blocked out by all of this utility. No one was able to get in when Famous was trying to do so.
Oh, smoke's dissipating. And he finds the shoulder. It's the exact
8-0 हो रहा है तो
as the previous round.
भाई कोई बोलेगा बूम पूरे अनडिफिटेड रही है टूर्नामेंट में, कोई नहीं हरा पाया है, कोई बोलेगा ऐसा खेल रही है।
They do have a smoke that they can try and block off Munchkin, but you gotta try and just get in past this one. He's already starting to reposition. It's gonna be a progression smoke that they can slip in towards the laneway, but they don't even want to do that.
Oh, and it's a crazy shot from Karon. That was not perfect movement accuracy, but it still lands square in the face of Shiro. DOS9 not able to survive either. 8-0 so far.
Man, oh man. And that's an opening frag going Boom's way as well. Though I will say, Munchkin getting 4 highlighted members off the 0 point is pretty big to stop them from going in as well, right? It's just some good little pieces of timing, utility to come out from Gen G. 8-0. It's going to be a bit of a force buy to come out from Boom. A couple members stretching the credits a little bit further than the rest.
And Gen G adjusts to the mid play.
0 point over towards B main. Did catch off Berserk's guaranteed. Unsure if it also found NC Slasher, which it actually did here.
I mean, look at how sound this macro strategy is. You're watching tiles, and you've got 2 or 3 more players from the Gen G side. And
Oh, the
Arkin just to watch for top mid. Texture in with the blades, though. Quick on the draw. Shiro not too bad for the exchange, but still.
You've got to see Boom recoup together here and use the Armageddon to get in towards a site. If it's going to be this A site, it would push Charon to get out of dodge with Shrouded Step or from the shadows as the rest of the team starts to make their way back towards this A site. You've also then got Berserks with the Steel Garden still holding on to it too. So you can either use that earlier on your entry towards the site, or you can hold it for a little bit and use it when you're in the site.
It's kind of an all in or nothing. There goes the Armageddon, but Charon alongside Foxy9 now. Berserk's not too bad on the Guardian, but the lockdown, thanks to Foxy9's kill, Boom are forced to push into this position, and that's when Munchkin will spring out like a trap. Strikes into the heart of Boom, and it's Gen G up to 9.
9-0 bro, 9-0.
Well, because you lose your smokes before you can even get into
Boom का map pick है bro.
Texture. Getting some commanding
Gen G
space
क्या
up
खेल
through
रही
mid.
है?
Yeah, he misses the shot, but the blades finish off DOS9, so it just becomes real rough when you've got Famous TPing into the site. That is a shot that you will never see Charon miss. It's just from bad to worse, it feels like for Boom. When they're finding opening, when they're finding any...
ये तो Gen G पहली टीम हो जाएगी qualify करने के लिए.
Calculations from Gen G.
Gen G qualify हो रही है भाई तो.
Now the next round comes up. Once again, Texture on the op. He's holding
Gen
the
G is
line
back.
in towards B main.
The Shanghai Gen G is back.
Berserk's not able to create any pressure whatsoever. Oh, and just with that little pixel spotted, I'm getting flashbacks to 2023.
That's all you need, a pixel to get the job done. Now some further information that you've stopped Boom from getting any space up through the guts of mid. You've got a double lineup stack and trade in towards the tree room.
10-0. ये तो भाई cooked
Still
है.
trying to creep on up though.
Now Boom is cooked.
4, but that said, low
Oh,
HP
Munchkin
still
को
able
मारे.
to hop on over to the B site.
Boom is cooked now. ये तो हो गया.
Spots out
GG
a
है
player
तो
as
game.
well. Surely NC Slasher already noted too.
Spike down B.
Just might be another 10-2 or worse scoreline in this first half. Fame is completely surrounded. Ash just cleans it up for the Korean squad.
10-0, unanswered. No real value to come out from Boom in this one, and it's another one where the opening kill is the way of Gen G. They've got the right players in the right position, and they can keep doing this, right? How many times have we seen Charon and Munchkin just double up into the tree and gain favor? They have not been sniffed out. They have not been snuffed out whatsoever by Boom. Famous is really not having a good day on this Yoru too. I mean, he had the most first deaths on the first map. I think he's got a couple here as well. And this time you've got Gen G changing it up. Quick up towards B main. You got your Killjoy set up in A.
Still trying to switch up the pace. They managed to get in the sight. The
They're in.
spam's not quite connecting. But then you gotta consider some of the utility that Gen G might have.
Berserk's is not with them and he's got the Steel Garden. He could remove all the guns. What's he doing? He's playing flank and he's gone.
And that does alert to Boom that at least Texture is on the flank. But how much is that going to come alive? Texture still able to keep some opponents off to the attention on the back side of the squad. The rest of the Gen G squad waterfall into sight. Charon still able to
Texture
come out
fight
on
में नहीं
top.
आया.
This is an 11-0 now, Komodo.
It's the trades. It's the trade game there, and it's a great recall
11-0
Ash as well to reveal all the players towards Hell.
भाई
You got the
ये
flank
क्या है? कोई
expected by
बोलेगा ये
Texture as
game?
well. You know, I kind of wanted to see Berserks with the squad using that shear for the flank watch a little bit, and then going back after you use your ultimate potentially, because you got to remember if the flank is going to come out, right, Charon can get past it, and Texture can technically get past it if he's using the jet util, but in a scenario like that, with the squad, you might have thought would be having a little bit more value, because it's the trade game, it's the scan game that's working better for Gen G there. 11-0 last round of the half. You're playing with scraps yet again for Boom.
And it's every game working out so well for Gen G right now, Komodo, let's be honest.
Every round for sure. Killjoy utility to the A side. If it ain't
Look at
broke,
that.
don't fix it. It's a tiles crunch, it's a pop out B main, and it's all of the information that Gen G needed to just recognize, yeah, this is ending A.
And Foxy9 has the util already prepped up on this site. Clone might have slept through, but you still got the nano swarms. You got the turret up towards the corner. DOS9 though trying to mark down the door with the judge to the best of his ability. The door quickly gets broken. In comes a nade, in with DOS9, but the mark, the range, not quite found. Famous then goes into dimensional drift. You got a minute left on the clock, but Munchin just continues to go off. Kill after kill, rip and tear. 1,000 kills found in texture to pick up the double at the end. We might have a perfect game at the end of this. It's 12-0 at the end of the first half.
Oh, and another scenario where Berserks is just not using the Steel Garden in a moment. Had he used it as soon as he got into the site, there'd be no guns for them to get around. There'd be no 1,000th kill mark, 2,000th kill mark to come on out. 12 flawless rounds for Gen G as they are 1 round away from taking down Boom, who were 5-0 through this first stage. Who we never thought would go 5-0.
One of my favorite controllers in the game. Secondary controllers, by the way.
And they have provided nothing. As harsh as it is, as harsh as it sounds, nothing on the scoreline here on this map, and kind of not a lot on map number 1 as well, when you consider it was 12-4, and they only got a couple of rounds in succession that didn't mean too much in the grand scheme of things.
It's facts. It's the God's honest truth. We haven't seen anything from Boom. Perhaps only the almost comeback at the end of Split on the previous map, but right now, just nothing going their way, and it's a masterclass coming up from this Gen G squad. You can eat stir-fried pork, you can play Valorant, do whatever you want.
I'm sure they'll be doing that after this series if they qualify to Toronto. Some shakiness for Gen G through this stage, don't get me wrong.
यहाँ से तो हो ही गया तो जी हो रहा है जी Gen G जा रही है. Impossible for Boom. Impossible. सीधा. सीधा बोल रहा हूँ. Impossible for Boom, bro.
Well, texture's looking phenomenal. Foxy9 was looking great with that deadlock on Split. This round though, Boom, they are the #1 team in pistols in Pacific.
They were able to turn that around on its head from the previous map as well, and right now starting things off pretty darn well. NC Slasher spoiling things for Gen G. Still though, with the information collected, it's going to be the quick spike deliver over onto the A site. Karen trying to stay alive, trying to survive.
Should be impossible here.
Arnav bhai, welcome to the stream. क्या हाल है Arnav bhai, कैसे हो?
And the final threat
स्वागतम.
has been neutralized. Perfect game, completely jinxed up.
लेकिन कितना ही खेल करेंगे वे? 6 राउंड जीत जाएंगे, 7 राउंड जीत जाएंगे. Gen G को 1 राउंड जीतना है. सारे अल्ट आ जाएंगे, एक ही राउंड पे सारे अल्ट मार देंगे, जीत गए, खत्म.
This is a very different scenario. You know, as the first run for Gen G, right? Because first half, you're not closing the game down there. You've got no pressure as them if they drop a couple rounds here and there, which they eventually didn't. But here, one small mistake, one small overstep from any member, and it could be the series. You know, they're coming in towards this one. You don't want to go into a lower bracket. Like,
well,
this was the best opportunity for Boom, you would say.
All they needed was 1 win. Well, they are running a different comp. Oops. And it would be one hell of a story if they actually made the comeback possible. But right now, Gen G just trying to throw bodies at the problem. Famous and Shiro able to deal with the problem as soon as it happens.
Yeah.
Quickly nipped in the bud.
No 3-body problem that they need to worry about.
इतना dominate BC.
They all have their heads on a swivel, but the kills.
भाई 12-0 समझ रहे हो?
And now we've got the guns.
एक राउंड नहीं दी भाई Gen G ने, एक राउंड. और जो 12-0 हुई है ना, जो 0 पे है ना टीम, वो पूरे ग्रुप स्टेजेस में एक बार भी किसी टीम से हारी नहीं है. 5-0 अनडिफिटेड रही थी.
Good thing for Boom is they didn't drop a single gun in that round.
समझ रहे हो? एक भी नहीं हारी. देखो ना, उनका BME के नीचे अल्फा #1 लिखा हुआ है. एक भी नहीं मैच आ रही है और वो टॉप फिनिश की थी, और वो हार रही है. पहला मैप ऑलरेडी हार चुकी है, उनका मैप पिक पे 12-0 हुआ है. सोचो.
Towards B from before as well. Does keep a couple more players from Boom on the site.
It'll be an early tell, an early read for Boom as well, with the sheer wall not being too deep in towards B, but deep enough that gives Berserks enough safety time. as you see the drone go in towards A main, you slip in.
Okay.
as
क्या
Dust
accent
Knight
है
as
भाई?
well, but
क्या
this is the
accent
sort
है?
of scenario where you consider is
समझा
that
नहीं.
just a ruse to bait out our
अच्छा वो
utility
बंदे
around
का.
A. The zero
अरे
point landed
वो
towards
इधर
the
क्या है
B
ना,
side of things.
इंडोनेशियन है
Notice
ना.
that Berserk's dodged it, so his utility is still there. As NC Slasher does get taken down to 33.
Oh, but look at Foxy9. Mentioned the utility, and he's just happy to toy around with
खत्म
it.
हो गया मैटर. हाँ मैटर
The
तो
moments
खत्म
though,
है.
Quack, where
और
he
जेनजी ये वाला
oversees
जीत
from
गए तो
Boom.
जारी है, मास्टर्स जारी है,
And
कंफर्म क्वालिफाई.
Famous, he's caught,
ले.
he's dead first, he blinks,
ले.
I don't know. Regardless, that's not the way that you wanted to see that one turn out.
4v5 now, and it's a 4v5 where NC Slasher is low HP. Movements across the board as Boom looks to find a hold on space that has been lost. Gen G looking for the quick execute then into the B site. Berserks, decent hold, but as the time crunches
ब्रिटिश
down,
यूरोपियन
Texture
एक्शन नहीं
goes
नहीं
up
नहीं नहीं
online.
नहीं. टीम
Shiro
इंडोनेशिया
tries
और
to
सारे
hold
इंडोनेशियन
house,
प्लेयर्स है,
and
बस
he
डॉस
finds
9 को
quick
छोड़
tap
के.
into
डॉस 9
Foxy9's
रशियन है.
face. Looks for the spam into the spike plant, and he manages to seal the deal.
बाकी सारे
Just
इंडोनेशियन
Munchkin
है.
left alive. He's got to hold
देखो
on to his weapon.
जो BME का
Doing his
जो
best
ओमेन है
suppression
डॉस
in that
9
one
वो
for
बस
sure.
रशियन है, बाकी सारे
Shiro able
इंडोनेशियन.
to hold down the B site. And they will manage to find the bonus rounds.
Woo.
भाई यूरोपियन प्लेयर्स पैसिफिक रीजन पे
Yeah, for sure, but at least
खेलेंगे ही
they
नहीं.
got the round, right? The whole
वो अपने
scenario
EMEA
right now
region
where
में
you're
खेलेंगे
on
भाई.
the thought process of imagine the comeback, but we can't really.
अरे जो कमेंट्री
imagine
कर
it
रहे हैं,
just yet,
अच्छा
I don't think.
कमेंट्री जो कर रहे हैं.
Still difficult to paint
एक
that
तो
picture
फिलीपीन का
so
है
far.
और एक का पता नहीं.
Need 9 more rounds, but right now, at the very least, Boom looking a little bit more confident. Famous though, still, that was not good.
Does dodge the 0 point though, so at least he can get out with the gate crash on the eventual A lane that Gen G are coming out with Munchkin's primary Vandal being the hero weapon.
Famous then with the gate crash back into A site. Shiro to hold off towards B main.
And that's 2 players noted at the stretch of B as well, with now Famous dropping the gate crash back towards the Bravo site as tree control is established for the Boom members. This is the time for Gen G to start to still sneakily scale up this A site.
3 players on the site though.
Or did he see the corner?
Decent. Munchkin. Oh, gotta imagine the pressure on this guy's shoulders. It's tough.
Yeah.
But it does give Gen G the site.
The whole site.
Just Texture to go in fact. The rest of them slowly trailing through. Good spam coming out from NC Slasher though. And he still has the utility, which does go through now. In with the paranoia as well. Shiro alongside Berserks to waterfall into hell. The spike has been found. The kills have been found also. As Munchkin then gets brought down into the depths of the abyss, it's gonna be Boom slowly bringing themselves back up afloat.
1 step at a time. That's what they have to take this one as. 1 step at a time. Still try and have a little bit of a pass mark to make sure you're holding some economy for the next rounds. I was looking at Shiro in this one and I was kind of thinking, yeah, you want to drop on down and help your teammates. You've got 2 shock darts that you can ricochet around as well if needed. But it's good to see that the gunplay is working a treat for Boom, though in this fresh round, this is weaponry for Gen G.
For Gen G to hold as well.
DOS 9.
Sneaks himself into the corner.
Will it be expected from Foxy9 though? He's looking to and he removes his head. No smokes for Boom now on this defensive side. Famous down to 24 HP and a Hunter's Fury that goes awry.
Nothing found for the side of Boom. Everything lost.
Some damage for sure, but nothing too large.
Nothing of value.
No, you don't need to be too extravagant here as Gen G either. 5 versus 4. Just call to group up together.
Credit to Foxy9 for being that diligent as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, Gen G go for those sort of plays on their defensive side a couple times, sending Texture in through the smoke, for example, but this time just DOS 9 doing it solo dolo.
Gotta be honest, Komodo, I do not like Boom's odds right now. The utility beginning to trickle through, the paranoia. You do have Razor Vines activated across the site, but Texture looks to bypass most of it until he gets stopped. Decent kills now as Berserks and gang start to slow things down.
But NC Slasher has to run on over here to get these salvos in situation to even use them with this 10-second timer before the spike goes down. They will start to come on in, but you'll still get the plant.
Foxy9 also to continue holding for the angles as well. Berserk's not too bad. NC Slasher then with more assistance. 2v1 Ash holds for the angle around Generator, but the shorty will make quick work of him. 5-12 now. Are we beginning to believe?
I don't think so yet, honestly. When these massive ultimates start to come online,
भाई मैं माइक ऑफ करके बोल रहा था मैं बोल रहा था अर्नव भाई मुश्किल है क्योंकि अब देखो यहाँ से 7-8 राउंड चाहिए बूम को किसी एक राउंड गलती करेगी बूम वो राउंड जेंजी कैपिटलाइज करेगी अगर वो भी नहीं हुआ सोवा और केजे दोनों कल्ट आएगा वो राउंड पे खत्म कर देगी एक राउंड चाहिए जेंजी को एक राउंड समझ रहे हो एक राउंड चाहिए बहुत मुश्किल है भाई यहाँ से कमबैक भी किए तो बहुत मुश्किल है और 5 राउंड जीत जाएगी बूम जीतने दो वो उसके बाद वाला राउंड जीत जाएंगे जीतने से मैटर है ये ग्रुप स्टेज तो है नहीं कि भाई मैप डिफरेंस मैटर करेगा या राउंड डिफरेंस मैटर करेगा 7 राउंड चाहिए यस 7 राउंड अब कंप्यूटर तो है नहीं कि भाई परफेक्टली हर राउंड ये करेगी क्योंकि उनका जो मेन प्लेयर है फेमस उसका लग नहीं रहा वो पहले मर रहा है नहीं तो कुछ फर्स्ट किल तो नहीं कर पा रहा जो यूजुअली ग्रुप स्टेज में वो कर रहा था इसलिए उनकी टीम जीत रही उनका जो देखो सेकंड वहां से जो सेकंड प्लेयर है उस तरफ से इधर से एक स्टार्ट हो रहा था ऐसे तो इधर से सेकंड प्लेयर वो फेमस है वो फर्स्ट ब्लड नहीं निकाल पा रहा है और बूम का वो सबसे बड़ा चीज है कि वो फर्स्ट ब्लड निकालता था तभी वो जीती थी ह्यूमन है भाई कोई ना 7 राउंड में कुछ नहीं कितना राउंड वो तो करेंगे ही
Right now it's going to be Gen G in with a quick A split.
देखो टेक्सचर मार दिया बरसक्स को.
NC Slasher trying to buy and stall for time as much as possible, but the flash is still good. NC Slasher then continuing to play around Dice. Famous now finding his targets. In with a shorty. He takes down Texture. Clone to hold out space and peek off contact on the flash. And for DOS9 to arrive at the right time. Boom, continue upwards. But the ults have been found for Gen
that's
G.
it. That's what I was kind of waiting for, you know. Gen G had found themselves 12 rounds of faltering, essentially. Well, maybe you call it 11 until we get into the overtime scenario, right, that they actually had to close out this map. But in that one, a single Armageddon used, and you've still...
मुश्किल है, but everything is possible है. मतलब possible तो है, अब कर ली तो बहुत ही best part है. But मुश्किल है भाई. Gen G जो एक round नहीं दी उनके map pick पे. समझ रहे हो? अल्ट मिल गया है वही अल्ट मिल गया है कास्टर्स भी वही बोल रहे हैं ये राउंड में भी खत्म कर सकते हैं क्यों अल्ट मारेगा सोवा पोस्ट प्लांट अल्ट नहीं तो एक टैग होगा उसको अल्ट वैसा अब उनका योरू अल्ट मारेगा इसके लिए इन्फो के लिए
a bit of free reign and territories here. You can see that Berserks is hanging back in the spawn just in case, trying to spot out any pushes.
नहीं उनका योरू अभी अल्ट नहीं मारेगा
Sheer wall still at the front of the B site.
मार सकता है अरे मार दिया
But on the timing mark, Famous starts to get the information. Sees 3 outside of B.
Crucial one will be Munchkin as well with the null command. So serving does provide some value to Boom. The rest of the players playing farther back.
Yeah, and if null command comes out, Berserk's util is still going to be okay.
वो late आएगा.
Off to Shiro as well, who is hiding inside.
योरू को देखो.
Pressure begins to mount. Texture looking for the kill. Shiro tucked inside, but met with the right click.
Yeah, at that point in time, you can definitely use
योरू
that
को
one.
देखो.
Still got your Phantom, player advantage, Gen G. They set up a plant.
Famous up towards the back as well, but he will be quickly noted by Foxy9's utility. Situation beginning to tense up. Famous in for the peak. He takes down Munchkin. A decent start. And Karen
ने निकाल दिया.
dealing with his opponents as well. Famous looks to eliminate his threat. Pushes on up, but oh no, this could be all over. Just down to DOS9.
यही मैं बोल रहा था देखो.
Famous was instantly taken out as well.
कि एक गलती करेंगे और दिक्कत हो जाएगी.
Robbed away from him.
यही मैं बोल रहा था.
To an end. Gen G with a final score of 13-6. They've had some up and downs, but they will bring themselves back to the international stage at VCT Masters Toronto.
Welcome
Must
back to Gen
qualify.
G.
Shanghai Gen G is back.
To re-stabilize their succession, their history going forward into 2025. You cast your mind back. So far this year, not too hot, but finally they give themselves the chance here. An up and down moment in time for stage 1 for Kickoff Shore as well. But here, with some changes, with some new ideas coming into this stage, and
यही मैं बोल रहा था भाई, कब तक मुश्किल होता है जब 0-12 हो जाता है ना, बहुत मुश्किल होता है.
The undefeated Boom Esports in this stage as well.
सारा गेमर जी, आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है. चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा. एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग. क्या हाल है, कैसे हो अर्नव? क्या फायदा 5 राउंड गप गप करने का. अर्नव भाई ठीक है, मतलब अब वो तो फाइट करेंगे ना.
Ash on this roster, right? The other guys, they've been through this a couple of times, right? They've gone overseas here and there for your masters, for, you know, champions, for example, as well. But for Ash, the newcomer to this roster, you know that it's got to be something special for him.
And at the same time for Foxy9 as well, gelling well with the team a lot better this time. We are going to toss it over onto the stage for the winning interview with Bella.
Arya. Arya, Bella, Arya.
축하드립니다.
Bella.
솔로 감독님 인터뷰 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 여기 카론 선수 서주시고요. 감독님, 센터 쓰실래요? 좋습니다. Hi guys, it's Gen G's Karon and Solo with me for the post-match interview, and they take the first ticket to Masters Toronto. Woo! You gave
अर्नव भाई तो पूरा
payback. So
अर्नव भाई का लाल टपक रहे होंगे.
How does it feel? Oh, he's a little busy, but I'll get to him in Korean. How does it feel to go to Toronto, the first seat in? 이제 첫 번째 토론토행 티켓은 젠지가 먼저 갈게 하면서 오늘 붐한테 이렇게 복수도 할 겸 가져가셨습니다. 우선 소감부터 들어볼게요, 감독님.
저희가 처음에 졌을 때 좀 많이 당황하고 붐한테 다시 만나면 무조건 이긴다는.
अबे सारा हूँ, कौन सी सारा?
그게 토론토.
मैं आपको पहचानता हूँ क्या?
이겨서 너무 기분이 좋고요. 네, 우승까지 노려보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
When we first met with Boom, we were a little bit caught off guard, but I'm really glad.
एक बार आप बता सकते हो क्या, लाइक आप मेरे चैनल पे पहले आ चुके हो क्या? Undefeated Boom is defeated. Yes, yes, yes.
Take that trophy as well. Next up, Karon, we saw you roar, the screaming Karon, the first.
मैं भूल गया, मैं मेंबर नहीं हूँ. Yes, आप मेंबर नहीं हो.
Was this all because you were really desperate and you wanted that ticket to Toronto? 첫 번째 라운드부터 카론 선수가 거의 소리 지르는 그런 장면들이 엄청 많이 나왔거든요. 그만큼 토론토행 티켓이 오늘 간절했던 걸까요?
This is my channel. अच्छा, okay, ठीक है सारा जी.
난항기를 좀 겪고 있는 좀 상태였어요. 근데 이게
Chaos वाली.
계속 이제
Chaos वाली सारा.
이게 좀 안 나와 주니까
याद सा नहीं आ रहा है. कुछ और ऐसा बोलो जिससे मुझे याद आए.
그냥 이제 팀에게
Chaos वाली सारा ठीक है.
나이스 해주면서 그냥 무언가를 더 해줘야겠다. 내가 안 되는
मैंने गेम छोड़ दिया तो मेरे को याद सा नहीं आ रहा है.
해줄 거니까 그냥 내가 할 수 있는 선에서 최대한을 해보자라는 생각으로 그냥 이제 좀 나이스를 좀 더 크게 하게 된 것 같습니다.
I think I was actually going through a little bit of a rough patch, and I thought, what can I bring to the table for my team when my form isn't the best? And I said, hey, why not be a cheerleader? My teammates will come through for me, so I might as well scream and shout that nice and give that positive energy for my team. And Solo, we saw a classic comp on Ascent. Was this the way that, the classic Gen G way that you came up with to counter Boom? And why do you think it took a little bit longer than you expected it to be? 이제 어센트 조합에서 튜닝의 끝은 순정이다 싶은 완전 클래식 요원 조합을 다시 보여주셨습니다. 붐을 상대로 우리가 원래 하던 대로 하던 걸 그게 가장 잘 통하겠다 싶어서 그걸 오늘 준비.
Looking like vanilla ice cream. I wanna eat that. देखो देखो देखो.
그랬던 거라고.
देखो 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 भाई, मतलब आज कुछ अलग ही पहन कर आए हैं सच्ची में।
방심해서
नॉर्मली क्या
그런 것도 있고.
कुछ अलग रहता है कपड़े, आज लग रहा है सीधा घर से उठकर आ गए,
봤을 때 저희가
है ना? घर वाले कपड़े लग रहे हैं ना।
조합인데
बट आप कौन होते हो बे जज करने वाले? हम कौन होते हैं बे उन्हें जज करने वाले? वो जो भी कपड़ा पहने,
여러 조합이
वो कपड़ा ना भी पहने, हम कौन होते हैं भाई?
클래식한 조합을
आप कपड़ा पहनो, मैं कपड़ा पहनो, मैं कपड़ा पहन के स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, काफी है। मेरे हाथ खाली है कि नहीं? देखो मैं यहाँ तक कपड़ा पहनूं, मैं चाहता तो यहाँ तक पहन सकता था, क्यों नहीं पहना मैं? या ये हम लोगों की सोच है जो साली दुनिया को खराब कर रही है।
But I thought that using the classic jet would work better as a counter against Boom today. And Karon, your next opponent is either going to be DRX or RRQ. Who do you think is going to win? 다음 경기 바로 이제 상대가 DRX 아니면 RRQ 선수거든요. 누가 올라오게 될까요? 지금 다들 목이 빼꼼 하고 있는데.
제가 생각하기에는
They're all chiming in. We're listening.
잘 모르겠네요.
아.
둘 다 세가지고 이게.
모르겠다.
예.
I don't know. They're all good teams, and we had all the players chime in. Hey, we're watching you. We know what you're gonna say. Thank you to Solo and Karam for joining me, and congratulations to going to Toronto for the first shot. Yay!
감사합니다.
감사합니다.
네, 그럼 다음 젠지의 상대는 누가 될지 저는 매치 2 인터뷰로 돌아오겠습니다.
जेन्युइन। अच्छा बेबी आई लव यू हैं? वो देखो एस्ट्रेला से बात कर रहा है सोलो।
Welcome to Masters Toronto, Gen G. What an amazing series. Both
ये कौन भाई? अर्नव भाई ये कौन है चैट में आके बेबी आई लव यू बोल रही है?
Boom were able to pull it back just
क्या
a little
सीन?
bit. But Gen G, this was just them on top form. This is what I wanted to see.
ऋक भाई की स्माइल तो देखो, स्क्रीन पे देख के देख। अरे भाई क्या भाई, अब इंसान खुश भी ना हो है
So dominant by Gen G on that defense. I feel like Boom were
भाई।
not here to play.
अब कोई जेलस हो रहा होगा तो होए भाई, मेरे को क्या भाई।
Form is temporary, but class is forever. I mean, Gen G just the way better team.
ऋक भाई फ्लैटर्ड, मैं क्यों फ्लैटर्ड होऊंगा भाई? मेरे को कोई कमेंट थोड़ी कर रहा है, कॉम्प्लीमेंट थोड़ी दे रहा है। नेपाल से कॉल आ रहे हैं भाई, क्यों सारा? फिर प्यार में पगली दीवानी है भाई। मेरे को भी वही लग रहा है, प्यार में मैं वो हूँ जो 4 वीक से लवर की रिक्वेस्ट भेज रखी है।
I mean, last year was minimum top 2 in Masters for them in both of the Masters events they
आप
attended. So
मतलब वही हो क्या जो डिस्कॉर्ड में 2 हफ्ते में एक बार आती हो टेक्स्ट करके, फिर 2 हफ्ते गायब हो जाती हो? आप वही वाली सारा हो क्या? क्योंकि बात करना तो आपसे होता है नहीं, है ना? ना आप इंस्टा पे हो, डिस्कॉर्ड पे भी हो, लेकिन 2 हफ्ते में एक बार आती हो, चैट करके चली जाती हो, एक ही टेक्स्ट करोगी आप। तो मैं आपको याद रखूं किस लिए? ये हफ्ते में एक बार आके बेबी आई लव यू बोल के जाने के लिए याद रखूं क्या?
and then I wiped it out and I put Boom. I thought that they would have great prep coming into the game today. I thought that their good run in through the group stage, their players were all in form, but it was a classic Boom choke today. There's no other way to put it. Unfortunately, they folded under the pressure here, and Gen G is that championship winning core with the rock solid mental despite the shaky start that they've had to this year. They brought back a classic comp on Ascent. And it's even like another thing that I thought would happen earlier on in the group stage, where I saw Gen G all on comfort agents playing against Boom in that opening game, and I was like, well, Karen's on the Omen, Texture's on Jet, you've got Munchkin on KO, this is a recipe for success. And then they didn't perform in that game in the groups, but in the playoffs game, they were back in form and they absolutely wiped the floor with Boom. It was a fantastic game for Gen G. There's no other way to put it other than Gen G leveled up in the pressure game and Boom fell apart.
Hey, at least it wasn't the 13-0. It could have been.
They will be relieved that at least they avoided that.
I don't think it's going to matter.
Come on, let's call a spade here. This was a throw. This was Boom's match to lose.
I mean, I hate to do this, but this is a highlight of what I've seen many times from Boom, and you saw it exactly in this series, but I've watched a lot of these guys' games going back to Ascension and some other tournaments. Like, when Boom loses a first pick on a default, or when things start to fall apart for them,
अरे वो YouTube का ज्यादा टाइम दे रही ही. कौन से YouTube को? नया बॉयफ्रेंड बन गया क्या YouTube? लुम्पादेश्वर मतलब ये महिला भी बुरी नहीं. अच्छा ये कोई महिला बुरी नहीं है भाई, सब महिला अच्छा होते हैं.
Foxy9 is in the backside of the B site, dancing around Hunter's Fury, and he's run shot Famous coming out of his dimensional drift with a Phantom, and that's the kind of round where that was a little unlucky. Like, usually when you get the Yoru ult on those attacking side gun rounds, you're actually able to run through, get all the info, and actually streamline your attacking side round. But unfortunately, the problem for Boom was exactly what I said in the pre-show, and exactly what happened on Split with Famous on this Yoru. Nobody is scaling out with him. They're all just stuck in B main, and they're stuck in the chokes, and they couldn't get any momentum or scale out onto the site at all.
Not to mention, we have to get like the stats of how many times Munchkin was able to, like, you know, get a kill on Famous this entire series. Because I felt like that was almost like a little mini game that was happening in this series. Not to mention Texture as well, popping off when you needed to.
Yeah, I mean, Texture went crazy. I think he had 9 first bloods in this map here, which is just ludicrous, especially when we, you know, we spoke about this before. We don't consider him to necessarily be the one who's always getting these first kills for Gen G, but here, he was just electric. Honestly, it felt like he had God mode turned on in the settings.
You can
could
go
do no
back,
wrong.
You can go back and look for yourself. Go back through the kickoff stats. Go back through stage 1. He does not have a positive first kill, first death differential. He is normally conceding first bloods, and he's running in on things like a Neon and things like that, and maybe he's getting traded, maybe he's not. Can't tell you that for sure. But on something like
भाई
you can self-sufficient
सारा
find those first bloods, and you saw
वो YouTube कौन है बताना. YouTube को ज्यादा टाइम दे रही, कौन से YouTube को ज्यादा टाइम दे रही हो वो तो बताओ, क्योंकि मेरे चैनल पे तो आप दिखते नहीं हो.
couple of series the last few. It was a little bit uncharacteristic, but I mean, I've been picking him for my fantasy team for a reason. This guy owns in the KPR, and for a controller, his fragging output is unreal.
Yeah, and it was nice to see him in the interview say that he was going through a bit of a rough patch, but he managed to pull himself together for this series, for this match, for this qualification into Masters Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, it's so great to see the bounce back, like when it really matters. If there's one game you don't want to have an off game, it's this one. This is the qualification game, and he showed up big here for such a young player. You know, he's not a rookie anymore. He's one of the more experienced players. We see him topping up those kill leaderboards, but really nice to see that mental fortitude gets his team across the line and into Masters.
Yeah, speaking of off games though, it was kind of nice to still see Boom, even when it got to, you know, the point of desperation almost. They were actually still vibing on the stage. You could hear them shouting, you could hear them cheering each other on. You knew that they were really just here to have fun, because that is how they were able to get this far. It's not over for them just yet. They still have a chance, even though that percentage has lowered quite significantly. So we're gonna see Boom's journey later on, but congratulations to Gen G back on the global stage once again. Who is joining them? That is the big question, and we're gonna find out right after this very quick break, so don't go anywhere. DRX versus RRQ is coming right up.
अरे अर्नब भाई क्या हो गया? रो क्यों रहे हो? क्या सीन?
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. भाई ये गाना बहुत अच्छा लगता है. कुछ नहीं भाई, खुशी के आंसू हैं. वो पीए ने मुझे उसका ब्रेसलेट दिया. सही बात है, बहुत अच्छी है. मैं भी रोता हूँ. अभी उसका ब्रेसलेट बोला मैंने, समझ जाओ. उसका ब्रेसलेट बोला मैंने, समझ जाओ, मतलब समझा नहीं.
VCT Pacific, we just saw Gen G book their tickets to Masters Toronto. Who is joining them for that? Is it going to be DRX? Is it going to be RRQ? And we're seeing here RRQ. This could potentially be the first time that they've gotten this far in Pacific and potentially the first time on the global stage.
Yes, this has been a team that has been leveling up throughout the years. Now it's all coming to a peak for this team. Now one win away from Masters Toronto, the closest that they've ever been, and it's all on the line for them today.
Yeah, they've never been in a position to actually qualify for an international event.
भाई मैं तो आज स्टोरी नहीं डाला.
For RRQ, I want to see if they can step up to the task.
स्टोरी डालूं क्या?
Almost team for such a long time, and they're in fantastic form right now. They've smashed T1 at the end of the group stage. The team's secret game, though.
एक सेकंड रुको.
I don't know about that one. That's an interesting one right at the end of the group stage there. Obviously, you can say they haven't changed up too much in that series specifically, and it's not really a game that meant a lot to them as they've still bagged themselves the top seed. So, look, we'll see if that's just a little bit of oopsie at the end of the group stage, or if that's a bit of an omen for things to come.
Maybe, perhaps. We're going to find out, especially since they're up against DRX. And guess who is on DRX this time around? DRX do have Australia, who was previously on RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a powerhouse since joining this DRX team. I feel like he's breathed a new lease of life into this already incredibly successful kickoff winning roster. If there's one team that's know what it's like to play on these big stages, it's DRX. We've just seen Mako there. I mean, he's been doing this for a long time with great success.
Yeah, 5 out of 5 teams knocked into the lower bracket when seeded into uppers. DRX, similar to Gen G, have had to play their way through a whole series, a tough series against T1, both maps going into OT. So they have well and surely been put through their paces, and they will be the team that, coming into this game, has had more recent reps in the server, and they are definitely used to these kind of pressure games to qualify for international events. They won on this stage most recently over in kickoff over T1, so I think they're going to be feeling good coming into this game against RRQ for a Toronto qualification.
For sure, and last year DRX did miss both Masters events, so they're looking to scrap that record. They're looking to perfect their attendance into the global events this time around. But of course, we do have this head-to-head, which has bit of an epic history. I'm not sure if this is the first time this is happening in VCT, but it's very rare that we actually get a head-to-head like this.
Yeah, I mean, Australia, of course, previously on RRQ, he knows the players on the opposite side so well. He knows the coaching staff so well. How much of that knowledge is he going to be able to bring into today? That's the big question.
Yeah, how many times have you seen a player who has been bedded in and really kind of groomed as the IGL of the opposite team for a whole year? He has kind of been the one that RRQ have kept on board to call the shots and really develop their playbook, and now he gets to call for the opposite team against all of his former teammates and coaching staff. I wonder how many of these kind of trends is he going to be able to identify and tendencies of the players, it's a whole different level.
अच्छा समझा समझा
Stuff and watch through your
समझा अर्नव भाई समझा what you meant.
Yeah, I mean, equally on the other side, I think RRQ will have information on how he likes to call, is kind of pacing throughout the round. So there's so much knowledge going around in this. There'll be so many mind games ready to be played in this matchup.
For sure, but we have to remember as well that DRX, they do have, just in case, they do have Freeing and they do have Mako who can help Australia, right? I'm wondering if that will come into play in this match, especially since, you know, RRQ, they know Australia and they know what he's gonna do. And of course, Crazy Guy, he said that he's wanted to go up against DRX just because they've won Pacific, and how poetic is it that he gets to go up against the team that he wanted. He gets to go up against Australia too, which is the player whose shoes he took over.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of talked about it, but he said it himself. There is a little bit of his own calling style that's been adapted into this team. Yeah. We've seen RRQ change up a fair few things about how they play. They've moved into double duelists. They've started to throw Monya on that secondary duelist. They've changed up a few of their comps and their routines.
Masters,
so I think having both Ewok and Warbirds a really kind of star-studded coach duo in terms of actually prepping for this series and the qualification over into Toronto is going to help kind of buck some of those trends and help give a little bit of a new look to RRQ, if they even need that, because they've been in fantastic form, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think
भाई मैं तो भूल ही गया था आज इंस्टाग्राम पे वो डाल ले, तभी मैं सोचूं आज अपनी इंस्टाग्राम की जनता कहाँ है.
I think it's all about the prep today. We just saw how Gen Z were able to carry that momentum through from yesterday, and boom, starting a lot slower. I wonder if it's going to be a similar story with DRX already feeling confident, already having that first win in the playoffs. It's all about moving that momentum.
चलो ये मैप पिक देखते हैं. DRX Pearl बैन की है.
Series as a bit of an
split ban किया RRQ. DRX Ice Fracture ली है.
Both matches today, and we're seeing Fracture come up.
Icebox.
I mean, yeah, DRX, they're taking out Pearl. That's pretty normal. RRQ
Ascent ban होगा.
A little bit. They have dabbled in split, but they'll take it out this time. DRX to select Fracture, not something we've seen RRQ play since kickoff, but they've won it twice over there in kickoff. That's the interesting one for me, though. RRQ going to pick up Icebox here. Yeah. They did get a dub, I believe, against T1, whereas DRX have lost 0-2 on this so far versus both Boom and Paper X.
Yeah, it's definitely targeting a weakness. We look at the map data here for Fracture.
DRX Global
pretty standard meta comp that we see with the Brute and the Teo. Would you be expecting something similar to come out from RRQ?
I wouldn't. I mean, I think they're going to have to change things up maybe a little bit, but they were playing this exact same comp with the Sova in for the Teo and then the KJ in the Cypher. Sorry, the KJ in for the Cypher. So just a choice of Enit, a choice of Senti, but the core of the comp is the same. I wouldn't be surprised to see something similar to that. Lotus is our decider as well. I think DRX is feeling very confident playing Lotus and Fracture. They just beat T1 yesterday, even though you don't see a lot of those results in the map data. This is a core map pool that you're very used to seeing from the side of DRX.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. I mean, a lot of people favored Boom in the first series. For RQ and DRX,
बस उसी वजह से रो रहा था. कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, ना रोएं.
How they do fare on the stage as we toss it on over and start with DRX and RQ.
अबे क्या सर ये हंसी में तो कोई भी फिदा हो जाए. ग्लैमर तो है. लिंक काम कर रहा है कि नहीं चेक कर लेते हैं. परफेक्टली काम कर रहा है. लेट्स गो. चलो सही है. Rise Pacific.
continue or even take over Indonesia's streak here in Pacific, RRQ are one game away from achieving the highest they've ever been in VCT Pacific's history. The team has always been in the middle of the pack previously. Can they change that right here and right now?
Yeah, we saw something different come from them. They ended up at the top of Group Omega, but so far that's proved to be more of a curse than a blessing. So can they buck the trend here, punch their ticket to Toronto? But I mean, there's a pretty large obstacle, a large DRX-shaped obstacle in their way.
Oh yeah, there is that big DRX-shaped obstacle in their way, especially since they are coming off of yesterday's win versus T1, and DRX, they are ready to see this all the way to Toronto. They're here to say, hey, if there's any team that qualifies for the Globals, surely it's the team that currently sits on the Pacific throne.
They are the kickoff champion for a reason, and despite some hardship and some weird stuff going on with the roster that they've had to be able to deal with and push through, despite the fact that Bane is a little under the weather right now, I know that DRX will want to punch their ticket to a Masters event here and make up for the little bit of a disappointment that they experienced the last time they went overseas.
Right, and of course, this is still a team with a lot of tenure, a lot of legacy to hold up to, especially here in Pacific, right? So now that we are stepping onto this stage, who again joins Gen G going over to Masters Toronto? And this series also continues that SCA versus Korea day that we are having, and I'm sure that RRQ is taking a close look at the expectations that a lot of fans have for the series.
Yeah, it's redemption time for Indonesia. RRQ now have the weight of the whole nation, the whole weight of SEA on their shoulders to try and overthrow the reigning Korean champions from kickoff. I mean, this is no small feat. DRX have been here before. DRX routinely go to these events. RRQ never quite managed to get over that line, but today is the day it can all change. They can flip the script on its head here.
Yeah, I think for Fracture, it's a map that RRQ will feel reasonably confident on after their results over there in kickoff, but that was when Estrella was still on the team. Icebox a bit of a wild card. Lotus is going to be very confident for DRX though. RRQ, you know, although they had good games against T1 and Talent, they did take a loss versus Team Secret right at the end of the groups.
We're seeing our predictions right now. A lot of us do favor DRX, but there are a few who are voting the way of RRQ. I personally just feel like we always have to have a Gen G versus RRQ match in Pacific.
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, I'm seeing
oh no.
I'm seeing a lot of people who don't believe in the storyline, who don't believe in the whimsy of this RRQ run quite like I do. I think DRX are definitely the favorites here, but we have the agent select coming in now, and for DRX, things staying exactly as we would expect. Freeing staying on that Teo, right where he belongs if you ask me, and Bane on that Cypher where he lit up last time we saw him.
Over on the side of RRQ, this is the only map you'll see Monya on the primary duelist and Jemkin on the controller. Throw Jemkin on the Brimmy because he's an absolute frag, and once he puts that iPad down. Kushi though, off of the Sova and onto Teo, and you've got Xfero previously playing the Cypher, will be onto the Vice. That's going to be better going up against the opposing Teo, a little bit harder to get through some of that Vice utility, but at the same time that opens up a bit more space for the Neon to slide in. I'm not worried about the trips.
Yeah, the Neon's going to be able to go fast. We've seen Human on this before, and I do like it a lot. Human is looking to light up this server like he did yesterday. Very, very dominant performance from him. And also, we spoke about Mako stepping up. I think he needs to deliver today, and he loves this Brimstone, so he's going to get active.
Oh, definitely. We have players on this stage that absolutely know what is at stake. It is that second slot into Masters Toronto, so we're going to find out who takes this as we step into our first map. We're going to toss it on over to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika, Fig Time, and Pilsky. They are absolutely right. I mean, this is definitely RRQ knocking on that door, knocking on that gate to make it to an international event. Who better to play gatekeeper than DRX, the absolute titans themselves?
Yeah, I mean, you'd look back towards it and you think that T1 might have been able to also be in this spot where RRQ did beat T1 the other week, and they were so happy about that one. But DRX is going to be a little bit of a different beast. We've heard it, the reigning Pacific champions, though. I want to flip it back to RRQ. SEA representation would be absolutely huge to get in towards the Masters event and not be the whole VCT career instead. So if you're looking towards a bit of a change-up as RRQ to come in towards this Fracture map, well, why don't you just switch to the team's comp that DRX have played 4 times in a row? on this map. T1 run this exact comp the last time that it occurred, and it was
just
a
yesterday.
bit of the overtime yesterday scenario. So, you know, for DRX, I mean, there's not going to be too much of a change in terms of the actual agents and maybe the actual strategy as well, but RRQ, they would have had the time to come up with some counters.
Possibly. And we're off to the start. RQ on the attack course. Already beginning all their way down to arcade with a quad stack. Bane spots him out though.
Yeah, see if they want to still steamroll in towards this side of B, because that's where the Cypher utility is.
Drones at least into the cage. Monette taking him down through the cage. Hyunmin though, alongside the rest of the team from DRX, have pushed up north side.
Yeah, and of course you got to remember, no Cypher means no info on a situation like this for RRQ, and how many numbers there might have been up here, but 3 players to come on through. That's all they have to contend with now as Marco falls.
Yeah, Salvo's burnt as well. Just Hyunmin able to,
Stun himself?
play, but yes, he stunned himself, and that buys time for Xfero, who is sneaking through tunnel, spots him out. That's Estrella down, and he looks for a second one as well. Just Hyunmin left. And they kind of know where he is already. Monette will happily peek over.
Nice little plant as well, just recognizing the position to switch to behind ice instead of the standard like front or open, in getting that kill on towards Jemkin, right? They afford themselves a lot of space. They know that the flank is coming through as well, so just start to find a bunch of the information. I mean, if you think about yesterday, how much Bane was, you know, trying to play around the same sort of utility up towards tower, you'd kind of expect him. He likes to hold the right side of that cage. So if RRQ have actually done their homework in towards this one, you might see instances that look very clean for RRQ, dispatching of a couple of the DRX members when they sort of see the situations that they've done their homework for.
You can certainly expect that they have. You've got 2 coaches, Ewok as well as Warbirds, and considering the fact that the game was just yesterday, this is fresh in their minds.
I mean, there was a game yesterday for one of the teams in our previous series as well, right? And they managed to pull on through. Gen G, didn't matter. They only had less than 24 hours to be prepared for the series. What mattered is that they were prepared.
Never quite know. Sometimes the game can be quite unpredictable, and that's why it's fun as well. But right now, just the relay bolt to try to stall and delay. Monette, though, will chase.
Going to be stopped by the salvos, though you switch in towards the sands at the moment and still look for more. There's an opener.
Off through sands as well. Look at this. You got the fault line going over, and Estrella completely stunned and dinged up. Got just Mako left trying to hop on over, but even the dinks.
Nice start, nice start, nice start.
To the kill at the end. It will be RRQ with a flawless round finish to a 2-0.
आप लोग कौन क्या चाहते हो guys? कौन जीते?
Going to be for DRX.
जीतने से याद है ये वाला edit कर देते
generally
हैं थोड़ा
think
सा.
about Lion Share being more rounds on the attack instead of the defense, so they've got to try and find a good pass mark on this defensive side, you would assume. So starting out with the bonus round is going to be a good thing. Now, generally, you would like to see a couple of combination pieces with your Breach and with your Teho. Try and set up your Neon as well, and that's exactly what is going to happen for DRX over at this A side of things you'll expect.
Yeah, straight in with fault line as well as the fast lane, but Hyunmin just tucked in inside. He's able to deal with Monette real quick. Jemkin to exchange, and then for the team to kind of regroup themselves.
Yeah, both Neons. See you later. Try and refigure out some information. So a Teo drone up towards the dish. It's going to see that no one's home, and this is the time where RRQ don't necessarily need to stretch too far. An upgrade will present all rifles for RRQ now. And a lot of pressure on Bane's shoulders. Being self-sufficient at the B site. Camera gone. Can call for some rotations. He's got his trap wires still to safeguard himself from arcade, but he needs to have his vision ready for the tree spot.
He will hold the angle. Cushy beginning to drone over. Cage up to buy him some time at least to try to survive.
No one's really rotating from DRX either. They weren't 100% sure if it was going to hit here.
Mako, he is quick on it though. And with the spams, does quite a bit of damage as well. Unfortunate for Bane, who will not be able to last long in the top tower.
वो वहाँ पे रहता ना, तीनों देख रहे हो कितना डैमेज है, तो बेन मार सकता था, 1v3 कर देता. लेकिन अभी बात है कि वो रिटेक करे कैसा.
You want the salvos here if you know, wanted to try and go for the retake, but with 20 seconds to wait before those come back online, this is just not achievable.
Way too long, considering the fact that Cushy is somewhere on the other side as well, and his salvos will be flushing over soon enough. this just looked to be a quick save for DRX. It's a bonus round also quickly picked up by RRQ.
Yep. Similar story from the previous game, right? Where you've got one of these teams coming out the gates with the pistol around the secondary and the bonus, having a pretty phenomenal start to a map. See how far maybe RRQ are going to be able to keep that going. Because for DRX, having 3 members survive, you'll be able to still have a bit of a buy up for the remaining 2 that did die. And Hyunmin getting closer towards the overdrive as well. You know, if you're able to get a kill or you're able to pick up the orb and such, you might be able to use that in a round such as this. One of the differences for Fracture, of course, a lot of ulti orbs around the map, but we know for DRX they do love to do the standard protocols of gathering towards A main a lot of the time until they kind of condition their opponents to switch up. So they will get A main control. Wouldn't be surprised if Hyunmin actually wanted to go for the orb, but they'll go further with the information. He's got the weapon in hand to try and find an opener, but it's going to be Marco instead.
Good pinch.
And now north side, south side is all completely known that no one's home, so they can put their attention towards the north side.
Which is why you see Bane alongside Mako. Oh, they noted the drone as well. So quick smokes, quick holds. RRQ somewhat stalled for now.
And they do get a gun upgrade as well, so all in all things work out, and you didn't put a priority on trying to get an overdrive. Bane, still killless, but with a stinger in the tower, can do some good damage. I say that, but he's taken out by the salvos. Pushy.
Painful. Monyet then kind of flooding back in with his team as well. Astray to play close by.
Yeah, you say painful, I say baneful, because he copped a full lot of that utility there. 40 seconds.
Ooh.
Hyunmin to hold now.
Oh, nice one.
Decent double kill. Mako to hold the off angle, and he's good on the spams. Just doesn't with Monyet and Jemkin. Jemkin tries to hold the angle close range though, but that's been quickly dealt with. Estrella now coming and chiming in for the final kill to put DRX on the board.
Yeah, and surviving with 3 in the last round now has a little bit of gold coming into the next one, right? Because you get the round on the board, you upgrade into an operator for Hyunmin. Yeah, there's a couple of fellas that are still a little bit killless, but you got an idea that they're playing with some rotations, playing with some cheeky little ideas, and more importantly, I think pushing RRQ now to really have some good ideas to counteract with, because you see, you know, this being a little bit of a good grudge match, right? Australia's old team, he would have a lot of information on how they would have played previously, so if you have a scenario like that, well, number one, change your agent lineups. That's always going to be a way to change things up. And so far so good for RRQ on that mark. Meanwhile, Monyet and Hyunmin, once again, both Neons down first.
You might argue that it's a bigger kill just considering the fact that it's the op that was robbed away. Estrella now coming back in just to check in alongside the fault line, but a solo peek and he's punished for it.
All the numbers though spotted. You would expect that this would be go time for RRQ to try and just bully their way in towards the site, but they're going to think better of it. Reset a little bit. You can bait out some of these smokes extra from Marco too. Make a potential post-plant scenario a little bit easier for yourselves. You do know as well that it has been Bane playing kind of by himself at this B site in these moments in time too, and he's not been able to really find anything on the kill department, so it's not the worst idea for them to be rotating silently towards this Bravo site.
Certainly is a tall ask for the poor guy.
Yep.
Still, you know, having surgery scheduled for another day.
And with that orb gathered by Xferry, you pick up a Steel Garden too, so they can leave him down in unders and set up for a pretty good little take here. You just got to consider that trap that's at the front of the choke point. And the other
utility as well, though,
too,
coming out from DRX. Does Bane have a shorty? That's my question. It does buy enough time for the main weapons to come back online, so not really needed so far. 10 seconds left. RQ has got to go. Bane, so far, so good. Able to hold off the back lines. RQ just trying to push up from tree now, while Mako and Freeing find kills each for themselves. Mako on for the 3K, and it's DRX 2-3.
Yeah, it's the timing that is actually bought by Marco, dropping that incendiary down at the front, right? You've got to wait like 8 seconds for that one to expire, and if you're touching that, well, the floor is lava, you're not getting through. Then you also got to contend with still a little bit of that Cypher utility. So by the timing, RRQ didn't really afford themselves enough to renegotiate things after. In the 3 versus 3, you're spamming and just trying to deny the spike from going on down. Really nice done from DRX to answer back and, you know, not drop the round after they find their first. The operator as well. Okay. Yet again attained for Hyunmin.
Not quite sounded off yet. Monyet trying to jump peek to bait out the shot, but whoa, midair. just completely sniped down.
Yep. And with not a lot of space control as well, and the open A or B orb, you know, for the likes of Cushy potentially to get an Armageddon online, right? You want to try and gain some sort of leg back up here as RRQ, some free kill. Definitely see, you know, the likes of the stuns and Jemkin's orbital strike if they need to. Going towards this A site now, where Freeing will start to spot some information out of this drone. Plus the one member.
You do have Mako playing a different position this time. This is one that RQ might not expect. The Molly, though, now noted, does buy some time. They will continue to push on through with that orbital strike, but still decent kills found on the side of DRX.
राउंड निकल जाता अगर वो एक्सरे को निकाल देता तो.
Armageddon of Cushy actually finally going in, but it's Hyunmin with the smoke fading. The overdrive is in, traded out by X-Pharaoh.
Repositioned onto the other side, and that just buys further time and information as well. Now, Estrella and Bane to flood back in.
Split retake.
Angles held one apiece. Got some cages to possibly get more space to close up the distance. Bane still not fully detected so far. Until now, stutter steps over, fault lines back in, but Estrella good on the spams. Just for the final one, running out of ammo. Crazy guy, last-ditch sprint into the main position, and it's Bane who stands tall.
Yeah, the crowd, you know, getting electric in a lot of these rounds for DRX, of course. That's something that we didn't touch upon too much in its entirety, right? The last series, of course, for Gen G, they've got the crowd behind them, where Boom certainly did not, unfortunately. You know, that plays a little bit to a person's mentality in a scenario like this too. The vibrations of the arena can certainly be something that can catch you off guard if you're not ready for it, and RRQ might see themselves in a similar scenario too if they're able, or if they're not able to counter DRX. 3 versus 3, timeout called from RRQ. Have a bit of a chit chat.
And so far, just trying to crack the solution. Mako has been quite elusive with how he's able to rotate back and forth through defender spawn, and that's Fracture, and that's what you do, of course, but his mollies buy time for his team. And meanwhile, if you're RQ, just trying to crack a solution against, you know, Bane, who is oftentimes hiding inside a B tower, or Freeing, who back on the Tejo, right? That's something that everyone has kind of been yearning for.
Absolutely. I mean, bamboozled that you'd ever take him off it, let's be real, but you want to adopt in towards a bit of a double duelist scenario that a lot of teams are opting towards lately. I mean, I understand it, don't get me wrong, but I feel like you're playing with a nerfed Freeing in that current point in time.
Well, he's back on it now.
Yep.
And he's also finding so much information with the drone out towards A main. Same positions played. Slight difference. With Hyunmin back on the op.
Yeah, so after the timeout now, let's see if RRQ are going to be able to get a good conversion rate here, because they don't have a good one successfully so far. Ooh. Yeah, that hurts. Not able to connect on the operator shot as Hyunmin. Gonna have to fall back from that one.
I got spike.
So they will concede that drop position.
Valo.
Yeah, but it's all 5 members from RRQ, and they're saying go time.
Go they will. You still have Freeing on the Tejo.
Yeah.
His utility spent.
You do have all of main as well as DRX, and, well, an orbital strike.
Good position to play off of. Hyunmin, though, continuing to hold the angle. It's X-Pharaoh inside of the smoke. It's left undetected.
No
the
way.
trigger discipline now coming alive. He finds the first, looks for the next, but Mako quick to deal with it. Onto the spike, though. Estrella almost sticking it all the way through. Crazy guy will deal with his opponent, his counterpart, just there and then. Bane and the rest of them all, though. Neural theft coming through as well. They've spotted out all their final opponents' positions. Mako trying to spray and trickle them down. As Cushy hops on over, Mako will find the 4K and the defuse by Freeing at the end of it all.
Yeah, you're always going to understand what the idea is for RRQ in that sort of scenario as well, right? Jump in towards the site, get your plant down quickly, and play with a lot of this post-plant utility. It's something that we see from this agent combination time and time again from teams on this map, where you're putting your aftershock in, you're putting your salvos in, you're putting your molly in. If you've got ultimates, you're dropping them there as well. You're really trying to play disconnected. And I think as soon as DRX recognize what's
एक शॉर्ट्स अपलोड कर रहा हूँ, थोड़ा सा टाइम दे दो
at
गाइस,
least early on, makes
फिर
it a little
अपन ना
bit
मैच
more
ठीक से देख
achievable,
पाएंगे.
especially, you know, when you've then wasted all that utility of your opponents real early on. and then they have to drop in towards the site for the challenge. So well done for DRX there. A golf clap for RRQ, who now in this new round played a little bit slower, a lot of the stingers, and one phantom for Xfero.
An attempt at rushing through from Tree. Not too bad so far, but with the overdrive going over, Mako quick on the draw, just holds the angle down. Monyet instantly
बेन का थोड़ा दिक्कत हो रहा है. बेन वो है ना, उसको appendicitis हुआ है तो खेल नहीं पा रहा ढंग से. अब इतना पेन में भाई, भले ही पेन किलर, फिर भी तो एक होता है ना बॉडी में फिजिकल कुछ भी होगा. उसमें वो खेल रहा है, वो इतने हाई लेवल पे, बहुत बड़ी बात है.
It's just a full stampede. He hears all of it, so ready for the quick first kill. Decent trade coming out from Crazy Guy, so that's a weapon picked up. But he's still got so many more threats to neutralize. Trying to hold the off angle to play spoiler. Mako quickly dispatched of. Fault line sent back over. Certainly expecting someone from Sands as well as A main, because she might have heard the single step. He's trying to play close range with the stinger, but look at that. Swings out from a strand. Crazy Guy trying to hold it down, but 1v2 Hyunmin sliding up.
Yeah, I mean, they knew that he was there, right? He'd already found the first kill in towards Mako a little bit earlier on. Hadn't repositioned because of where that spike is planted too. Bit unfortunate for RRQ, but very good patience for DRX in this round. Think it might get a little bit awkward for them when Monyet starts to get the first kill, the overdrive. If that goes RRQ's way, they probably convert the round from there on out. A good challenge from RRQ nonetheless. It should afford them still a bye coming in towards this next round. And maybe look for a bit of a different look as well, right? 5 in a row now for DRX, finding stability on this defensive side. So let's see what the beginnings do look like for RRQ. To the B site early yet again, you'd contend with the Cypher util. There's also a change of approach actually for DRX here. Breach and Teo util to combine towards Arcade. Maybe need to think a little bit better of that with the drone coming from the spawn side of things.
A little bit telling for now at least, Komodo. Fast lane's back in, we've seen this before. Monyet still trying to toss
that's the salvo,
as much as possible, but the salvos, they will burn up at his feet. Armageddon sent in as well. It's a bit of a retake attempt.
Yeah, I mean, look
really early.
Look at the rotations with the door. That is so gigabrain from Mako. Using the stim beacon to open the door. The relay ball doesn't go the right way, but it doesn't matter because the kills currently are one back for Xfero.
So much info found, and in with the Steel Garden as well. Just an attempt at pushing DRX further back. 2-on-4 though, and Xfero needing to come up huge in this close range duel. Flash dodged, second flash over, but look at that. Triple peaked, low HP is Crazy Guy. But he still tries and stands tall. Looks to fight back, but in with the peek shot, just Hyunmin slithering all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, Neons do provide a different breed of Valorant at the moment, but when you've got these players that are just super sharp and super attentive and just very quick, right? They're able to come out with some really cool things. Unfortunately for Monyet, trying to go in amongst the cages.
तो समझ ही नहीं पाया कहाँ जाएगा Monyet, केज वेज के बीच
Bit
में.
of a rough start for RRQ, trying to find some timing on this rotation to the A site as well.
भाई यहाँ पे लेकिन बहुत अच्छा खेला यार. माको ने वो गेट खोला स्टीम बीकन से.
DRX, that's 6 rounds in a row now, Komodo. And as we look on to the next round as well, it's one of these early peaks out from Hyunmin again.
Yep. But it's not going to happen. Xfero falling on back. Information confirmed by the Arcros.
Yeah, the position played from RQ in the previous round, so DRX then trying to play conservative around what would be Arcade.
You do have a couple of components for retakes though, Rolling Thunder and Orbital Strike. You can't play in the tower here as RRQ.
Absolutely right. The first component of that will go through. Spike not yet planted just yet. Counter Rolling Thunder as well. Monyet looking to capitalize with a judge, but the shorty will quickly decimate him. Off to the next, it's gonna be Crazy Guy out towards Tree. Hyunmin chiming in as well from the canteen spot, but the spike finally goes down. Jemkin trying to hold the angle. Cushy as well. And they will fend off DRX for now. The Armageddon flushing them out. They're into the open where the kills will come through. Just Mako left. He was up huge with 44 big kills from yesterday's game, but this time quickly spotted out. Intel gained by Jemkin.
Yeah, one back for RRQ, able to kind of just get in towards the site through an open free door, right? Just waltz on in, welcomed with open arms, and then try to contend in the scrap battle with the ults going around, with Hyunmin trying to do what he can with the operator as well. But the trade game working a little bit better for RRQ when the plant goes down as well. That 2 versus 1 at the end there, you shouldn't really be losing. Valiant attempt on that flawless run from DRX, but finally shut down, and a timeout now to have a discussion on how the remaining 2 rounds want to go of this half.
Certainly not wanting to concede the final 2 over to RRQ at least, but also to possibly correct some of the, I don't know, slight mishaps that we might have just noticed with that that contest towards this B site.
I mean, you just got to be really attentive in a scenario like that. Like, if RRQ are getting in towards the site, you're trying to dump a lot of your util as well, you're going to get caught off on some unexpected timings and just shenanigans afoot, right? So your adjustments are going to mainly be to try and stop them from getting in that early, or go for a little bit of a better crunch, better flank.
And we have a bashful DRX fan. Well,
क्या क्या रहा है भाई? अरे
about that, Komodo. I mean, just
अरे वो बच्चा क्या कर रहा है? उसको खुद को नहीं समझ आ रहा है क्या कर रहा है वो.
So far, it's been a bit telling, but
someone else that hasn't lifted their feet, Marco, on this brim, shooting up Storm.
13 kills and only 6 deaths so far.
Timeout, gone by the wayside. So was the economy of DRX. So this buy, a little bit lackluster. And Bane, well, you're probably no longer for this world soon, are you? 31 HP.
It's not
you
bad.
weather through.
You're gonna think that he might have hopped off somewhere else.
Yeah, just fall back, dodge the util.
Then the drone. Look at this timing.
Well, you got to do something proactive as DRX here when you go in with a much weaker buy. You're not going to be able to see, you know, just great long-range duels, right? Hyunmin, for example, waiting for the opportune timing to rip the overdrive to be set up by the team potentially, but unfortunately in this 1-4 position, well, he's not going to be able to do that. You'd expect Bane try and find one.
Oh, but the drone. So that will offset the Bucky reload timing. Monyet fully capitalizing on it to then capture the site for the spike plant soon enough. Hyunmin with the overdrive, though. He's looking to get spicy with it. Unfortunately, Spice is something that Xfero's really familiar with, so just 3v5 right now with lesser guns.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate stun, wasn't it?
Positions being held currently as well. Estrella just trying to, sidestep in. Not too bad off the Stinger kill. Mako to swing, but still, you're contending with the RRQ grades, Monyet, Crazy Guy. They're all having these angles locked in. Estrella just hoping for any consolation pickups at this point. The bot line coming back in. He's trying to dodge all of them. He gets another kill. Not too bad, but still RRQ 5-6 now.
Yeah, you'll take one at the end there as Australia, but yeah, more importantly, RRQ getting another round on the board. It had been a little bit since drinks, right? So getting that there after the first 3 that they started off with. Try and chase the equal scoreline, 6 apiece. As DRX will be presenting with a bye in this one as well. And hopefully, you know, if you're a fan of theirs, get a little bit more attentive with these rotations, right? Because RRQ finding some gaps, finding some good little twos and fro's. But it's back to the old faithful. Breach Tear and Neon A main control. Ooh. See what the answer back is going to be for RRQ. Do they try and challenge? Do they give the respect?
Yeah, they'll hold the angle. Fault line exchanged.
Yeah, and a deeper smoke now as well.
Once again, back to where Bane is holding the site somewhat solo.
Bit different though, not playing in towards the tower. You got one trip towards the north side of things, but it's not at tower itself.
Cam in a slightly more hidden spot as well.
This is going to be a little bit problematic though for DRX if this is going to be the calm before the storm moment for RRQ. Jemkin gathering that orb would pick up an orbital strike as well.
Just going to come into a big collision between both teams.
Yeah, Marco with the incendiary needs some good position off it.
He thinks better to toss it over to the top of the site.
Info.
Bane though inside of the cage, and that's Nero theft. Jemkin orb not entirely yet picked up. situation does not favor such a scenario, so needing to push up front, they try to play around the smokes in towards tower, where Bane is holding true. Off to Jestix Pharaoh now, and he's quickly, instantly killed by Mako.
Yeah, it's just good positions and good timing and awareness from DRX, honestly, in that round. Not seeing too much from RRQ. You've got your A main control and not out through the dish because you've got your trap wire over there. That's where the second one was placed by Bane. So you know that if you're giving control of the tower, well, just keep an eye on that and buy some good time. That's why the incendiary is put there. They don't have to worry about the tower for a couple of seconds when a potential explosion is coming in through B main, through the arcade side of things. So it is just really good, followable play to come through from DRX to permit them a 7th round on the board as we look for the exchange now.
Just fantastic adjustments going over, and you gotta imagine, you know, whether it's the coaching staff or the calling from Estrella, they managed to pull it over. Well,
There's the true vibe virgin. Am I allowed to like remove these options and put texture on the left side and texture on the right side? Like
that's a difference, right? You gotta imagine with all the Korean fans, you know, Bane. It's a really sharp-dressed dude. Monyet, though, ooh.
Yeah, they would both have their moments, I gotta say. They would both be the
True
vibey
enough.
guys.
We did have a moment between Monyet and Stax just a couple weeks ago. Monyet right now, he's been trying to come online. I do imagine he's got, you know, he is a Neon, it is what it is, but he's coming away with a lot of first deaths where they don't necessarily always amount to too much. Possibly seeing the op picked up from him onto the second half now, where RQ will be swapping over onto the defense.
And you got to consider some slight differences as well now, folks, with the Vice versus Cypher as your Sentinel. The remaining 4 agents, well, they're the same.
No cam.
No cam, using Archros as a pseudo information gaining ability, but that's going to be on the side itself for the moment for RRQ. The B site itself with some Thorns available as well. Playing cheeky spot angle is going to be Monyet. Waiting for the timing for RRQ. Crazy guy to stun him up and then swing on out and challenge here.
Right? Doesn't this comm kind of suggest that RQ are looking for these firefights, you know, trying to contend with the spike plants if they go through. And the fault line coming in now, and look at this crossfire, perfectly set up by RQ. Relay bolt as well, it stuns them up, and Monyet quick on the flicks, off to it, he finds a 3K, but freeing trades right back.
Plant goes down, Cage, for when that smoke starts to fade as well, will provide some safety. I think he saw him over the top of the cage, he did, and now it's all down to Kushi.
He does have the salvos. Slight drone as well, kind of knows where his opponents are. Will deal with freeing real quick. And off to the final bogey, Bane trying to slip through off to the other side. Kushi sticks it to halfway, spots out the head, but Bane!
भाई बेन मार दिया इसको कैसे?
Instead.
And he will be the bane of your existence there, unfortunately, for old mate Kushi at the end of that one. Had he stuck the defuse, I mean, he would have actually won the round. A bit unfortunate that he opts for the challenge, but you're always going to kind of understand that. Some great shots out from Monyet, but a difference in not having some tower control for the likes of your Sentinel meant that there could be a bit of a creep up coming up there for the trade as well.
Can I just say though?
He's confused.
How
have I won that?
For a guy that has surgery scheduled tomorrow, he's still able to put up these numbers. It's quite... it deserves applause.
He's been given the goods. Pistols though now for RRQ dropping, well, the pistol round. So we'll see what damage they are going to do.
A lot of noise. RQ all rotating on over. Trying to play close range. Right click will be found. And met with more contest as DRX continues to try to force their way out of this smoke. Decent shots found though with the rifles, but still Monyet able to deal with most of it all. Rifles now picked up, but a reload must be made. Fresh mag, and will there be fresh kills? He spots out his singular opponent.
I wonder if Xvero can try and get the wall, the shear, to get across there. Make it a little bit more difficult. It could be cool.
Well, okay, Mako has an incendiary to toy with. Goes with time peak. Ooh, quick fault line.
20 HP, but he is using these regen shields, so he will be back up. Time though afforded to Crazy Guy to get the Bulldog and reposition.
Yeah, it's a Bulldog on the other side, so even with a regen shield.
He's looking at the right angle too, 30 seconds.
You would consider Mako trying to play off of timing. Trying to cause his opponents to sweat. He's playing with the positioning as well, but in with a sidestep. It's an easy angle, quickly sussed out by Crazy Guy.
Yeah, that one was a little bit too quick for DRX to try and just bully their way in towards the site. As soon as that smoke drops and you're trying to just get out through the sky smoke,
Yeah,
you're
ऐसे
going
क्यों
into
घुसे
just
मेरे को समझ
crossfire
में
and
नहीं
then
आया.
you're spotted, you're not able to get any of these trades, it just, you give the guns over as well. I mean, that one is a bit of a missed call from DRX, maybe just expecting RRQ to not be there.
Still
vibes.
Yeah, it's time he wins. I mean, we gotta, you know, give him kind of some slack. But still, as the next round heads on up, DRX with the, well, weaker buy.
Yeah, what did we see in the previous series, though? Yeah, I know it's a different map and all, and it's more close proximity gunplay on Split. The solo Stinger. Percentages quite high, but in this sort of situation where RRQ kind of are already spreading the map in its near entirety, you've got full south side control, you've got B site control. The only way they come in is through Dish or through Arcade, and now you know.
Right. Full intel gained. Okay. Angles kind of favor Bane as well as he peeks on over with a crouch.
There could be a plan here, honestly. No one's going to be able to deny that one, so DRX will fashion that up.
Decent money, but still in with the peeks out now. It's going to be Crazy Guy dealing with Mako. Looking to launch this assault onto the side from tree side. Estrella, if he is able to find that one frag, that would be Rolling Thunder. The Aftershock, oh, almost. Sends out yet another, repositions. It's gonna be Freeing who sneaks all the way through though.
Remove the ult, oh, can't do it.
Oh, Monyet desperately trying to keep the round alive, but Freeing, look at that tap. Continues to peek into the spike defuse as well, and it just completely disrupts it all. DRX up 9-6.
Anything you can do, I can do better. That's the one out there from DRX. The previous round, RRQ thrifting with 1 alive. Well, this time it's DRX with 3. Some great shots, some great positioning, honestly, taken, but Freeing some great shots and a great relurk to come out through unders. A shot on the Monyet there. I believe when the overdrive faded, it might have been. Regardless, though, it's some great shots to bring some normalcy back towards it, right? Pistol round and then second round and flipped for the bonus, although it is a little bit more worse for wear now for RRQ.
You were right, you know, Hero Stinger coming alive. Monyet now, ooh.
I mean,
to get out of dodge.
The Stinger wasn't the thing that got any of the damage, but
it's
sure,
the round.
Sure.
Stats-wise, nonetheless, it's still going to be RRQ or trying to hold off to this arcade position. Monyet with his own Stinger at play, but you got DRX with a split push from both ends. RRQ not entirely sure where to look as Mako comes alive once again.
Another multi-fragging round out for Marco.
How many
He's
is
certainly getting there with those kills. He's 20 currently. He's got that good old 2 KD and a lot of assists.
And the ults.
Certainly wanting to provide DRX back in towards the international stage, and as we'd be expecting a timeout to come here, I'll add a caveat of maybe not finishing in the 5th to 6th spot.
Ooh. Well, that's one thing. But it is just the first map so far, Komodo. Definitely RRQ trying their darndest to contend with this, but DRX living true to their name.
Yeah, I mean, this is a situation where I don't expect RRQ to be out of ideas as well, right? Yeah, they're struggling a little bit in the last couple of rounds. That thrifty round is all they've seen, but it's early, right? It's still early in this first half. If they're able to find, 2 or 3 rounds, you're looking to reset things up. You're building more ultimates as well. If you're able to weather through now DRX's establishment of ults as well, because if you didn't catch it just before, there's a couple that are available coming in towards this round too. So it definitely is the time for RRQ to have a good little discussion, how to start to navigate a couple of rounds on the board.
Possibly try to bait some of those ults out would help them for the, well, few possible remaining rounds that we might have.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to, kind of bait them into using the Armageddon or the Orbital Strike, it's certainly going to be well worth it. And on the back of the timeout now, you've got a slight change up for RRQ too, putting Xferro with his Vice utility towards the A site. Though if I'm looking at the fellas and where they're sitting, you are literally in the spot for an Armageddon and an Orbital Strike to give you a bad day.
Right? Just completely hunkered down, especially with the Vice utility, trying to go for these fights head on. Gunman looking to sidestep it, but will still be quickly sussed out. 86, as it were, and here comes the utility combo. Burns and completely raises everyone to the ground.
भाई
Now
क्या
with the neural death,
combo
you've got
था
the information
ये?
as well, courtesy of Bane.
Oh.
Not yet caught with gun, not in hand, and Jemkin was just seen in the tower before.
Smoked off as well. They kind of know where he is. He cannot afford to make a single peep, so far so good.
He almost needs all three of these to be 1v1s, hey?
Skulks over. Oh, might have seen the barrel. 1v1s, are they possible, Komodo? Oh, in with the movement from DRX, though. It's a little bit too tough. And because he's tagged, it just buys more time away.
Gotta consider the save.
I don't think you only got about 20 seconds left maybe on this spike, so
yeah, just no
backing
smokes.
off.
I mean, the molly's not going to do anything either, right? So you just take this gun in towards the next round. Really well done from DRX, only losing Hyunmin, who gets ahead of the ultimate, the Armageddon, when it does come on in. But you've got Marco getting trades again. Marco multi-fragging, certainly looking good. The Orbital and the Armageddon both were used. You're really not getting out of dodge in that scenario. We saw the RRQ fellas do lose their life, courtesy of them as well. And these are those sort of rounds, right, where you've got that timeout that happens and you don't convert
लेकिन ये combo सही था, यहाँ पे फंस गए थे वो लोग.
For literally a split second before Bane gets the trade, it was a 5 versus 3. You call it a 4 versus 3.
Godly level.
DRX able to just achieve greatness. 11-6. This is going to be the round where there's a stretch of a buy for RRQ, still permitting a proper buy in the next round. But if this one goes haywire, they're going to have to play for the flawless variety to push us into OT.
That's exactly what DRX wanted, this scoreline favoring them so much. RRQ now just trying to hunker down as much as possible. 3 stacked up towards this tower position.
Yeah, do they want to go? They see the sheer wall, try and bait that one out. They saw the thorns, courtesy of the stealth drone as well. These are the sort of scenarios for DRX where you might actually consider them changing their approach. But a Rolling Thunder in, they want to go.
All right, just continuing to push through, foot off, not off the gas pedal.
Well, it should be.
But that's when RRQ exactly
They should have
stalls
thrown it into
their
reverse.
engine. Yeah, finds every single player. Just the 2 left.
Yeah, they have tried to one-dimensionally go in towards the B site, forgetting that there's going to be Vice utility, Breach utility, Brim utility, Teo utility. Like, I'm throwing all of it in there, right? You're not getting in towards that site in that sort of scenario. That's why I thought they were actually going to backpedal after baiting out the shear, but apparently not.
Same here. Certainly was a little bit odd. But it is also quite one of these rounds where they might be able to condition RRQ into holding this even further.
It's a lifeline, though, for RRQ. They don't see DRX get to round number 12. They pull for a couple of these weapons as well. Build up a bit of that extra cash in case they do lose one. We'll give them another buy into the round after.
Right? Much sorely needed cash. Look at how they're able to collect on another free weapon as well. Oh. Okay.
Ambitious, Xferro.
Xferro was on that boom squad from...
Well, nah, he had the stinger, I think, still going into that one. So with death, he will carry over the Steel Garden.
7-11. So questionable-ish round from DRX. But we shall see.
अरे वो कहाँ रहता है वो?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you've built up a bit of a lead.
Tournament का
but it looks like we are going to have some coach intervention now for the side of DRX. You would expect.
Structure कैसे रहता है? कैसे वो schedule?
Possibly have been saved up, but I do see blue on the stage. It's 2 more rounds for DRX to bring this map to a close. Certainly running into some roadblocks right now. Very well set up by RRQ. Even on the slight half buys.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind DRX playing more in towards a bit of a default structure in this next round as well, right? Try to bait out a bit of this utility of RRQ. Try to figure out what sort
of MIBR और
Sentinels
qualify कर चुकी है.
As well.
Give your dad a hug.
समझ गया.
He needs it. But back into it, yes. Certainly a lot to consider as well. RQ now with the buys. Taking a look at the utility on the map so far as well, Komodo. I mean, we're not really seeing too much from the Vise, just the wall, the Razor Vine possibly.
Yeah, I think more importantly coming into this fresh round is going to be what RRQ have for a retake if they need to switch their mindset towards it, right? You've got Steel Garden, you've got Rolling Thunder, though you've been quite successful of stopping DRX from even getting into these sites a little bit too, right? So you've got options right now. You've got a lot of control towards the A site, and you've got the retake set up for Monyet, and that's why I kind of highlight these little retake abilities that they're going to hold on to in this sort of scenario, because Monyet can just let them get into the site, go for a bit of a spray, be cautious through the smokes that you've got a Vandal that you are spraying with, but ultimately as RRQ, this was the idea, right? You either play stack at A, or you retake B.
That's what this is all about. But a full 5v5 retake, though, still can be a little bit risky. We'll see how the utility fares out for them. Both crucial alt players, well, one at least, coming out from this tree position. Meanwhile, the Rolling Thunder let rip into the site. Cushy, so far, so good. But here comes Bane. Quickly 86.
3v3.
It's just down to Mako alongside Estrella, who unfortunately gets gunned down. So in with the utility, it's down to a numbers game. Hyunmin trying to stay alive. He managed to deal with the first, but Cushy quick to play contact. And RRQ will continue onward, forward.
It gets close. It gets close, just Cushy there, but good for the trades, a couple of trades to be seen. And for DRX, I mean, they knew, they pinged it out. They were ready for that flank to come through, but I don't think they were ready for it to be in numbers. 3, in fact, stampeding in for the flank. That was a quick execution on towards freeing, and then it just started out the trades in towards the kill feed. So a bit unfortunate for the likes of DRX that they're not able to win out on the 5 versus 5, but that was always the idea for RRQ, right? Play with the stack over at the A site and go for the retake, which works successfully. Yes, albeit close.
See how much more close it can get. Might be one of the last few buys that DRX can afford soon enough.
This is ambitious from Monyet. Will this be expected by DRX whatsoever when the Sky Smoke starts to fade? The answer is going to be no.
Still, though, on the other side, Bane will quickly dispatch of him. That smoke was a little bit suspicious enough.
This is a problematic position, though, for RRQ. Player deficit. You've lost smokes in Jemkin. You've lost Monyet. A couple of ults there go down as well.
Cushy has to come up huge, plays into the position, spots out the camera, but quickly has to turn tail and run away. He stalls them with a stun.
There's still a minute to go, though, and DRX don't necessarily need to go full on. Will they expect Xferro this far pushed up main? Because you're considering in a scenario like this, you do need to absolutely cut some corners as RRQ. You need to catch your opponents off guard. So let's see if Xferro does.
With the way that DRX are moving, though, I certainly expect them to check the corners at the very least. But, crouched into it. Xferro will collect onto 2 skulls. In with the overdrive, Hyunmin presses onto the pedal. Into the site, just Cushy tucked away, springs out, low HP Hyunmin, but unfortunately his teammate falls. 1v1 now, and it's still possible, but a full can't afford it to Crazy Guy, and there is a chance. Spike planted.
Ooh, will he see him through the corner of anything?
None so far. Crazy Guy, sudden peek, and it's just Hyunmin.
That nearly looked doable for RRQ as well, didn't it? I mean, Xferro coming out with a double. They lined up for him. You thought that might have been a little bit of a nail in the coffin for the round, but never count DRX out. That's a situation where in a 2 versus 3 that it switches to. It's Mako and Hyunmin able to get the job done. Cushy trying his darndest. But just a bit of an elevated off angle from Hyunmin at the end that gets good favor for DRX to find map point on the map of their own choosing. 4 rounds now that RRQ have to play with to try and claw back into overtime, and a lot of ultimates that they do have to play with too.
Especially for more retakes as well, but right now playing the info/positioning game.
Yeah, waiting for the stun, try and send Monyet in. But DRX not going to give you any information. No drone coming your way over at the A site. So I wonder for RRQ, how long do they take before going for some further information?
For DRX, though, I mean, you don't see any reactions coming out from RRQ just yet, so you're certainly considering this A position as well. So slowly back into this B spot. You got the Vise wall.
You got to remember, though, last time they tried to get in through this, they were just peppered with utility, and the Rolling Thunder that Australia threw in did nothing. So you're either getting numbers to go through this wall together or you're baiting it out, and I think it's going to be the early one. All four get through.
xffero runs away and lets rip the Steel Garden, which would buy some time for his teammates to come back in through. Orbital Strike to prevent xffero from escaping though, and he's got the Judge, but in with the right clicks is freeing. Close range, Mako. Smoke off even further, but the spams!
Yes.
Spike has been dropped. And that does not bode well for DRX. They might have the crossfire set up, but still this buys further time. RRQ all in position. Mako, ooh, oh, he made a sound.
Yeah, he's not going to check this one, you'd expect.
Down to the final two. Just Bane and freeing up from tower. Fast lanes up. They're all kind of getting stunned. The salvos will buy some time. Bane trying to get some crosshair placements, but still in for the trades. Numbers game once again. Freeing has to come up huge to possibly close out the map, but his HP is way too low. RRQ, all they gotta do is hold down mouse 1, and they will push themselves up. Once again, 9-12.
Yeah, they hold on. Nicely done. Getting all the trades out there as well. Bit of an unlucky shot through the smokes too, by the way, that catches one of the DRX members. Bit unfortunate on there for Estrella. As Mako also pushing forward gives up a bit of an impossible situation for the remaining two fellas. They try to make some good work for it, but another successful retake to come through from RRQ. I think they're pretty happy that they're converting a couple of these defusers in the last few rounds. And you also push DRX onto the week-old buy, so you would expect double digits for RRQ, though a different look right now for DRX. Hyunmin finally wins a quick engagement towards A main.
And that's the side already captured. You also have Bane slowly creeping up from south side. Still though, RRQ in position from the Raptor spot. They will be able to snipe out a couple of players. Spike then coming back in. Drone spotted as well, so no true suppression. Freeing might be able to play with the retakes on this. Oh, Mako, what a peek!
Freeing has the ult, remember?
Yeah,
He's stuck
exactly.
on the side. Ooh.
So he just sends it out.
V3 कर दिया.
Try to push his opponents offline. Mako now coming in with lineups.
Yeah, but it's a little bit too late, unfortunately. That can just be stuck on the defuse for Jemkin, and he knows it as well. So the round is done. Bane, he's not even going to get an upgrade of a weapon. He's just going to stick with the Sheriff in towards the next round. So that's actually a little bit rough. I'm confused and questioning Freeing's ultimate location. You know, he's in the game, of course, so you kind of think that there's some reason behind it, but you've already lost a lot of this space, and, you know, there's advantage for the likes of RRQ when it's in the site itself. So that ultimate, maybe you try and scare them away. It might have been better instead of scaring them in to the site.
Who knows? It definitely does feel a little bit disconnected, though, Komodo, I will admit. Next round up, and once again, it's Hyunmin looking to bypass all of the utility. Stalled for now, but it does bait out so much from Cushy.
Yeah, options as well for DRX. Wait out for the smoke, play from towards the tower spot. You've got a little later one coming in towards Dish too, which has a time limit on it now that the trap wire at the north side of things has been broken. So whilst DRX may be able to establish a plant here, we know that RRQ have been quite successful in these retakes, though that was a B. How did they fare at A?
We'll see. For now, it's footsteps. Freeing certainly aware. Oh, look at Munyen with the movements. Still though, Bane comes in with the assist.
You expect another one.
They will push. Oh, and it's Sphero. Double kill picked up. Arc Rose to flash and gather more space as well. But look at the side. Mako, the multi-kill king himself, and he's finding a couple more, but Cushy answers back as well.
Freeing has no salvos, 30 seconds. He has to challenge, but it's planet open.
Has to go for the gunplay. In for the smokes, and he's trying to get him off of the spike, but Cushy sticks it to halfway. Continuing to stick all the way through now. Oh, and there it is, defused down to 3 seconds. A good kill at the end of it, but still 1 away from overtime.
Oh boy, that one gets a little bit too hot under the collar, you think, there for DRX. You thought that maybe, hey, just maybe, that one would come the way to them, but no. It's the double from xffero. It's a double back from Mako. Not enough at the end for Cushy to be able to win a 1 versus 3 Red Bull clutch.
Unbelievable comeback coming through from this Indonesian team. Just speaks to Spades about how confident they are right now, trying to hold true to this A position where Hyunmin has been sliding over. This time, DRX slows down.
Big round for him. Last round of regulation. And if you're trying to go to this B site, there's again another little change up of location from Initiator. Your breach is here. Still got an Incendiary as Jemkin. The Sheer has not popped as well. You've got a spot from Monyet in A main, by the way. And now a stealth drone going up to Dish, so you're getting some info. But what you've got as RRQ is a cheeky free opener.
Not only that, Cushy has the Armageddon as well, which could deter so much. DRX trying to hang back towards this A spot. I mean, this is why making that much noise in towards A main early on was so helpful for RQ.
Absolutely, but for Monyet right now, he has to get out of dodge. He doesn't need to stay around. He can get crunched upon with an Armageddon, though, that goes in to try and stave off DRX's advances.
So it does buy some further time, but look at DRX bypassing it through the sands instead. Smoked off Rafters as well, and RQ trying to get back some space. The flashpoint is good. Hyunmin, though, into a tiny position, able to snipe down Crazy Guy.
How do you defend the spike, though, playing up at the Dish with two of them?
It's all stuck in towards this one final spot. Cushy turns back around on ahead, and he's going to push further on into the side, down to the 1v1s. Xpharaoh needs the headshot. He crouches down, tries to offset the crosshair placement, but freeing with the swing. He closes out the map for DRX and pushes us into a map 2. The final score, 13-11.
Oh, what a delivery on Fracture that one has provided us. It's special, that's for sure, but it's freeing on the Teo that gets the job done in the 1 versus 1 at the end. But I don't think it was an individual game from both sides in this one. There was definitely so many team moments on both accords that provided greatness and a couple of falterings for sure, but they were entertaining. You can't take that away. That was a cool, fun map.
Absolutely, you just cannot disagree with that fact. Every game so far for DRX in this playoffs, I know it's only day 2, but it's been going to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, talk about Mr. Consistent in this map as well. Marco, it almost felt like if it was getting 1 kill on the round, it was good for a double or a triple. There was a quad in there as well. He was certainly trying to deliver a lot on the Brimstone in this one. But as I said, it really was an effort by committee approach for both of these teams, with the way that the retakes were looking for RRQ, with the way that the space control was at times looking for DRX as well, you know, trying to push Hyunmin forward, set him up with your utility. I mean, a lot of different individual moments of brilliance and setups for the teams. Just a lot to take away from a map like that, and you know, there's a lot of history for both of these teams on this map as well. I like the change up from RRQ with the T1S comp to come on through, but just didn't get it over the line.
Just shy of it. Yeah, it was so darn close though. I mean, you really have to admit, you still saw some good moments coming out from the RRQ squad, but we'll toss it back over to Adesh to break all of this down.
Lots of good moments from both sides. This was such an exciting map, a roller coaster ride as well for both sides teams. But of course, this goes over to DRX. It is their map pick after all, but RRQ brought it really, really close, especially those last few rounds.
My goodness, I love Valorant. What a map. That was unbelievable. So back and forth. I really thought RRQ had the momentum, especially after Cushy won that clutch where he stood the defuse. Oh, I thought they definitely had it, but DRX just get themselves across the line there, claiming map 1, claiming their own map pick.
It's nothing but tight games here in playoffs here for DRX. They are well and truly comfortable with being put all the way down to the wire. They played some excellent Valorant there, as did RRQ. I mean, there were really highlights for both of these teams, both macro-wise as well as the individuals, but that is a monstrous game from Marco. Now that this guy is off the IGL, he is unleashed.
Yeah. Oh gosh, Mr. Consistency. Every single round he is able to deliver, and he's been doing this since yesterday. Just consistent performance all across the board.
He's been doing it since yesterday. He's been doing it since 2021.
Since the beginning, since he started competing. You know, bring back Vision Strikers time. He's been there.
You know, he's an OG of this scene. He's been around for such a long time. It's amazing to see him be throwing up performances like this, especially in a qualification game. This is as big as it gets. He's leading the charge from the front here. Like you say, free from the restraints of that IGL duty, he can just go crazy.
Yeah, RRQ, it's another great effort by Committee. I liked a lot of their approaches this game. I mean, they had a hot start initially on the attacking side, but DRX, after losing to the bonus, win 6 in a row really, really nicely. I think we have some replays and some highlights that kind of underline that a little bit more, but I was really impressed with the way that they were able to recover here on this defense. You just see RRQ, you can see they're up 3-0, and DRX every single time are disrupting them with util and making their life very difficult to get into the site. And that is what you see when you get these mirror comps, right? Breach, Teo, Neon, as well as the Brim. Marco in particular on the defense on the Brim, you could just see him holding the sky smokes. You drop the mollies, you drop things like the aftershocks, you have the Cypher set up on that B side as well, and it makes it very difficult to attack into this DRX defense.
I mean, in these compositions, you have so much utility to work with, so much stall, and DRX are able to layer that so well to consistently stall out RRQ on that first half. I mean, it just felt like whenever RRQ tried to move somewhere, they're met by waves and waves of solid utility.
Yeah, Marco was doing a good job being able to flood into the site, playing around the sky smokes as well. But the rest of DRX, you know, able to buy enough time with that delaying utility or disrupt the push itself. You saw a little bit of disruption for them on attack, but this is what I'm talking about. Bane was turtling inside of tower the majority of the time, but this is a perfect switch up from DRX. This time he dives onto ramp, they drop the molly on tower side, so you can just never really know what you're attacking into. Even if you recognize the setup, you see the Cypher cam, you see a certain trip, you know that's the same setup they play every time, but then they change up how they actually approach breaking down that arcade split.
Yeah, it's clear to see why they picked this map. They looked very well drilled, very well practiced, especially on the defender side. I just think a lot of that comes from smart practice, clever protocols, a good player innovation in the server. So big respect to DRX.
I think having really strong site leaders on defense, super important as well. Like you get two of the boys to sit in the server together and discuss actually how they want to defend some of the meta executes. And you can very much see that Bane and Marco are very comfortable on the Cypher Brim, as you need your Senti smokes player to be in terms of how they're going to defend that very, very common arcade split you saw time and time again.
But I do have to commend RRQ because when the side switch, RRQ, they also had a very interesting defense side, and they really, I feel like, came alive as well in that side. But I mean, when you're up against Mako, there's just so many good moments from this player. Oh my goodness.
I mean, this is something that Caster spoke about, right? It felt like he was always good for one, and if not 1, 2, and perhaps even 3. You just couldn't slow this guy down. I feel like, look at these, so many kills through smoke, so much game understanding. You know, he was unstoppable this map.
I mean, he's a phantom abuser. It's disgusting. This was a disgusting play, by the way.
Through the door.
The sim to open the door, being able to recognize exactly what the rotation timing is, and that is Marco's superpower as a player. It's not incredible aim. It's not, you know, some crazy mechanics. It's positioning, reading the game, knowing the little pockets of play that he is able to play in, dropping a sky smoke and always standing in the perfect position. Over on the other side here, though, we wanted to highlight Monyet. Out of 24 rounds, he was involved in 10 of them, in 10 of the opening kills, or 14, something ridiculous. Like, he was just sending it. He was the postman here. He was licked the samp and he sent it on the Neon. Finally unleashed, not on smokes duty.
Yeah, I mean, it's a clear game plan, right? Of Monyet, either go get us some space or a kill. That's it. Go, 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 go. And Monyet is the kind of player who loves that stuff. He loves to just be able to send it.
Absolutely. I love those two players that you highlighted, Mako and Monyet. Of course, Mako gets the MVP for this one, and how can you not with so many amazing plays and just like this performance all throughout, right? But on the side of Monyet, I gotta love the chaos. I gotta love the chaos that he brings.
It was 14 out of 24 rounds that he was involved in an opening duel. I think he went 7 and 7, which is ridiculous for one player. That literally means, especially on attack, it was the majority of them, but even on defense, every single opening kill of the round, he was just sending it. And Hyun in a fair few for him as well. So Neon definitely being the defining agent, and there's a reason why you see it picked all the time on Fracture at the moment. It's the only thing with enough speed to beat all of this util and just get some chaos going.
For sure, and I'm actually gonna put Monyet up here as well, just to kind of like put him over here next to yours. Can he fit? Yes,
Yeah,
he can.
yeah,
There you go. See, we have him on. We have him on there, on this side. A little bit chaotic, just how he was playing earlier.
Very
but
chaotic.
you gotta love it though. It's those moments from RRQ that I feel that make them such a team to be contended with, right? Especially since this is playoffs, and we were so eager to see how these teams were going to transform. RRQ is one of those teams that can actually bring out something else, and you can't ever count them out, even round per round.
Yeah, I mean, they did a great job to start mounting that comeback. I mean, I was really believing, I think they were believing down there on the stage. That map was within grasp for them, but you know, of course, that was DRX's pick. Now moving across to Icebox, this should be where RRQ, in theory, are a little bit more comfortable.
This is the wild card. They have picked this map. They did get a win against T1, which doesn't necessarily mean too much as far as I'm concerned. That's been a big struggle for T1. Over on the side of DRX, they have conceded both games of Icebox to Boom and PaperX. So Icebox only just coming back into rotation here in Split 1. This is very much a defining map for a lot of these teams in this split, because it is the kind of thing that you can play veto chicken with, and RRQ has opted to take this chance and pick this against DRX after seeing them drop a couple of maps already.
Yeah, they definitely smell weakness, I think, with this pick. You know, last time we saw RRQ play this, they beat T1 on this map, so it is a map where they feel fairly comfortable, and I think they know that this is not DRX's biggest strength. The map plays very differently to something like Fracture that we've just seen, so I think they're looking to kind of counter DRX stylistically and really be able to put their own spin on this.
You can see the two comps there. DRX have been changing things up. We saw Bane on the Omen previously, and they have kind of been tinkering around with the roles and deciding exactly who they want to play what. So we'll see what they're going to bring into today.
Yeah, Icebox, I feel for DRX, perhaps they're keeping their cards close to their chest. They're quite good at that. And they haven't exactly won Icebox since, I believe it was last year, sometime last year, and also because it's been out of rotation, right? So there are a lot of secrets to be kept in this match still for DRX. For RRQ, I feel like perhaps they feel a little bit more comfortable in this map. Perhaps it's just like a, you know, that feeling, but I feel it's still 50-50 for them.
They just don't have the reps, so, you know, it's just a big question mark at the end of the day. It's kind of similar to what we saw, well, not exactly similar, but in some ways to what we saw from the split coming out from that last series. It's just, rather than playing straight into the core of the map pool where you know what you're going to get, it's a bit of a question mark thrown into the veto, which has been interesting to see both of the teams seeded into the upper bracket, but in theory being the underdogs, being the ones to maybe take a little bit more of a risk in the veto and play something that's been less repped by everyone.
Right, and of course, you know, going into this RQ, banking on the fact that DRX, as you guys mentioned, probably have some weaknesses around this map. So stepping into Icebox right now, I wonder what we're going to see from both teams, and it's looking like it's a mirror matchup once again.
Ooh, you're getting a little bit of a change up here for DRX. Bane, it seems like he's
Same
on
almost.
duty. Marco's getting
Almost
put on the
का पूरा ही
Viper
same
here,
है.
so no Omen in the mix and no Yoru. Hyunmin onto the Jet. They're keeping things a little bit more vanilla.
And as you just said, Mika, a mirror matchup on the side of RRQ. Roles are exactly what we would expect. Look for big things from Jemkin. This Jet really is his signature agent. He can get that up out. There's nothing he can't do with this agent, so pure comfort on the side of RRQ.
This Jet head-to-head is going to be fireworks here on Icebox.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're a little bit relieved that we're not seeing that Yoru once again as we did last time. Of course not. This is a qualification match, and of course, both teams are bringing the very, very best out. We're wondering, is DRX going to seal this? Are they going to book that other ticket to Masters Toronto, or is RRQ making one of their comebacks? We're going to find out as we step into Icebox and toss it on over to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
Yeah, let's stick freeing on Teo, or Teo on freeing. Which one was it again? Well,
Yes.
yes.
The answer is yes. And I'm all for it because we got another change up for DRX coming in towards this map. They haven't felt full comfortable on the agent lineups that they would be presenting with us here. So let's go back to what they deliver with against the likes of your PaperX, for example, where we know that the defensive side was not good for DRX. They put up 1 round and they had 7 opening frags, by the way. 7 first kills and they put up 1 round. So the 4 versus 5 conversions on that defensive side are what I'm looking to in the second half. But for this attacking side, it's taking space. It's baiting RRQ out. It's forcing them to be uncomfortable, especially around this A side.
All right, they've, well, tried to assert some pressure over onto B. Right now, slowly backing towards A. And RQ haven't really seen or thrown anything out, really, just yet. Maybe 0 point off of the timing.
Yeah, well, gonna look to go in. 0 point to get a bunch of information at the moment. And DRX, I mean, they don't necessarily need to keep staying around here if they don't want to, but they will opt to now with Marco making his rotation as well to this site.
Oh, but quick in through the salvos. Cushy, not too bad though, still able to find angles. Yeah, through the wall. It's going to be DRX continuing to push up front. Then for a Crazy Guy to try to play around this Raptor spot, it's still tricky.
Yeah, they're just gonna
अरे
I mean, you don't have a little bit of respite in towards that one.
Lucky हो गया ये तो.
When you think, oh yeah, you can settle down, you can send in your drone, you can try and get your teammate to play off that one. Nah, how about we just line up for 2 freebies from Free?
I mean, that was not meant to
It wasn't meant to happen,
sure,
no.
but
but hey, Freeing hits the shots where required, right? So you got to give credit where credit is due. A couple of sharper shots to come out from Cushy. Feels a little bit hard done by, and the eventual frag that comes out from Estrella that finishes him off. I mean, that's just a couple of pot shots through it. Pushed around over to the likes of DRX. They didn't find the first one in the first map. They found the second, but they weren't able to capitalize on the round after, remember? So let's actually see they don't drop the pistols here.
RQ then needing more information on their defensive half. Right now it's just the pistols, so they're trying to stay tucked in. All 4 stacked up on this B site. Close range, up on top of yellow. Hyunmin quickly dealt with. Bringing the rest of them though, trying to push up front now, but still the Bulldogs will stand on top of the classics as Estrella finds yet another Jemkin Crazy Guy.
Freeing and Bane, they're quite low.
Maybe slightly possible. Spike not yet planted. I think they've kind of sent the weapons and the spikes over onto the right people. Freeing these farther back. It's okay. Just more kills coming up for RRQ now until, yeah, low HP. Mako able to collect on the ghost kills.
Yeah, not able to get the job done at the end there, right? If those salvos weren't positioned on towards the planner in Australia, you know, maybe they're able to polish off one of the other members, but you want to try and get the better frag, you might think. Still some good damage delivered, nevertheless. Going in towards this bonus round, it should provide enough for the likes of RRQ to try and answer back quite nicely. For the side of DRX, though, are they going to still play in towards this default line, or are they going to change it up as well with some quicker proceedings over towards the B site? Getting some early salvos to try and take some space and force the likes of Monyet back, which is what's going to happen.
मोन्ने का हेड दिख गया.
You pick up a null command coming into the 3rd round as well.
That would aid so much into this B execute.
For sure. See how far Australia wants to get in before potentially even using it, or maybe holding it for the post plant.
Oh.
Nevertheless, none. Denied.
Just spams into where the default spike spot is. So still a fair trade as Hyunmin fires back, but now everyone's just kind of tucked in.
It's a
Bane, though.
It's a bit slow now, isn't it, for DRX? Let Bane cook a little, see if he can spot any over peaks, no flanks to come on out.
Bane is on his solo expedition.
It's also kind of expected by Jemkin too, right? Watching over towards that A side still with 45 seconds to go, you'd have to call a bit of a rotation now as DRX with the spike going away from Mako, Freeing and Hyunmin to potentially keep people invested towards the B site, but with how far Bane has actually snuck up towards A,
it's decent.
Yeah, call the audible, call the rotation, get the boys on over, but don't give up your hand either, right? Don't give an opportunity for RRQ to get a 4 versus 3, for example.
That's the main thing for Bane right now, to be able to hold these spots and stay true to them. Jemkin definitely still hovering around, but you don't really hear footsteps anywhere close, so you don't really know if RRQ's nearby just yet either.
That's important.
Wow.
Salvo's used early to stave them off, which means you're not going to have them for the plant duration. You do have Molly's as Bane, though. One onto the spike and holding the second now.
Just the one, yeah. So calls for RRQ to push up front. That's where DRX just looks to play post-plant up around pipes. It's just down to the firefight. Spams on over through the smoke, but still is Xpharaoh sticking it to halfway through. Cushy doing a good job as pushing up front, and with the crossfires, it manages to prevent
भाई बेन को आगे जाना था ना.
closer back in.
आगे जाके वो पिक बैक उठा सकता था, उधर से उठा था.
Late on the utility to come out from DRX.
पॉइंट क्या हुआ फिर वो आगे लर्क करने का, जब उसको पीछे आके पोस्ट प्लांट ही खेलना होगा.
Around the site and making sure they've got, you know, eyes on the prize to get the defuse, but also protecting it, right? You saw the cloudburst come out a little bit on the tail end of that as well, just for some added protection when the defuse comes through. So on the board, you know, nice and early, no multitude of rounds in succession going to be achievable on the early stages for DRX. This time though, quick one for RRQ, gathering some great information up to the A site, but meanwhile that's not the intended primary target for DRX at the moment. Sniffing out what may have been a B, but opting to rotate back to the more side of A, which is heavily stacked, which would be extremely interesting.
You could say that this is RQ reading DRX's game plan, right? This is the exact same thing that they ran just in the previous round, and now the positions hold up. It's gonna be Crazy Guy. 2K found. Hyunmin trying to even out the odds. Will find one, but Tailwind's away.
Straya dead again, so no access to the null command. They also lost freeing, so no initiator util whatsoever. It becomes more body play at the moment now for DRX. And if you do transition to this B side still, you've got that alarm bot that plays protection for Xfero. And you've already got rotations coming out, full pallet.
Unless Bane can really pull off something magical with this lurk. The movement's somewhat readable for RRQ right now.
There is no mollies on the side itself though for Xfero. So when the alarm bot trips, it kind of is just him calling for the team to rotate on over. And that does mean a bit of a free plant can go down.
Somewhat. Oh, the spam. Smako so low. The snake bite will kill him instead. Jemkin off to the trades as well. Just down to Hyunmin, who unfortunately got spotted out way too quick. RRQ to even up the score.
Yeah, I don't really know about that plant position, if I'm to be honest with you. Exposing yourself to two angles, no man and the front orange as well. And then you kind of just afford time for the molly to go down as well. I mean, you want a bit more of an open plant to be defendable, I guess, but yeah, a little bit awkward there at the end of it. Just spreads enough with the snake bite. And I mean, in a 1 versus 3 scenario with 10 seconds to go, that would have been pretty difficult for Hyunmin to be able to find.
True enough. And now we find DRX with RyuK Arsenal.
Yeah, you definitely have to see Hyunmin be the charger here.
Go.
Oh, already down to 16 though. That's rough.
Still gonna look for something
okay,
though.
Mind.
Updrafts upwards into a kill, but in with the Armageddon from Crazy Guy.
Australia tried to stick the spike through that as well.
Spike denied, truly. Then the suppress as well. Hyunmin not quite able to use the blades any longer. Decent stun, but still a lot of assistance as RRQ have the site completely surrounded. Hyunmin not quite able to find much with the blades. RRQ will take the lead.
Yeah, nicely countered by RRQ, to be completely honest with you, right? You're getting some good damage on towards Hyunmin, which makes him think better of going for any further challenges. You're denying the spike plant from going down with Snake's Bite for the last one, but also with the Armageddon. I was looking on the moment that goes down as well, and you've got salvos comboed to through the wall side of things towards the orange backside and stuff. So it was good, just utility layering to come on out for RRQ. And the Armageddon too. I mean, Straya trying to just stick the plant through that one. Yeah, I know it's got a wind-up time and stuff, but it wound up a little bit quicker than he thought.
Just all the utility coming through, and it's a pretty, again, like readable game plan for RRQ. They kind of know, or they're kind of able to understand, discern exactly what DRX are trying to do. Hence this timeout, needing to pull in a little bit more depth, if you will. RQ so far has been pretty solid with Monyet just still able to hold off onto B, as well as the rest of the squad. Jemkin onto this jet, right? We've seen him, how much he can do on this agent.
Yeah.
Quick plays, quick positions in towards a nest, for example, on the previous round. Now, ooh, both sides stacked up towards A.
Yeah, I mean, last round you had the Armageddon used for Crazy Guy, but look at what you've got achievable in this next round, right? Viper Spit for Monyet, Null Command for Cushy. If you get them online at the scruff that's going to happen over towards this A site for at least, maybe one of them. Those could be pretty good in a post-plant scenario, for example, but let's see what this early challenge actually comes out with. Pit prioritized. As DRX don't see any full aggression early on. They will wait a second. They will then throw in their utility to regain space.
Ooh, and look at RQ, they're pushing down mid as well. Pit comes alive, and Monyet's whole duty is to just stay alive. So far, so good on the shorty kill, but Bane with the spams. That's the pit quickly dealt with.
And an ult command out from Australia because finally he's actually alive. He's not dead for the first little bit of this one. Flank, though, already coming through from Jemkin.
And Australia needing to stay alive alongside his team as well for this post plant. But here comes RRQ. Crazy guy off of contact. A well-timed peek. 3v3. And also DRX being aware, a little bit paranoid about players towards the back. Yep, spots him out by the torso. Crazy guy. Just being able to continue cause mayhem towards the back. DRX beginning to sweat. They're trying to hold shoulder to shoulder around 410, but still with the positions noted. Cushy, multi-kill picked up.
Yeah, we really need to see DRX find some free opening kills and settle down a little bit, right? They're trying to force their way back in towards the site after, you know, giving the space to RRQ in the beginning, which you understand that. But when they look to force the plant, you know, they don't actually have anybody ready for the flanking situation. It was really good work done by Jemkin and by Crazy Guy to at least, you know, gain favor there, make it more difficult for DRX to play in a post-plant scenario. Just really early on the rotation, really early on the flank as well. And you're setting yourselves up for maybe another successive round here. It's 4 in a row on this defensive side so far from them. You're up against the Stingers, you're up against the Bulldog. Definitely see a world in which that converts to 5.
For now, not yet. This time they don't see Jemkin anywhere closer to the A site, so that could be some information. Outlaw, though.
Outlaw over towards the B site. You've got Monyet there too, but it is a little bit quicker from DRX. I did mention before you want to see some opening kills for them. Give themselves an advantage before going for the plant. Well, it's not going to happen this time. They're going for the plant in a 5 versus 5.
Okay, yeah, DRX classic with the executes into the site to the spike plant. Question is, can they hold it?
Stingers around this side is not bad.
Yeah, really close, especially when both of them are stacked up against each other like that. But still, Monyet will be able to neutralize at least one. Dispatches the next as well. And you've got Blades, Jemkin, looking to kick up a storm under the site. Swift and precise will be X-Pharaoh as he swings off to the next position. And then the spike to get stuck all the way through. Oh my god, he gets the kill just at the end of it.
Another situation, man. Another situation where the spike is immediately just dived upon by RRQ and they don't even have to worry about the utility to come on out. I mean, we saw it earlier from Bane trying to throw the nano swarms on towards the side. This time, well, we're seeing it thrown again, but we're seeing freeing dumped down on towards the salvos too. It's just a little bit too little too late. RRQ are getting some great little reads and having the right numbers at the right spot, knowing how to dance around these sites, knowing what angles to watch out for at the right time. These defenses round for them, they've always had the right items, the right abilities available.
But
what?
Just for DRX not quite able to continue holding it post-plant.
They just need a good opening frag and to kind of force RRQ to fall back, labulate, you know, not go for a two-dimensional retake, right? Force them into something just very readable, which is not really happening at the moment. Another 5 versus 5, potentially, where there's a enormous flanking presence.
Right, we'll kind of write the previous round off just because they had stingers. This time it should be a lot better, but what a flash coming out from Cushy. That's what you want in a KO. You got the pit, sure enough, but counter lockdown being placed in. RRQ happy to stay and stick around, hovering around as DRX looks for a way to escape. So far, not quite able to do just that. And they have the Viper's pit surrounded as well. Jemkin, alongside Cushy, just picking every single DRX player one by one, all apart, down into the final kill, and the defuse stuck in as well.
Another scenario where RRQ are already with 5 members surrounding the A site when the plant goes down. Like, it's a scenario where DRX are not finding advantage and they have to recognize that they need to scope out the map to be able to get some abilities. Yeah, they Viper's Pit and they lockdown, but you see a counter lockdown come out from RRQ and you see the attacker lockdown destroyed by, I believe it was the fragment and a little bit of spray on towards it, is what I think I caught there. There was just no escape whatsoever for DRX. Ooh. That's 6 rounds in a row, and you've got to be wondering, for what DRX needs to do here. It has to be not giving RRQ everything they want for a retake. You have to remove some items first. You have to find some earlier kills.
This is where the calling kind of comes into question sometimes. Just a full site hits and they're not quite paying off dividends. RRQ on the other hand though, I mean just playing all of this to perfection, right? The first few rounds might have eluded them, but down into these subsequent ones, they've been able to work their way across the map.
And I know we haven't seen a lot of Icebox for DRX this year, for RRQ as well this year, right? But from what we have seen, we've got a lot more of a reliance on this attacking side for DRX as opposed to the defensive side, right? So they need a lot of rounds on the attacking side, in my opinion, if we're going just by the history and what we're seeing in the previous ones as well, right? Being pretty good on the attacking side as opposed to this defensive side. Whereas for RRQ, I mean, scattered an approach, for example, against T1 in that game, but still kind of doing enough on that defensive side, right? They ended that one at six apiece, and they've already gained 6 here in a row. So there's only more to play with to make their attacking adventures better.
Everything points towards RRQ taking a successful map for now. DRX, though, off of the timeouts. This was the second one called already in the first half.
Yeah.
Trying to right the ship.
Waiting for any overextension from RRQ, and they're just not giving it to you.
At least you got Mako trying to somewhat lurk towards middle this time.
And you got Jemkin just making sure the Outlaw is looking down the extremity of B. If he spots out anything, he can go for a pot shot and fall on back, wait for rotations of the team, who are happy to play retake if they need to as well, right? Putting the eggs in the A basket at the moment, having the right numbers, because DRX don't recognize yet that there's a B site on this map. It's A, it's A, it's always A.
Yeah, there's more to the map. At least Mako is beginning to go on this expedition and chart further paths for his team right now. There you see the lurk coming a little bit more active and also working with some micro plants around this toxic screen.
यही मैं बोल रहा था कि भाई 5v5 पे रहने क्यों दे रहे हो? एक कहीं पे उठाओ, एक दो उठाओ, तभी ना होगा. अब देखो कितना मस्त.
And that would have been
यही चीज.
absolute murder. But now it's on to Jemkin in a 1 versus 4, knowing the damage is done, knowing that you've got money for next round, and DRX might not.
Just to dive in. Why not? He's made some sounds. Hyunmin will be the first to peek. No subsequent peeks needed. And it's DRX to put one back up on the board.
Yeah, it's not super exciting as well for the crowd here, of course. They know that that round is just one that DRX really needed to get, and a lot of those kills were, you know, a little bit disconnected through the round. But most importantly, what was it, Quack? It was not a full retake where RRQ had everything to go for the retake. It's battles being won in the beginning, battles being won in the middle of it, with good trades coming out. A bit of a different look on the timeout that comes out from DRX, and now, well, as RRQ, we don't want to let them get anything back. We don't want to give them momentum to try and tie it up. So let's just recognize what little slip-up we had just there.
Right.
Have a discussion for the remaining 3.
You got a Killjoy. You've seen Mako beginning to play around, well, the rest of the map now. So possibly looking to anticipate some of these further movements coming out from DRX.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they have toyed with B, you know, a couple of times, but they've just been absolutely denied by a lot of the utility usage that comes out from RRQ, right? You have to play it a little bit more defaulty. You have to bait out that utility and try and escape. Puts a lot more of a premium on your Viper utility timing and what you've got in reserve for that.
And Jemkin as well. I mean, you've seen rounds where RQ begins with an A main presence, which would help them with information or possibly the first pick as well. And right now, this is exactly what they have set up for themselves.
Yeah, the turret and kitchen still for the likes of Xfero. You know, you can still have a bit of a creep up in towards the window to spot a boiler, which is how the kill was collected last round, but maybe we'll see that happen, maybe we won't. Forward presence from RRQ towards the A site with the 4 members yet again, not seeing that anything is home for DRX, and once moreover,
wow,
you got to remember that the alarm bot is the tell for the B site, right? You just got that at the front of the choke. As soon as it's popped, then you can start to see some shuffling from RRQ. If that's not popped, you really don't need to worry about anything. You still got mid being watched by Crazy Guy.
It was a really early stealth drone as well, though, so DRX might be able to play with some timing around this stealth drone, and it flushes Jemkin away.
Oh, Monion's on 22 HP. He has to get out of dodge. He will be successful in doing so. But you have forced a couple of these
भाई मेरे को लगा कि वो पीक कर लेगा यार पहले ड्रोन के पहले ही
right? What can Marco
भाई मेरी
find? The alarm bot,
गोटे फंस गए थे
as I
मुंह में
mentioned earlier, but with 40 seconds to go, if this is where DRX are going to end up towards, there is going to be a little bit of this utility that they still have to play for.
Yeah, noting the nanostorms right now at the very least, so not too bad. But can you find Xfero? That would help out so much in the post plant. Smako trying to sneak around, sneak through. Oh, the tailwind. Xfero, though, still able to take down Freeing. That's the spike.
Yeah.
Hello? Snake bite just to prevent Xfero from regaining position. But at this point, 15 seconds left. DRX. I feel like they're kind of lost in the sauce. Mako, though, still good on the multi-kills. Hyunmin good for the kills as well. Just Jemkin left. 5 seconds, but they're not able to take him down. Spike plant all the way through. Can Estrella take this 1v1? He's pinned down, his shoulder peaked, and it's Jemkin to hold the angle. RRQ, what?
I don't know about that one from Hyunmin, to be completely honest with you. Trying to elevate himself towards the top of the site, and Jemkin just swats him down. That was
क्यों करना है वही तो 2v1 है आराम से रुको उसको आने दो
in a Red Bull clutch fashion, but I gotta say, Freeing running out in the open with the spike there, the eyes is not on the prize of getting the plant down because they recognize that the utility can still come down. The utility that they didn't bait out on the A side of things can still deny the plant, so they're trying to go forward, they're trying to go for the challenge, but then you remove kind of the simple thing. If you're getting the spike plant down at that default spot, where's the angle that you're gonna be, you know, taken down from? Well, it's the top of sight, and there was someone lurking there.
You definitely have to consider those, but unfortunately, the round will play out the way that it did. A 10th clutch picked up by Jemkin as well. A lot of top stats being picked up by this guy.
Information, Crazy Guy Teo is towards the A site where an Armageddon is available, remember too. So does that make DRX second guess how they're going to try and attack in towards this site?
Oh, they haven't quite noted the op as well. Armageddon into op kill.
Yeah, that was great. Armageddon forces Estrella to get out of there, and he just can't.
If you hear the footsteps as well, that confirms further information.
Well, it's also the spike on the floor, right?
That's, yeah.
That you don't really need to see too much movement from RRQ here. You've got an operator still looking at it. You've got no, like, Omen on this map, for example, where Bane had played that before against Paper X instead of this Killjoy.
Yes.
Because Flashback was
kind of a long time
ago. That one.
Ooh. Well, Flicks this time somewhat whiffed. It does allow for DRX to push up further up front, but still cushy. Unfortunately, it will be 86th. Down to Magnetic Sphero, both up around rafters. The spike still down on the ground, and it still is timing for RQ to push up front. Oh no, they tried to pick it up. Xfero just marks the position. Mako, though, good on the first. 10 seconds left, and he drops the curtain just to pull Xfero down into the dirt.
Oh, Marco, you needed to deliver something there for the squad, didn't you? You needed to come out with your own clutch, your variation. You've been a little bit silent in the last couple up. You had a beautiful first map, but this one, you crack open that can, the Red Bull clutch comes on through. In a round where you've got two individual peaks in a 3 versus 2 scenario, Xfero winning both of those ones. The latter one, I mean, the wall isn't even up. Bane's just trying to upgrade the weaponry and have focus on that instead of, you know, any potential reposition from Xfero. Bit rough there. 7-4. Will it be 8-4 or 7-5 coming into this last round of the half? A couple of great ultimates as well for RRQ, mind you, for a potential retake if they want to shift in towards that as well. Having some great successes, right? Null Command and Lockdown. Gonna be gorgeous if they can get into a situation like that, but of course it means that DRX have to start to scale up towards the site eventually. And as RRQ, I mean, you're not wasting too much of your utility. If you're not seeing DRX scale up, you know that they're waiting for you to use your util, so just don't give it to them.
That's right, both sides just kind of, would you call this playing chicken? They're kind of waiting for each other, aren't they?
Playing a game of chess at the moment. Which piece can we exchange and sacrifice for another?
Especially the pawns first. Oh, and that's just going to be Jemkin now. Taking out Hyunmin.
And Null Command has been deployed from Cushy too, so this is going to halt DRX's processes and solidify that that kill on Hyunmin is not tradable.
40 seconds left.
You got to use the Armageddon to destroy that one.
And that just kind of forces DRX's hand. They will continue to try to push in, especially with the stuns as well. But RRQ still in position. The toxic screen does provide additional value as well. Cushy now crazy guy. Xpero finding all one apiece.
Yeah, that's a really quick flood to come out from RRQ in that round as well, right? Not giving DRX any time to even try and get the plant on the back of the lockdown being destroyed by the Armageddon. Really nicely done. And that'll be 8-4 at the half in favor of RRQ. So switching it up into DRX's, well, worse side on this map, the defensive side. I think you got a lot to discuss and figure out for the Korean side here, but for the flip side, RRQ, I think they've done enough on their attacking side where if they get out of the gates flowing on this one, they get a pistol round the second round, albeit, you know, the bonus round too, right? That would be probably the map closer. So let's see what a change-up will look like.
Certainly needing to find so much
here we go.
more.
Monyet's biggest strength is his skills or his cuteness.
Wait, you were... How do you rate one of these higher than the other?
Let's see, is he on top of the team for this map? Did he do good in the last map?
He was good in the last map.
How's he been overall?
They have a Mako drawing as well.
Oh,
Ooh.
another one. Who's the better Bane?
That's
Bane
a different
who rolls
game.
or
Excuse
Bane
me?
who shoots?
Look at that icon. Wow, this kid's actually seriously considering. Okay.
Bane who rolls. Are we getting like leaks here? Are we gonna have an agent that can like roll around the map?
Please.
We're getting like, you know, early theory crafting.
Please, no.
8-4 though here, Quack. Let's see if RRQ are going to be able to close this one out nicely and send us into the third decider of Lotus to have a chance to get their first appearance at an international. Of course, if you are just joining us, this is a series where the winner will go to Masters Toronto. Already seeing Gen G best Boom Esports in the previous series to book their ticket.
The chess game continues. Drone quickly dealt with so far. DRX keeping more players hovering around this A site, looking for information.
Now scaling up now, Xpero finds a stray up, first casualty.
Stuck from pipes. Bane then, went up from screens, but you still got Hyunmin undetected up from the top of rafters. RQ looking for the safe spike plant, but you got DRX close by. The utility's already somewhat spent, so they're looking to push up. Tailwinds away, but look at Quishy. Crazy guy as well. All able to watch for these angles where the pistols are sharp and deadly.
Yeah, just Bane and freeing to see what damage they're going to be able to deliver, it feels like now.
Yeah, you kind of know that they're all towards the back. Monyet then slipping past towards the back. He's looking to slice them at the back of their necks. Crazy guy for the final one as well, and RRQ move up to a 9th.
I mean, it's just immediately one of the differences where RRQ, when one player feels a little bit hot under the collar and they want to disconnect from the site and fall back, you've got another player watching their 6, right? You've got these trades available from RRQ that we didn't really see too much from DRX. I feel like Australia is having a bit of a hard map at the moment in terms of positions that he can feel confident in getting a lot of the kills as well. Just first casualty in that round. And you saw some good value from the 0 point of Cushy too, by the way, so a little bit of difference to come out there. Now pistol round accumulated from RRQ. I was theorying a little bit earlier, right? They get the pistol, the second round, they set themselves up nicely. You get the bonus round, which we'll see after this one. If they win this, of course, then...
Yeah, could be it.
Yeah, it could be it, potentially. But let's see what the pistols are going to be able to deliver for DRX.
Taking it slow and easy so far, dealing with early utility.
Yeah, it's good to see that DRX know that there's a B site now on this defensive side.
Dispel the fog of war, if you will. But, well, in the kill department so far, it will be RQ taking the lead.
Yeah,
rotation.
Just going to send them to the A site, stack with the pistols, and, well, there's going to be nobody home, unfortunately. RRQ playing patient.
Yeah, and then this would just kind of point towards playing for exits.
Yeah, and then you're also, you know, juggle the buy in towards this one.
Meanwhile, though,
a lot into the bonus.
For RRQ to continue building up towards these pivotal ultimates.
See if DRX want to try and challenge with these pistols, or if they are happy enough to just go up with the spike and deny any extra ult orbs.
Just deny. Bane as a sheriff. He's feeling lucky today. Oh, but Xfero, fortunate enough to find one towards the back. Suddenly DRX find themselves in a really uncomfortable position, turn back around. Estrella, not too bad, but still down to the final two with Class 6.
It's just
let's calm down.
It's just the two pistol players that lost their life. You know, it's okay for RRQ in this sort of scenario. They take the rest of the 3 weapons that they invested with here. Xfero and Jemkin held on to their own money going into that round, so this bonus round is actually going to look pretty potent for the side of RRQ and what they're going to be able to bring to the party.
Still not too bad for an hour on RRQ with a steady approach. Much like their entire group stage run. What is that?
I feel like we could have a really fun montage of all of the player reactions where they're just screaming or laughing and all that sort of stuff.
Well, we do have an outlaw now, Manye.
डेक्स्टर भाई वाह किस चीज पे वाह बोल रहे हैं?
Immediately, though, feeling the pressure at this B site is Marco, and he needs some assistance. What a gorgeous pop flash. The challenge is certainly on, and he weathers it. He wins one.
And Jemkin will be able to even out the odds somewhat. Tailwind's back into safety. You got the fragment as well, just to fend off any incoming players. But still then, now you got to play post-plant.
Yep. Silent drone too, shifting on up. If that's available to pop, it is.
Not really suppressed though. 10 seconds for these salvos to come back online, so Crazy Guy needing to stay alive. You got the Killjoy utility to watch the back, so now you just got to watch the front, where Jemkin and Xfero are good on the spams. A triple kill picked up now. It's just Mako left alive, not able.
थर्ड मैप जा रहा है तो वो लोग कर ही नहीं पा रहे काउंटर DRX वाले.
And it's RRQ exactly like you predicted, Komodo.
तो थर्ड मैप जा रहा है.
That one, hey, you get the pistol the second round and albeit the bonus round, and you're looking to potentially close out the map. I mean, from what we've just seen so far in terms of coordination and positioning, it just, I get the feelings and the vibes that RRQ are just ahead of DRX in a lot of these very important pieces, you know, the very important things for a map of Valorant.
We're going to pay attention to your predictions for the
Oh no, I went DRX on this series, and I went boom on the last one, so...
It's early, it's map 2.
I made a thing. It was my heart predictions, not my head predictions on that one.
I remember that.
No brain.
Right now though, brain spotted Jemkin. He definitely saw Estrella on that one.
Yeah, and it has been Estrella who's been given free haircuts more often than not, isn't it? So he needs to be quite careful. It is just the little pistols for DRX in this one. Solo stinger.
He's calling it to his team as well. The drone now trying to possibly put some presence on the B side.
Yeah, they already know that the Viper's there in Marco. You've just found out freeing towards B, so does it give you a bit of an idea? Of course it does, that A is lesser equipped. RRQ, though, not wanting to go too early, so they'll wait for the rest of their utility to come online.
Oh! He's going to get hit by the first initial salvo anyway. Off towards the back now, and that's exactly where Jemkin wants to be. You got salvos to counter back, but still, you got so many spots to plant around this A site where Jemkin continues to decimate just Mako, and it's so unfortunate.
I mean, he certainly would need to be the Doombringer in this one, wouldn't he? For a 1 versus 4 with the Sheriff.
Don't know how much Doom he can bring. Okay, that's a decent start.
There is a flank coming through from Monyet.
You wouldn't know. So Mako, unfortunately, back's turned towards screens. Does find the first, but as he runs around back, oh, Monyet. Oh, he's been spotted now. The spike will go off, but kill's still found.
He's just toying with his food. He knows he's won the round there. It doesn't matter. He'll go down for the shenanigans. It's 12-4. RRQ, as I said, they have fashioned themselves a pretty monstrous game plan coming in towards this map. DRX to really get a wriggle on for anything. I highlighted a couple times already that DRX's defenses on this map are pretty strugglesome at best. And it's being exploited quite nicely. Oh, I wonder what the end of that one was.
Okay. Thankfully got caught up at the right time. Now we do have a bit of a Hail Mary pass from DRX though, and trying to look for the gunfight. Still wins it as well. It's Jemkin. Hyunmin on the other hand,
round में पहले
has it
pick
all.
दे दो.
But what can you do around this A site? This is not a safe position. Neither is gathering an orb in the open. Unfortunately, Xfero in for the trade as they're getting in towards the site with advantage.
Right, multiple angles, all covered, and DRX continue to try to fight back, try to hold down the site. Hyunmin trying to get himself away out of position of this lockdown. Holding on to the op as well, where it's a 2v3.
And a top site plant as well can be pretty difficult to retake in a normal scenario.
Monyet still a sneak bite as well. So far, high and low. It's going to be a tough position to contend for. Quickly spotted out, but the shot's not quite connecting. Just Jemkin, still sharp and lethal. Hyunmin to try to peek around the corner, but I'm sorry to say this round is probably going to go off the wayside. He goes up the zip line, and Monyet will happily pick up the kill onto that final one.
Third map जा रहा.
That puts DRX out of their misery on this icebox. We end with a scoreline of 13-4.
Yeah, feels like it a little bit, right? You've kind of said the right word there. Miserable for DRX with the performance that they're able to come out with on that map. But I think a masterclass from RRQ. They had a really good game plan and awareness factor on the defensive side and even on their attacking side as well. I mean, it's just flawless for the second half to come out from them from pistol to the closer. They were always ahead. 13-4 is the scoreline there. I think for DRX, this is certainly not a map that, you know, since essentially, what's that, July last year that you've won, probably needed to be July last year that you last played it.
Right, it's Icebox. It just came back in, but right off the rip, you're already seeing why this sort of wild card pick was even selected. You had so many moments coming out from the likes of Jemkin, Cushy even, and also Monyet.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great effort from the RRQ guys in their own map pick here as well. It was just, you know, what were they going to be able to deliver on DRX's pick, which they did a lot, right? 13-11, you thought that they might actually be able to push us into overtime with the tail end of rounds that we did see on map number 1, but this would give them really good confidence on the back of this dominant performance on Icebox to send us into the final map in Lotus, where it was them that got the choice.
That's right, you know, both sides not out of the woods yet. They have to go the distance, and this is where endurance comes into play. Our hearts definitely go out for the players who are trying to survive, but we'll toss it back over onto the desk.
Oh, they definitely are trying their best to survive. As we all know, qualification match goes into a map number 3 for Masters Toronto. And for RRQ, they must be feeling really good about this Icebox.
They took them to the box and it worked out well for them. I mean, this pick, it was beautiful from RRQ, and you can even see it. I mean, we'll get into a little bit more detail when we break down some of the replays, but you can see it here. 12 first kills and 4 out of 9 post plants there for DRX. RRQ on the defense in particular was all over them, which was not good news for DRX, where they had much better attacking halves in their last 2 games of Icebox, which they dropped both of, and I felt like
third map में
had a
भाई
very good game plan, similar
DRX
to what
चले
we
जाए
saw
भाई,
over on Fracture. I think RRQ, if you're like a
क्योंकि DRX नीचे आएगा तो PRX नहीं जा पाएगा.
how these defense side protocols go when you
DRX एक बार ही हारता है, दूसरी बारी में वो जाएगा ही जाएगा.
The other team takes a site. What do I do if the other team takes certain amount of control? RRQ's protocols are just way too clean. The way that
मतलब PRX के लिए अभी भी मुश्किल है. PRX वर्सेस T1 है तो उधर तो और भी मुश्किल है. वहाँ से अगर वो जीत जाती है.
Very impressive map from them. Again, very clear to see why they chose it. And I do think on the flip side, DRX looked very uncomfortable. I don't think they were able to really understand the macro in the same way RRQ were. And, you know, the rounds we saw kind of got scrappy and they were just able to kind of win these fights. We see Jemkin topping the charts here, 21-8.
Such a monster on the Jet. You saw it on Haven. Like, I've been waiting for them to go back to the meta comp on Haven for ages because he was just owning on Jet initially in kickoff. So it's good to see him get back on that agent. He's fantastic to watch on it. And over on the side of DRX, a couple of players going missing a little bit. I don't think I've seen yet a good individual performance from Australia on a flash unit, whether it be Breach or KO coming into DRX. Freeing has not been what he was over in kickoff, dominating on the Teo. And for Bane, as we get deeper into this series, I'm getting worried because he is got to be struggling at this point. The dude is really feeling it. He's under the weather. And when you go hours and hours into a series when you're in pain, it's going to really start to take a toll on you.
Oh, definitely. And, you know, we obviously, we know that DRX wouldn't let Bane compete unless it wasn't, like, medically advised.
Yeah,
so
of course.
Rest assured with the fans, like, he is okay. It's just that he is, of course, very uncomfortable right now. But I would say for DRX, you're absolutely right. Australia, I mean, a lot of the story revolves around him because he is up against his former team. It's not exactly the performance that you would want, especially when you have a lot of information on that previous team, right? We saw how RRQ was able to execute such great retakes on so many of those rounds.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we can dive into the replays of that right now and just see how well they were able to retake the site time and time again. The majority of these rounds won on defense start with a setup that makes a lot of sense, and then really, really solid map control protocols from the defense after the initial wave of aggression from the attackers, whether they run an A default, you take all of B long and take middle, or the way that you're actually able to approach a lot of these retakes was really nice from RRQ.
Yeah, these sites on Icebox are quite easy to retake, all things considered, especially if you're able to find that opening pick. I think that's one thing RRQ did really well.
Yeah.
They were often able to find that first kill, reset, give the space, and then go into the retake. And that's just how you play this map. I mean, they understood it very, very fundamentally and executed it very, very smoothly.
They kept changing up their setups as well. They would go from a tube walk to a 4-stack on A, contesting belt and really fighting for things, to throwing the jet on that B long info line and being able to stack towards A. It felt like DRX were never really attacking into the same setup. And even when they ended up in some kind of a post plant that they should be somewhat comfortable with or were able to kind of play around, they were never quite playing against the same retake, whether it was retake heavy through screen and rafters or they were getting triple flanked.
It just goes to show how confident they were on this map, right? You could see all the players that they were really taking those fights and they knew that they would win. Just like Jemkin, I mean, you compare him to Hyunmin, right? Who, of course, we saw Hyunmin pop off in the previous map, but here on Icebox, it just wasn't the same story.
Yeah, I mean, this was the kind of matchup we highlighted before of Jemkin versus Hyunmin, Jet versus Jet. Who is going to come out on top? I think there's no doubt Jemkin was just electric in this. Hyunmin got a few good shots back off, but, you know, we saw both of them topping the charts for their respective teams. I mean, this shot was ludicrous, but I mean, absolutely. I think this is where the real crux of this matchup is going to go heading into map 3. Which duelist is able to pop off more?
Yeah, I think Hyunmin, look, he did what he could. He was definitely the standout player there for DRX, right up there with Marco. But Jemkin, I mean, 21-8. It's another monstrous game on the Jet. This guy is unreal on Jet. He's really, really good on the Yoru as well, which I think we're going to see from him in this next map. He put on an absolute clinic versus T1 in that decider game in the group stage.
Ooh, really early prediction over there. But yes, going into our next map, which will be Lotus. How are we feeling about this? Because I'm
मोटा भाई बढ़िया खेलता है.
than DRX's Lotus. I feel like
मोटा भाई अच्छा खेलता है.
a lot more, and then you look at RQ's record on Lotus, it doesn't spark too much confidence.
To be fair, most of those losses for RRQ come back in kickoff when they were playing a different comp. With their current comp here in stage 1, they're 2-1 overall, and the game they did lose was against Team Secret, which was in that game right at the end of
क्या
the
बोलते हो RyuK भाई,
which didn't
मतलब
change the standings at all, so I don't know how much they
किस चीज में क्या बोलते हो?
to try to win that game of Lotus for themselves.
मोटा भाई के बारे में, मोटा भाई तो अच्छा खेलते ही हैं, पता है मुझे.
Overall stats for the whole year.
मोटा भाई duelist में
But
बहुत
I
अच्छा
do
खेलते
agree
हैं.
for DRX, this is a map that's been going great, and they even broke their head-to-head streak against T1 in that last game yesterday.
Sure, and as we see the stats right now, we're seeing that, you know, DRX, of course, we know that they've been experimenting, you know, back and forth with a lot of
changing.
Yeah, it's an unpredictable DRX all of a sudden. RRQ, I feel like they have a lot more to show in this map.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely... I'd say the ball is in DRX's court here. RRQ have a bit of an uphill battle in this map 3. We can see DRX have picked it there 4 times. Sorry, played it 4 times. So they are very, very comfortable here. And, you know, this is a map where they've shown continual innovation. So it will have been much harder for RRQ to prep for this.
Yeah, for DRX, I mean, exactly that. They keep changing up what they're doing on this comp. You never quite know what they're going to be bringing onto Lotus on the day, so that's something you have to keep in the back of your head. But the game against T1, a very, very close one that they were finally able to overcome T1 in that matchup, although they were playing against a very different comp, which, funnily enough, is very similar to what RRQ is going to be bringing into this game. That was a Breach Teo comp. I believe it was double Senti as well. I don't quite remember for T1 exactly what they were, sorry, double control. I don't remember exactly what T1 were playing, but it was definitely at the core a similar style to what RRQ is going to play against here. So, or sorry, what DRX is going to play against RRQ bringing into this one. For me, like I said before, Jemkin is going to be the standout here on the Yoru. He plays a fantastic Yoru on this map. He is the centerpiece of their game. He plays so disruptively on defense. He's going to be really annoying on a lot of these off angles, and it's something that DRX will have definitely studied and will have to be ready for coming into this game at Lotus.
Yeah, for me, I'm going back to that head-to-head between Crazy Guy and Australia, right? This is a 3-site map. You're going to look at a lot of the very, very smart IGL calls that are going to come in, especially, again, final map of the day. At the end of this map, we find out who's going with Gen G to Masters Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, the IGLs tend to love these 3-site maps. There's a lot more room to maneuver. You're able to mid-round a lot cleaner. So this is the real IGLing test, if you ask me. I have to agree with you. I think both of those players now have to really step it up a gear, because there's no time to coast.
Chips खाओ guys,
there's
chips.
no time to make mistakes. Win this map.
करो
to Toronto.
Yeah, and I would say for, you know, both teams, do you want that lower bracket run? Not exactly, right?
No one does.
It's nobody does. Nobody wants to go through that gauntlet. Everybody wants the easy way in, and this is it. All you have to do is win Lotus, and you get there. For DRX, again, I said I was feeling a lot more confident with them, but I would say for RRQ, I wouldn't put it past them to just like, oh, we're just gonna play our own game, which is exactly what they have to do at this point. A lot of teams, you know, they have to counter all of these other strategies that teams are pulling in, but when you have DRX changing it up every single time, the most you can do is just make sure your players are on point.
Well, one-day turnaround for DRX. I don't know whether they're going to have time to change too much up, and they are going to play exactly this. Funnily enough, both them and Gen G playing the most standard comp on one of the maps in their series and just trusting that it's going to work out for them. It was a dub yesterday against T1, so let's see what RRQ have learned from watching that game.
Yeah, DRX opting to stay with that simple approach. RRQ much more the new meta, the
क्या
new
खेल रहे हैं?
wave. We do see Jemkin on that Yoru with Breach Teo. Now, I think this is definitely a winnable map for RRQ, but we saw how DRX played against a similar style yesterday. As you say, Pilski, it's all about the anti-strat. You managed to watch this map, so I really hope they've managed to dissect it, break it down, and that's going to...
Sentinel नहीं है, ये तो वही T1 वाला pick है.
Anti-strat can be hard to apply when they're playing into a completely different comp, completely different team, but in this case, there is some crossover and some trends that will be recognized here for the side of RRQ.
For sure, and we're gonna see who takes this map, who takes Lotus, and the winner goes over to Masters Toronto. We're gonna step inside and toss it on over to your casters, Wack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Big Time and Pilski. They all come down to this final map, Lotus. And, you know, Dedes talked about the compositions. Any thoughts on that, Komodo?
No, I mean, it's the same that they ran in with last time, right? So I think that there's definitely room for the anti-stratting, a little bit more preparation coming in towards this one for RRQ than Lysa DRX, who had to play yesterday. But that kind of makes it a little bit more interesting, and thought processes why DRX have opted to start on the defensive side. Are they ready with their own sort of anti-strats of what RRQ have to play with them or not? Because historically, DRX have been worse on this defensive side compared to their attacking side. So do they just want to come out of the gates a little bit better swinging or not, or give themselves a little bit more room to try and recover? Who really knows?
Slight curious decision, but right now, at least, we can see DRX have the setups they have, and they're kind of looking for that map control.
Yeah. And remember, a little something happened on the game of Valorant earlier on. There was a huge, very huge overtime scenario where RRQ have now lost the big, long overtime trophy.
Why are you bringing this up?
Because this is an important match, and it should go deep.
We'll see if RRQ can...
क्या lame joke था caster भाई.
Breaking that record. We've been close to overtime the first map.
Look at the rotations that this is kind of drawing over, though. Jemkin, rotating door, forces out a smoke, gate crashes away, makes the C side a little bit more vulnerable now.
Yeah, well, a little bit. DRX still staying true to their setup. 2-3 split. Right now, the positions that they are holding as well, stairs, as well as waterfall. Sudden decision for RRQ then to route themselves possibly into B, but that's when DRX also still has players online. So straight into the C site they will stream. And you got DRX in spades on this spot. Still though, the pistol shots from RRQ ringing true right now. 10 seconds left to get the spike down, but they don't necessarily need it. 4v1. So many of their players low HP though.
Now, if RRQ managed to pull this one back, I thought going to that B site was the wrong decision, but they somehow managed to find all of the doors around C. And now it's a healthy Marco against 4 bodies of RRQ.
Ball line spent, he knows exactly where Crazy Guy would be. So that does the first. Into the smokes, Monyet might just be able to push into the back of Mako, and there it is.
Good pistol round, actually. Like a neat recovery for RRQ. As I was saying, when they decided with 20 seconds to go to try and get in towards that B site, and they're waltzing in towards, you know, a Bane C's and a nade to come out from Hyunmin too. I mean, I thought the paint shells was just going to be the end-all to the round, but apparently not. 10 seconds to go, and Jemkin opens up with a couple of good kills. You got Crazy Guy and Xfero in for one as well, and you just set yourselves up for the opportunity to win the round. So these are little mid-round calls that you need to be very decisive on. Heard it on the desk earlier, right? This is the map where the IGLs probably need to step up, and a lot of great calling.
Yeah, we've seen Crazy Guy step up in that department on Icebox.
Yeah.
Which Lotus right now, though, especially with the guns in their hands, just classic. Move up front. Jemkin possibly able to gate crash. Well, no, not quite. He's just looking for as much as he can with this ghost right now. There's the gate crash.
No classic magic to come out in this round from DRX. You would expect for the remainder of this round as well. As there's a big old pivot towards the B site. Yeah, it'll make it pretty difficult for DRX to just get in with the classics as well. So round should go RRQ's way.
Spike plant.
And this is just brilliant. Right now you've got all these positions. Slight high-low, 3 players,
Yeah,
4
just
if you consider Jemkin.
Just don't fumble, really, as RRQ. Don't give an opportunity.
Just don't, just win.
Just win. Forehead.
Easy.
Don't flash yourself like that, though.
No, it's okay. Spot time is gather information for the team. And time for Xfero to sneak up from the back to find the 4K.
Yeah, neat. Neat work. You give some confidence to him on that one for sure, with the Ghost able to get the kills. But now we have the bonus rounds to come on through, and this is where we need to see DRX step it up, unlike what they weren't able to do over on the second half of Icebox. 5 in a row close-up.
Guys, listen.
I'm telling you, we can make a great montage with all the noises. I'm telling you. Gun round though. Gun round out for DRX. So let's see what they're going to have to do. But util spam an entrapment towards a rubble.
Classic. Jemkin though, trying to sneak past through from it. That has been the entire RRQ game plan so far.
And with the door now rotated closed fully, Marco not able to find any opportune moments to gain an advantage early on in this round for DRX. Meanwhile, it's going to be Hyunmin instead. Jemkin down. Kind of go time for RRQ to this B site though.
Right, tried to kind of overstay his welcome, but right now with the mid-round calls, quick and decisive, RRQ will be able to bulldoze their way into this B site. Freeing though, inside of the smokes, might be able to play spoiler, and he does! 2 kills, 3 kills, and it just completely throws around upside down.
Very nicely done for freeing there. Able to just spray transfer, finding the right timing to get through the smoke. Of course, not on the Teo now for this one, onto the Killjoy. So, bit of a change up to allow Australia to go on to the Viper. Always seeing some good value from Viper players on this map as well, and having opportunities for operators, for example, with wall ups and downs. So I'll be excited to see when that does look to come out for these teams. This time, however, though, of course, too early for that, as it's once again the A-Rubble control and contest that RRQ will weather. Oh. As I say that, though, maybe not. Marco actually getting the literal tail-end bullet through the corner of that rotating door.
Oh, and he's still spamming. Ooh!
Cheeky.
Xpharaoh, crazy guy. They were within range of getting domed, but right now it's going to be Xpharaoh who finds the frag on towards Bane. Clone instantly dealt with. Mako not able to sidestep. Hyunmin though turns back around.
He's got the rocket
Deals
too.
a crazy guy, but oh,
Shut down.
still the paint shells at the very least.
Look at the spike though, Quack.
Kind of buys time, yes.
At rubble.
Not quite picked up. Jemkin's looking to go for it, and he's able to hold the angle. Very aware.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate that the DRX members in the break room are not there to hit the shots together, and Estrella not expecting a flank from the counter. Viper taken down.
Right. All of a sudden, a quick round where RRQ, instead of having Jemkin to bait attention and then gate crash away, it's a full hit, and it's one that, even though Mako found the early pick, DRX didn't quite anticipate for the entire team to be around this spot. And also, great cognizance from Jemkin.
Yeah, I mean, just the bait and switch on that door, the breakable one, to try and bring that through for DRX. Jemkin, a great round. Certainly if we've got a lot of these individual moments come through from RRQ, right, it can pave the way for successes here.
And now with the full arsenal, just going for the dimensional drift play into a weaker bot DRX on the C site.
Yeah,
So everyone's been spotted out.
Yeah, try and trap him out with the dimensional drift and the salvos, though now is the time for RRQ to get in, ain't it?
Good dinks all backsides, but gate crashes away into safety. You got kills coming up from Monyet, and Bane was able to answer back, but still, without the guns, it's weaker firepower, and it's so tough to be able to withstand the push. RRQ then looking for the spike plant. Still not entirely sure if it's safe enough. Mako looking for some possible angles.
I mean, the Stingers in this situation, man.
You think?
Like, they can absolutely wreck them.
Oh, it all comes down to the positions, but unfortunately Mako has been spotted out, and it's just the classic left. Decent shot coming out through with the headshot, but still,
Yeah.
RRQ. They're
spot.
leading with a very good score right now.
Good spot. Fault line out, not giving him a opportunity to spray the Stinger. I got a highlight as well in that round. The showstopper brought out from Hyunmin, and it finds Zilch. If that had found a kill, or maybe even two, towards the bend, it may have been able to switch the round over towards DRX's favor. Look how low they are. The spam comes on towards Mako, and then just the classic at the end for Bane. Bit rough there. Wouldn't be surprised for DRX if they drop this round, of course, to have a timeout, because momentum is in RRQ's favor.
We'll see. I mean, right now, at least looking to contend once again for the A plays. RRQ happy with the utility baited out then to rotate and transition over onto the C site.
What are you going to look to do? Send in the drone for some information. Crazy guy can Rolling Thunder in if they spot anything, which is exactly what he's going to do with a counter Nightfall, though. That kind of does hold some proceedings for the remainder of the RRQ squad, but Jemkin still somehow able to find the kill, and Cushy to follow.
Yeah, close quarters, and then to watch for the waterfall angle as well. Just Mako and Hyunmin left. Hyunmin maybe looking to sneak one over,
Oh,
but
no.
oh, slight side steps, and he's able to still at least collect on towards the next. Hyunmin tapping onto the brakes.
Are they saving here? Yeah. They're able to sneak out, but it feels like it's with the tail between their legs, isn't it?
Too dicey. It's not a situation that you want to contend with, so in fact, it might be a wise decision sometimes.
I mean,
Not the hill you want to die on.
no, the Nightfall comes in to try and counter the aggression on the back of the Rolling Thunder. And Jemkin is able to find the opener, and then just followed up by a couple of extra members of RRQ.
But would then have to go back into this possible timeout.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would be expecting a timeout here for DRX, honestly. You've just lost another gun round here. It's 5-1. These are the sort of scenarios where if RRQ are allowed to really establish some positioning, they could run away with this half. That's why I was kind of questioning earlier as well, right? Like, why have DRX opted to start on the defensive side? It's been your most lackluster side. Did you have an idea? Did you know, do all the preparation to try and
No timeout.
really have some counters? No timeout.
That was with everything, with the Nightfall as well, but yeah, you're absolutely right.
हाथ धोकर आया रुको.
Coaches feeling like they don't necessarily need to if they're enjoying at least the calls and the ideas for the team to be able to come back for themselves, right?
We'll see. Currently, again, trying to be able to read RQ's movements, but down to fights themselves. It's RQ This time, staggering.
This is where you got to be really careful as Marco, because if you're spotted out by this drone real
Hears it.
early, there's a flash as well to come out. You should be dead to rights.
Oh God! He managed to spot one out at least, but it was a clone. Hyunmin then for the double kill, but Crazy Guy for the trades right back. Bane looking to B-hop himself into safety. Got Baby Door broken up apart, but Xfero with a sudden lurk springing over on towards Estrella. Freeing.
He needs the gun upgrade, and he will be able to achieve it. Estrella caught yet again with a knife in hand. So in this 2 versus 2, your options as DRX, spot him out and retake with the lockdown wouldn't be the worst thing.
But it depends on Bane's position as well. He's playing a really close one and done.
Pretty much. He needs one, at least here, to allow freeing on lower HP.
Not even looking for the Prowler play even. RRQ, though, they have a slight chance to possibly sneak on over, but instead they will walk straight into Bane's crosshairs. The trade found. Crazy Guy with a one-on-one freeing. Is this where you use the lockdown? No, he sneaks in. Crazy Guy doesn't quite know, but he tucks himself in the corner instead as well. Freeing then to creep on over. Certainly looking for the tap. Crazy Guy pushes over, but he's not looking the right way, just turns in the nick of time. The 3rd kill found in the round, and RRQ with a win streak at their hands.
Yeah, gotta say, the lurks from Xfero have been damn well potent in this one so far, right? You saw the tail end on what he was able to do on the last map as well, really trying to just play with rotations, and this time he's certainly just done it again, hasn't he? Peeking in through the B side of things. Yeah, the turret is supposed to be there to spot out the information, but if you as defenders are feeling a little bit of pressure, you're putting up that Viper's wall to stave off any split aggression to come on through, right? And unfortunately, it is the fact that that Viper wall is up that helps Xfero go for that little later flank there. Now the timeout does come out for DRX at the 6-1 mark, which, you know, already concedes the half to RRQ. They also, you know, do get a discussion in a timeout. It's not just the team that calls the timeout that gets to converse. So these are the sort of scenarios as well where you give RRQ the time to really come out with a different look at this side of things as well, right? What have they figured out in this map so far?
I don't know. I tell you what though, Komodo, it certainly looks and feels as though the stars are aligning for RRQ to make their first ever international appearance. This could be.
There's a chance there may be an SEA representative?
Yes, there very well could be. Not just the Korean teams. All the SEA fans clamoring for this one approach. DRX though, now with the timeout.
Yeah, let's see what it converts into here as well. What different looks there may well have been discussed on this defensive side from DRX. Pretty stock standard again though, with the rubble control, with a little bit of utility, having Marco still in the tree room door. Do see that Estrella is actually on the C side itself this time to assist with freeing, who might need to drop that lockdown a little bit earlier than expected with all the utility that is starting to get hammered into the C side, but it suppresses a little bit, quiets on down.
Here.
Just to hold position.
Bane will throw out a Prowler for the information, but it's no time for RRQ.
Straight in with the Armageddon and the gate crash, but Estrella just marks the position. Then the lockdown coming over. RRQ flushed away across the map.
Yeah, you can just get out in that sort of scenario as well. Your job has been done. Now you're trying to contest with a little bit of rotations over to the side of A. Marco does not need to challenge whatsoever. Hyunmin as well.
Nice.
This is looking better for DRX.
Right. Everyone now aware of every single possible position, especially the one where oftentimes Jemkin gate crashes into. That was a pivotal play.
Nice.
Towards a link now, and that's where
Nice.
Hyunmin is able to lock down the angle. DRX puts themselves on the board.
Alrighty, timeout conversion going DRX's way, but more importantly for me, and I think a lot of fans out there as well, is are they going to be able to get successful rounds in a row? They weren't able to do it at all on the previous map, bar the first and second round, which was the pistol, and then the second round after the pistol when your opponents really don't have any legs to stand on, right? So this is the time that we need to see them double down. That's the first round they've actually won besides the bonus in this map.
It would be a good chance for it with the ultimates online.
Yeah, but you also got to contend that RRQ do have a dimensional drift. And we know what information that's going to be able to find for Jemkin to bait out rotations and bait out utility. He's scoping out the breakable room at the moment. He'll be spotting out where Bane is, and he'll be spotting out all of these abilities. The drone There's Hyunmin's rocket.
And he's just stuck into this one spot. Unfortunate as he's not able to come up with some kills, but Mako picks up the slack. 4K found in the round. Crazy guy to even out the odds. 1v2 still though. If he finds one more, that would be Rolling Thunder. He's got to sneak away, Freeing. Thanks to Estrella's jump peak, knows exactly where he is. Freeing spotted out as well though, but manages to tuck away.
Yeah, Crazy Guy was ready for that as well. You could see his crosshair was at the right spot. He knew that that was a possibility. So now, in this 1 versus 2, what do you look to do as Crazy Guy? Rolling Thunder when you get the plant down, and Aftershock as well. So you want to plant in a position that you're going to be able to use these.
Seaside would be the best possible spot.
But where does he want to go for? Does he want to try and plant it a little bit more for the whole side of things or for mounds? He's going to opt for the latter. And generally, you would expect him to play behind the mound spot, right? So, see if there's going to be any differences. No. Alarm bot actually managed not to trip. Does that bait them, though?
He's got no idea, but
didn't expect him to be so close.
Still watching the angle, that's right.
So nicely done from DRX there. They get the opening engagements won, despite the rocket being removed. On the back of, well, individual heroics, right? Marco. Let's have a Marco highlight.
You gotta watch exactly how he found every single one of these, you know, dancing back and forth around this rubble area. Just everyone seized up and choked up thanks to Bane's seize as well.
But then you got to remember that it was a 1 versus 2 at the end, so there was still some damage delivered by RRQ to make things plausible for a collection of the rounds. Just not able to get done by Crazy Guy. Nano Swarm kind of funneling him into the crosshair of Freeing, who was already ready. So a 3rd round now for DRX. See if they can continue any sort of streak where you aren't seeing the combo utility of Fade and Paint Shells to actually net a kill towards the A main choke point, but you are staving him off a little bit with that Haunt that comes out, and now some extra utilities that forces Jemkin to get out and bandage up a little.
That's where we've seen this exact game plan for the past several rounds. Once again, RRQ just baiting them off of A, and then back in towards this B position. You got Link smoked off, so some decent spams possible, but nonetheless, the spike still gets planted. Prowler confirms positioning, but look at Jemkin looking to bypass and to cut them off on rotations as well. Rolling Thunder to buy further time.
Yeah, it hit 2 of them over towards the C-Link side of things.
Ooh. And if you're a DRX, I mean, considering contending for this heaven position, it's way too tough. Mako steps into the crosshairs. Estrella as well as Freeing right now, just getting tapped away.
Gotta call it.
There's no chance, 2v4.
Too difficult to get in. I was looking at the utility change-ups as well for Freeing, for example, putting the alarm bot on the Nano Swarm for the C site in case they got a little bit further into C, so they could put more focus on the B site, on towards Rubble. But it just feels like, you know, as soon as Jemkin got in towards the B site there, it was a little bit too difficult to have any follow-up come through from DRX, taking some great space. I don't know how Crazy Guy has managed to fall away on that one. But regardless, RRQ get their 7th round on the board.
Which still keeps themselves more than afloat.
They still dip everything on Akon. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, maybe we need to...
We need to what? What do we need to do?
We can't tell.
You won the round!
That is classified information, Komodo.
For sure, redacted. We'll never know. Combo util again for DRX at this A side of things, and then playing 1B, 1C. Spot out any information if you can, but you really want to go for this Rubble control. No TP from Marco to the top of Rubble to have any high-low. But pressure building up towards this C site, really. You might see him from the shadows over here if required.
Same thing again.
RRQ have been doing really well on baiting out a lot of this utility, really forcing DRX to think and have some good adjustments around the map. You know, these are the sort of situations as well where if you're Australia, are you contemplating dropping a pit a little bit later on to try and funnel RRQ away from you?
Not entirely sure just yet. I mean, so far not seeing too much towards the C site. You still got this 2-2-1 where DRX has a couple players to watch down B. Mako, then to find the first. Paranoia as well as TP away. Hyunmin back into position where RQ might not expect him.
Oh, cancelled. Salvos still go on in.
Oh,
Hyunmin has a lot to do here.
He might have been blinded, but the toxic screen.
It helps him.
Yeah, well, also helps RQ to kind of sneak in through from tree though, but is that going to be enough? Mako in position, and he lines them up. racks up 2 more kills. Xfero then to try to hold it down from backside. 30 seconds left. Just Monyet. He's got to watch out for A-Link as well, though. And that's where Freeing will stab him in the back.
Starting to see the numbers aligning right now. So Marco 4K equals round win for DRX, because that's another one where he's just absolutely delivered the goods and really not overplayed his hand too much. A moment in time where he may have been traded out by Jemkin, but still gets him at the end in the 3rd kill, finishing it up nicely around the A site as well. No pit needed to be invested for DRX. They will hold that available for the last round of this half. And you're also seeing
मार्को ने 2 राउंड में 4K निकाला, उसके बाद 9 राउंड में 2 किल किया है. कोई कुछ नहीं बोलेगा मार्को भाई को.
Both Vipers on Judge plays in with a gate crash though, but that's quickly dealt with, and now you got the Viper screen up.
Yeah, counter pit going in towards the B site. But will the turret actually be able to give you any information with this one as well? They're now contending inside Estrella's pit.
Okay.
He needs to be the judge, the jury, the executioner, but he's spotted out.
Still manages to bang them up though, just by the trailing image of it all. Down to just Crazy Guy left, where DRX all of a sudden find themselves with ultimate map control.
Yeah, it feels like the Viper utility at the moment. It's done the lion's share of the work for DRX, hasn't it? Australia's Toxic Screen getting in the decays, same for the pit. And then the shots just rain on out for the remainder of the DRX members. So finally we see something, you know, well coordinated from DRX here. Bloody well, what a shot that one was from Crazy Guy on the timing. I'm saying well coordinated from DRX because this should be their round, but it's the last round of the half.
You never quite know.
Well,
he starts off pretty well, but now not expecting Mako to be in that spot. Mako once again saving rounds for DRX. It's 7-5 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, it's not like the 8-4 on the last map either, right? So a little bit more to work with for DRX, especially if they themselves now are able to pick up the pistol, or if not, well, is that the time for RRQ to start to look to close it out and book their ticket to Toronto? Who knows? Because everybody, if you are just joining us throughout this one, this next half is going to decide which of these 2 teams here will meet with Gen G from Pacific over at that Masters event.
At this point, it still could be either one. And that's where tensions continue to rise even further up. I mean, you were talking about DRX with this curious decision to start on the defensive half. We see them ending 5-7, which isn't too bad. What about their attacking side now? Because they just pulled off an incredible performance against T1 yesterday. Both maps going to overtime, and DRX still bested their opponents.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call it, like, incredible. It was entertaining, for sure, but if you want to talk about the incredibleness, you probably want to talk about a 12-0 half, or, you know, an 11-1. You want something just absolutely commanding. That's an incredible scene, because you've got all the right reads, you've got all the right understanding on a map.
And we saw that from Gen G.
We didn't get that from DRX against T1, but we did get some good rounds on the attacking side on the second half. It did start off with the pistol though, so it's going to be a key importance here for DRX to, you know, get the pistol in the secondary round. Bonus round, all right, they're going to be able to afford to lose that one for sure, but I think we just need to see from DRX kind of a lot of what RRQ were doing, baiting out a lot of this utility, playing with a lot of the rotations.
Once again, that does come down to how the players operate this, as well as the IGLs on both ends. I mean, both ends finding themselves on opposite ends of the spectrum right now in terms of the kill feed.
I was talking about DRX there, but for RRQ as well, right? If you're able to pick up the pistol round here, that would be absolutely brilliant for you. You've got still reposition available from Jemkin over at the A side of things, of course, and you've already had a cheated rotation from Crazy Guy to back up this C site with Xfero if things get a little bit problematic.
Cover going out.
Just waiting for utility to trail through.
Yeah.
Aftershock, snake bites.
Not seeing anything come on through yet, so you don't necessarily need to use the snake bite.
Yeah, just trying to bait it out as best they can as well.
Yeah, now when you've got no toxins, now's the time you would probably look to use it. But
sneak in, but the fault line.
Yeah, waiting for a potential shrouded step from Marco, but he doesn't have one available.
The drone just cleared out pillars as well, so DRX thinking to just really commit into this one C site. The snake bite drawn out. Still Xfero trying to play around the stairs. Crazy Guy with the off angle. He does find the first, but off to the trades. DRX managed to find more space. The smokes beginning to dissipate as well, though. And RRQ has a slight opportunity. Trying to find position back out from Halls. Meanwhile, DRX looking to reposition.
3 versus 3. Not all on the site. Hyunmin's off it.
Play it close. Hyunmin looking for kills or possibly refresh the utility, but it's not needed. Look at that microflake in a matter of seconds. Pistol round picked up by DRX, and that's the win condition found.
Shots out for Hyunmin. Certainly needs to be the tip of the spear here for DRX to charge on through, you would think. He needs to be very sharp, very potent and punishing. So it's good to see that a couple of great shots do come out from him at the end there in the 3 versus 3 that may very well look awkward if you consider Salvos, Sakushi. You know, how long were they away from being able to put at the back of the site? Talk about rotations and positioning. You know, the rotations were kind of there for RRQ a little bit earlier on, but just not enough.
Out to the next round now, though. Ooh.
Yeah, Freen caught out by himself.
It's just a pistol.
Not a gun retrievable. Well, I mean, it is, but they're not going to go for it.
Well, it still is a lot of information found then for RQ to put more attention towards this ace site. Prowler confirms it. Jemkin trying to hold it close.
Yeah.
DRX considering the option to go into B.
It's one of the things as well, right? Marco always playing at the tree. He wasn't really contested with, where generally teams try to isolate him and find some good punishment, but didn't happen on their defensive half.
Well, right now at least, managed to sneak on through it. Flash to hold them back off from spawn as well, but then he's got to watch out for Heaven. Crazy guy. He's been putting up huge numbers for RRQ, but still with the pistols as they dive on through. The automatic weapons will still find numbers. Off to the last one, though.
1 versus 2.
Yeah, slightly low HP as well. Some decent dinks might do huge favor for Jemkin. Sneaks on over. They're not really peeking out just yet. DRX trying to play it safe as much as possible, but that is a Bulldog now afforded to Jemkin. They know he's on the spike. They try to peek together, and they will manage to do that in rapid succession.
Yeah, but some good damage from RRQ makes things a little bit more interesting coming in towards the next round as well, right? How much of a force up are you going for as DRX, or are you playing more on the side of caution to have a proper gun round come in the next one if you don't feel like you're getting all of the components for this round? The pistol round and the second will tie things up from DRX. Now, this is the scenario where they started to falter a little bit against T1. They got into the site, they forced out a couple of post-plant scenarios that they ultimately lost to defuse retakes. As rubble control will be established for RRQ. You're not going to be able to force them out. Of course, not running a Teo on DRX's side. We've seen how brutal freeing can be on the Teo. You push him onto the Killjoy. Feels different, to put it lightly.
Flashes as well. It's going to be tough for them to retake or re-clear. It's going to spend... Oh,
they don't know.
Expend a lot of utility. And yes, unaware that Jemkin was still hidden behind. He walks away with the first kill, and that smoke's gone. Well, just initial smokes. Still got Estrella.
Yeah, making sure that you're scaring DRX away from trying to just bust in towards this B site.
But then RQ still within range. Utility all prepped up and ready to set off. In with the peaks though, all of a sudden unaware. There are a couple players pushing up from Pillar.
They want that gun. You definitely want to see a scenario where that gun is going to be retrievable, but sticking it in the salvos, the plant goes down.
And then for DRX to attempt to hold, the gun unfortunately robbed away as well. RRQ beginning to flood back into the site. It's Jemkin online for the ace. Stolen at the end by Cushy, but still around. Successfully picked up at the end.
Yeah, that's just some sharpshooting to come out from Jemkin and some quick realization on the opponents. Right? 4 alive in the bonus round for RRQ. Certainly going to be great for them coming in towards the next one. And the reason why I highlight the Teo as well, right, as opposed towards a Fade who's pulling in a Prowler, is you can do exactly what you did as Jemkin. When you've got that wall up that you can dance around with your opponents, you can kind of dodge out the Prowler, have a little bit of a safety net, go back in, take your kill, and then get out of dodge. Where if you see a Teo there, they're generally going to be putting in the salvos, and that would properly flush you out of rubble. So these are the things that DRX need to realize very quickly that they cannot just trust some of this utility.
That's what makes it a little
Anime bhai, welcome to the stream.
So awkward for a straight
try to
up.
hold and lurk.
क्या हाल है, कैसे हो?
He's able to snuff out that light on towards the C site now, and that's a tough spot for Crazy Guy to be in, but he will be able to find some space.
Yeah, Prowler spots him. They've got to have the go time here. They need the advantages, and now they've got a showstopper as well as Hyunmin, so they can start to establish a plant. And Kushi realizes this one. Drone on in will make you think that they may very well be coming early in towards a retake.
Maybe. We got Dimensional Drift with Jemkin, able to force his opponents to feel uncomfortable. Showstopper then deployed. Hyunmin looking to blow Jemkin up if possible.
Wait, ले भी गया ult
Out of
में.
the gates. We'll find the mound position instead. Back line. And that causes DRX to fumble somewhat.
Bhai.
RRQ continuing to push up now and completely blinded. Bane finds himself fully
भाई
wide.
ये क्या retake दे दे रहे
pick up the
उन्हें?
final kill. And expertly maneuvered.
Hangover हो रहा है bro, क्यों?
It's Jemkin again, man. Honestly, Dimensional Drift for the information, puts himself at the right position of mound where nobody is there. DRX playing in the site itself because there was no Armageddon available for Kushi at the time. There was no Rolling Thunder because Crazy Guy was gone. Jemkin, was in the right spot to be able to just do everything there. Some good flashes, completely blinding up the members of DRX and allowing his team to get in and capitalize on that as well. Just another well-coordinated retake to come through from RRQ.
Fully fired up right now as the scoreline nears double digits. RRQ, they've crumbled DRX's economy as well.
Are we going to get another scenario like the T1 game yesterday where this round would go to the likes of RRQ and then DRX start to make a comeback on attack to try and push us towards OT?
Would be lovely.
Yeah, maybe. This round of stingers could certainly change it though. Bane with Nightfall could provide some stingers, the quick shots.
Hold them on yet. The paranoia just completely collapses on towards DRX. They're trying to hold into safer positions, but look at those stingers, close range. You called it, Komodo.
Get out of there,
Off to the positions now. Hyunmin trying to play around it, still stunned up, still able to sidestep around. Decent damage going over and forces the Nightfall out. It's going to be RRQ to continue marching up. Just Mako.
तो उसका फेयरवेल था तो पार्टी था सुबह 5 बजे तक. अच्छा.
The most obvious spot, Jemkin already beginning to stick on the spike, and Mako knows his time is up. Looks for 1, maybe 2 kills at the very least, but not too much found. It's a round conceded over onto RQ.
And that's a hefty investment as well, honestly. I mean, the Nightfall used from Bane there to push the Heaven position, and you're only shooting the clone to come out, getting flashed and immediately traded. I mean, there's no value that you're able to get on the back of that one. You technically dropped it in a 2 versus 4 scenario as well. I mean, the spike already being diffused and in a pretty problematic position for Mako to be able to get a retake happening as well. That's just a rough turnout for DRX, where a timeout will be deployed. Last one for them of this environment, unless they push us into overtime or unless RRQ decide to use any of their 2, who really haven't felt the need. Even when the round started going DRX's way, there was nothing too consistent, right? It was the 2 at the tail end of the first half. And then it was the 2 rounds that they.
आप बोलो आप कैसे हैं? मैं तो बढ़िया हूँ यार. चल रहा है सब बढ़िया.
With the break in the middle to draw out a timeout.
Sexy चल रहा है.
I think RRQ are still in a pretty powerful position here.
That's true. That's true. But you're forgetting one thing, Komodo.
What's that?
This is now the DRX timeout. This is where it all begins.
But they only converted 1 round last time, Quack.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Well, maybe it was 2.
They'll prove you wrong, Komodo. It's gonna happen. This is for Masters Toronto.
Yep.
They didn't miss a beat. They were right there, Masters Bangkok, but they kind of also lost that, somewhat lost that title of the strongest team in Korea.
But they fell into the curse of the 5-6. That's the achievement to try and beat.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Evan Odin.
The Odin's out. Doing our best art impression. We'll see. Jumkin has the op as well.
Quick Rolling Thunder into Armageddon play. Hyunmin is dead.
Yep.
Just not able to evade it whatsoever. Mako, though, TPs himself into a kill.
Difference of duelist as well.
खाना हो गया. लंच का बात कर रहे हो? लंच तो नहीं हुआ यार. मैं डायरेक्ट स्ट्रीम के बाद ही खाऊंगा. वॉच पार्टी वाले दिन थोड़ा सा लंच स्किप हो जाता है.
You do get a trade though on a Kushi. So there's an opportunity in this 4 versus 4 to still try and navigate an advantage.
But this is off the timeout, and this is where DRX's game plans might not come into fruition.
The trap with the fault line available, and an Odin that can still spam out. You're waiting to see what's going to happen on the back of this door.
Oh,
and Xfero is in the right spot, dodging out the flash.
He's ready, and there it is. The kills coming through. It's a bit of a crossfire if you consider the Odin spam as well. Just completely wall-banging everything up. Just Estrella left, and he's not able to get out. DRX completely thrown into disarray off of the ultimate combo.
That is gorgeous from RRQ. It's absolutely cheeky, don't get me wrong. It's quote-unquote not fair Valorant, but you'll take that one. When they recognize that the breakable door is the intended target of DRX there, and the paranoia misses its mark onto Xfero. I mean, there's only one spot that you need to really be spamming in that sort of situation. It's a very narrow choke point that was widened up in a patch a little bit ago, but it's still quite difficult to just get through that one. That's the timeout not converting for DRX.
It's tactical, Komodo. 2 more is all they were looking for. DRX now with the Stingers. We've seen some incredible thrifty / half buys. Looking to challenge Monyet.
And why would you look to challenge him? He's not weak by any means. He's just ripped you a new one in the last round.
It's just a position where you know you need to get him out of that spot.
Talking about positions though. With the Sentinel-less roster that RRQ run, there's a gap in the B side of things that is not being watched for at the moment.
Oh, Crazy Guy has an inkling. Back to check, but the Stinger spams.
ब्रो स्ट्रीम वॉच पार्टी करने के साथ साथ खाना खा सकते हो ना खाना खा सकते हैं लेकिन खाऊंगा क्या
I wouldn't have minded it be freeing. You would have had a lockdown, lads.
ऑन स्ट्रीम खाना खाने के लिए खाना ना बनाना भी पड़ता है ना भाई
Neither available. Just comes down to possible first kill. They just went in for whatever was quickest.
Yeah.
RRQ then, though. I mean, it is close range. The Stingers, again, still.
They're not going for this one.
Just to play the long game. DRX then to possibly die the spike until Xfero begins to push in. Now tapping onto the spike. Estrella, what are you going to do? Tucked inside the smoke. Jeffkin beginning to stick it all the way through. It's off at the right time, but still the kills going all the way over. DRX then able to turn it back around because Marco picked up the Odin.
The lockdown gets used at the end there as well. The spike already half diffused. I mean, they could probably just stick it if you wanted to play on the back of that respect there. That's
beginning to feel nerves.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a bit of a quote-unquote wasted Nightfall earlier on. I'd probably call that one a little bit wasted. When you've still got a Crossfire available in the 1 versus 2. I mean...
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. Look, let's just throw that one away, right? It's a thrifty round that DRX have managed to pull through with Marco stealing things with the Odin.
Still, you know, 11-8. You're absolutely right in this fact that it could turn things around, but we do have Estrella with the Viper's Pit. Ooh, counter Viper's Pit as well.
I mean, that last round is just crazy. The fact that Monyet is just waiting and waiting and waiting to drop smokes for the team, and then Marco ever so patient as well with the stinger, not focusing on the side itself. How has Freeing won that? He's been removed from solo lurking time and time again, and this time he comes up with a double.
Anticipates his opponents into checking his position, and that's just incredibly smart.
Ridiculous.
Then, though, for Estrella to try to get to spot Xfero as well. But quickly spotted out, just so quick. 3 kills netted up by Freeing.
Save hoga, save hoga.
He's finding his groove, it feels like, potentially in these last few rounds. The Teo Titan now on the Killjoy collecting. This will be another round for DRX. A flawless one, in fact, if things continue this trajectory. You didn't need to invest the pit as well, so that'll be quite important. How long will you hold that as well when you consider that Jemkin's going to be able to scope things out soon enough with the dimensional drift? This is the time, though. This is the time, though, that I wonder, as RRQ, as Ewok and as Warbirds, do you give DRX some time to think with a timeout or not?
Not unless you see something that you really want to call up for the team.
The time is paused. I think they're doing it, Quack.
Just might be. One thing is for certain, though, with these kills Freeing is racking up on, it's getting the home crowd riled up.
Yeah.
Definitely see a fair share of Southeast Asian fans in the crowd as well.
Couple of rounds will decide the victor. And now the timeout to come through from RRQ. They're feeling the pressure, and yeah, I don't mind it, right? They haven't found round number 12. They've still got space. They've got 2 timeouts to use in regulation. They feel the need that they have to have a conversation. They very much should, when you consider that this is the furthest they've ever been and the closest they've ever been to an international event. We haven't seen a seed number 1 come through from our Alpha Omega group styles.
This is Omega. We haven't seen RRQ make it to any international events ever. 3 years in the making, and this could be their first. If you let it slip at this point, just imagine how heartbreaking that's going to be. So close to it, just 2 rounds away, and they can just almost taste it. We'll see right now at the very least. We've seen that Odin come into play. They're doing it again. Jemkin now on an op though. Possibly to hold info lines towards Pillar, possibly Mound. Meanwhile, DRX, so far so good with the A plays. They know Monyet is here and they've been looking to push him off of it.
Well, let's see. This is a very important round of investments here for RRQ. Be around the corner of a reset, maybe a tied scoreline too. But for DRX, one step after the other. Especially if you can gain favor in this round, find an opening kill. There's not a lot around the map at the moment for RRQ to waltz back over to this A site, but now you maybe start to feel a little bit more.
Bro, like you can order or you can keep some snacks to eat while watching, so at least you have something in your stomach. भाई बाहर का खाना है ना, दिक्कत वही है. ज़्यादा बाहर का खाना भी खाऊंगा तो नो फिर पेट खराब होगा या something.
40 seconds left though. That's when they begin to burst into sight. But look at Monyet able to turn 180. 2 kills found. Mako for the trade. But then you got Cushy back in. Slight with the spray transfer. Crazy guy with the assistance, and it's just freeing left. DRX completely dismantled.
और बाहर का खाना मतलब मिनिमम 250-300 रुपए का खर्चा होना.
This disgusting Odin. Safe hands though. Safe hands in that one for the SEA.
दो चीज है, पहले तो वो अपना हेल्थ के लिए, दूसरा पैसा बचेगा तो
Yes, you gave your opponents in DRX some time to discuss things, but you come away with the round that may have mattered the most. You stay
पहला तो है mainly health conscious वाला scene.
Having an equalization, you give yourselves 3 rounds to try.
और वो मैं पहले बहुत बाहर का खाना खाता था, जिसकी वजह से मेरे कितने हजारों रुपए उड़ते थे बाहर. अभी बंद कर दिया तो मेरे वो हजारों रुपए भाई बच रहे हैं, एंड मैं अपने अपग्रेड्स पे ध्यान दे पा रहा हूँ.
And the op once again freeing. He's in position around Pillar.
तो फालतू का बाहर के खर्चे क्यों करना है?
Jemkin will be around. Monyet still spamming away.
चिप्स और बिस्किट, हाँ चिप्स और बिस्किट खा सकते हैं. चिप्स अभी खाया मैं, लेकिन लंच में चिप्स में पेट थोड़ी भरता है. लंच हैवी होना चाहिए ना, अब हैवी में चिप्स में पेट भरता है क्या? हो गया, RRQ चले गए. पूरी भाई नहीं अभी बचा हुआ है.
As well, you need to go for the pit after this plant.
Boombot confirms, and there's the pit. Hyunmin is 1 away from Showstopper. Low HP though, so I don't think you really want to deploy it in this round. Clone spotted, and you know Jemkin's right around the corner. You hear them dropping as well. Still marking the position, and there's the first kill. Swaps on over onto the back, but Xpero spins on a dime.
Jemkin low है बहुत.
Just is. Estrella and Bane, they've been spotted out thanks to the dimensional drift, but Estrella onto the shorties. Tries to bring DRX alive once again, and they will continue hanging on by
भाई
this
और
thread.
दो राउंड भाई, दो राउंड.
Oh, it's a tight thread, certainly is, isn't it here? That's 10 on the board for DRX, and with that round, they force another
जो जीता वो qualify है भाई.
So someone there was with 7,300, So you need to do some quick maths to get out of buy, or maybe you can have a timeout here and have some elongated maths, because I think you need a deep talk again as RRQ to try and convert and close this map, because if this is the time when you seat yourselves on 12, I start to consider the jinx that I may have deployed on towards this server earlier on with the overtimes. We saw 22-20 with Nong, Shim and RRQ. We've seen a longer OT in one of the other regions recently. Discussions here for RRQ though. And of course DRX, 2 rounds to push us to overtime. 1 round though to push RRQ to Toronto.
That's all it takes. You've seen the defensive setups, you've seen Jemkin with his lurk, but one thing that wasn't considered was Hyunmin and how he was able to sneak into sight through the left side. Blast packed over.
Yeah, very cheeky, very sneaky. But it's these sort of timings and moments that, whilst you can't always rely upon, if you see them happen, you have to capitalize upon them. So let's see what will happen here, round number 23. With an investment for RRQ, light shields around the board. They've decided to full force in what they can, at least.
Overtime or bust. Whatever our coaches and IGLs cooked up for us, DRX now opting for the C push.
Yeah, send in Hyunmin with the showstopper as well. Force Xfero to fall on back. Don't want to see a gravestone put up too early for him, so RRQ will situate themselves in here, get forced into a 5v5 retake.
भाई 5v5 में कभी ये लोग नहीं कर पाए हैं। ये RRQ DRX हारेगी। 5v5 जब भी बचा है नहीं कर पाए, वो उनको वो रिटेक कर ही लेते हैं RRQ।
That's a great question to pose.
ये पिछला मैच में भी हम देख लिए, इस मैच में भी हम देख चुके हैं।
Looking to fight for it at the very least.
Hyunmin को अपना बचा के रखना चाहिए था।
All the sight engulfed in smokes, but Hyunmin to hold all the lines. Triple kill.
ऐसा खेल लेगा तो अलग बात है। साला 3 हेडशॉट ही मार देगा।
No way in hell do you continue pushing off of that.
He's gone in there with the showstopper, but it's those 3 shots that have brought the party for Hyunmin, for DRX, and for Korea fans. That is a big one for DRX to be winning. I was thinking to myself as well, do you consider a save? Playing on the back of some loss bonus coming in towards this next round. Does Kushi even find 1 kill to potentially have the Armageddon come in towards this now last round of regulation? You don't get any of them. You
None
just
of
get
that matters.
shut down and squandered by Hyunmin.
Just peeked off from the left side of the smokes, and they
that
all
last
went
shot.
one by one. Hyunmin, unbelievable.
Just in the decay, will carry on. Last round of regulation now. Will we go into overtime, or will RRQ win this with the haphazard buy?
Crowd chanting for DRX now. Well, we do have Xfero and hide around the off angles on C site with the judge.
Yep, try and go here yet again. Will it be the satchels for Hyunmin to be sent in? It's the Nightfall, it's cheekiness. You hear the showstop, or rather the shotgun.
It's all too clear. The Armageddon, though, instantly ripped. It's a little bit too early. The flash is out, then for Jemkin to try to flush back in. He might be able to hold stairs with this.
Oh, but they can leave. Marco does still have from the shadows. Do they want to try and cheat it real early or not? You start to see some re-clears from RRQ, however. Rotate door, sniffed on out as the stealth drone finds things, but DRX together as 4 towards the A site now.
Certainly you favor the heavier numbers. Just Crazy Guy to try to play a spoiler on an off timing.
Well,
they spotted him out at the last second.
It would have been ill timing for DRX, not waiting for Australia's wall to go on up, but now a smoke towards drop, a plan to be established.
And Mako to lurk around this position as well. You got the poison cloud off towards drop now, which makes things that much more difficult. RRQ trying to start things off. You got the clone. Oh, here comes Mako. He jumped up. What? Just Jemkin now. And it continues to waterfall over. Estrella and Freeing, they need to survive. They need to bring this round back up alive. Free.
Hello?
He's done it. Just down to Cushy.
2v4.
You know exactly where your opponents are, but do you have the kills? He pushes up. 1-1. Freeing hiding inside a tree. Just looking for the headshot. Tapped onto the spike. He doesn't see him. Tries to play it safe. Cushy taps back onto it. He's not giving up his position.
He's not even
Still
thinking about the
tucked
tree.
behind this corner. The spike continuing to tip away. And with his back turned around, DRX will collect the round, pushing us into overtime.
Cushy couldn't get it done. The one spot he's not even looking at, judging by the radar. A deeper spot into the tree, where Freeing absolutely delivers with the clutch play to come on out. The 2 versus 4 from Freeing, putting everything on his back where Australia tried to help out there. But
like no feeling, just so that you don't feel hungry during the stream.
It's
अच्छा
the 3 in
ऐसा.
a row, 5 out of the last
वैसा कर
6 for
सकते हैं.
DRX, and the
Well
overtime
played भाई,
percentage win
2v4
right now.
भाई.
It switches into
कहाँ से
DRX's
12 कर लिया है? चलो
favor,
nice.
but RRQ not out. Attacking side to start for them. See what they've got.
And Odin is exactly what they've got. Bane jumped down to half HP, trying to keep himself alive. Meanwhile, the door's been broken as well.
उनको इन्फो मिल चुका है सी पे नहीं है तो बी आइदर बी और ए पे घुसे नहीं है तो
as a full unit, look at the flank
ये क्या बाहर ही है.
pushed up pretty sneakily all the way through Mound, so that's going to be a very viable option for DRX. You would expect to come later in the rounds, but a minute to go. And RRQ still
क्या रगड़े जा रहा है उडिन को.
forcing Marco back, forcing Hyunmin to rotate over.
I mean, in terms of the,
you got to be careful about breakable door too here.
info game at the very least, yeah, you know, DRX is still pretty much commanding this right now. Xpero to watch for the flank. But how will the team successfully make their way into the A site?
They're waiting for all the utility components here. RRQ layer them down together for a huge explosion.
And there it goes. Mako has the flash though, and it does stall them somewhat. All chucked up inside of tree, and that's when all of a sudden Freak springs over. The flash coming over, but it's also Chemkin to find the trades right back up to bring things to a 3v3. Hyunmin still hovering around the top of heaven, but it's been spotted. Chemkin, he turns back up around. Estrella then continuing to hover, and he will find the next one. Chemkin eliminates another player once again, and it's just Freeing left.
It's got to be Freeing, doesn't it? The savior.
And he's got all the utility to work off of, but it's KJ utility. Will it be enough? Fake gate crash and out of the dimensional drift Freeing, considering all of these options. Goes for the tap and the fault line comes out. Tries to hold for the positions now, but Jemkin quick on the wide swing. A quad kill picked up in OT1.
A 4K from Jemkin to push RRQ onto another scenario where they may be able to get the victory here. He certainly dug deep for the kills on that one, finding the timing, looking at the right spot.
यहाँ पे इसको निकालना चाहिए था
Quick
एक्स्ट्रा
shots
को
to
और
come
एक
out from him as well, and in the 1 versus 2, having the contingency of your teammate in the back lines if needed as well. So let us see.
निकालना चाहिए था.
They are going to be able to close this one out as well, or if DRX will push us into another overtime. Now on the attacking side for them, not able to establish any rubble control. I talked about it earlier, where Jemkin playing at rubble will have a gate crash available to get out.
The one difference right now, though, Prowler enabling Freeing to sneak into this spot around the top pillar.
But behind the toxic screen, Jemkin, what have you got?
Oh, he's been great on this spot so far, but this time, high stakes. Yet he has to play for a safer game instead. So now some possible space for DRX, but oh, the drone. Freeing though, he will take the challenge. Here's Jemkin jumping up and he finds the headshot.
That was the one kill. That was the one player you almost did not want to lose their life as RRQ here.
And with the mid-round adaptation into the B site now, Shrouded steps in, spike plant soon enough, the aftershock tossed over. RRQ, they get themselves into position. Salvos as well, ripped early on.
Smoked Marco.
And he's gonna keep himself alive, but oh, what of this? All of a sudden the kills, they spray all through, and it's just Estrella left. This might just be it.
RRQ.
14-12. And RRQ's hunting for it. They stick the defuse all the way to the very end. RRQ with a final score of 14-12. They have been going through with this the longest journey ever, but they finally reached the summit. And down to the very end, you got to wave and let the RRQ flag fly high. They are headed to Masters Toronto.
A return for Mon yet as well since Masters Madrid with Paper X for Xfero. He has not been over there in a scenario like this since Champions 2022 before the franchising leagues with Boom Esports way back then. And for Jemkin as well, a player who didn't get here, with a team coming through the Ascension run on the back of the Scars performance, getting picked up by
Shit बे अब बेन के लिए बुरा लग रहा है बे
since those games. Now finally finding a result. We have a new contender on the international stage.
भाई बेन के लिए बुरा लग रहा है बे
SEA fans rejoice.
भाई बंदा एपेंडिसाइटिस के साथ टूर्नामेंट खेल रहा है ब्रो कल उसका सर्जरी है
3 years it's been, Komodo.
भाई
All of it all just to come down to this moment. They've been looking for every single piece.
बुरा लगा भाई अब वो पता नहीं वो नेक्स्ट मैचेस खेल भी पाएगा कि नहीं
You've got Cushy. This year, you've got Warbirds. And for Ewok to lead all of them up to this point.
I'm so excited to see what they are going to be able to do for sure. We've got more games to be playing in the VCT Pacific brackets, of course. It's not over for DRX, it's not over for Boom as well for today's efforts. But you know what is over? It's this.
अब इधर प्लेयर चेंज होगा जिसमें सिनर्जी इश्यूज होंगे खेल नहीं पाएंगे पता नहीं क्या होगा ये उनका सिंगल हिट चांस था यार
RRQ, congratulations to you guys, Ewok. Congrats, Warbirds and Cushy. We have 2 guests. Congratulations, Xfero. All right, let's stand in the middle. You ready, bro? Cushy 선수와 이웍 감독님 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 먼저 이웍 감독님 22년부터 RRQ와 3년 동안 함께하면서 RRQ의 첫 국제대회까지 함께 이끌어내줬습니다. 정말 오랜 노력을 이렇게 가한 팀이기에 이번 진출이 더 많이 의미가 클 것 같은데 소감 먼저 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. 3 years since 22, Ewok, you were there from day one. Now the team is going to their first international event. What does this mean to you?
It really means a lot. We've been working so hard for so long. We've made improvements to the roster, but just believe we've always worked the same. Like it's always been exactly what we wanted. So we hope from here. It's been our goal since the start is to go to an international event and then also be competitive there and do well there. That's always been important to us, and it's been something for all of the players that have came in. That's always been our goal.
Already thinking ahead, doing well there. All right, that's good. Love that, Ewok.
That's my coach.
처음부터 RRQ의 목표는 국제대회에 가서 거기 진출뿐만 아니라 가서 잘하는 게 목표였기 때문에 오늘 결과 너무 만족스럽고 이웍 감독님이 이렇게 우리 팀이 이렇게 이루고 싶었던 걸 이뤄서 너무 감격스럽다라고 이야기를 하시는 동안 쿠시 선수가 제 코치님입니다라고 이렇게 자랑스럽게 거들어줬습니다. 쿠시 선수는 퍼시픽 합류하자마자 첫 국제대회까지 함께하게 됐어요. 이전 인터뷰에서도 항상 나 가고 싶다라는 뜻을 많이 밝혔었는데 지금 엄청 많은 생각들이 들 것 같은데 지금 무슨 생각이 드는지 먼저 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, we saw you mention I want to go to my first international event. We saw you say it so many times on interviews. Now that you got it, what is running through your mind right now?
First of all, I'm so freaking happy with my teammates. I'm proud of them. We played really well, in my opinion, and yeah, I'm looking forward to playing internationally. So yeah, I'm very happy.
Already thinking ahead, like coach, like player. Love this. 오늘 팀원들의 뭔가 이 팀워크나 시너지에 대해서 너무 만족스럽고요. 첫 국제 대회를 가게 돼서 너무 감격스럽고. 코치님과 같이 다음에 우리 국제대회 가서 잘할 생각이 먼저 든다고 이야기를 했습니다. 이웍 감독님 오늘 팀원들에 대해서도 이전에 우리 팀은 팀 게임을 하면 된다라는 이야기를 많이 해주셨거든요. 얼마나 만족스러운 경기를 보셨는지 좀 자랑할 시간도 한번 드려보고 싶어요. 이웍, I've heard you say we need to work together as a team, and they played spectacularly as a team. They bonded. They were there together. How proud of you are you of your boys that played a team game today?
Super proud of all of them. It's been something that we've been focusing a lot on, and it's not something that we can do by ourselves, any of us. So as I said, it's just working hard together and then understanding that everyone really wants this. So then you need to put in everything and play for your teammates, sacrifice for your teammate. So that's something that we try to instill in the players, and I'm super proud to have seen that today.
너무 만족스럽고 한 명 한 명 개인 플레이어의 역량보다 우리가 5명이 다 함께 뭉쳐서 같은 목표를 두고 게임을 해야지 이끌어낼 수 있는 목표다라는 거를 항상 감독님께서 이렇게 상기해 주시기 때문에 오늘 플레이는 그게 이렇게 표현이 된 것 같아서 너무 만족스럽다고 마무리해 주셨습니다. 쿠시 선수한테 물어보고 싶었던 게 카론 선수가 아까 RRQ와 DRX 누구 만날지 모르겠다, 둘 다 너무 잘한다 이야기를 했었는데 RRQ를 항상 발목 잡았던 젠지를 또 다음 경기에 만나게 되거든요. 한마디 한번 부탁해보도록 하겠습니다. Previous interview with Karon Kushi, he said that, oh, I don't know who's gonna win. You heard that, right? And you meet Genji again for your next game here in stage 1, Kushi. What do you want to say to them?
See you next week.
See you next week.
See you
I
next
mean,
week.
see you in Toronto as well.
See you in
right?
Toronto, yeah.
뭐 이미 토론토 확정됐으니 뭐 다음 주에 봐라고 쿠시 선수가 정리해줬습니다. 유학 감독님과 쿠시
भाई
선수
क्या बोले जा रही है?
진출하게 된
अरे वो अपने कोरियन लैंग्वेज में पहले अपने कोरिया में हो रहा है तो कोरियन ऑडियंस के लिए बोल रही है, फिर हमें समझ में आया आउट ऑफ कोरियन ऑडियंस के लिए तो इंग्लिश में बोल रही है, ठीक है, और उनको इंग्लिश समझ नहीं आता इसलिए उनको कोरिया में पूछ रही है, कोरियन में, समझ रहे हो? मतलब ये तो अब चलो ऐसी है टीम है तो इनको इंग्लिश समझ में आता है, जो कोरियन टीम से तो जैसे DRX कोरियन टीम है तो उनको कोरियन में पूछती है, ये इसमें यहाँ पर क्या है, वो अपना काम कर रही है.
RRQ! We were saying how RRQ were the underdogs coming into this matchup. The stats seem to favor DRX every single time. But what they didn't count on was the crazy rounds coming out of RRQ, those instinctive plays that we were talking about, and calling crazy calls.
Nice.
Played fantastic today. I mean, the Icebox pick really works out for them. They slogged their
Nice.
other two maps, not quite getting there on Fracture, even though it was a winnable game for them. And this game of Lotus was just a banger to close it out. RRQ.
ये दूसरा मैच का देख रहा हूँ मैं, दूसरा मैच चल रहा है तो
we've seen them play over this last season. They've just looked fantastic as a team.
ओपी भी क्या खेला भी.
Individual form. Crazy Guy really hasn't slowed them down at all coming in as the RGL. In fact, he's probably offered them a little bit more firepower in terms of the individual fragging department. So it was really now or never. This is the best opportunity they've ever had to qualify for an international event, and it's fantastic to see them seize that with both hands and go straight through to Toronto here.
Since the start of the year, we've been saying this is the most potential we've seen in RRQ. Like, this is the year for them, and it's so great to see them finally convert that. They didn't choke this time. It went to an overtime map 3, and they closed it out. They closed it out for the ticket to Toronto.
Finally एक ऐसी टीम जा रही है.
Oh my god, I think that they're gonna crumble here. But they honestly, like, fantastic. And the thing that I'm really impressed, especially for RRQ, it's an effort by committee at the moment. All 5 of these players are so rock solid right now.
It's just such insane growth from this squad, especially from the guys who have been there from the start. We see Coach Ewok, we see guys like Xfero. They've battled it out in the trenches, you know, maybe missing playoffs or getting eliminated by Genji, you know, almost immediately. And now they're finally here. They finally managed to
That is the word. Finally, after all of these years of grinding, it's just so validating for Coach Ewok, right? Building the squad really from the ground up, needing to restart occasionally. Now he's finally here, and so validating as well for Crazy.
ये वाला हारना नहीं चाहिए.
At Pacific, and he manages to lead this team. We saw, I mean, you could hear from where we are right now how active he was in the calls. His voice was so clear. I was kind of like, maybe DRX can hear you or something. But he was so active in his comms, and he was definitely enabling all of his players. Like, if you want to take that fight, go for it. Go.
Just an unbelievable game from him. You know, IGLing from the front, leading there. We see 23 kills. I mean, just a really fantastic game, showing why he got picked up.
He puts up better numbers than Australia did. He really does on the same roles.
तो भाई heavy scene है.
Delivers firepower-wise. You don't really notice much of a difference in terms of RRQ. Like, honestly, I felt like the balls were better and the firepower was better. So as far as the head-to-head of the IGL that we brought up in the pre-show, that was a diff from Crazy Guy today, and one of the biggest factors as to why they won against DRX.
Oh, definitely. And you also look for those X factors, right? And going into overtime, I'm gonna bring out the Odin. Oh, that's so fun. But of course, what was equally fun to watch was Jemkin. who was just amazing. It is no wonder why he is our MVP for this match.
I can't wait to watch this guy play in Toronto. We're going to get to see him battle it out with the very best from across the world, and he is certainly one of the best that we have here in
जैसे
Pacific.
तैसे करके
Just a
निकाले भाई
truly
इधर तो
unbelievable player, and he showed that today.
क्योंकि उधर भी दो को
23 for the
निकाले
series over on the smokes
पता
there
नहीं
for Fracture, and then a game on the Jet as a throwback, and another fantastic one on the Yoru to close it out. His Jet and his Yoru right now is second to none. He's very comfortable on
भाई
those
heavy
two
matchups
agents,
चल रही है
and
heavy
the fact
matchups
that RRQ gets him to play those agents. He's just such a pain in the ass to play against. You're attacking into this guy, you're going to be losing players as you make your way through the map.
Yeah, he's so lethal. That's the only way I can describe it. You know, you don't want to
19
face this guy, and he's
10,
just shown it again
6,
and again and again. He's been so consistent
4,
throughout kickoff,
3,
stage 1, now
2.
into the playoffs, and he's booked a ticket.
Oh,
to Toronto.
definitely. But going back to Australia, right? We did see, though, that there's no bad blood at all between RRQ and Australia. You saw them give him a hug afterwards, and you saw him smile, and you know he's happy for this team because he knows just how hard they work, right? But I guess I was, okay with putting my trust in 2 RRQ players, right, for my team. Of course, we did see some mishaps. I know there was that one from Cushy, for example, which I think in their winning moment, you could see Cushy going up to Ewok and just like gesturing, and he's probably talking about that moment where he missed freeing, I think it was on BME.
यार उनको कोई मारो वो दूसरी
As an Enit player, that is definitely a moment where you just don't check a
उनको मारो भाई
and you know it's all your fault. Or you just deny everything. I definitely cleared that. I have no idea where that guy came.
It was a glitch. It was a bug. He's bug abusing. Admins.
My drone wasn't working.
I don't even know. I want to leave before I look at the results of this build.
Are
You're
you
feeling
that-
good today.
I've absolutely been cooked today by the one, the only.
You're so despondent. You're so despondent. Let's just wait for the right moment
Queen
and see.
Victoria herself.
Queen Victoria.
Just
Oh
absolutely
my God.
dominating.
But
Morgan, you owned as well.
Yeah, I
can't
was
relax.
close. I thought I might have been able to beat it today. You know, Hyunmin played great, so I was really hoping that I'd got over the line. But no, Vic is once again way far ahead.
I'm last again. This is a stupid game. This is a stupid game with stupid rules but goated production.
Morgan, do you want to swap duelists with me, or are you good?
I'm actually okay there for now. I think I'm good on that one. Hemo played great, but yeah, fair play to Vic. She's winning once again.
Oh my gosh, she is gonna win. Oh, she's
I was
gonna
10 points behind, and now I'm 23. I've got minus 13 for Vic today.
मारो
Today I thought was the day.
अरे
We
मारो
might as well give it to her already at this point in time. We might as well just okay, congratulations, Vic. You've done it already. But looking at our playoff brackets right now, this is gonna be really
कुछ
interesting.
तो मारो
Pacific wouldn't be complete without a Genji versus RRQ match.
क्या Genji
I mean,
RRQ
yeah, you've got the continuation of that storyline. RRQ, they haven't qualified for an international. That's done. Now it's time to conquer the next demon of Genji. We flipped the playoff bracket on its head. DRX, lower bracket. T1, lower bracket. This is going to be insane to see who's able to pick up that 3rd spot over in Toronto.
The lower bracket is where it really heats up. There's no more second chances.
अरे
now.
मारो
No
भाई
more second lives. You have to win out to make it to Toronto. You know,
Nice!
Boom down there. You look at the
Nice!
now. So a team like PRX is going to have to go on. They have to conquer the previous champions of a Masters.
Nice!
The flawless group stage merchants. Oh, boom!
Yeah, but definite group stage merchants at this point. Going into next meet's matches though, Talon versus Nongshim. Nongshim have been sitting down there. They've been able to see everything that the other teams have been doing, but Talon is still an impossible team to prepare for, so I'm not sure how much that's going to help them. PRX though, same thing. They're going to have been able to watch T1. That's a very difficult match to be taking on in the first round of the lower bracket.
बच गई
They're gonna be
भाई
well prepped for it.
I mean, hey, I think that at this point in the lower bracket, you could like toss up all of the teams, and if ever they land in whatever way they land in, it's like, it's possible. Any outcome is possible at this point in time, which makes the next few weeks very, very exciting indeed. So who is going to be joining Genji and RRQ in Masters Toronto? The window is closing, and of course, our show is closing as well. We do have to say goodbye. Happy birthday again to Morgan and to your brother, and to your brother Bambino. Much love
18 years old.
from Pacific.
18 today.
Finally drink.
I could have been a player, you know, I could have made it now at 18. Maybe I'm getting past it a little bit.
Yeah.
So, but we'll see.
Well, much love to you and Bambino, of course, all the way here in Pacific. We hope to see you guys next week for more action here from the Pacific stage. Good night, everybody. See you.
गुड नाइट सिया भाई हैवी भाई आज मैच तो हैवी हुआ पहला मैच थोड़ा सा डिसअपॉइंटिंग था इतना भी खराब नहीं खेलना चाहिए था बूम को बट सेकंड मैप तो भाई
This is a spot where it's just NC Slasher plays around the elbow. There's no way they can make it out of this rat position. Double kill picked up, and he's praying, hoping to find anything possible.
Yeah, just the sheer presence, the texture getting up towards tower is trying to get out into it, but they do get in front of it at least.
Able to do some damage on towards old Foxy 9 as well. But look at Ash, looks for the ace as well. Swings up! Gen G, they will bring themselves back to the international stage at VCT.
sorry
और उसमें पूरी शान जोड़ते हुए
DRX and
super power के साथ discipline now coming alive. He finds the first. They and the rest of them all though. Hero theft.
Oh भाई
Trying to spray and trickle them down. Mako will find the 4K.
Spike defused half, at least early on, makes it a little bit more achievable.
I feel like they're kind of lost in the sauce. Mako though still good on the multi-kills. 5 seconds, but they're not able to take him down. Spike plant, he's pinned down. His shoulder peaked. And it's Jemkin to hold the angle. RRQ, what?
Great calling.
Possibly able to gate crash him. No, not quite. He's just to gather information for the team. And time for Xpero to sneak up from the back. RRQ fly high. They are headed to Master Toronto.
चलो अपना वॉच पार्टी यहाँ पे समाप्त होता है अभी हम खेलेंगे अपना रोजाना वैम्लोरेंट चलो भाई साहब हेवी मैच था भाई अरे आया है क्या एक सेकंड गाइस हाँ चलो रुको मेरे को लाइट्स ऑन करने दो मैं लाइट्स ऑन करके आया फिर करते। चले लेट्स गो। अच्छा अपने को एक अपलोड भी करना है ना, तो रुको तब तक थोड़ा गाना सुन लो। अपन एम लैब्स ऑन करके पहले एज यूजुअल ऑब्वियसली अपना एम लैब्स रूटीन करेंगे अपन। तब तक ये एक अपलोड एक करना है, अपलोड कर देते हैं। अपलोड हो गया, बस देख रहा हूँ कि सही से अपलोड हुआ है कि नहीं, एक बार चेक कर लेता हूँ, फिर अपन विल बी ऑल सेट टू प्ले, टू प्रोसीड विथ आवर स्ट्रीम। जेकब करमैनैक ब्रो, वेलकम वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम बडी। आपका स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। एंड थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। व्हाट्सअप बडी, व्हाट क्या हाल है भाई? हेलो, आई एम न्यू ईयर, वेलकम वेलकम जेकब ब्रो, व्हाट्स अप। वन सेकेंड, अपना हो गया अपलोड एंड सब सेट है, अपन स्टार्ट करते। GLX गॉड भाई, आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। एंड थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। क्या हाल है ब्रो, क्या कैसे हो? गलती से, हाँ चलेगा। नहीं अबे यार क्या फालतू गिरी है। चलेगा। रैंक ओके, ये तो नेटबुक नहीं बता दिया। आज कौन सा पहले करे, पहले करते हैं। भाई रुको। सही है। डन। स्टार्ट होने से पहले ही मार रहा था मैं। मैसेज आया। वो वेबसाइट वालों को पूछा था कि एक स्पेशल एडिशन है माउस पैड का, वो मेरे लिए अवेलेबल करवा सकते हैं क्या? उसी का ही मैसेज आया होगा। मस्त मैचेस हुए आज के। यस यस सिद्धांत भाई, क्या सीन अब आपका? अभी तो वैलोरेंट खेलेंगे। ओ भाई, तो स्लो था मैं, वरना सिक्योरिटी से तो क्लोज तो होना चाहिए था। बिट स्लो। अरे साला पहले कैसे लग जा रहा है? मैं मेन अकाउंट खेलोगे या ऑल्ट पे ही आज? नहीं, अभी तो मेन से ही करूँगा। रात का पता नहीं, रात में दोस्त आ गए तो फिर ऑल्ट अकाउंट, अभी तो मेन है। नाइस। देख लो, मैं अबाउट 10 मिनट्स में खाली होऊंगा, खेलना हो तो बताना। हाँ खेल सकते। 10 मिनट्स ठीक है, 10 मिनट्स तक मेरा हो जाएगा प्रैक्टिस, उसके बाद आ जाना आप। ठीक है, मैं 5-10 मिनट्स में ऑनलाइन ही मिलूंगा। ओके ठीक है। अबे एक तो ये लोग आधे घंटा लगाते हैं पीक लेने को. पानी भर के लाना पड़ेगा. शिट. Strafing. अबे एक काम करता हूँ मैं भाई एग्जिट हो गया मेरा पानी भर के आता हूँ फिर मैच स्टार्ट करेंगे भाई गेम शुरू करेंगे चलो अच्छा हाँ लॉगिन भी तो करना है मुझे कल अपने दूसरे आईडी पे था चलो something unusual has happened. We suggest retrying or restarting. Fuck you, value. चलो स्टार्ट हो गया। अच्छा वो कोपा डेल रे था ना रियल मैड्रिड और
Match
बार्सिलोना
found.
का। कौन जीता? मैड्रिड से बार्सिलोना। कोपा डेल रे। अच्छा बारसा जीत गया। कोपा डेल रे।
इंडियन फुटबॉल नहीं देखता मैं।
मैं थोड़ा
हम क्रिकेट और वैलोरेंट वाले। क्या है? लोटस है। क्या ले लिए हैं? क्लो ओके ले चुके हैं। तो देना हमारा गोल्ड 3 पे है।
All paths end with me. They think they can steal from us? Adilan, this is funny. Now we wait. Last placed.
ये पे स्मोक।
Mark 2.
watch B.
Night night.
Blinding.
Enemy A. Night night.
Spike down A.
चिल करो भाई। अरे यार
टिम्बर का एम अच्छा है देख के।
Spike planted. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Drop
30
in a
low.
smoke.
नाइस वन।
मैं ऐसे उल्टा पुल्टा पिक मत हो बे, पीछे खेलो।
मैं पीछे ही था, वो आया था अंदर।
Not
ये
today,
अच्छा है उसका।
not tomorrow, not ever. Oh,
This reminds me of this one time where I
कोई उनका हाफ शील्ड लिया था क्या?
हो सकता है, लगा तो नहीं।
Now we wait. Blinding prepped. Retrieving flash. Flash placed.
Enemy B.
Launching thorn.
Bring them down.
Thorns activated.
ऊपर 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 ऊपर.
We'll catch them.
On the right.
One enemy remaining. That makes it. You should have run.
Yes.
People are all the same. Predictable. Punishable.
भाई ना आराम से बोनस खेलो।
Blinding prepped. Now we wait.
I'm gunning for chamber. Marked one.
कहाँ जा रहा है फील्ड?
Little help.
सी प्रेजेंस और बता रहे.
बताना अगर मैं ये छोड़ूं.
Wall trip.
भाई ये मरा कैसे नहीं वो चेंबर?
Spike planted.
And फेड ने अगर डैमेज और एक फ्लैश है.
multiple enemies.
Last player standing.
अरे
नाइस बोनस.
तो ये बताओ वुमेन यहाँ चढ़ा कैसे?
After you take from the
टीपी
fall,
मारा
it
है.
remains.
मतलब लेकिन अच्छा मैंने आर्क्रोस ये कर.
टीपी मार गया.
उसने फ्लैश होते होते ऊपर चढ़ा है शायद, तो वैसे ही कुछ होगा.
Probably.
Enemies.
Now we wait.
Buy कर लो.
Let's blinding prepped.
Amen for.
You want to play? Let's play.
Mark 2. Mark 3. Gray dead.
Take hold. Reloading.
Rip and tear. Thorns are live.
Reload.
Joke's over. You're dead.
यार उधर देखने गया.
Last player
जहाँ
standing.
देखने गया उसका ऑपोनेंट मार रहा. नहीं हो रहा है पे.
My ult is ready. The symphony of death. Don't worry. You get used to it.
Flash placed. Now we wait.
Them back.
Launching thorns.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Blind is dead.
अबे ओमेन 100 से ऊपर 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 भाई इसको कनेक्ट बॉडी के इधर हो रहा है, बॉडी के उधर हो रहा है, बॉडी के सेंटर नहीं हो रहा है इसको। ओमेन 100
Spike
Enemy
planted.
spotted C.
Last player standing.
रेना अपना AFK
जब रेना आधे राउंड तक तो AFK रहता है।
Here's more.
शीश यार, मैं उसका उधर से डॉज करना
Don't use a gun. Whichever.
मैं आपके साथ साइड पे खेलता हूँ, रुको। आपके साथ ही खेलता हूँ।
नहीं, दो लोग सेंटिनल साइड
से
खेलेंगे ना तो फिर वो A वैसे भी बड़ा है तो लीक हो जाएगा।
आधा गेम में AFK है।
Flash placed.
एक के बाहर पे है। वन ओमेन टॉप पे बोल भी रहा हूँ।
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
And you were doing so well.
भाग कहाँ रहा था?
इनको अबे इनको सुनना ही नहीं है। फेड और रीना दोनों ओमेन से मरे मेरे कॉल के बाद की टॉप पे 101 दिया है।
Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
क्या बोलेंगे?
कॉल भी दिया बट क्या ही बोले अब।
क्या ही कर सकते हैं।
अच्छी ओमेन ही कर रहा है, अगर देखे एंट्री वो ओमेन ही कर रहा है। डुएलिस्ट तो पीछे है
Now
दोनों।
we wait. Blinding crack.
हाँ ओमेन भी सी पे भी ओमेन ही घुस रहा था।
वही घुस रहा है। डुएलिस्ट आराम से आ रहे हैं। लगी है
सी
Rip and tear. Rip and tear. Thorns activated. Thorns activated.
गेको 80 भाई ये इतना वॉल को इस तरह खेलना पड़ेगा। गेको 80 रेज ओमेन 30
Reloading. Spike planted.
Reloading.
I'll find you.
Have fun at ease.
Mark 2.
Woo!
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
मेन
My ult is ready.
कैसे जीत रहा पता नहीं राउंड।
नो आइडिया बट अब निकल जाए जितना अच्छा है। अटैक में तो अपना हो जाएगा।
Save the day. Easy.
उनका सेंटिनल बस एक चेंबर है।
Aye, where to?
Now we wait. Launching thorns.
ओमेन
Rip and tear. Flash placed.
Last we keep it just stay top.
ए
Retrieving flash.
ऐसा मल्टीपल
He's running in.
Reloading.
तेरे सामने साइड पुश साइड
One enemy remaining.
Last me.
Spike planted.
Drop in a smoke. Bring them down.
We found one.
भाई
I got your back.
हमारे टाइम पे सिंगल बुलेट हेडशॉट
Do you have that
इनके
phantom?
अलग ही हिसाब है।
Hey, do you have that phantom?
Which one?
Anyone feeling generous?
सी होगा ये को कॉल्ड
Ask her.
Anyone feeling generous? Need a drop.
Now we wait.
Launching
फिर
thorns.
उसको बाय दे दे या देना
Rip and tear.
की होगा
Flash placed.
कोई मेरे को लग रहा है इस राउंड
इजी टेक करो जेट
क्या गेट पॉइंट फिनिक्स आर्ट टेक केयर।
Joke's over! You're dead!
Wall trip. Thorns are alive. Thorns are alive.
Nice. Play back. Don't push.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Good hit. Irrelevant.
बचा ले
इजी
देखो ऑन साइड
Spike
चैम्बरमैन
planted.
देखो ऑन साइड
Where are you?
No peeking.
One enemy remaining.
लो है 57
Last player standing.
ये फेड क्या खाली बुलेट ही चलाया जा रहा है।
ये बस कुछ भी करके मार रहा है।
Push a button. Save the day. Easy.
कैसे भी कुछ भी इधर उधर स्पैम रन एंड गन बस लग जा रही है।
My ult is ready to withdraw.
This is what it looks like.
Thank you.
रेज अल्ट
Now we wait.
Blinding prepped.
Too obvious.
Blinding prepped.
You want to play? Let's play.
आई थिंक सी हो रहा है क्या? यहीं पे कुछ नहीं है। आउटसाइड है।
Blinding. Retrieving flash.
They're blind with fear.
बी स्मोक आया बी 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 हो गया
Bring me the
सिटी
arsenal.
एक्स
Shame.
Spike planted.
Launching thorns.
सिटी वन
लाइन
भाई एक स्मोक कर देना मेन।
Reloading.
Back like I never left.
वेट टू माय राइट।
हाँ दो थे।
साला राइट का कॉल भी नहीं आ रहा।
Last player standing.
We'll catch them.
नहीं वो राइट पे तब नहीं था जब लोग घुसा तब तो दो उसके सामने थे तो रिपोजीशन
अच्छा वो बाहर में वो टीपी रिपोजीशन करते होगा। कोई ना।
You will die. भाई तुम लोग इतना जल्दी रोटेट साइड छोड़ मत दो बे साइड पे ही रहो।
Only brought enough for me.
बी पे कौन था?
पेट था वो भाग के आ गया। कोई बात नहीं नेक्स्ट टाइम से साइड छोड़ मत दो।
स्पेशली बी क्योंकि यहाँ पे बस एक डोर तोड़ के जा भी सकते हैं लोग।
I need a weapon.
Now we wait.
Flash placed.
इधर आए।
Launching thorns.
चिल को रोटेट मत करो।
Rip and tear.
चल सी पे
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Wall trip. Thorns activated. Retrieving thorns are live. Phoenix.
राइट साइड
Last player standing.
आ जाओ यार साइड।
भाई क्या हो क्या रहा है? 5v3 में यहाँ पे 3 लोग 2 लोग कैसे मर गए?
Last round before the switch.
तो गन नहीं फिर भी मारा है।
ये आपका कहाँ देख रहा था गन नहीं थी इतने लोग कैसे टपके एक साथ तो भाई मतलब गार्डियन दे सकता हूँ मैं नहीं मांगना मत मांगो आपको मांगनी गार्डियन मांग लो बेटा है भाई
नहीं ठीक है
Wall set. Blinding prepped.
A hard A.
Retrieving flash.
यार
अबे बी छोड़ते क्यों हो भाई
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A. Bring them down.
Enemy spotted B.
Fire in the hole. Where are
Marked one.
Raise dead.
main
no peeking?
One enemy remaining.
उधर ही था अबे रेना जहाँ तू गया था उधर ही था
You have got to be kidding me.
अब क्या उठा रहा है लास्ट राउंड पे
चलो 7-5 आराम से
Switching sides.
Don't be spending too many brain cells figuring them out. Overthinking is just as bad as underthinking.
Now we wait.
Timber would probably be there here. Let's fade to his reveal first.
For you, hermanita.
guys we need your flash dude
We found one.
Open on side.
I can't plant wait.
Easy.
रोटेट ना रोटेट टू है इफ यू कैन
Enemy killed. Target down.
आ जाइए आ जा
One enemy remaining.
हाँ he was B
Last was C.
अच्छा C चले गए थे ओके
chill
Spike planted.
दो बंदे लो है तो
There.
Flash placed.
chill करो dude chill
मेरे फ्लैश पे डिटेक्ट हुआ तभी पीक लेना
दोनों लो
Vice it's your game okay I will bait
okay
flash
You're playing on Vice's flash.
नहीं let him tap first
okay 52 tag
Flashing. Good hit. I'll have what I'm owed.
Yara.
Find the weakest link and kick him in the shin.
चला हाफ फील्ड बाय कर रहा है बार पता नहीं क्यों या लग रहा है उसको ऐसा मेरी पहले बॉडी लगा होगा
Probably. उनके पे तो कोई हीलर भी नहीं है क्या पता हो भी सकता है हाफ ले रहा हो भाई हील्स पे
They are terrified.
Now we wait.
I'll find you.
close है कोई
in a flash
You're right.
you're planting C
Spike planted. Enemy spotted.
चेंबर बैकस्टेप
Chill.
One enemy remaining.
He was coming from me.
Kill him, dude. You can do it.
इधर ही है. मारो. I'm low.
I'm
Flawless.
We crushed them.
चले का 500-600 रुपए बर्बाद करके मरे नहीं. 5 बुलेट मारा है.
We got this.
भाई अच्छा सा बर्बाद करे फिर ही मरे. बट यार अच्छे में तो वैसे ही सेव राउंड था उनका तो.
I'm gonna go through here, okay? And I'm gonna put my molly here. So one can
molly
dash in A hut. I will smug A top, and I will put my molly in backside.
Keep up.
Okay.
इसका molly
उसका वो medal उसका medal.
One here, one.
Placing wall trap.
Here, catch.
Reloading. Enemy A.
ट्री गया वो ट्री गया.
Go, dude. I'm low.
Hold.
Phoenix side. Phoenix this side.
Good hit.
Guys, rotate करना है क्या?
रोटेट करो बी. सी चलो.
All three.
जा. I'm too low, dude.
Good hit.
Bro,
Nice.
120.
Sorry, ना देना.
Spike planted. Launching thorns.
Globe 30 HP है देखो.
दो लोग.
Rip and tear. No more thorns. Thorns activated.
Last player standing.
One coming from false, one coming.
Sorry, little guy.
Indeed, eh?
No peeking.
I'll isolate the problem. You crush it. Now we wait. Need to move my wall.
Play slow, just play slow.
I have the spike.
Okay.
Really safe.
You're not.
Nice. I can smoke for you
Echo
guys.
is also towards waterfall.
I'm smoking
My ult is ready.
waterfall for you.
Nightmare takes them! Marked one.
Dropping
You're
smoke.
blind with fear.
On back side.
बी आ जाओ. घूम कर बी आ जाओ.
On my mark.
Gecko और Phoenix दोनों सी पे हैं.
घूम के बी आओ ना.
Rotate.
Tino, all three.
Dafty, my ult is ready. Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
On my mark.
That's the last of them.
We get a pick. We move in. Got it?
Reem को क्या हो गया मेरे?
पहला मैच है ना तो चलता है.
Probably हाँ.
Wait, can you give me a phantom skin?
Anyone feeling generous? Teşekkürler. Thank you.
Right then. Let's go kill them.
Careful, he might ult.
Now we wait.
He will ult.
Enemy B. Reloading.
Back like I never left.
Waterfall. Gecko was B.
On your left right now.
Scatter.
B. Chill.
29 Omen.
Reloading.
अरे ये सिंगुलैरिटी एकदम फालतू स्किन है भाई.
I have him. Okay, he's here.
मैं उठाया फॉर अ चेंज के लिए. एकदम फालतू स्किन है. मेरे को पहले भी अच्छा नहीं लगता था, अब भी अच्छा नहीं.
Did I get inside your
जब निकला हाँ
डिसेंट है.
वैंडल उसकी अच्छी है. फैंटम मेरे को जब निकली थी तब भी अच्छी नहीं लगती थी, अभी भी अच्छी नहीं लगती भाई.
फैंटम तो मेरे को स्किन छोड़ो, गन ही नहीं पसंद है.
अच्छा,
आज तक फैंटम की एक स्किन नहीं खरीदी मैंने. पसंद भी नहीं है मेरे को गन. हाँ.
No prisoners.
You want to play? Let's play.
Marked one. I have the spike.
Pushing.
Don't go C. Don't peek here. Don't.
ओके ऑफ कर रहा है क्या वो?
हाँ ऑफ कर.
Placing wall trap.
3 guys there. Go. Don't peek.
Dropping spike.
We will go
I got
A
the
only.
spike.
We will go A only.
Okay.
Close है maybe.
Yeah, they are close. Make some sound.
Close है. एकदम close है maybe. Shotgun.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Reyna, can you go and
Retrieving flash.
guys B जाओ. I will smoke for you guys.
सुनो, मैं अल्ट कर रहा हूँ, तुम स्मोक कर. ओके.
30 seconds left.
Go B. I have smoke.
Flash place. Flashing. Bring me the arsenal.
Where are you?
ओए चेंबर आ रहा है इधर से.
Clove तेरा दो.
मेन से आ रहा है चेंबर.
Wait for clove. और एक है clove तेरे सामने.
चेंबर मेन से आ रहा है गाइस.
One enemy remaining.
Chill. Don't pick me.
Oh, he's waterfall.
ओके.
Main किधर है?
इधर से आ रहा था, वो डोर खोला. अभी वाटरफॉल से.
Flashing. Rip and tear. Thorns activated. Not ready yet. Blinding.
Lol.
Okay.
Match point. Their spirit is cracking. Now shut your.
और सेकंड सेम लग गया मेरा.
ऑफ कर सकता है वो तो देख के.
ऑफ के पैसे कहाँ हैं उसके पास?
चेंबर पे है.
तो है तो.
चेंबर पे है.
Wall set.
There. They will cover.
ई पे जा.
ये चलो.
ए जाओ.
चेंबर भी है. रेज एंड एक जज लेके सी पे है. ओमेन का भी ब्लाइंड आया था.
Blinding.
I got the spike.
Retrieving flash.
I can flash.
Launching
I can
thorns.
smoke for you guys.
Thorns are live.
लैंड कर जेट. या
My ult's ready.
Yes, timing. 3 stairs, Phoenix.
Blinding crack.
Wait for fade.
One enemy remaining.
3 stairs only. Nice.
Die yet. There's so much.
GG, left side. This game.
I need only 6 wins for level 5.
Level 5?
Border level.
Border level.
Match found.
94 wins है.
अच्छा वो डोरिटो.
क्या?
वो एक्ट रैंक का ट्रायंगल ना?
हाँ. नहीं वो ट्रायंगल तो हो चुका है. मैं बस वो बॉर्डर लेवल जो होता है ना एक्ट रैंक का ही.
हाँ
वही वाले का ही.
अच्छा फेयर ना मेरे को तो भैया बहुत चाहिए, खेला ही नहीं है मैंने तो.
कितना है अभी आपका विंस?
पता ही देखना पड़ेगा गेम के बाद.
क्या लिया जाए? सुबह ये ले रहा है. लोग ये ले लिया. इधर साइफर. और डेडलॉक.
देख लो जो मर्जी. इस एक्ट पे मेरा ट्रैकर के हिसाब से तो 22 विन्स है.
22 विन्स. ओके.
ये ज्यादा खेला ही नहीं है ना इस एक्ट में, तो बहुत कम खेला है. आपके माइक के पीछे क्या पंखा चल रहा है क्या?
आवाज आ रही है कुछ?
हाँ वैलोरेंट से आ रही है, स्ट्रीम पे नहीं लेकिन.
अच्छा रुको मैं इसका फिर चेंज करता हूँ.
मेरे पास फ्लैशेस नहीं है एक भी, ओमेन को छोड़ के.
I detect an incursion into our world. No, the other team is just very noisy.
Hello.
आवाज आ रही है अभी?
हाँ आपकी तो आ रही है.
हाँ अभी आ रहा है क्या वो फैन का?
बहुत कम है, चलेगा इतना तो चलेगा.
Reloading.
ऐसे आनी तो नहीं चाहिए.
Reloading.
हो जाता है कहीं तो आ ही जाती है.
एक पूरा क्लियर हो जाने से ना मेरे को बोलना है कि फैन का आवाज अभी नहीं आ रहा है ऐसे.
बता दूंगा.
That goes there. This goes here.
Amen.
Spike down A.
Spike is safe. There they are.
सिटी हमारे सिटी.
साइफर इधर ही हो ना? साइफर तो इधर ही.
साइफर इधर मारा भाई मुझे. सिटी आ रहा है.
टीटी और मिड से आएंगे.
One enemy remaining.
मैं माइक ठीक कर रहा था इसमें आ गया.
लो है, हेडिंग फायर बहुत लो है.
अभी आ रहा है आवाज?
सेम आ गया
फैन का.
आ रहा है.
कितना आ रहा है मतलब बियरेबल या कम?
ऐसा नहीं है, आपकी आवाज ज्यादा क्लियर है पंखे से.
अच्छा
चलेगा.
तो गेम रिस्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा इस मैच के बाद ना. एक बार बता याद दे. रिस्टार्ट कर दो.
This is a nice spot. Yes, this should do.
टेना लेने से एम और कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया अब.
भाई मेरे साथ मत रुक सो.
Enemy spotted A.
मैं ट्रिप से अकेला रुक रहा हूँ.
Enemy spotted A.
Nice one.
One enemy remaining.
प्यारा
Spike is me. They're just batteries. And I need a recharge.
Reloading.
इस राउंड में थोड़ा पीछे ही खेल रहा हूँ मैं, कोई एम का एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे वो लोग। तो भैया तीसरा राउंड ऑपरेटर नो शील्ड।
Wow, this is a nice spot. This goes here.
इन कर ले कुछ तो बढ़िया।
ऊपर चढ़ा लग ही रहा था वो वैसे ही हरकतें करेगा कुछ। चेंज वॉल किया ऊपर चला। ये वाला साला ब्रॉन्ज का जो टेक्निक
Last player standing.
साइपर मार्केट है।
अभी भी ऊपर चढ़ा है। अरे कितनी जल्दी केस है ना, अभी तो इधर मारा था, इतनी जल्दी कैसे आई?
अरे मार्केट से
Just
आगे
let them
मार्केट
try to catch me.
निकल भागते हुए आए। तो सेज को देख के साला ग्रेम की वीडियो देख के आया, तंगी दीवारें करेगा अभी।
सबसे कॉमन था वो ब्रॉन्ज वाले भी कर लेते साले क्या।
ग्रेम देख के तंगी हरकतें करने बैठ जाते हैं लोग।
That goes there. This goes here.
देखते हैं।
अबे
सोवा इधर है बी पे।
मल्टीपल मिड 90 जेट 101 सेज। सेज 101 है।
I know exactly where you are.
See ya. Enemy spotted A.
दोनों ट्री है।
Enemy spotted A.
इनसे क्या भाग? Wait.
Okay. Hold Sova.
Spike planted.
Drop in a smoke.
I must wait a moment.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Nice one, so well played.
Clutch.
Never give up.
ये Valorant का प्रिसाइज गनप्ले इतना प्यारा लगता है ना मेरे को, कभी-कभार भागते हुए हेडशॉट पड़े मेरे को।
I need this.
Can anyone buy?
My thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, this should do. Oh, this is a nice spot. This goes here. Yes, this should do.
Here.
Cage trigger.
Grounded. My ult's ready.
केज वॉल के ऊपर अभी
Eyes down.
वॉल के ऊपर चढ़ा है वो।
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
वॉल के ऊपर चला था।
You will not kill my allies.
Left side उठा
One
है।
enemy remaining. A.
नाइस नाइस
You should have seen your faces.
ये साला सेज हरामजादे को जो मारूंगा ना मैं।
अब तो दिखा नहीं, मैंने बताया वो मेरे को आपके आई थिंक कैमरे या किसी से दिखा कि वो वॉल पे चढ़ गया ऊपर।
हाँ भाई।
Are you saving for the op?
अच्छा रे ना।
Dirt.
That goes there.
I can reveal mid, you can pick.
Ah, this is a nice spot.
उनका सेव राउंड है गाइस, आराम से मिले।
Spike down mid.
सोवा इवेंट पे है। मेरी वन डाली ले सकता देख के।
One enemy remaining.
अंदर।
Jet was here, B-man. अभी इधर है.
और ले रहा है बी पे।
Oh shit.
No way, we're the same.
Reloading. You know, I could just outlive them.
Nah, bullets are quicker.
सोवा का एक तुक्का लगा, वो भी मेरे पे क्लासिक से। किस्मत अच्छी है।
Yes, this should do. This goes here.
अरे भाई.
Ah, this is a nice spot. Why destroyed?
Spike down B.
96 Sova. 40 Jet, 40 Sage.
Okay, Sage ने सुबह को हिल कर दिया।
Wait, I have drone.
Jet उधर।
Spike planted.
Okay, no.
उनका अपना सोवा अल्ट किया था ना उस.
My ult is refreshing.
Last player standing.
Like I
One enemy remaining.
Fancy vacuum deactivated.
We know more than we did before. Let's use that.
आपके के साथ मेन अकाउंट में खेलेंगे, कम से कम रैंक अप सोलेंगे। बाकी किसी के साथ खेलते ऐसे पागलों की तरह खेलते हैं लोग। अभी आया था मेरे को एक 5 स्टार का इनवाइट मेरे दोस्तों से, वो सिल्वर ब्रॉन्ज वाले।
Yes.
अच्छा।
मैं कह रहा यार मेन अकाउंट पे कहाँ सिल्वर में खिला रहे हो?
Ah, this is a nice spot.
देखते रात में जाएंगे। Amen.
One enemy remaining.
Nice one.
Spike down A.
Will be high mid, top mid.
Ace.
साले को क्या मैं ही मिला था? But nice one.
The enemy only looks composed.
गजब चूतिया है।
भाई चारों के चारों नो ड्रोन, कुछ भी नहीं, भागते हुए आ रहे थे लाइन में।
ऐसे आ रहे थे जैसे कि थ्रो कर रहा है वो।
लग ऐसे ही रहा था, कोई ड्रोन नहीं, कुछ रिकॉन नहीं, पूरा भागते हुए आ रहे लाइन में, वो भी स्पैम में टपक गए सारे।
बढ़िया था रेना भाई, मजा आ गया।
अरे भाई क्या ही चल रहा है आज।
This goes here.
That's a kill. Found them.
ओमन आएगा मेरे पे।
Omen Paul.
Spike down A.
I know exactly where you are.
एक इधर है।
Camera taken out. Why destroyed?
Nowhere to run.
I must wait a moment.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
ये शायद इधर था. मेरा ट्रिप तोड़ा है ये.
ये क्या कैंपर?
हाँ ये
1 bullet.
देखा 1 bullet.
And a dream.
1 is enough.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
That goes there.
लगता है अब जेट को छोड़ के रिटायर करके एरिना पे आना पड़ेगा मुझे। तो ये ना साथ में दूसरा ड्यूरेस ऐसा हो जैसे वो एंट्री कर ले तो बढ़िया सीन है।
This is a nice spot.
तो घुसता ही नहीं है और रेना के लिए घुस नहीं सकता।
Get out of my way!
Enemy spotted A.
Cypher B main. A B main के बाहर था।
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
30 मारा रे, कुत्ते मार दो। नहीं
अरे बहन चोद।
You
Yeah,
will
boy.
ये जा रहा है वॉल
my
करेंगे।
allies.
My ultimate is ready.
साइफर निकाल ले इन्फो।
Where is everyone hiding?
No peeking.
Sorry, Jade.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
लास्ट प्लांटर साइट ही होगा।
ऊपर देखो, ऊपर होगा वो।
Cage trigger. Cage trigger.
कैन या हेल होना चाहिए।
Scatter.
Right here. Right here.
कैंसिल करें।
नाइस।
ये सेज की बॉल्स।
भाई ये चूतिया है।
आराम से ऑफ लेके खड़ा था कि वो आराम से आएगा। बंदा बॉल करके ऊपर चढ़ गया।
भाई ऐसे ही बंदे।
Reloading.
गजब दिमाग वाले, गजब दिमाग वाले। आयरन ब्रॉन्ज वाले आ गए प्लेट डायमंड पे।
वही यार यहाँ आ गया।
ओमेन की हरकत तो और खतरनाक। ब्लाइंड करके डायरेक्ट पुश।
That goes
वो
there.
अलग महानुभव है। वो तो मैं भी देख रहा हूँ फर्स्ट राउंड से।
नहीं खोल रहा। वो दूर में।
Here.
साइफर बी पे अभी भी ट्रिप लगाया। हाँ इधर घुस रहे।
Cage triggered. Cage triggered.
Spike down mid.
बैठा है इधर ही।
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
मारना उधर वॉल बैंग मारना।
Kryptonite
पीछे
boxes.
प्लान दे रहा है।
Spike planted.
ऑफ कहाँ पे थी?
छोड़ दो, खरीद लेंगे।
अरे वो बहुत
अरे बहुत पैसा है, छोड़ो।
बहुत
छोड़ो ठीक है।
ऑफ फ्री पे पड़ा है उधर पे।
हाँ ओके। मेरे को लगा
जेट
ऑफ
के पास भी तो इधर मार्केट में मारा था ना जेट।
हाँ जेट के पास में।
ये क्या?
Last
मेरे
round
को लगा
in
ही
the
था एक
half.
ऑफ पड़ी थी आसपास।
कर लो। कौन कर रहा है?
हाँ ना हम तो वैंडल वाले ही ठीक है।
मेरा एम ठंडा है पर। डिफेंस में तो हो गया जो करना था। अटैक डिपेंड करता है। मैं पुश कर रहा रहना, साथ में आ जा।
चल आ जा।
This goes here.
एक गोला डालता हूँ।
Yes, this should do.
अल्ट है मेरे पे, मैं थोड़ा डब्ल्यू कर रहा हूँ।
ठीक है मैं पीछे ही हूँ फ्लैश के साथ।
Tripwire destroyed.
नहीं आ रहा है। वेट कर रहा है।
आगे।
भी आ रहा है।
Spike planted.
ड्रोन है मेरे पास। ड्रोन है। मेरे सामने।
Put down. Buried.
80.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
80 Cypher. Indeed.
My bad.
Cypher 80.
Switching
बच
sides.
गया उस एज की हील आ गई उसको.
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
Reloading.
इधर जाना है अभी.
Reloading.
यही चलते फर्स्ट
थोड़ा
राउंड.
स्लो करते. पिस्टल जीत जाएंगे तो फिर मैच अपना ही.
हाँ ये राउंड जीत गए तो बढ़िया है.
तो स्लो ही खेलता है थोड़ा सा.
This is a nice spot.
लोग एक स्मोक बॉटम पे देना ना.
बॉटम ओके.
I have dropped the spike.
दो है. साइफर है इधर, अपन रोटेट कर सकते चाहिए तो.
साइफर है क्या उधर?
हाँ साइफर.
अरे नहीं
मिड आया.
से बाहर आ गया. वापस गया वो डैश करके अंदर गया जेट.
हाँ मतलब क्रॉस फायर पे है वो लोग दोनों.
साइफर बॉटम मिड है, जेट ए पे है.
साइफर के ट्रिप्स इधर है.
8 सेकंड रुकना जेट.
साइफर
का सेटअप बी पे है बाय द वे.
बी पे. ए पे नहीं है.
बी पे ठीक है. वन वे ना क्या?
हाँ वन
Enemy spotted B.
No hard
Reloading.
feelings.
Flashing.
Enemy spotted mid.
Dropping smoke.
Reloading.
Reloading.
आजा साइड आजा. मैंने बोट आउट चेक किया है. और पे एलसी है.
Spike planted.
एक भाई दोनों बहुत ज्यादा लो हैं, आप ही हो.
One enemy remaining.
Lane last. Nice one boys, well played.
Prometheus. And you.
यार.
पे टैंक स्किन नहीं रखा.
If they try something, I'll see.
चला यार क्या कंजूस लोग हैं. मैं बोलता है राउंड स्पेक्टर या बाय पे खेल लो ये राउंड.
हाँ बाय करते हैं ना. जीते ना.
जीते अपन बाय करो ये राउंड.
थोड़ा स्लो खेलो. मैं देखता हूँ ए पे अगर पिक्स उठता है तुम लोग बी पे पिक्स के लिए दो. उसका कैम और ट्रिप तोड़ो. एटलीस्ट अलर्ट रहेंगे.
और सोवा आ जाए तो बढ़िया रहेगा क्योंकि उसके सॉफ्ट डार्ट से तोड़ सकते हैं.
मार्केट का रीजन दिया ज्यादा.
सोवा इधर था ए पे.
या बाहर चला गया.
वो लोग बाय किया है. फोर्स बाय किया.
किधर है?
साइड ही आ रहा हूं, मिड से नहीं जा रहा मैं. चेक साइड.
भाई किसके लिए शॉक डार्ट यूज किया ब्रो?
One enemy remaining.
इसमें जा.
यार
Okay.
नहीं
Time
था
for a
उधर.
break.
मैं डैमेज हो
इधर पे
गया.
ट्रैप लगा था.
Match point.
नहीं था उधर. एक उसने इधर ही लगाया था. मेन पे. ऐसे लगाया था.
तीन लोगों ने उधर बाई किया और दो ने नहीं किया. ये क्या चल रहा है?
गजब.
जेट ने अभी तक दोनों राउंड इधर से टीम दिया है.
मैं रिकॉन तोड़ रहा हूँ. जेट तू पीक ले ठीक है. गन लेगा तो ले ले मेरे से फैंटम.
ओह क्या शॉट मारा वो. बी घुस रहा है. रेना साइफर है. नाइस. अंधा घुस रहा है कुत्ते की तरह.
एज बी
पे साइफर डाउन है. सेज है अभी. ऑल करते हैं.
होल्ड. दो बंदे ए पे.
एज बी पे ही है.
I must wait a moment.
बताओ मैं.
बी तोड़ो.
छोड़ दो इधर.
दोनों उधर है. ओमेन मारा मुझे और सोवा का रिकॉन आया था. क्लोज, हाँ इधर बैठो। वो नहीं आएंगे, मिड से नहीं आएंगे, आप इधर देखो। मिड से आएंगे भी तो आपको नहीं देखो।
30 seconds left.
एक मार्केट।
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Okay, GG.
Attackers
GG boys.
My ult right now. Where they come,
Well played guys, well played.
Bye bye.
एम चलता अच्छा लगता है। नाइस आरआर। अगर नेक्स्ट गेम अच्छा गया और 29 मिला तो मेरा रैंक अप हो पाएगा।
29 मुश्किल है,
वही मुश्किल लग रहा है। इस गेम में कितना 13-2 जीते, 23-6 मेरा स्कोर, तब भी 28 ही मिला।
13-2 है ना, 13-2 में सोचो फिर इससे बेटर और क्या ही जीतेंगे।
जेन्युइनली भाई करियर हिस्ट्री अच्छी लग रही है मेरी। जब से आप साथ खेलना शुरू किया करियर हिस्ट्री अच्छी हो गई। ये तो है।
अरे ऐसी बात है क्या?
अरे भाई
फिश पूरा ग्रीन ही ग्रीन।
यार हम लोग ने जो खेला आई थिंक पहला बस गेम हारे, उसके बाद एक भी नहीं हारे।
हाँ ये वाला अच्छे से खेलना पड़ेगा क्योंकि आई गेस ये मेरा रैंक अप है तो अच्छे प्लेयर आएंगे।
ओ हाँ 15 आरआर चाहिए ना, आएंगे। चलो
मतलब अच्छे मतलब क्या, वो बस थोड़े से अपने टीम में गांडू ना है।
जेन्युइनली आपको भाई तो आप कह रहे थे पीसी रीस्टार्ट करना है वालो।
हाँ ना वो मैं कर लेता हूँ। माइक आ रहा है क्या अभी?
आ तो रहा है, हाँ पीछे से आवाज आ रही है उसकी।
रुको मैं फिर रिस्टार्ट
एक बार रिस्टार्ट कर लो, मैं जरा
रिस्टार्ट करेंगे। 2 मिनट दे दीजिए हमें। ओ भाई स्टोर में क्या आया है आज भी फालतू चीज। अभी देखो माइक कैसा है।
ओ हाँ बेटर है, बहुत हल्की सी है बट आ रही है, बट बेटर है, बहुत बेटर है।
अच्छा
हो गया होगा माइक की सेटिंग इधर कुछ ना कुछ।
अभी देखो
ना अब तो बढ़ गई, पहले से
बढ़ गई है क्या?
हाँ।
अच्छा नहीं भाई ऐसे डिफरेंशिएट क्यों हो रहा है? स्ट्रीम पे नहीं आ रही है, यहाँ आ रही है।
वही हाँ मैं स्ट्रीम पे ही देख रहा था, उधर कुछ भी नहीं है, वो इधर ही है बस।
अभी
कम हुई थोड़ी वापस। वही ना छोड़ो, लगा लो, कितनी कोई
ग्लिच है ये भाई वैलो का।
कौन सा वैसे माइक है आपका?
मेरा तो फिफिन का एक्सटर्नल माइक यूज कर रहा हूँ।
अच्छा तो अच्छा माइक है।
हाँ मतलब ऐसा कभी इशू आया नहीं है। मतलब एक बार बीच में आया था, स्ट्रीम पे सही आ रहा था, दोस्त को ऐसे पंखे वाला आवाज आ रही थी, लाइक वो जड़ थोड़ा सा।
वही हाँ होता है, वो कई बार हो जाता है। मैं तो रेना ही ले लेता हूँ फिर से। रेना से लॉक्ड इन है अभी।
पर्ल है तो पर्ल पे अपन फेड भी ले सकते हैं, वाइस भी ले सकते हैं।
आपकी वैसे पीक रैंक क्या है मेन इसी पे मेन पे?
D1
D1 है यार। D1 से इतना नीचे प्लैट 1 कैसे गिर गए? 5 स्टैक में इतना कैसे हो गया?
वो दोस्त लोगों के साथ वही बोला ना, बकचोदी when बकचोदी comes nothing can match that level। 5 दोस्त जब खेलते हैं।
जल्दी बोलो
क्या
वो बहुत शायद सेंटिनल या इनिशिएटर। हमारे पास 2 स्मोक्स हो रही हैं।
इनिशिएटर भाई क्लोव का एकदम पसंद नहीं भाई, क्लोव के स्मोक्स में। उससे अच्छा मैं एक्स्ट्रा खेल लेता हूँ।
आपके घर पे कुत्ता भी है क्या?
नहीं मेरे घर पे नहीं, मेरे को भी आ रहा है किसी और का। आई गेस मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इसका है साइफर। वो पूछ रहा था ना इनिशिएटर या सेंटिनल।
हो सकता है।
मेरे घर पे कहाँ कुत्ता भाई, मम्मी को डर लगता है तो।
मेरे घर पे मम्मी को लगता था, पापा को लगता था, लेके आ गए। अब मेरे पास आने ही नहीं देते, उसको खुद ही रखते हैं।
मेरा एक दोस्त है, उसका भी घर पे ऐसे सीन है। पहले दोनों डरते थे, वो जब लेकर आ गए पप्पी को, फिर अभी बड़ा हो गया तो अभी उनके साथ ही खेलते हैं वो भाई। और बाहर नहीं देते। फिर वो मेरा दोस्त बोलता है
हमारे पास तो शिट्जू है, तो छोटा सा ही रहता है वो वाला। तो
हाँ यस देखा है वो बाहर बहुत उसको चलता है वो।
वही उसको तो छोड़ते ही नहीं है, मेरे पास आने नहीं देते अब। तो उन पे सेंटिनल में से चेंबर है तो मैं भी एंट्री आराम से दे सकता हूँ। वन फ्लैश है लीडर का साइड 20 close
revealing area।
अरे भाई हमारी टाइमिंग जो हुई है।
होल्ड कर लो कुछ मत।
तेज आने
अरे इसकी माँ का एक बैकस्टैब आ रहा है।
Last player standing।
फ्लैश पिक लो, फ्लैश वहाँ पे पहले वहीं फ्लैश पिक।
Their jet is playing
फर्स्ट राउंड था ना, वो एक ही फ्लैश था मेरे। इनिशियली सोवा का ड्रोन चाहिए मैं एक्चुअली उधर, पर कोई ना सेव राउंड है। मैं तो कह रहा हूँ सेव राउंड है। 8 से 5 में वॉकिंग करना।
हाँ रशियन
वो यार
इसका रिवील चाहिए क्या?
ना
इधर रिवील डाल ना, इधर रिवील डाल। ये जो इधर से
Right there।
अब मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ यहाँ से डाल रहा हूँ रिवील।
हाँ डाल डाल।
और लोग चाहिए अर्स पे।
चलो कहाँ रहे हो?
ये यार है
Concealment।
प्लांट कर।
फ्लावर से आ रहा है, प्लांट दे दे।
चेंबर है मेरे को।
जेट तेरे पीछे आ रहा है। जेट तेरे पीछे
यार 2 लोग हैं।
रुको वो नहीं कर पाएंगे डिफेंस।
आराम से वॉकिंग कर।
एक बुलडॉग पड़ा हुआ है। हाँ एस्ट्रा वहाँ पे।
Pulling them in।
आ गया आपके।
एस्ट्रा मेन क्या
Player standing।
अरे
यार मैं जल्दी मारने के चक्कर में।
एस्ट्रा
कोई ना हमारे को।
अरे लेकिन मेन वाला पीक क्यों ले रहे हो? मैं बोला ना मेरा पूल है।
ठीक है बट वही
I found them, I killed them।
Simply सर निकाल दिया था रेस चेंबर को भी।
अरे नहीं मैं बोल रहा हूँ मेन वाला जो मेरे साथ बचा था 2v2 में, मेन क्यों पीक ले रहा है? मैं तो पूल था ना।
तो कुत्ता डिफ्यूज कर रहा था भाई।
हाँ कुत्ता भी पुल आउट हो जाता है, डिफ्यूज नहीं कर पाएगा वो।
कुत्ता
मतलब वही विंगमैन।
अभी कुत्ते की बात हो रही थी, विंगमैन को पता बना दिया।
पुल आउट के बाद शायद वो लगाया था कुछ।
वो हो जाएगा हाफ होने के बाद वो पुल आउट हो जाएगा। Check to backside. Fall the backside.
Right here.
Obscuring vision.
You're nothing.
One enemy remaining.
Plant the spike.
कर रहे प्लांट ये ए प्लेयर तो रहता है, ये ए रहता है, ए प्लेयर है ये। आर्ट्स से आएगा, मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली आर्ट्स से या कनेक्टर से आएगा।
बैकस्टैब हो सकता है।
नहीं ट्रिप है ब्रो।
आराम से बॉयज।
Without obscuring vision.
ऊपर का
है वो, आराम से खेलो।
नहीं डिफ्स कर लेगा
Without pulling them in.
आउट डिफ्यूज आउट।
Team A.
नाइस
साहब।
Let them.
My bad. A second wind. Let your
रिएक्शन ना ट्राई करो यार।
अरे मेरी गलती।
गाइस सेम चीज करते हैं, मिड टू ए चलते हैं, अच्छा हो रहा था। ठीक है, स्मोक्स कहाँ चाहिए? एक स्मोक यहाँ दे दियो और एक स्मोक यहाँ पे और एक आदमी मेन पे रहना, बाकी
क्या भाई मैं स्मोक फ्लावर्स और ये दे रहा हूँ, इसमें मैं फेक उठाऊंगा। ठीक है
ओके ठीक है। जेट तो तब तक हम लोग के लिए वो कर दिया ना अपना जो स्मोक होता है।
जब हम लोग यहाँ तक पहुँचेंगे फिर फेक उठा देना।
वो
ओके।
Our spike carrier is killed.
कुछ भी spike down A.
शॉट्स दे रहे हैं ये
Idiots.
Last player standing.
अबे मैं अपने
शॉट्स मार गए।
हिटमैन स्किल्स भाई आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा एंड थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग। थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग।
भाई उन लोग का 2 एसेंडेंट है और एक इमॉर्टल पीक रैंक है।
हां यही तो नहीं देखना है ब्रो।
क्या
हुआ?
अभी डायमंड है, मैटर नहीं करता, आराम से
नहीं है और क्या।
अभी डायमंड ये मैटर करता तेरे लिए? तू थी है वही लग रहा है।
सेफ
तो साथ में पीक लो ना अब, तो आराम से हो जाएगा। चल
मिड से जेट और गेको आ रहे हैं।
Right here. Enemy spotted A. Got him. My ult's ready. One down.
Got concealment.
गल्ले लेना भाई।
One enemy remaining.
Need that back.
Thrifty.
Nice.
I'll try to be even more poor next time. It'll be hard.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
ए भाई मांग ले। एक्स्ट्रा
I need a drop.
Money if anyone needs.
थैंक यू।
अभी लोग पी देता हूँ, ऑफ उठा लिया यार।
ठीक है
कोई मिड से चलेगा फिर?
मैं जा रहा हूँ मिड। मैं जाता हूँ।
मैं ड्रोन कर दूं।
जानते हो क्या हो रहा है?
बेलॉन्ग पहले ड्रोन कर लूं।
प्रॉब्लम है हम लोग फ्रैगमेंट हो जा रहे हैं।
ड्रोन मत करो, पिलर तक जाओ, पिलर से ड्रोन करो।
यहाँ भी रुक जाओ।
आता है एक डबल डोज आता है।
Help.
जाओ मार्क्स होल्ड कर लेंगे। जाओ
कोई ठीक तो नहीं दे रहा बी पे।
ठीक है इधर।
Enemy spotted B.
Enemy spotted A.
Enemy marked.
ए चलते गाइस।
अरे ऊपर 4 लोग हैं बी पे 4 है। निकलो। अब 3 लोग हैं।
चल।
2 लोग हैं मिड।
ना रेस अकेला इधर है 8 पे और बाकी सब इधर है।
कट ऑफ कर, मतलब ये रेस को।
ठीक है इधर क्लोज कनेक्शन।
Blocking vision. Concealment.
अरे यार।
Last player standing.
Light planted.
भाई मेरे साथ बी पे पता है बहुत गलत हुआ। तो वह बेचारा ड्रोन कर रहा था, उसको ही कुछ नहीं बोल सकता था। ये यहाँ से उठ के मार गया मुझे।
आप तो नहीं उठा रहे ये लोग।
को चलना है तो साथ में चलना होगा, अलग अलग करेंगे तो नहीं होगा। एक आदमी लेफ्ट में बेस्ट रहेगा। इधर पी चलते हैं, जाओ पीछे।
My people, are you ready? You must cultivate a
उसका
sense
चेंबर ने
of
शायद से ऑफ उठाई होगी बीमेन से, देख के
नहीं उठाया, नहीं उठाया। मैं एक फिर भी इधर से फेक उठा रहा हूँ स्मोक। तुम लोग को एक कवर
उठा लो, उस पे पैसा है ऑफ का अभी भी।
Let's see now.
मैं उन पे रेज
तो क्या
अल्ट
मैं?
देख के
That'll work.
आराम से उन्होंने होल्ड भी हो सकता खेला, मे बी रिजल्ट करें।
About there.
भाई रेज अल्ट चेंबर अल्ट आराम से।
Taking that back.
मिड एक है।
वहाँ पे अच्छे बड़े।
चैम्बर गया।
Taking that
Nice.
back. Recovering it.
Bro, कुछ भी।
Blocking vision.
जेट लो है।
Knocking them.
Spike down B.
रुको फिर। रेस कहाँ
एस्ट्रा
है?
के लिए वेट करना।
रेस कहाँ है?
वहीं पे है।
पता नहीं,
रेज नहीं पता।
हाँ रेस मिड है।
One enemy remaining.
नाइस नाइस नाइस, एस्ट्रा के लिए वेट कर।
मैं स्पॉन से आ रहा हूँ। वो एक्सपेक्ट करेगा मुझे।
नाइस। नाइस शॉट्स।
अरे भाई अलग ही धतिंग ना चल रहा है यहाँ मेन पे
But
स्लोप के साथ।
Piccolo, now we are here. Here.
यार वो रेस को उधर उठा दिया, बहुत प्यारा था।
Going astral, guys.
वो एक रह ही रहा है, वो पूरे नहीं को जा रहे हैं, रोटेट नहीं कर रहे पूरे लोग।
Right there. That'll work.
मांगो
सुनो जेट, एक काम करना, मैं ना ये बैक साइड स्टन दूंगा, तू डैश मारना ऊपर।
क्लोज आता है।
ओके ओके ओके।
Get out of my way.
स्कैनिंग अहेड।
क्लोज।
अरे क्लोज देना था, अभी से तो साइड रिवील देगा तो कौन घुस रहा है साइड।
Still in sight.
कनकस दे रहा हूँ बैक साइड। रुक जा रुक जा रुक जा।
Need that back. Concussing it.
देख कनकस दिया, घुस।
Obscuring vision.
स्टंड है वो, स्टंड है।
तीन लोग हैं।
Fire in the hole.
छोड़ दो छोड़ दो छोड़ दो छोड़ दो।
अरे सॉरी।
न्यूट्रलाइज्ड।
निकल जा निकल जा। निकल निकल निकल, भाग भाग भाग। क्लोव मरेगा,
One
क्लोव
enemy
मरेगा।
remaining.
नाइस।
लास्ट यहीं पे, लास्ट यहीं पे।
यप यप यप, देख लिया।
जब तुम लोग निकलने बोले ना, यहाँ एक का साउंड आया, मामला मैं तो मरा वैसे भी।
इस पे गेको अल्ट है, देख के।
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
120
Mid पे हैं।
120
Well divided.
120 है आराम से।
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Bro. Bro.
नाइस रे। अरे भाई।
Watch them run when lit by my
मैम
son.
को बहुत बुरा लगा भाई, जेट था दूसरे को सपोर्ट नहीं किया भाई, दो लोग को मारे अल्ट किया भाई।
अरे वो बहुत अच्छा था, बहुत अच्छा था भाई साइफर भाई।
आपके उधर चेल्स बहुत प्यारे निकल गए, बट हम पे क्लोव डी के रेस का अल्ट बज रहा था, यहाँ से दो लोग पीक ले रहे थे, मेरे को पीछे होना पड़ गया उधर।
नाइस वन साइफर। इसे बोलते हैं दिमाग से खेलो।
पूरा मत मानना, गाली दे दी इसलिए हो गया थोड़ा।
अरे मुंबई सर्वर में कौन बुरा मानता है।
You want to play? Let's
अबे रुको रुको
play.
रुको रुको रुको।
नहीं रुक।
Taking that back.
Enemy spotted B.
जेट क्लोज है।
Duck.
यार अच्छा दो ऑफ हो गया।
Spike down B.
मैं स्मोक कर रहा हूँ, आगे बढ़ो।
नहीं 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 नहीं।
I have the spike.
Abua.
नाइस।
कोई और ले लो ना।
छोड़ दो छोड़ दो
अरे
छोड़
स्मोक
दो
में गैप था।
छोड़ दो।
छोड़ दो, यहाँ पे दो लोग और हैं कम से कम।
दो क्लोवर चेंबर है ना, क्लोवर चेंबर है।
हाँ
दो लोग हैं बी पे।
उसको मैं छोड़ दो।
रेस
चेंबर पे 3 गोली
मोस्ट
तो
प्रोबब्ली
खत्म हो
मीट
चुका है।
खेलेगा।
आराम से खेलो।
अरे मैं साउंड देख रहा
हाँ।
हूँ।
नाइस।
Enemy spotted.
Take flowers.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
लगा नहीं कैसे?
TNT.
भाई आप तो इधर प्लान करोगे।
अरे उस पे नेड आ गया था।
अच्छा नेड आया था क्या?
Only brought enough for me.
भाई मेरा दबा नहीं वो उधर। अच्छा हुआ दबा भी नहीं।
हाँ छोड़ मेरे पास अल्ट है।
Thanks.
एक को बाय दे दो ना यार मुझे।
हाँ हाँ रिक्वेस्ट करो।
कोई ना उसको दे दो।
अरे ऐसे बाय दे सकते हैं तेरे को।
दे दिए। जेट मैं इधर स्टन दूंगा। ये और ये स्मोक दूंगा।
मांग
आपके बाय द वे बी वाले स्मोक में क्या था? Flashing again.
कर दिया स्टन।
Concealment.
साइड में कोई नहीं है।
Side clear. I think they stuck B. A guard. दो CT.
Obscuring
मिस
vision.
कर दिया मैं। दो लोग आ रहे हैं। और एक है।
अरे तीन साइड पे हैं।
I need it pulling them in. I've punished. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
नो आइडिया। अरे पीक क्यों ले रहे हो भाई?
एंटी।
भाई पीछे बहुत सारे गन्स पड़ा हुआ था रे।
नहीं था गन्स पीछे।
वेट तो नहीं मिला।
सच में नहीं था।
अरे टाइम वेस्ट करना था ना, पीक क्यों लेना है?
आइडिया नहीं था, सॉरी माय बैड।
उसको लोकेशन का कोई आइडिया नहीं था, जेट का दिखा ही नहीं था कुछ भी।
हाँ मतलब ऐसे भी वो डेड ही है तो पीछे ही रहे। अब पीछे का जब कंट्रोल लेके बैठा ही हुआ है, दूसरे 3 एंगल क्यों पीक लेना है? 2 एंगल ही पीक ले।
मेरे साथ तो बहुत गलत पड़ी है मेरे को इधर से। दो लोग लगातार स्पैम करे तो
पोस्ट प्लान ना थोड़ा सा तुम लोग जिंदा रहो, निकाल लेंगे।
वो चेंबर घुस के मार दिया मेरे
एस्ट्रा अल्ट है, सोवा अल्ट है, आराम से हम पे 2 अच्छे अल्ट्स हैं।
साउंड मत दो।
मेरा एक और अल्ट आ जाएगा।
साउंड मत दो, खुद ही दे दिया।
कोई ना साउंड मत दो, अभी भी मत दो। ऑफ ले लो, साउंड कट कर दो, अभी रुक जाओ।
बी मेन से पुश किया।
भाई चेंबर तूने एक काम कर, सी पे ट्रिप लगाया कर। चेंबर बोल रहा हूँ साइड
बी मेन पे।
Still in sight.
देना तेरा किलर, रुक जा। सोवा तेरा अल्ट है, पीछे चले जा। क्यों ले रहे हो पीक?
Last player standing.
क्या ही करूं मैं?
अबे तुम लोग पीक क्यों ले रहे हो? साइफर फाइट क्यों ले रहा है भाई? इधर जाके होल्ड करना है एंगल, टाइम वेस्ट करना है पोस्ट प्लांट में। वही बोला अभी माय बैड बोल के अभी फिर से वही कर रहे हो।
Don't be cheap. Spend it all before it's gone.
अपना गेम है।
प्लांट हो जा रहा है, पोस्ट प्लांट, टाइम वेस्ट करना है अपने को, सिंपल। चढ़ के मारने जा रहा है रेस को। अरे आने तो दे अपने क्रॉसर पे।
दो तरफ ट्रिप लगाना सेफ यहाँ पे।
हाँ इधर एक लगा और उधर ये पे एक लगा।
यहाँ से यहाँ पे
जाना था हमें।
फिक्स पे खेलो।
ठीक है, ड्रोन कर दो सब भाई।
ड्रोन कर
अगर है हां। क्लोज देख के दो लोग 20 रुपए हो रहे हैं।
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Nice.
दोनों बी में थे।
Fire in the hole.
यार
Switching sides.
Right here. Enemies close. Eyes up.
महान है।
कौन बोल रहा है?
तो है ना 4-8 हुआ है, पिस्टल राउंड अपना है 5-8 6-8 एंड देन बोनस में 4-5 कर लेंगे 7-8 अपना गेम है आराम से। बस साथ में खेलो, अगर फाइट ले रहे हो तो दो लोग लो ताकि ट्रेड हो जाए, अकेले मत लो। एक हार्ड बस आराम से।
बॉक्स आया।
Amen.
Blocking vision.
Enemy spotted mid.
छोड़ दे जेट।
$62 लगा था रे।
इसको मारा था 62।
क्लोव मिड पे। नहीं फाइट नहीं।
ठीक है को बी जा रहे हैं। जा जा सिड हाँ दौड़। साइफर बी जा रहे, जल्दी आ। प्लांटिंग बी।
Spike planted.
यार दो मार रहा हूँ।
Last player standing.
एक का पोजी पता है और एक बैक हॉल्स बैठ रहा हुआ पक्का।
मेन लग रहा है मुझे।
One enemy remaining.
जा डिफ्यूज कर।
Don't rush me.
हाँ डिफ्यूज कर देता। गाइस नीड टू किल। जो भी ये मिड फाइट ले रहे हो ठीक है, पहला पिक मार रहा है ठीक है चलेगा। ये वाला जो भाई मारना पड़ेगा, इधर मारो नहीं तो पीक मत लो, इन दोनों में से एक चीज। इफ यू आर कॉन्फिडेंट इनफ दैट यू कैन किल देन पीक। बस वो प्लान नहीं कर रहे और हमारे 3 बंदे बुड़क जाते।
I'm force buying this round and I think that वो लोग भी आएंगे क्योंकि उनको लगे हमारे पे गन्स नहीं है। They will try to play long range. हारो।
Help.
Low वाली है। Phase A पे।
Kidding me.
Concealment.
अरे ये
उसको A पे
मार रहा है।
आ गए सब A पे। Vertical.
Spike planted. Raise there.
Nice one.
Recovering it.
Right here. Caution here.
Last player standing.
एक और है।
अरे रीलोड के टाइम पे आ रहा है।
मुश्किल लग रहा है ये इनके साथ मेरे को।
सुबह मिड से ड्रोन करना डोर से।
Heading to the above. That'll work.
मिड कंट्रोल लेने दो उनको। मैं बता रहा हूँ कहाँ खेलना है। मैं ये खेल रहा हूँ, सुनो मैं ये खेल रहा हूँ। एक बंदा ये मिड कनेक्टर खेलो ठीक है, और जेट नहीं मत कर तू सोवा मिड कनेक्टर खेल जहाँ पे मिड कनेक्टर लिखा हुआ है, और जेट यहाँ से तू बस सोवा का वो 8 से एंट्री दे।
ओके
मिड लेने दो उनको।
डोर देख, डोर वाला रास्ता देख।
सोवा तू उधर से देख। हाँ अपने हाँ वो वाला देख, जेट तेरा वो देख लेगा। और रेना मेन देख रहा है कंफर्म बस। हाँ बी आ रहे।
Camera taken out.
एज पॉट रहा हूं, अर्ली रोटेट कर रहे हैं, ये रीटेक करेंगे।
मल्टीपल पे
मल्टीपल है।
निकल सो। नाइस वन।
Blocking vision.
रीटेक है बस मिड अभी देखो अभी मैं वापस जा रहा हूँ थोड़ा सा उस तरफ
गलत स्मोक हो गया
Concealment. Enemy spotted B.
don't peek let them plant beacon
Taking that back.
Amen sound.
30 seconds left.
के यहाँ पे mid.
Got to target.
Amen smoke दे रहा हूँ
Arts भी है.
कुछ भी मार रहे हैं.
कोई नहीं है बीमन कोई नहीं है रोटेशन है उनका पूरा. चलती है.
10 seconds
लैंड मत
left.
करने देना.
Spike down A.
Pulling them in.
बस स्पाइक को रोक.
नाइस.
बस हो गया.
Last player standing.
बढ़िया.
भाई क्या मर रहे थे ये लोग.
पहले
भी काटते वन टैप पे जा.
Let's use that.
स्प्लिट खेल रहे हैं
ये
आराम से.
हरकतें करनी पड़ रही है.
Up I go.
जैसे पोजीशंस बोले ना वैसे ही खेलो कोई ना उनको मिड लेने दो.
About there.
और रेना सुन मेरा सेकंड स्टार देख कहाँ पे है वहाँ पे ना मैं पुल करूंगा तब मार सकता है तू इजीली अगर तू पीछे रह
I
रहा
am
है
with you.
इधर.
We are strong.
मैं बस एक से
हाँ,
आगे पीक लेके और पीछे.
हाँ ठीक है. बी के बाहर है.
पे कोई पुट्स नहीं है.
Obscuring
एक मिड
vision.
से.
तो मिड डोर घुस गया कुड भी कनेक्ट कर देख क्या.
नहीं घुसा नहीं घुसा टीपी कर गया वापस.
Pulling them in.
अरे
नाइस ही वाज गुड.
Spike planted.
जेड भी है. अरे यार मेरे को मारना है यार मैं ऐसे वेट नहीं कर सकता. मैं मिड खेलता हूँ नहीं होगा इनसे मिड. वन बैक साइड देखो.
Last player standing.
स्पैम में मर.
भाई मैं मिड खेलता हूँ मैं देखता हूँ रुको.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts.
सुबह बी खेलो आप. पीक नहीं लेना बस. ठीक है आने देना.
I'm going above. That'll work. Woo! Let's start. That'll work.
ये मैन वॉक इन कर रहा है.
Obscuring vision. Need that back.
Planting.
Taking that back.
Spike planted.
Pulling them
Oh,
in.
main.
Concealment.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
डिफ्यूज करो मैं देख रहा हूँ.
सब मेरे सामने.
Last player standing.
कैसे होगा भाई मैं कितना क्या करूँगा.
नहीं होगा ये गेम.
कोई मारेंगे ही नहीं तो
Match
कैसे
point. They're just batteries.
Right here.
ऐही साहब टैग देखो एक बार अपनी टीम का. डबल डिजिट से नहीं आ पा रही लोग.
Rise and bring glory. Right there.
एमर ने एमएम पर ट्रक लगाई है.
अरे क्यों चाह रहे हो भाई.
Concealment. Recovering it. Need that back.
दीजिए.
Spike planted.
You want to play? Let's play.
जो एजेंट आता वो लिया करो ना भाई।
Don't persist. Last player standing.
No more. My ult is ready.
My turn.
Nice try.
Attackers win.
GG wasn't it? हो जाता बट इन लोग से नहीं हुआ सब।
भाई ये लॉबी पे अगर बंदे बोलेंगे कि ये वाला मैं बेट कर रहा हूँ तो भाई क्या मतलब कैसे आए हो भाई तुम लोग। ये लोग एसेंडेंट कुछ बोल रहे थे ना कि भाई पैसे।
अरे बहुत पहले यार एपिसोड 6 एपिसोड 7 में
भाई
अभी
फिर भी अगर
डायमंड हार्ड तक बैठे हैं।
एसेंडेंट अगर है तो भाई इतना तो पता होना चाहिए वो बेटिंग नहीं कहलाया जाता है भाई। वो एक फ्री एजेंट तो लर्क करने के लिए रहता ही है। अब तुम लोग नहीं मार पा रहे हो इसका मेरा गलती थोड़ी है। तुम मेरे को मारो ना 1v1 में तो हक दे रहे हो मेरे सामने।
भाई उनका जेट की एक बात बताऊं, उसने सिर्फ इस एक्ट में, ये भी जो सीजन 25 एक्ट 2 चल रहा है, इसमें इस बंदे ने 448 मैचेस खेले हैं।
कौन अपना जेट?
उनका जेट 448 सिर्फ इसी एक्ट में। अरे भाई कितना खेलता है ये बंदा।
और फिर भी जेट लेकिन बॉटम फ्रैग कर रहा है।
बॉटम फ्रैग कर रहा है और उसके ही टीममेट ने उसके साथ चेंबर उसकी पार्टी में था भाई, यही दोनों वो बेटिंग की बात कर रहे थे। और जेट ही इमॉर्टल पीक है, इमॉर्टल 2 वो भी।
अरे भाई
साहब
मतलब लोगों को दो चीज, इतना ऑडेसिटी और शर्म, ये नहीं आता है क्या आजकल?
भाई सच बोले तो है तो नहीं आजकल लोगों में ये दोनों चीजें।
भाई कैसे मतलब एक बंदा जो खुद पूरे टीम में कैरी हो रहा है, ठीक है, मतलब नो हेड टू हिम, बट एक बंदा जो खुद कैरी हो रहा है, जो मार नहीं पा रहा। चल मैंने तो मिड पे तो वो आ भी नहीं रहा था, मिड पे तो मैं चेंबर और गेको को मार रहा था, वो खुद भी नहीं आ रहा था कि मार खा रहा था, फिर भी भाई मेरे पे वो बज रहा है। अरे भाई अगर मेरे को क्यों बोल रहा है? मैं जैसा भी खेलूं, मैं पूरे टीम को बेट करके, सच्ची में बेट करके खेलूं, तुम लोग के प्लेयर्स को बोलो ना मेरे को मारने, तुम्हारे प्लेयर्स नहीं मार पा रहे।
उसमें बेट वाली इशू से अपनी टीम को दिक्कत होनी चाहिए, एनिमीज को क्यों हो रही है?
वही क्या बोलेगा इंसान, खुद साला वहां पे कैरी हो रहा है ड्यूलिश लेके।
कुछ नहीं भाई, अलग ही लोग आते हैं। और वैसे भी पता ही था महानुभव आएंगे आपके रैंक अप पे। हमारे बाकी की तीनों बंदे डबल डिजिट्स पे गए थे और डेथ सबसे ज्यादा।
जेट अपना भी जेट भाई अलग अलग बीटी खा रहा था, पता नहीं उसका एम लग रहा था नहीं लग रहा था, आगे जाके मर रहा था, क्या कर रहा था, लेकिन जा रहा था। मेरे को तो ये समझ नहीं आता है,
जेट
जैसे सोचो आपका एम नहीं लग रहा है, ठीक है, कोई एक मैच में, या मेरा एम नहीं लग रहा है, तो मेरा तो मेंटालिटी ऐसा रहता है कि भाई अगर मेरा एम नहीं लग रहा है, मैं सामने जाके पहले नहीं मर के पीछे रहता हूँ, ताकि टीम को एटलीस्ट मैन एडवांटेज तो रहे।
वही मैं क्या देख रहा था, जेट को मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा था क्योंकि वो मेरे साथ एंट्री दे रहा था, वो भले ही किल नहीं हो रहे उससे, वो साइट में घुस रहा था, डुएलिस्ट का अपना काम उसने कर लिया, मेरे को एंट्री दिलाई, टीम को एंट्री दिलाई, लेकिन मैं देख रहा था अपने में, वो साइफर था ना हमारा, मैं उन महाशय को देख रहा था कि भाई तुम सेंटिनल हो, साइट पे प्लांट करा, ट्रिप लगाओ, नहीं लगाओ, केज लगाओ, कैमरा लगाओ और बैठ जाओ। पुश क्यों करना है आगे? वो हमें करने दो, जिसके पास फ्लैशेस है, डिसमिस है, डैश है, उसको पुश करने दो आगे।
2-3 राउंड तो अटैकिंग तो हम उसी के लिए हारे भाई।
भाई अटैकिंग में और डिफेंस में भी साइट मिलने के बाद पता नहीं कहाँ जाके पुश कर रहा है भाई, पता नहीं क्या चक्कर था। खैर अब ये गेम देखते हैं क्या है। वाह, उनका इस बार योरू के मैचेस है 424 इस एक्ट में। डायमंड 1
अबे लोगों के काम धंधे नहीं है क्या भाई?
देख रहा हूं भाई, मेरे अभी तक सिर्फ 50 मैच हुए इस पूरे एक्ट में, लोग 500 मैचेस कैसे कर रहे हैं? और एक एक्ट तो 2-2.5 महीने का तो होता ही है,
60 डेज का होता है, और अभी 57 डेज हुआ है इस एक्ट का। अगर उसके कितने 400 कितने बोले आप? 450
424 है इसके यूरो के, जेट के 50 थे।
मतलब हर दिन उसने लगातार पूरा 56 डेज के लिए 8 मैचेस खेले।
मोस्ट लाइकली चेंबर रहेगा साइड
8 या 7 मैचेस खेले।
भाई उनके सिर्फ चेंबर है, मैं मेन साइड का प्लान देता हूँ, घुस जाएंगे रेस के साथ चल अंदर घुस जाएंगे।
हाँ ठीक है, मैं कभी से ये वुड लॉक्स तक लैंड कर दूंगा सीधे।
ठीक है, हम लोग फिर लेफ्ट देख लेंगे। ब्रीच है,
Deleted.
अरे रेस तू ब्लाइंड हो जाएगा। ब्रीच है,
ब्लाइंड हो गया।
गो फॉर ब्लाइंड, गो फॉर ब्लाइंड।
1 सीटी
दोनों है क्या, तीनों है क्या?
दो
पीछे
है,
आ जाओ,
उधर
again one
तीसरे
में
का
smoke
पता नहीं। Viper has a lurk, he'll come through garage late आराम से।
One garage with frenzy.
Coming.
One enemy remaining.
Last garage, I think. Man भाई ने रेस को ब्लाइंड ना करके
Dog bites hard. Careful.
We can do the same shit.
मैं वैसे भी स्टैंड था इस टाइम।
अरे सैचलिंग कर रहा है तो राइट साइड से मत जाना, बिकॉज़ इधर ब्लाइंड दे रहा हूं मैं, लेफ्ट साइड से जाना।
How did we forget the spike?
मैं garage जा रहा हूँ।
विंडोज में से
भाई स्पाइक ले लो।
तो अपना ब्लाइंड थोड़ी देर रोक ले, मैं इनको गैराज से आने दे, देन उनकी पोजीशन देख के ब्लाइंड कर लेंगे।
हां कूल। नाइस शॉट।
नाइस।
ओए चेंबर मिड, चेंबर बी 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 बी। मेरे मार्क पे इधर है चेंबर।
Eagle-eyed.
One enemy remaining.
44
मैं रुक ना रुक।
वन बुलेट
80 टैग है वो, मार दो।
एक गोली। बड़ी शॉट।
Camera
उसका
taken
शेरिफ
out.
लेके आना कोई, शेरिफ से बोनस कर लो मैंने।
You were pitiful. Reloading.
I can't see them
देना
yet.
शेरिफ बोनस कर लेता
But I can feel
वो
them
शील्ड लेके आया था,
getting
मैं
ready.
44 दिया, रेज 80 दिया।
नहीं मैंने 40 दिया।
चेंबर इधर चढ़ा हुआ था इसके ऊपर।
चेंबर पे भी शील्ड था, मैंने उसका हेडशॉट मारा 105 था, सो हेड शील्ड।
अब तू बाय कर ले, मेरे को शेल दे दे। बता।
नहीं
उनका जेट भी शील्ड लिया था।
आगे नहीं जा रहा हूं।
That goes there.
थोड़ा स्लो पिक्स निकालते हैं इसमें पहले, देखते हैं कौन कहां पे है।
मैं शॉट पकड़ रहा हूं विद मार्शल। डोंट सी एनीवन पिकिंग शॉट।
One peeking B or garage. Breach is so probably
Enemy
a
down.
Good shit.
Nice.
We can actually go C का।
Enemy spotted A. My ult's ready.
Let's just go C.
Go see, I'm holding B, उनके rotates के।
अरे
They
गन
rotated quick rotate किया। Breach is already at B. देख के।
कर दे, प्लांट कर दे।
गैराज टाइप से प्लांट करिए।
टाइमिंग ब्रीच अभी भी है।
Right here. Enemy spotted. C.
Satchel out. One enemy remaining.
CT last CT.
Killing.
Let Cypher come, उस पे flank है आराम से।
No
Nice.
more running, girl.
प्यारा run guys. Rat lurker सही से।
उनके बाय नहीं है, सी घुस जाओ सब। फोकट करा अंदर।
आ जाओ।
सोवा और उठा ले, प्लांट कर ले, अल्टा जाएगा, अल्ट से कर लेगा।
ब्रीच हमेशा इस डब्बे के पीछे रह रहा है, देखिए।
डब्बा प्लांट करोगे मैं?
कभी जाके ड्रोन दे रहा हूं।
Yes, this should do.
ठीक है, फिर ड्रोन के बाद ही जाएंगे।
No, he's good. He's good.
क्लोज क्लियर है वन बैक साइड आई थिंक
एक कभी भी ये पे
बहुत गंदी सी स्मोक है ये। अरे
ये आ जाओ।
Last player standing. Spike down. C.
सो तेरे को एक्स्ट्रा किल कहाँ पे मिला?
हाँ भाई मैं भी सोच रहा हूँ भाई वो क्या फ्लिक लग
के पार
Thrifty.
साइफर इको राउंड पे लर्क मत कर, इको राउंड पे आजा साइड पे।
हाँ। अरे वो रेस बीच में मरा, बीड पे मरा ना तो उसको दे।
हाँ ठीक है।
सॉरी भाई।
सुना।
अरे ठीक है।
Thanks.
No more charges.
स्लोव ने सी पे रीटेक करने के लिए बहुत अच्छी स्मोक दी थी यहाँ पे राट स्मोक।
This is a nice.
उसके अंदर ही खेल रहे थे।
वो हर राउंड वही कर रहा है। मैं एक काम करता हूँ, मैं इस पे टीपी करता हूँ।
रेस भाई जब आप घुसोगे ना ये वाला साइड नेड कर देना ताकि यहाँ से कोई पीक ना ले आप लोगों के
यहाँ पे ना। ठीक है।
हाँ।
लॉग्स में मैं ब्लाइंड भी कर रहा हूँ, लॉग्स पे एक्चुअली पीक छोड़ दे सकता है।
उधर लेफ्ट पे।
अबे बहुत गलत।
हटो वहाँ से हटो। प्लीज का शॉट है।
Spike down. C.
वेट।
अरे आओ यार।
घूम जा, रोटेट कर लो। अबे चारों उधर है। रोटेट।
आराम से रेस। वन ब्लाइंड
थोड़ा जल्दी ब्रो।
आजा।
दोनों उधर है।
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
काम से भाई लो है वो। मैंने भी 30 दिया, सो 80 लो है वो टोटल में।
कौन?
तो
मैंने भी दिया था उसको 35 बट ओ माइट बी ओवर।
वन बुलेट ओवर हिल गया उसका।
हैं? वन बुलेट
चलता रहता है तब तो कोई ना।
कितना डैमेज दिया आपने उसको?
40।
दो तीन राउंड लग तो दे आर एक्सपेक्टेड, उनको पता हो रहा है कि हम लोग 25 4
चलो साथ घुसते, एक घुसते साथ आजा।
आली
Yes.
अरे वहाँ से रोटेशन हो जाता ना, पूरा 4 दिखे थे तो मैं इसलिए पे सोचा कि आप लोग आओ, मैं आगे ए तक एंट्री लेता हूँ।
और उधर फंस गया था उधर।
नाइस ट्राई यार रेस।
Yes. Thanks.
लॉन्ग रिटर्न दे रहा हूँ।
You want to play? Let's play.
फ्लैश भी।
बैक साइड किल हो गया तो ये तो बी खेलता है।
आ रहा हूँ मैं, चल।
Spike down.
Oh 143 स्पैम में।
बैक साइड हेवन।
अरे यार इस पे बुलेट्स भी नहीं।
सैबोटेज अपनी टीम को कर रहा हूँ बिना कुछ करे। रिलोड पे लेके आ गया, गन गिर गई। How to sabotage your teammates without sabotaging them?
पीछे साउंड है।
Last player standing.
109.
Cutting their vision. 30 seconds left.
No bullets. इसी से मरा था मैं।
Feeling sight.
अरे वो जेट थोड़ा लकी हो गया यार, सोवा कुछ कोई ना। चलो अच्छा सुनो, मैं यहाँ पे रेज रेना जाओ, रेज रेना और साइफर, सॉरी साइफर तो मैं हूँ, रेज रेना और ओमेन और सोवा और मैं सीवर जाते हैं। सोवा तू यहाँ पे खड़े पे ड्रोन कर। तो लॉन्ग ही तो बोला मैं।
आप लॉन्ग जाओ, साइफर और सोवा नीचे जाएंगे।
हाँ मैं और सोवा नीचे जाएंगे। सोवा तू ड्रोन कर यहाँ पे खड़े होके।
रिकॉन लॉन्ग दूँ कि साइड क्लियर रख?
लॉन्ग साइड क्लियर रख, साइड क्लियर रख।
Eyes on target.
तो रेना पीक ले रहा है ना, फ्लैश कर दे।
Get him. Still in sight.
ड्रोन कर, ड्रोन।
Shot done.
एक ही था, पूजा कर रहा।
मैं राइट देख रहा हूँ, तू लेफ्ट देख।
Yes.
वॉक कर रहा है
Satchel out.
perfect. Give me a call.
दोनों हेड है योरो और पुलिस
Very.
वन बैक स्टेप
Where is everyone hiding?
दोनों बैक स्टेप है।
पीछे सिटी प्लान कर। अच्छा मेरे पे चल आजा सी आजा।
सिटी प्लांट है, सिटी खेलो।
हो सकता है वो लोग ऑफ लेके आए देख के।
गेम का ट्रैप एक्टिव है, so it's possibly somewhere around garage.
अरे
लॉन्ग से आ रहे हैं, साइड पे आ गया एक दो,
साइड पे
एक तो आ गया।
अरे साउंड है।
Cage triggered.
One enemy remaining.
Cage triggered.
Last player
39 टाइम वेस्ट कर। नाइस जीत गए। चल निकल जा।
बढ़िया
दोनों मरेंगे।
भाई ये रिलोड कैसे हो जा रहा है मेरा? इतना बुलेट कैसे जा रहे भाई? वो क्लोव एक बुलेट अगर मेरा रिलोड कम होता ना मैं मरता।
वो केज वाला लेकिन सीटी पे सही था, उसको घुमाने के लिए इधर उधर।
हाँ वो टैप करके उधर पुश करता।
कैसे खेल रहे हैं? बॉक्सेस पर ब्लाइंड डाल दूं।
ठीक है हाँ वो करो बेटर।
क्या अपना क्या
सेम जाओ।
पुश कर रहे।
लॉन्ग पुश होगा आई गेस।
Enemy spotted mid.
Spike
carriers down.
Spike down A.
सीधे
कोई नहीं अभी तक।
Our spike carrier is killed.
अरे भाई 125 125।
Ouch.
Last player standing.
कुछ भी मार रहा है
भाई।
Stay safe. You're going back.
एक राउंड का सेव कर लेता है, किसी पे भी पैसा नहीं है।
हम लोग तो एग्रेसिव खेल रहा है, पता है? हम लोग एक साइड पे उनका यूटिल देख के ना सब होल्ड कर जा रहा है, उनको रोटेशन और मैप कंट्रोल मिल जा रहा है।
एक राउंड सेव करते हैं।
अबे ये गराज नहीं घुसना नहीं है। रुको फिक्स पे खेलते हैं। तीन लोग पीक लो, एक निकलेगा, नहीं तो मिड से एक पुश करता ही है। तीन लोग मिड पुश करते हैं।
यहाँ से करता है एक पुश।
Last player standing.
-120 अरे भाई
क्या कैसे यूटिल
गैस जो जेट से कैसे वो मार गया और तुम लोग कैसे नहीं मार पाए? 3 बंदे पीक लिए।
इसको स्पैम किया था मैंने, वो 78 टैग था।
बाकी थी
कोई ना पिस्टल्स और बाकी थी कोई ना।
पहले ए पे कंट्रोल लो, मैं स्पाइक लेके आ जाऊंगा। तुम लोग साइड कंट्रोल।
That goes there.
तो भाई लॉन्ग पे रिकॉन ही दे दो।
ये इधर से।
अरे एक और है भाई। नाइस।
अरे ड्रोन करो ना।
अरे मर गया भाई, क्या ड्रोन करूं?
अरे
I have retrieved the spike.
मरने से पहले
रिकॉन भी दो ड्रोन एक साथ कैसे भाई?
मैं मेरे को मारेंगे।
एक सीटी साइड पे
Reloading.
चेक कर देना उधर।
Cage triggered.
बॉक्सेस।
लेना फ्लैश करके घुस।
Spike down A. Last player standing.
60 attack to back side.
फ्लैश करके
Still
घुसो,
inside.
घुसना पड़ेगा। एक सिटी एक उधर है। नहीं आ पाएगा डोंट वरी।
30 seconds left.
पीछे से आएगा वो, जल्दी जाओ आप, उसको मारो पहले।
Team Ace.
अरे ना ब्रो,
जल्दी आना पड़ेगा।
क्लियर करके बैक ऑफ साइड कंट्रोल ले लेना था।
फ्लैश एक ही पे है ना, तो जल्दी।
मैंने बहुत लेट किया उधर यार, 145 मारा है मैंने।
पीछे जाना था तो इधर आ गया वापस।
भाई आगे जाना था वापसी उधर।
हां भाई पीछे वाला
एकदम फुल अग्रेसिव खेलना है। मैं गराज ब्लाइंड कर रहा हूं, इंस्टेंट घुस जाओ, वो जेट होगा, जेट को पकड़ मारो पकड़ के।
करो
चलो चलो आ जाओ।
वो कहां खेलते हैं? विंडो खेलते हैं।
से देख के यहां से पुश हो सकता है।
उसको इतना मारो
पीछे रहता है
वो
वो।
साइड।
हां मिड से पुश करेगा तो मैं देख लूंगा।
Cover going out.
हो गया।
वो लेफ्ट साइड है, भाग जाओ।
Off your feet!
योरो साइड ब्लैक बॉक्स आते।
ऊपर है।
सौ मारा है, ब्रीच को 100 मारा है। यूरोस ओपन कर रहा है सी से।
ऑल 3
One enemy remaining.
यूरो ओपन।
पॉइंट करेगा केयरफुल।
Planted the spike. Cage trigger.
ट्रैप डाल दो।
साइबर 4 बुलेट्स।
राइट आ गया।
मेरा कैम है, रुक जा, प्लान डिफ्यूज नहीं करता।
Tagged.
नाइस।
You think I don't know how to get by without money?
सेम करो, गराज पे जेट भागा था, वो ब्लाइंड होके भागा था, वही कर।
Last round before the switch.
किसी का ड्रॉप होगा क्या?
सुनो, इस बार अगर तुम वैसे कर रहे हो ना, हाँ मैं दे सकता हूँ ड्रॉप। हाँ सेम जेट आई मीन सॉरी रेज ओमेन जाओ, वैसे करो। अपन ए पे साइलेंटली घुसते हैं, उन लोग का फास्ट रोटेशन।
ब्रो दिस ओनली वर्कड बिकॉज़ ही वाज प्लेइंग इधर नीचे। अगर वो ऊपर खेलेगा तो आराम से निकलेगा।
आई कैन स्मोक ऊपर, बट स्प्लिट करके
क्या करना है?
फायदा नहीं है।
इधर
कोई
रिकॉर्ड
साथ ही करते हैं जो करना है।
You want to play? Let's play.
जाओ देख के, वो मिड पिक लेगा अभी।
इवेंचुअली लेगा, लेट्स सी।
रीच टुवर्ड्स गैराज।
सी होगा वो।
ड्रोन करोगे अभी?
नहीं, ड्रोन ए शॉट के लिए रखा और ए शॉट चल।
एक का साउंड आया फ्लैंक पे।
नाइस वन, आजा सुबह आजा।
ये जा रहे गाइस।
अरे ए पे ऑफर है।
ओके पे मत ही जाओ।
कर दे ड्रोन कर दे बेटा।
ये गेलिंग है, इधर इसका ट्रैप है।
नॉक्स
बैक साइड है, शुरू है।
नाइस फ्लैश।
एक बस साइड है, एक दोनों लिंक के ऊपर।
Planted this cage trigger.
अरे भाग बंदा, इधर ब्रीच इज हियर -40।
ठीक है पीछे आओ। सुबह चले, सुबह इधर चले, मेरा कैम है, घूम के आ जा तू।
आराम से
तो वो साइड चला जा, क्योंकि यहां पे अगर वो लोग फ्लैंक में आ जाए तो अच्छा खेलो। माय बैड।
Last player standing.
एक मैन है।
एंटी ब्रो।
एंटी कोई ना, 5 सेकंड गुड ऑफ।
डीसी लिंक भेजो इंस्टा पे, डीसी लिंक मेरे डिस्क्रिप्शन में है, ले ले।
Switching sides.
By the way, YN, welcome to the stream.
They
क्या
don't
हाल है?
have a
कैसे?
single life worth saving.
उनको आने दो, अभी कोई आगे जाके मरना मत।
यू कैन, मैं विंडो स्मोक कर सकता हूं।
नहीं कोई पुश नहीं।
This goes here.
आई वुड से इट्स बेटर कि हम लोग गराज कंट्रोल रख दें।
That goes there.
गैराज की तरफ रेड और साइड तरफ
नहीं हो रहा वहां से, तो तू साला गांडू है, सबका वहीं से होता है, तेरा नहीं हो रहा।
या फिर मैं विंडो स्मोक ना करूं?
मत करो
डालूंगा।
मत करो
ठीक है, तो
स्मोक।
फिर विंडो स्मोक नहीं कर रहा हूं।
लो तो है उसके।
एक क्लोज किया होगा।
मैं स्टन दूँ यार,
मैं भी स्टन हूँ।
अरे इतना लेट आया।
Spike planted.
दो साइड पे।
Last player standing.
Outside भी।
मारना पड़ेगा यार सिट भाई।
अरे सही करना पड़ेगा इनका। अच्छा वो हो रहा है
गाइस एक मारना पड़ेगा भाई प्लीज। जो भी दो साइड खेल रहे हो मारो भाई, एक मारो। दो एक खेल रहा हूं भाई।
ये राउंड ये नहीं होने वाला इन ऑल लाइकली।
अरे रेना तू कैसे स्टन हुआ? तू यहाँ खेल रहा था ना, उसने स्टन ऐसे किया था।
नहीं, उसका स्टन इधर से यूं आया था।
This is a nice one.
ऐसे टेढ़े में आया था तो मेरे को भी स्टन कर दिया उधर।
इधर टीपी डालता है वो, यूरो फ्लैश कर देगा टीपी में।
मैं यहाँ पे फ्रेंजी लेकर बैठ रहा हूँ।
और फिर गलत साउंड भी हो सकता है।
नहीं भी नहीं है बाहर। सी आ रहे।
अब ये छोड़ रहा है।
सी इन।
Cover going out.
ओके।
टाइपर है ना पिस्टल।
It's closer.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Yoru 17 low. अरे
Last player standing.
Yoru is not tech.
17. Nice try, nice equip ना।
They're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
Okay, come on.
रेस भाई आप यही जाओ, मैं सी मेरा इस बार ट्रैप्स हैं तो मैं
ये खेल रहा हूँ ये राउंड। मैं ऊपर से होल्ड करता हूँ फिर से।
Yes, this should do.
एक सीलिंग खेलो कि अगर गैराज का ट्रिप टूटे तो तुम लोग आके देख सकते।
सी पे साउंड में तो कॉल देना, मैं यहाँ से इंस्टा स्मोक डाल दूँगा सी पे।
This is a nice spot.
ठीक है।
Yes, this should do.
ये साउंड। योरो टीपी करेगा बैकअप साइड, केयरफुल।
हाँ। नाइस वन।
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Main है।
My ultimate is ready.
Right here.
लॉन्ग पे।
Cutting the vision.
लेफ्ट साइड।
Enemy spotted A.
Okay, time for a break.
Gun here.
The enemy only looks composed.
I'm pushing
Their
out.
hearts.
जेट लर्न कर रहा था बी के बाहर।
मैं बोल रहा हूँ बीच स्टन कर रहा है, यहाँ पे खड़ा होके वो यहाँ को कॉर्नर को और इसको, ये तीनों को ऐसे लाइन पे कनेक्ट करके स्टन कर रहा है।
That goes there.
यूरो का
This is a nice spot. Yes, this should do.
Safer way drop there.
Who's next?
आउटसाइड है, हेवी है। यहाँ से साउंड आ रहा है मेरे को।
योरो ऑन मी। मैं तो भाग गया।
Get out.
Tripwire destroyed.
अंडर हेवन मैम।
Low है planter.
अंदर घुसना तो बोलो, मेरे पे दोनों फ्लैश है।
एक टाइम है मेरे कुत्ते की।
120 tag, jet, 40 frame.
Last player standing. One enemy
120 low,
remaining.
120 low, 120 low.
कहाँ पे?
अंडर।
Cage triggered.
इरिटेट कर सकता है। 120 है।
120 है वो।
Bro, tap करना था बस 1 second tap.
मार देना था। You had this.
मेरे को पता है वो लो है।
वो केज बेच करना ही ना था। डायरेक्ट जाके उसको।
The rest will follow.
कोई ना।
मेरे को पता नहीं था वो शॉटगन पकड़ा था। मैं बैठ। शिट यार।
कोई ना कोई लर्न है।
Now, that goes there.
हाँ ग्रो ले रहा हूँ.
Probably not it.
हाँ सी स्मोक.
Okay, hold up.
भाई एक है एक बार जेट है.
नाइस वन.
My ult's ready.
Bomb buddy out.
रुक जा आने दो अपने बंदों को आने दो.
Spike
मारो सीट
planted.
भाई.
रुक जा, ओमन लॉन्ग आ रहा है, इसको आने दो. ट्रैप होगा, उसको स्मोक कर दे.
Shadows traveling.
भाई निकल जा अभी, गंदा है ये.
Last player standing.
उधर ही राइट पे.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
ये क्या स्मोक.
ओके.
अरे मुझे
डन हो गया. कहाँ आना है बताओ. कहाँ आना है मतलब समझा नहीं.
भाई साहब.
Now remember, wipe the prints from your guns. It's
दिल
just
की
good crime
गति बढ़
scene
गई पूरी.
etiquette.
दिल की गति बढ़ गई पूरी. अरे भाई ये इनका जेट ना भाई हर राउंड इधर से उधर लर्क मार रहा है. लास्ट एक राउंड बी था, इस राउंड पूरी टीम सी थी, ये ए पे था.
अरे ना मेरे साथ
भाई उससे और वो नहीं रहा कुछ.
You want to play? Let's play.
ये साउंड
Right here. Yes.
अब आउटसाइड है.
एक आउटसाइड गैराज.
नहीं यार 120 जेट 120 है.
Shock dart.
Die. Taken out.
You had your fun. My turn.
Ready.
Spike down A.
आराम से चेंबर अल्ट पे.
Caught one.
गैस जल्दी इधर आओ मेरे पे दोनों मेरे पे.
स्पाइक है. मत जाओ स्पाइक है.
Camera taken out.
Spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy spotted C.
पास ऑफ पे.
आराम से खेलो. We got this. Nice.
Okay, they're dead.
This one well played one.
Look for my shadows. They will hide you. Need a drop.
इसको ड्रॉप देना.
किसको देना है. लो मांगो.
ना बढ़िया.
Wow, this is a nice spot.
एक किलो का ओवरहील से.
This goes here. That
मैं
goes
कॉल
there.
दूंगी. हुआ तो हेल्प कॉल.
तुम पे ब्रीच अल्ट है बॉयज. देखते.
Don't hear anything at A.
नाइस वन. यूरो भी है.
Enemy spotted C.
जेट लर्क कर सकते हो मैं देखते.
Goodbye. Where is everyone hiding?
Spike down C.
रेना एक बार ब्लाइंड कर रहा हूं. Landing in 3, 2.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
प्यारा.
Spike is C.
Level heads until we're home, yes? Good.
Breach alt careful. Breach and Gero दोनों करता.
2-3 का बाय नहीं होता. साइपर के साथ
इसीलिए वो शॉटगन लेके alt करेगा. देखना
यूरो alt करेगा. मैं ए पे
एक गैराज खेलो. आउट से एक गैराज खेलो.
मैं खेल रहा हूं.
हां गैराज खेलो अंदर मत खेलो बने.
हां
गैराज के बाहर पीक करना है तो मैं विंडोज में डाल सकता हूं फटक से.
नहीं पीक नहीं कर रहा है. पीक
कर रहा है.
Who's next?
ये साउंड.
Get out of my way.
पीछे आ जाओ. नेड है मेरे पे एक उसका प्लांट का. अल्ट भी है.
Enemy spotted A.
तू तो गया.
भाई तू पीछे कैसे चला गया यार तू.
मैं ब्लाइंड हो गया था.
Spike planted.
Just a remove.
Wait, city. Nice.
Remaining.
शॉट था
शॉट डिफ्यूज एक बंदा डिफ्यूज करो। ये तीनों कैसे उसके फ्लैश से फ्लैश हो सकते हैं?
किल शॉट स्मोक दे दे
भाई गन से कर लो यार। नाइस
प्यारा
Shame. I love explosions. Anyone have any splints? I may have jammed my fingers. Multiple fingers.
किसी भाई आपको पैसा मैक्स आउट ही हो रहा है भाई, दे दो मेरे को। थैंक यू।
गराज देख लो सेट भाई।
आ रहा हूं गराज आ रहा हूं।
That goes there.
ठीक है। तो एक खेल लो गराज में देख लो।
अरे सोवा माय बैड, मैं यहाँ से इधर मेरे को प्रेजेंस आ रहा था ना तो मैं भाग गया था। सॉरी माय बैड।
This is a nice spot.
I don't hear anything at A. नहीं A पे साउंड है। डिंग 145। अरे यार 145 ऑन ब्रीच।
ठीक है सॉर्टेड।
अरे यार वैंडल हो जाता, ही वाज डेड।
तू यहाँ पे खेल, तू लॉन्ग दे।
ठीक है बी देखो मैं गराज देख लूंगा। यूरो के लिए लगा दे।
शॉट पे ही लोग साउंड आ रहा है मल्टीपल।
140 कौन था?
ब्रीच
बड़वे ब्रीच फ्लैश वे।
ये दो लोग।
रुक जा रेस छोड़ दे।
फक
क्या थी
आराम से।
तो प्लांटिंग 1 अंडर हेवन। एक
Spike planted.
ब्रीच लॉन्ग एक अंडर हेवन।
Yes.
एक अंडर साउंड
अंडर हेवन फ्लैश दे रहा हूं मैं।
ब्रीच शॉट है।
Last player standing.
भाई यार फिर से वही हो रहा है। दो कैसे सोवा कैसे मर गए इस बार आप?
One of my cameras is broken.
ये रेज ऊपर क्यों आया ऑफ लेके? मैं इसको नीचे फ्लैशेस दे रहा था।
वो स्लो खेल रहे हैं, पिक्स पे खेल रहे हैं भाई। गराज खेलो सेट भाई।
वो रेज है उधर, मैं इधर हूं एक ही तरफा।
That goes there. This goes here.
ये पेन की एंट्री रोकने के लिए थोड़े फ्लैशेस।
This is a nice spot. That goes there.
पहले ही ठीक है बाहर।
सिक्स बॉक्स है क्या?
नहीं
Engage trigger. Careful now. You're probably
बढ़िया
afraid.
बहुत बढ़िया।
उनको पिक्स मत दो आराम से।
बी मत छोड़ो पूरा।
Yes. Scanning ahead.
छोड़ दे गराज घुसेगा तो मेरा ट्रिप है। आजा बाहर आ।
ओके वो लोग चाहते हैं हम पीक आउट करें। वो
हाँ वही मैं अबे यार सोवा ब्रो।
बी इन
आली रुक जा।
Headshot.
Satchel out. Reloading.
Found you.
गराज।
हाँ ठीक है आई एम नॉट इवन गोइंग टू गराज।
दोनों गराज।
यार 4v2 है गाइस, आराम से 4v2 है।
One enemy remaining.
Ready.
डिफॉल्ट
30 seconds left.
Easy.
Nice one.
Okay, take a break, guys.
ये भी सेट करना पड़ रहा है इनको कि रुक जाओ, साथ में जाओ।
तो भाई एक चीज मत मरो आप पहले।
लेना फुल शील्ड लेना।
रीजन पे ही खेलता हूं, चलो ठीक है।
बीच हो रहा है भाई।
This goes here.
गराज देख लो सुरेश भाई।
Yes, this should do.
इस भाई गराज
That goes there.
साउंड आया तो कॉल दे देना, बस मैं स्मोक डाल दूंगा।
This is a nice spot.
वन साउंड है, ब्रीच है।
Enemy spotted mid.
स्पीकर नहीं
भाई वो अंदर आ गया। फक मेरे को दिखा भी नहीं। सॉरी अजय।
ए पे दो लोग थे, पीछे भागे।
अंदर घुसा है क्या?
कहां से मार गया यार? बी से मार गया मेरे को गैराज में।
भाग गया वो वापस।
Where is it?
Spike down outside B.
Down mid.
Don't peek, Cypher. Don't peek. Fuck it.
सोवा मत लेना 2 HP।
गराज के बाहर है साउंड।
गराज में घुसेगा तो मैं देख लूंगा। ए जाओ तुम लोग, एक ए जाओ सोवा, ए जा सोवा, ए जा।
अरे ये नहीं है, ये नहीं है, बी के बाहर है।
अबे तो घूम के नहीं जा सकते क्या ब्रो?
अरे तो मैं हूं ना, साउंड है मेरे पे, चिल करो, मेरा पोजीशन देखो। हां ये साउंड।
हाँ हो गया, वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ।
चिल इंटर
आराम से 3v2 है, दोनों 1-1 एचपी हो।
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
एक शॉट है, अंडर है।
अंडर है
Right here.
Cage trigger.
Revealing area.
हां जेट अंडर है।
अंडर
एक शॉट।
Last player standing.
ये यार।
अरे ठीक हो ना, दोनों एक साथ, दोनों भी।
अरे उमन तू आगे टीपी कर लेता ना इधर।
नहीं मैं वेट किया ना तुम लोग के लिए।
Stay taut as a bowstring. The fight.
उसको प्ले बनाने का मौका मिल रहा है भाई अंडर है 1 का।
हाँ एग्जैक्टली ना, मैं एचपी नहीं था ना मेरे पे, तो मैं वो पिक डायरेक्ट नहीं पाता, इसीलिए मैं तुम लोग के लिए फेक टीपी करके।
भाई मैं तो खुद 2 HP था, गिन के 2 HP। वुमेन का HP मेरे से ज्यादा था, मैं कैसे पीक ले लूं उसको?
खेल के भाई केज कह रहा हूं।
Yes, this should do.
मैं ऐसे तो नहीं
है वैसे तो रियोक भाई, वो जो केज है वो थोड़ी सी बीट है।
अरे वो मेरे को कवर देने के लिए ना, मैं उधर से
Let's play.
निकलने के लिए।
ये साउंड ए पे आ रहा है।
Okay, fall back, fall the fuck back.
At least 2 to 3 here. A shot in, A shot in 2. बस पूछे। Go under heaven.
My turn.
Line था मैं पूरा।
वो पुश करेगा, वो पीछे वाला।
अरे बचा तो ले भाई, कहां से भागूंगा वहां से?
Last player standing.
One down. Satchel out.
एक आ रहा है।
अबे यार ये गलत है।
Attackers win.
Who's next?
पहले पिक्स दो मारो। सार्थक भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है? क्या हाल भाई? क्या बढ़िया हाल है यार, आप बताओ कैसे हो यार? भाई मैं साइफर होके ऊपर कैसे हूँ भाई?
हाँ कोई ना
क्लोज आके भाई टीम 1000 बार सोवा को बोला कि मत प्ले फाइट, मत प्ले।
ये फालतू में फाइट लेना है, तो ये दिक्कत हो रही है सबसे बड़ी।
मैच फाउंड।
इधर उधर फाइट लिए जा रहे हैं, हमारे पास पहली पिक्स है, उसके बाद जाके मर रहे हैं।
जीता हुआ मैच हार गए भाई। पुलकित यादव भाई आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग मेरे भाई। रेस दिस साइड। अरे रेस भाई थैंक यू यार, थैंक यू फॉर कमिंग। वेल प्लेड। आपको भी यार, आप भी अच्छा ही खेले भाई। साइफर होके मैं ऊपर हो सकता हूँ तो बाकी टीम्स कैसे ऐसे गू खा सकती है भाई? बट
एक गेम खेलना आपको, ड्यूलिस्ट तो ले लो, मैं इनिशिएटिव ले सकता हूं।
मैं ड्यूलिस्ट नहीं खेल रहा, छोड़ चुका हूँ ड्यूलिस्ट। क्या खेलूं? ये ऑलरेडी सेंटिनल लिया है।
ब्रीच ले रहे हो आप? ब्रीच के साथ मैं जेट ले लेता हूँ, फिर ब्रीच के फ्लैशेस हैं तो मैं
हाँ जेट है तो रेज ले लो।
रेज नहीं आता, आज तक साचल नहीं सीख पाया मैं रेज के।
अच्छा
इधर से उधर सर फेरते मारूंगा अपना मैं साचल करने के चक्कर में।
Maybe if we kick their asses hard enough, they'll stop bothering us. I'm out of here.
ओल्ड मोन शायन कारा ये लोग वापस आ गए
क्या?
ये लोग तो पिछले गेम में भी थे ना शायद अपने। एक सेकंड
देखना, चेक करना।
ब्रीच लास्ट गेम भी हमारे गेम में था, तब वही है शायन कारा उनका।
वो हमारा कौन सा क्या खेल रहा था वो हमारा टीम में?
ना हमारा नहीं, ओपोनेंट टीम का ब्रीच था। इस गेम भी ओपोनेंट टीम का ब्रीच है।
चलो मैं बैकस्टेप जा रहा हूं, मैं बैकस्टेप जा रहा हूं।
ठीक है ठीक है।
Enemy mid.
नाइस वन।
Party's over.
स्टन में उन्हें मार दिया।
स्टन है वो लोग पिलर पे।
मैं पूरा ब्लाइंड हूं।
Spike down. One enemy remaining.
We bringing up body bags?
क्या?
भाई मुझे क्यों ब्लाइंड कर दिया?
तेरे को नहीं, उनका ब्रिज ब्लाइंड किया है ब्रो।
I'll smash in the front door while you sneak in the back. That's a good plan.
हाँ तो मैं अभी फाइट लेने के लिए ब्लाइंड नहीं लूंगा क्या?
चल जीत गया।
अजीब बात है ब्रो। कैरेक्टर है ब्लाइंड देके पीक लेने का, मैं बिना ब्लाइंड का रॉ पीक लूं। अरे भाई मैं क्या किया, वही तो बोला भाई। अजीब झाटू है भाई। मियां आजा।
हिट देख के
हाँ तेरे कांटेक्ट में मैं स्टैंड दूंगा। नहीं घुसे अभी तक। माइट रोटेट है।
नेट पे
टेक आउटसाइड है।
Enemy spotted.
Concussing. Blinding.
टेक डाउन है।
Last player standing.
मैं फ्लैश नहीं होता तो दोनों को टपका देता।
Spike planted.
ये ऐसे क्यों मेरे सामने आ रहे? ऊपर गन है, ले ले।
Out of charges.
Thrifty.
क्या कर रहे हो यार?
हाँ ओमेन यहाँ पे फाइट जब ले रहा है तो एक बंदा जो वेंट्स में था वो पीक लेना था तब।
मैं 40 एचपी था भाई और वो शॉटगन डाल दिया था तो मैं।
अरे इस पे सब फोकस्ड है ना भाई, 3 बंदे इसी को मार रहे थे। तू मारता ऐसे ही मर रहा था, वैसे ही मरता
भाई। सेव कर भाई जेट, तू नहीं ले रहा था। चल ले 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 ले
ना कोई ना गार्डियन ले ले, नेक्स्ट राउंड फुल भाई आ जाएगा।
हां
ये आएंगे।
बी
मिड क्या करना है रन भाई?
मैं देख
भी आ रहे हैं।
मैं फोन बता रहा हूं।
Enemy B.
फ्लैश देना प्लीज।
रुको होल्ड करो। ये उनका है।
Flash out. Blinding.
One enemy remaining.
एक ही बचा है मेन पे।
Spike down.
Nice.
Thrifty.
उठा लो वेंडल।
ये हुई ना बात, इससे ले लिया मैंने गार्डियन।
Do like winning.
दीपा अपन रिटेक भी खेल सकते हैं। इजी कर।
गार्डियन काम आई। पता है ये बड़ा बी पे बड़ा मजा आता है मेरे को। इस पे से जब यहाँ से वॉल करता है तो हेवन से इनको वन टैप ऊपर से बड़े मजा आते हैं दिल में। फिर सर दिख रहा है। आउटसाइड है।
मिड पे रहे ओमन, मिड पे रहे, मिड पे है वो।
नहीं होल्ड कर सकता पूरी साइड अकेले, 5 आ गए।
Spike planted.
2 बंदे स्क्रीन आ गए।
Last player standing.
सेव कर छोड़। भाई पीछे आ जाओ ना, अगर आप होल्ड नहीं कर सकते आप पीछे आ जाओ, इधर दौड़ो इधर।
अरे नहीं निकल सकता ना, यहाँ पे ये था मेरे साथ, नियॉन था रैम्स पे, मैं खेल रहा था साइड, ये भाई साहब रैम्स छोड़ के सीधा वेंट्स चले गए, मेरे पे ब्रीच स्टन, ब्रीच फ्लैश, क्लोज मेडल, रेज।
तो आगे खेलो ही मत, आप पीछे खेलो, यहाँ से पीक लो, अगर आप पे देख रहे हो आ रहे हैं तो
इधर या पीछे ही आना पड़ेगा मेरे को। ये नियॉन पे भरोसा नहीं कर सकता मैं कि मेरे साथ मदद करेगा मेरी।
भाई डर लग रहा है।
Go.
Okay, which gun to pick this time?
काफी खत्म है ये मेन ऐसी तैसी।
चलो भाई मैं इवेंट्स खेलता हूँ।
रेड भाई शरीफ चाहिए तो ले लो, शरीफ चाहिए तो किसे ले लो?
दे दो भाई,
दे दो, उसको दे दो।
टॉप डेड भाई नेक्स्ट टाइम मिड ऑफ करना।
Go.
चेंबर ये देख लो, मैं मिड देख लूंगा।
मैं देख रहा हूँ मिड।
ठीक है।
I'm out of here.
अबे
Fire in the
Concussing.
Enemy B. I'm out of here.
फ्लैश पिक ले लो ना भाई ओमन भाई, फ्लैश तो है,
यूज कर लेते।
You lose.
Spike planted.
यूज किया था क्या ओमन?
Teleport's ready.
क्या करें, सेविंग करें क्या?
करो सेव, 1 मिनट तो आ रहा है।
Last player standing.
मिनट आ रहा है, हाँ इधर।
सेव कर भाई, सेव कर।
सीवर जाओ। राइट देखो,
ये पे कहाँ भाग के जा रही हो?
Just gotta play around the slow fields and we're fine.
वेंडल स्किन है किसके पास? वेंडल स्किन।
Does anyone have funds? Merci.
थैंक्स।
तो मैं भी पे एक एग्रो पीक लेता हूँ पहले।
चैम्बर आप इधर ही वेंट्स खेलो, इधर अपना ना वो लगाओ जो भी छोटू ट्रिप। ठीक है, और अगर जैसे डिटेक्ट होता है मैं ना एक स्टन दूंगा, फिर आप पीक ले लेना।
चैम्बर भाई असेंडेंट।
ए पे अभी पे खाली है। बी में स्मोक करो।
क्या स्मोक मारा है?
शिट भाई।
Grabber. Tell me this.
You had your fun. My turn.
ये कैसे नहीं मरा? सुवाज लो
भाई, पीछे आना।
मैं कैसे हूँ, पूरा ब्लाइंड हूँ भाई। होल्ड ही तो कर रहा हूँ एंगल। हाँ सुनाते हैं।
सुवाज लो।
Last player standing.
शिट भाई।
Teleport's ready.
मैं कैसे नहीं मार पाया उधर?
भाई क्या प्ले फूक के आ रहे हैं, मैं पूरा ब्लाइंड हूँ, होल्ड कर रहा हूँ उधर, मैं कैसे पीछे हूँ?
Bullets hurt.
हद हो गई है।
भी होल्ड नहीं हो रहा तो पोजीशन चेंज कर लो।
हाँ भाई वो करो, वो फ्लैश करके पीक लेंगे, फ्लैश ड्रोन करके ही पीक लेंगे ब्रो, वैसा एक्सपेक्ट मत करो कि खाली रॉ पीक आएगा।
Go.
वैसा खेलो।
कोई भाई मांग लो।
राउंड पे खेल।
I need a drop.
ऑफ मत करो भाई प्लीज। जिसको आती है वही करो और अच्छी।
एक बार के बाद हैवी
डीप होल्ड रखना।
Go, go. Here we go. Stop it.
You will not kill my allies.
रुक जा।
अबे
रोटेट कर रहे हो
120 सेज।
रोटेट कर रहे हैं।
30 seconds left.
अल्ट ब्रिज आपको।
Off your feet!
Last player standing.
भाई ये फालतू के कॉल आउट्स मत दो भाई, सेव करो।
10 seconds left.
ट्राई कर लो, एक काम करो, ट्राई करो।
Spike planted.
क्या घूम के भाग रहे, कॉप का शॉट लगा उधर सेज पे।
अच्छा वैंडल ही बचा ले।
We doing this or what?
स्किल भी अपने निकल रहे हैं बट
नियन भाई आप मत मरो, आप लास्ट तक रहोगे तो जीत सकते।
Could be worse, could be better.
ये पे ये लोग आते हैं तो अच्छा यूटिलिटी इनकी है नहीं कोई।
बी डॉट आ रहा है उसका।
ये भी खेल रहे हैं लोग।
मिड पे क्यों नहीं होल्ड हो रहे? मिड में इन्फो ले लो।
Enemy mid.
भाई ड्रॉप तोड़ेगा कोई?
कोई टीपी करता है वहां से बुकात शोदा।
वाह
Last player standing.
भाई वहां से कौन टीपी करता है भाई, यहाँ से यहाँ टीपी कर रहा है बंदा।
भाई तुम लोग नहीं देखना है तो मैं देख लूंगा, छोड़ दो तुम लोग।
Spike planted.
इन्फो तक नहीं ले रहे।
सेव करो।
भाई क्या बोलूं अब मैं, कितने राउंड देने पड़ेंगे इनको सेव कर करके।
सुनो मैं नियन अभी ये पुश करना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो नहीं होगा। मैं नेक्स्ट राउंड यहाँ से स्टन दूंगा। जेट और नियन आप दोनों पुश करो।
अभी नहीं रुक जाओ अभी सुनने दो, अगर कोई आ रहा है।
कोई नहीं आ रहा है, कोई आएगा तो पता चल जाएगा।
अब बोल दो।
और जेट और नियन आप दोनों पुश करो, मैं यहाँ से स्टन दे रहा हूँ। और ओमेन और चेंबर आप लोग मिड और बी संभाल लो। मिड पे अपना, अरे आओ ना नियन आओ जरा। नहीं होगा, बिना पुश के नहीं होगा।
अरे नहीं हो रहा है भाई मिड पे।
हाँ तो नहीं होने तो छोड़ देने दो, मर जाने दो, हम तीनों जिंदा रहेंगे। अब जाओ उधर पुश करो। मैं फुल स्टन दे रहा हूँ।
काउंटर हो जाएगा भाई, नहीं पुश करने चाहिए।
नहीं है कोई, जाओ वहां से भी बैक स्टेप दो उनको। रुक जाओ,
अभी कोई मिड भी नहीं देखा।
ठीक है ना, ये जाएंगे, जाने दो।
ये नहीं जा सकते, मैं पूरा स्पॉन्स आया हूँ।
One enemy remaining.
सेज इधर है, गराजी है,
Spike
गराजी है।
down B. Ace.
Nice one.
एज था क्या? नाइस।
Yep. एक साइड से तो मैं पुश नहीं किया भाई।
अभी आएंगे वो वापस से। हाँ।
ओमेन आ जाओ, इधर आ जाओ। भाई कुछ भी हो मारे ना, तुम भी मार दो इसे। ओके भी चलेगा।
बुलेट मत खा जाना।
कर दे भाई।
I'm out of here.
रुक जाओ, मैं आगे
Spike down A.
ठीक है। आराम से।
65
40
65 है। सोवा। ब्रीच का पता नहीं, ब्रीच नहीं था।
होगा तो 1 HP होगा, फिर इसने भी मारा है क्योंकि
Shadows traveling.
ब्लाइंड ओमेन तेरे को।
दोनों इधर ही है।
Blinding.
One enemy remaining.
रीलोड आ गया भाड़ू से।
रीलोड के चक्कर में बचा है ये बस।
Listen up. Kill them before they kill us.
चलो।
Gotta go.
मैं स्टन दे रहा हूँ ये।
I'm out of here.
भाई पांचों के पांचों भी थोड़ी खेलेंगे।
इनको तो ले लो एटलीस्ट कितने हैं।
मैं ये रुकता हूँ।
हाँ तो रुको, आप ये स्क्रीन रुको।
प्रतीक मत करना।
स्क्रीन्स खेलो, स्क्रीन्स खेलो।
वो लोग का सेज क्या रहता है?
स्क्रीन के अंदर खेल लो या
नहीं नहीं, इधर इधर
आगे जा रहा है क्या?
कुछ
ठीक है।
नाइस वन।
स्पाइक है।
ये मेड होंगे फिर। मत जाओ छोड़ दो।
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Blinding.
नहीं ये तो नहीं है।
Flash out.
देना स्टन देना। सुनो मेरे साथ खेलो प्लीज भाई।
क्या क्या?
Last round in the half.
मेरे साथ खेलो। हम लोग देख लेंगे, तुम लोग चल जाओ। चेंबर चले जाओ, हम लोग देख लेंगे। सुनो अगर ब्रिज वो लोग इधर या किधर आते ना तो 10 टन दे दो, मैं बोलता हूँ।
ठीक है,
मैं पिक कर दूंगा। ठीक है
ठीक है ओके।
और वो मैं थोड़ा आगे स्मोक देना ऐसा।
मेरे को ये देना एसिड में।
I need a drop.
Touch.
मैं देख रहा हूँ भाई, साइड देख लो दोनों।
ठीक है। ए बी के बाहर।
ए पे होल्ड रखना ब्रिज भाई।
ठीक है, मैं रोक रहा हूँ।
मैं जा रहा हूँ। मिड पे भी होल्ड रखना, मैं जा रहा हूँ। आ जाओ। प्लांट।
कमिंग।
Spike planted.
अमन भाई मारो धोती खोलो। रुक जाओ, 3v3 है गाइस।
My turn.
अरे मेरे को क्यों ब्लाइंड किया? कौन था वो?
मैं नहीं दिया।
ओ नो।
Blinding. Flash out.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
ये भी मेन खेल रहा है।
यप।
क्या कर रहे हो?
वो मेन पूरा इधर तक चले गया था, साउंड आया था, तो मैं सोचा हाउ डिफ्यूज मारो।
Switching sides.
Go.
Win. ये काम करो, ये पे ब्रिज सीवर से रैम स्टन दो, मैं पुश करता हूँ।
हाँ।
जेट साइड पे एंट्री करो। और मैं टीपी स्क्रीन पे मारो, या तो यहाँ पर रैम्स पे टीपी मारता हूँ राफ्टर पे। और चेंबर आप आगे जाके खेल सकते हो यहाँ पर एंट्री मिलने पे।
ओमन भाई आप साइड पे जेट के लिए फ्लैश दे दो ना, स्मोक बाद में देना।
राफ्टर दे दो पहले, राफ्टर।
ये राफ्टर ऑफ है।
मैं स्टन दे रहा हूँ। नो फ्लैश। ओके
रुक दो, मैं जब बोलूं तब देना। दो।
Cover going out.
डैश मार।
अबे भाई
Last player standing. Spike down A.
डैश मारूं उसके पहले ही वो मार गया।
और पहले ही डैश मारोगे ना, अब तो यहाँ पे घुसोगे, यहाँ से यहाँ डैश मारोगे।
नहीं मार सकता था ना ब्रिज भाई, RyuK भाई। एक इसका टावर पे खड़ा था, एक साइड पे था और एक अननोन यहाँ पे और यहाँ पे था।
वो उनको तो हम देख लेंगे ना, आप डैश तो मारो, आपको आप डिस्ट्रैक्ट करोगे, हम मारेंगे उसको। आप स्मोक डैश मारो, वो तो आपको नहीं मार पाएगा ना, आप एटलीस्ट जिंदा रहोगे। फिक्स पे खेलो, स्लो खेलो।
Let's crack them open. Enemy spotted A.
लिखाया है वो 78 लो है।
Reloading.
नाइस।
Spike down A.
उठा लो,
करो ना,
उठाओ और डैश करो।
I got the spike.
जज था उस पे।
बी क्लियर करो। 30 ब्रिज।
वेंट्स है क्या?
वेंट्स।
क्लोव वेंट्स दिखता है वहां से चैम्बर में।
ओए वो कूद गया नीचे कूद गया। जेट और बैक स्टेप आएगा।
Last player standing.
Ooh.
10 बार बोला मैंने, जेट बैक स्टेप आएगा, सुननी है नहीं तो।
My burden never ends.
जाओ अभी करो वैसा। ओमेन आप फ्लैश दो ये वाला एंड
मिड वॉल तोड़ो।
ठीक है, मैं आके तोड़ दूंगा चैम्बर तेरे साथ। तो इनको मैं पहले एंट्री दिलाता हूं।
I need a drop. Duck.
मैं सीधा साइड पे डैश।
मैं स्टन दे रहा हूं
इधर पे।
हां स्मोक डैश करो आप। और ओमेन साइड पे फ्लैश दे।
मैं नाम जा।
Concussing.
Smoke.
Enemy mid. Here.
ये आ जाओ तो।
नहीं रुको।
Reloading. Here.
शॉट डाल।
आपको साइड करने बोल रहा था मैंने। क्या कर रहा?
बहुत इधर और जज थी।
अरे भाई।
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
78 है उधर।
I have the spike.
I'm out of here.
हील कर ली होगी वो।
प्लांट कर रहा हूं मैं।
इधर ही।
Go.
अच्छा।
Come on, get me in the line of fire.
पूरा नेट चल जा रहा है पीछे।
Go.
इस बार जेट और इस बार सुनो।
नेट आने दो पहले।
नहीं पहले जेट और नियॉन दोनों अभी हेवन जाओ, हेवन कंट्रोल लो आप लोग, फिर वेंट से आना है। नाइस। वेंट्स आओ।
चल ब्रिज मेरे साथ।
अबे ऊपर।
अबे भाई।
Spike down mid.
कहाँ जाएगा? चल बोल के पीक ले रहा तो लेना, उनको वेंट्स बुला रहा हूँ।
खेल। खुद खेल स्पाइक ले जाइयो।
ठीक है, हर मुंह पे तो गाली ही रहता है, बिना गाली के तो बोल ही नहीं सकते कुछ।
One enemy remaining.
हाँ सेज मिड था, वॉल पे चढ़ा हुआ था।
अभी पोजीशन थी उसकी।
Last player standing.
I got spike. You will not kill my allies.
One enemy remaining.
4 down.
Nice one.
I faced worse.
हिम्बर को ज्यादा नहीं बोल रहा है।
Weapon choice, it is so personal.
ऐसे लोग
You pick a
को
gun
ignore
and it
करता
tells
हूँ
me
मैं।
who you are.
चिल करके तुम लोग क्यों नहीं खेलते और मैं स्पाइक
भाई वो लोग नहीं कर सकते ना, क्या ही करूँ, मैं तो कुछ बोला भी नहीं।
स्पाइक मिड पे मत लेके जाओ ना, ज्यादा बेटर रहेगा। मुसीबत चल रही है इसकी। इस बार एक काम करो, इधर फेक कर लो, मैं भी जाता हूँ।
ठीक है।
Concussing.
नाइस वन, पीछे आओ पीछे आओ पीछे आओ।
एक काम, मैं आ रहा हूँ, रुको मैं आ रहा हूँ। चलो और लो, और लो, चलो चलो। हाँ चलेगा, रुको और लो तुम। स्पाइक लो, ए पे सेट वो कर, अल्ट करो।
ए पे है लेकिन
हाँ देख लो, इन्फो लेने बोला, अल्ट करो साइड पे। मैं यहाँ पर थोड़ा ओपन अल्ट करना, देखो कौन कौन है।
घुसो उसके साथ, वो साइड पे आ गया भाई।
जाओ
Flash out.
जाओ जाओ, अभी इजी खेलना, 5v3 है।
ब्रीच
थ्रो कर दिए।
Off your feet. Blinding.
Nice one.
One enemy remaining.
Unknown. Bro, how to join your Discord? एनीमे भाई डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक है, आप क्लिक करो ज्वाइन कर सकते हो। ओए क्या रैम्स क्या?
पेन पे है।
राइट, छोटा टाइम नहीं है, सिर्फ
इसको तो मार के
अरे यार, just swapping in new fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go. I need a drop. I need a drop.
Said by the
I need a drop.
No one got the spike. I'm out of here.
वो स्टन पे आ रहा था, हेवन का टाइमिंग बहुत प्यारी थी।
दोनों साइड का ऑफ ले लो, दोनों का अल्ट है। मैं आ रहा हूँ चैम्बर, स्पाइक ले लो कोई, स्पाइक स्पॉन में।
Any crash, Sheldon.
मिडवाल तोड़।
Too eager. Forgot the spike.
दोनों का अल्ट है, जेट उनका। ब्रिज का अल्ट ले लो, ब्रिज को मिल रहा है।
आराम से
नहीं कर सकता, बहुत चीजें आ गई मेरे मुंह पे।
हाँ वो एक्सपेक्टेड, अभी एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे।
Got the spike.
Gotta go.
My ult's ready.
Gun here. Gotta go.
अब पे अल्ट है।
हाँ साउंड कट करते हैं, मेरे अल्ट पे घुसे।
लो 60 लो है।
अपना अल्ट मत करना भाई, नेक्स्ट राउंड पे बचा देखना।
Enemy mid.
उसको मारते चलो।
30 seconds
मैं
left.
स्टन दे रहा हूँ, जाओ ना मारो उसे।
Flash out.
Lane put up.
Blinding.
One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here.
10 seconds left.
सिटी आया.
Spike planted.
छोड़ दो.
Lane खोल देना अपनी.
Neon low है देख के.
क्यों दबा भाई क्यों?
Blasting.
तो वहीं खेल टक इन करके.
Last player standing.
Nice one.
Kill everyone, and our job gets a whole lot easier.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles
And we'll crush it.
Thanks.
Love you. ये हेवन पे लोग काउंटर करने लग गए हैं. रेज अपना नेट इधर पे है और फिर इधर और इधर खेल रहे हैं.
इस बार स्टन मैं बी हेवन दे रहा हूँ घुसो.
अब बी कर. बी हेल्प करो.
अस्पाल जी थैंक यू. अस्पाल राठौड़ जी थैंक यू सो मच फॉर सब्सक्राइबिंग यार. लव यू मैन.
रीच आउट करो ये सीधा घुस जाते हैं और हेवन से.
Go. Shock it.
घुसो.
Coming through. Go.
भाई यार 2 HP. वाह.
फ्लैशिंग.
Flash out.
घुस क्यों नहीं रहे तुम लोग?
Dead.
भाई हम इस पे फंसे हुए थे.
Plant tap.
Shadows traveling. Spike planted.
I think एक हेवन एक CT है.
Clearing out.
एक heaven है. Don't think why.
Cover going down. Enemy B.
मैं फ्लैश पिक लूंगा जब आएगा. ठीक है.
एक नीचे कूदा ब्रीच.
Reloading. Blinding.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Reloading.
These guns we use are okay, but I will also bring my own. No offense.
तो अल्ट पे एक ही हुआ था.
साइड पे जो एक होगा वही होगा.
मिड चलते हैं. हेवन मैं स्टन देता हूँ. जेट और नियॉन आप दोनों घुसो मिड पे. वॉल तोड़ के रुकना. उसके स्लो और उसके लिए रुकना. रुक जा स्लो और उसके लिए रुको.
एक आ गया. वेंट्स आ गया.
3
रुक जा
2 1 करो.
Concussing.
ब्रो कैसे
80.
Flash out.
40 यहाँ पर है. रैम जा जल्दी से.
Blinding.
तुम्हारा किल है चेंबर. चेंबर.
Player
Engine's dead.
भाई मैंने बोला ना वेंस पे के सारे नॉक्स तो निकाल रहे तू.
जेट भाई कैसे वहाँ पे नहीं मार पाया आप.
फैक्टर
अरे भाई
वो स्टन था. फ्लैश था.
नहीं था जब तक मैं पहुंचा वो फ्लैश हट गया था उसका. लेट पहुंचा.
स्टन तो होगा. मैं आपके घुसने से पहले ही स्टन दिया. वो मैंने तो पहले फ्लैश दे दिया.
मैंने भी हगा.
थैंक यू. आपका ये उपकार जिंदगी भर याद रहेगा मुझे.
अरे
देखा ही नहीं आपसे बात करने के चक्कर में वो देखा ही नहीं.
रुक जाओ भाई ब्रिज नहीं है.
आ रहा हूँ.
Got the spike.
रुको 1 सेकंड रुको. चैट पढ़ रहा हूँ. 1 सेकंड.
Nowhere to run.
ले पिक ले. सोवा सेज मिड. हेवन घुसना है
भाई. मैं सोच रहा हूँ
करो घुसो ब्रो.
चार्ज यार. चार्ज है. नहीं कर सकता मैं इसके अगेंस्ट.
Reloading. Here.
ब्रीच है साइड पे.
नाइस
Spike down A.
ए पे ब्रीच है, बी चले जाओ।
Watch them run. Damn it.
अरे वो उधर है साइड पे।
30 seconds left.
ये साइड पे है।
राइट पे
And
one enemy remaining.
You had your fun. My turn.
साइड लेफ्ट साइड।
Last player standing. 10 seconds left.
चलो सेव करो। पॉइंट। एनीमे भाई थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर द 100 रुपीज सुपर चैट यार, लव यू यार एनीमे भाई, थैंक यू यार, दिल से शुक्रिया, रियली मीन्स अ लॉट भाई, लव यू भाई, थैंक यू भाई।
Trust me, they'll know what hit them.
अरे भाई क्यों जा रहा है भाई रैम्स, 10 बार जज खा के मर रहे हो जरी।
पहली बार जज खाए वहां पे
मुझे
भाई 3 बंदे पड़े हैं जज।
Reloading.
नियॉन तो
Go.
फैंटम स्किल तो कोई।
I need this. I need a drop. Tuck.
बढ़िया है।
मैं साइड स्टन दे रहा हूँ।
Got the spike.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
Flash out. Shadows traveling.
Go.
Nice.
Enemy A. Go away.
चलो।
Spike planted.
सेज उठाएगा एक को। वहीं पे रहो, हाँ वहीं पे रहो। क्रॉसफायर खेलते ना, आपको नहीं मार पाएगा, मेरे पे पीक ले।
You will not kill my allies.
The angel's dead. My ult's ready.
अल्ट है तेरे पे, अल्ट है भाई बीच।
Blinding.
शेड भाई।
One enemy remaining.
Takes more than that. They think they're better than us. I can tell.
Salamat, thanks.
Bro is trying his best to concentrate. पूरा बेस्ट भाई।
नहीं सुनो मेरी बात सुनो।
फुल बेस्ट।
स्पाइक वाला बंदा ये जाओ, ब्रिज पे भी पलट कर काउंटर हर्ट होने वाला
Need a drop.
हाँ।
सुन और एंट्री मत करना। अरे कोई स्पाइक लेके जाओ ये पे।
एक बंदा रहो उसके साथ, स्पाइक वाले के साथ एक बंदा रहो। हाँ जेट।
ड्यूल मत जाना।
तो स्पाइक लेके कोई तो प्लांट करना चाहिए ना।
I'm out of here.
अरे स्पाइक लो ना।
जेट जा मैं बोल रहा हूँ जेट।
कर देना रुको।
Gotta go.
हाँ रुको, होल्ड करो।
स्पाइक ले लो।
Go. This way.
रुक जाओ। बस जाओ तुम लोग एंट्री करो तुम लोग शिफ्ट में। सेट क्लिक चलो आ जाता है तो कर दो।
थैंक यू, आपका ये उपकार जिंदगी भर याद रहेगा मुझे।
आ रहा हूँ मैं।
Here we go.
सेज वाज मिड।
अरे भाई नो स्कोप पड़ा ही नहीं।
130 कितना मारे तुमने से? 130 ब्रिज।
Nailed them.
Diffusing.
Last player standing.
थोड़ा सेव करो।
One enemy remaining.
मास्टर।
वहाँ जाके कैसे रख सकते हो यार?
Match point.
नहीं भाई।
We got this.
क्या?
और पे एक बंदा मारा था।
पूरा ट्राई किया यार, उधर एंड पे आके
मार दिया मैंने। 130 मारा उसे।
Anime boy, thank you so much for the 100 rupees super chat again. 200 in total. Thank you Anime boy, thank you यार। दिन के साथ हफ्ता बना रहे हो आप तो। सरप्राइज अगेन बोल रहे हो यार, जॉर्ड।
I'm out of here. Reloading.
Enemy mid.
चलो।
Reloading.
निकालो भाई प्लीज। प्लांट
स्पाइक मिल गई है। अरे स्पाइक।
वाह भाई वाह।
ओए
Fire in the hole.
I have the spike.
साइड जाना।
रुक जा रेस आल्ट पे रुक जा चेंबर
Flash out. Blinding.
That one's dead.
One enemy remaining.
Heaven था. Heaven.
मैंने बैक स्टेप लगा.
कहाँ से आया?
एंड पे
Tremor.
थैंक यू
इधर से आ रहा है.
आपका ये उपकार जिंदगी भर याद रहेगा मुझे.
नाइस वन.
अरे एनीमे भाई.
Switching sides.
और कमिंग विद अनदर 50 रुपीस सुपर चैट. थैंक यू यार एनीमे भाई.
तो किस्मत में निकल जाए रहा हूँ. नेक्स्ट राउंड में होना चाहिए ऐसा.
क्या चीज?
प्लीज हम लोग एंट्री भी दिलाया, हम लोग स्पाइक भी उठाए. क्या यार?
हाँ तो क्या हो गया?
हाँ भाई.
तो हम कब मना किए कि आपको या बोल के गए कि आप उस स्पाइक उठाओ? अरे
नहीं, तुम लोग स्पाइक ही नहीं उठा के आ रहे हो भाई. तुम
भाई मैं तो उठा देता अगर वैसा बात है तो मेरे को दो. स्टार्टिंग में तो मैं ही उठा रहा था.
एंट्री मिल गया अपन पे.
एनीमे भाई थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 50 रुपीस सुपर चैट यार. लव यू यार.
मिड मजा वेंट छोड़ो मैं.
हाँ बच गया भाई.
हम लोग इधर देख लेंगे, आप उधर देख लो.
Spike planted.
भाई मेरे को लेफ्ट एक साउंड आया. लेफ्ट में क्यों?
Last player standing. Flawless.
How is this possible?
Switching sides. Match point.
They're not getting the message. Leave it to me. I'll rough them up.
एनीमे भाई थैंक यू यार फॉर द 250 रुपीस सुपर चैट यार. लव यू यार भाई. लव भी कम वर्ड है भाई. लव यू. 300 250 300 350 भाई.
बी की तरफ है. मिड की वॉल तोड़ दो उसकी.
हां
शिफ्ट दबा दो चैट इधर. शिफ्ट.
हां
Got the spike.
टेंशन हम पे अभी. क्यों भाई रुक जाओ. पिज़्ज़ा ए पे आई थिंक इन्होंने छोड़ दिया है. यहाँ पे कोई साउंड नहीं है. आना है तो आ सकते हैं यहाँ पे.
एक होगा.
चलो
क्या करूँ उसके.
सेव तो मिड है.
आ जाओ इधर ही आ जाओ. बेटर ऑप्शन ही रहेगा. वहाँ पे हैं 2-3 लोग तो हैं कम से कम. में
फिक्स उठाने का ट्राई करो वहाँ पे.
आ जाओ.
अरे
बोलो ना.
Take this. Enemy A.
30 seconds left.
Tremor. No go.
Last player
अरे
standing.
भाई.
Defenders win.
ब्रो यू लुक टायर्ड. हाँ टायर्ड तो हूँ मैं भाई आज.
ये आपकी स्ट्रीम चल रही है वरना चेंबर तो काफी बातें बोलनी थी.
कोई बात नहीं यार छोड़ो.
स्ट्रीम है इसलिए बोल नहीं रहा हूँ बस।
टायर्ड तो हूँ मैं, चलते हैं।
हम थक गए हैं भाई बहुत ज्यादा।
मतलब
कब से खेल रहे हैं, हो गया हमको तो काफी टाइम हो गया आज।
हाँ मतलब कल तो सुबह नहीं उठना है, लेकिन फिर आज मेरे को ये सैटरडे संडे ना मैं कुछ काम नहीं कर पाता हूँ, ये सुबह से बैठ जाता हूँ स्ट्रीम के चक्कर पे, तो अभी शूट वूट भी खत्म करनी है।
शूट क्या करते क्या शूट्स में?
वो ब्रांड को चाहिए होता है, तो वो मतलब जो लोग बोलते हैं
अच्छा उसमें मार्केटिंग वगैरह के लिए।
हाँ तो कंटेंट शूट करना पड़ता है।
सही है सही है। चलो यार आज तो सही में हम भी थक गए हैं।
हाँ कल खेलते ना, कल तो अपन नॉर्मली 8:30 बजे आएंगे खेलते।
हाँ कल 8:30 मैं देखता हूँ, हो सकता है कल मेरे को लेट होए।
हाँ आप आराम से आओ, कल हम 2-3 बजे तक खेलेंगे, तो वैसा कोई आप आराम से आ सकते।
हो सकता है मेरे को थोड़ा लेट हो जाए, कल थोड़ा बाहर निकलना है मुझे दोस्तों के साथ।
ठीक है
वरना उसके अलावा तो और डन सीन है। अब थोड़ा आराम करेंगे, खाएंगे पियेंगे, फिर ऑल्ट पे जाएंगे मस्त।
हाँ कल प्लस करते हैं, आज जितना माइनस हुआ कल प्लस करते हैं।
कल उतना प्लस में कितना ज्यादा हुआ नहीं वैसे, अगर देखा जाए हमारे कल के मैचेस में जितने प्लस हुए उसके कंपेयर में मेरे इतने ज्यादा माइनस नहीं हुए। 18, 15 और 20 चलेगा। भाई कल हम लोग काफी जीते।
हाँ कल तो जीते हैं, अच्छा 7-6 मैच।
भाई हाँ तो उसके कंपेयर में तो ठीक ही है। चलो
चलो बाय। हाँ
बात होती है देन। हाँ हम भी निकलते हैं। ठीक है ब्रो, बात होती है। कल का मैं आपको बताता हूँ स्ट्रीम में, जब भी आ पाऊंगा मैं फिर मैसेज कर दूंगा।
श्योर ओके
ठीक है ब्रो, गुड नाइट।
गुड नाइट। अभी भाई को टेक्स्ट कर देता हूँ, नॉट प्लेइंग। ओ भाई टायर्ड तो हूँ मैं भाई, क्योंकि कम सोया हूँ, क्योंकि VCT NA के मैचेस देखा, फिर NA के बाद आज उनके सुबह ख़त्म हुए, थोड़ा सोया, 11 बजे उठ के 12:30 तक वीडियो एडिट करके फिर 1 बजे स्ट्रीम पे बैठा है 1:30, फिर VCT का वॉच पार्टी के पैसिफिक, तो और फिर अभी खेल रहा हूँ। मेरा छोटू अमाउंट ऑफ स्लीप एंड देखते हैं, फिर काम भी करना है बहुत सारे। चलो चलता हूँ आज के लिए, जल्दी जा रहा हूँ, माफ़ करिएगा, बट आई प्रॉमिस अपन कल से फुल बकचोदी भरे स्ट्रीम्स करेंगे एंड वीडियोस भी रेगुलर में लाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। लेट्स सी, एक बढ़िया सा और एक मतलब एक वीडियो एडिटर तो है, लेकिन वो दिक्कत यह है कि उसका कॉलेज चलता है, तो कॉलेज के एग्ज़ाम टाइम में वो नहीं दे पाएगा। तो अभी सोलंकी जी श्योर भाई अभी खेल नहीं रहा, आई होप आपको मेरा टेक्स्ट दिखा होगा। श्योरली हम कल खेलेंगे, तो हम साथ में खेलते कल। हाँ तो देखता हूँ, आई एम ऑन अ लुक आउट फॉर एन वीडियो, फॉर अ वीडियो एडिटर। लेट्स सी, अगर कोई अच्छा खासा मिल जाता है, क्योंकि फिर भाई मोन्टाज तो हर कोई एडिट कर लेता है भाई, या क्लिप्स डाल के उसको मीम रिएक्शन डालने से कोई भी एडिट कर लेता है। एक प्रॉपर सिंक में एक साउंड इफेक्ट मिल नहीं रहा है कोई ढंग का एडिटर। वो एक बार मिल जाए ना तो हर हफ्ते में 2-3 वीडियोस आ जाएंगी। अभी हर हफ्ते का 1 वीडियोस रखा हूँ, लेट्स सी। बट मेंबर्स, आपको तो नए वीडियो का टीज़र मिल ही चुका है, वो वीडियो बहुत जल्दी लाइव होने वाला है। आज ही मैं उसका थंबनेल फाइनलाइज कर रहा हूँ वेनम भाई के साथ, मतलब थंबनेल 95% डन है, बस एक टेक्स्ट है उसमें, वो टेक्स्ट का फॉन्ट अपन देख रहे हैं कौन सा बेटर होगा, तो आज डन करेंगे। कल दोपहर तक मैं देखता हूँ अपलोड करने का सीन बनाता हूँ, ठीक है। चलो आज के लिए इतना ही, इट्स फाइन मैन। अभी भाई थैंक यू फॉर अंडरस्टैंडिंग, लव यू भाई। थोड़ा सा थक गया हूँ इसलिए जल्दी जा रहा हूँ, बट कल आई एम श्योरली मतलब फुल रेस्ट लेके हम आएंगे कल एंड मस्ती करेंगे। आज के लिए इतना ही। एज ऑलवेज RyuK आर्मी इज ऑलवेज ओपी, यू नो द ड्रिल। लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब, चैनल पर अभी भी नए हो सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा, सब्सक्राइब कर चुके हो तो शेयर भी कर लेना। हम मिलेंगे आपसे अगली स्ट्रीम पे जो कि होगा कल हम 8:30 बजे आएंगे, क्योंकि पैसिफिक कल नहीं है वॉच पार्टी, हम नहीं कर रहे कल, तो कल रात को आएंगे डायरेक्ट। एंड आज इतना प्यार इतना सपोर्ट देने के लिए थैंक यू, शुक्रिया। ऐसे ही देते रहिए सपोर्ट और प्यार, हम एक दिन ज़रूर से आसमान छुएंगे। और अपने 5 मेजर रूल्स कभी मत भूलना। अपना ख्याल रखो, अपने पेरेंट्स का ख्याल रखो, अच्छे काम करते रहो, पानी पीते रहो, और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट गेम्स खेलते रहो, कॉज गेम्स आर द इम्पॉर्टेंट पार्ट ऑफ लाइफ। सो इसी के साथ हम आज की स्ट्रीम यहीं पे एंड करते हैं। उम्मीद है स्ट्रीमों को पसंद आया होगा, अगर नहीं पसंद आया तो कल ज़रूर से हमारे स्ट्रीम पर आ जाइएगा, हम आपको एंटरटेन करने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे। तब तक के लिए बाय गाइस, लव यू। एंड स्पेशल मेंशन में आज एनीमे भाई हैं हमारे। एनीमे भाई थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर द 250 ओवरऑल सुपर चैट भाई, लव यू मैन। भाई हफ्ते हफ्ते इतना नहीं मिलता, आपने एक ही दिन में दे दिया, थैंक यू सो वेरी मच यार, रियली अप्रिशिएट दैट एंड रियली मीन्स अ लॉट टू मी, लव यू भाई एंड